Chapter 1. Deeply impressed husband. You're so kind. You will definitely forgive us, right? Chao Ming-gran held a dagger in her hand, looking at Chen Luo. We had no choice. The zombies surrounded us, and we're just ordinary people who cannot break out. Only you can help us awaken our abilities. Haha, sister, you're right. I have always wanted to become an ability user. Hurry up and cut. I can't wait any longer. The ability user I have dreamed of. Daughter, once dad awakens his abilities, he will definitely become younger, and then we can have a little brother for you. Xiao Luo, don't blame mom. Our whole family will awaken abilities, and every Qingming festival, we will burn more paper money for you. Yes, Xiao Luo, we will always remember you, and we won't let you die in vain. Chen Luo gritted his teeth as he looked at the Chao family and the neighbors, wanting to struggle, but was firmly held down by Chao Mingran's brother, Chao Ming. Chen Luo looked at his wife's family and the neighbors doing such things, his fists clenched tightly. At this moment, he was filled with endless regret. After the apocalypse broke out, he awakened his abilities and saved his mother-in-law's family and the neighbors around them. He awakened dual abilities, one of which can purify the virus, and the flesh and blood can greatly help ordinary people awaken their abilities. A month after the apocalypse broke out, social order collapsed, and morality began to decline. In an environment where a single sausage could trigger a bloodbath, becoming an ability user was naturally something everyone longed for. Brother Tao, I told you this plan is feasible, right? Haha, still dreaming sister is smart. If it weren't for you, how would we have the opportunity to awaken our abilities? On the outskirts of the crowd, a wealthy second generation in a suit hugged Chao Ming-gran and laughed proudly. Bitch, looking at his wife leaning into someone else's arms. Chen Luo cursed with bloodshot eyes. He awakened dual abilities, and the secret of being able to purify the virus and help others awaken their abilities was only known to his wife. After Chen Luo awakened his abilities, he happily told Chao Ming-gran. He wanted to help Chao Ming-gran awaken, but her abilities never awakened. However, he never expected that this woman, as venomous as a snake, would team up with the wealthy second-generation Zhang Tao, who always wanted to be the boss, to knock him out. While he was bravely fighting zombies and bind him with chains, Brother Tao, once you become a boss, you must treat my girl well. Chao Ming-gran threw a flirtatious glance at Zhang Tao. Hee, your stupid husband probably won't know until he dies that every time he goes out looking for supplies, I'll let you experience ecstasy. And before the apocalypse, every time you went to work, I was in bed with you, hee. As Zhang Tao spoke, he reached out and squeezed Chao Mingran's chest, making her shiver and emit a muffled moan. You guys! At this moment, Chen Luo finally understood that his wife had long been cheating with this wealthy second generation. No wonder after the apocalypse broke out, his wife wanted him to go to the city villa to save this wealthy second generation. Thinking about the care he gave to his wife's family and the neighbors after the apocalypse, which nearly cost him his life several times, Chen Luo felt immense regret. If only he could be reborn like in the novels, then he would definitely not be so saintly in the last moment before losing consciousness. Chen Luo saw Chao Mingran's brother Chao Ming's eyes shining with greed. As the world spun and the scene changed, every time Chen Luo had sex with his wife, he never used a condom. The next second, Chen Luo looked at Chao Ming-gran pinned beneath him and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of nausea. Because the memories remaining in his mind made Chen Luo realize that his wife Chao Ming-gran was having an affair with Zhang Tao. Ignoring Chao Mingran's surprised expression, Chen Luo endured the discomfort and went to the bathroom. After washing up, Chen Luo stood there in a daze. Did I really get reborn? He rubbed his face hard, filled with shock. He never expected such good fortune to happen to him. Chen Luo hurriedly took out his phone to take a look. January 16th, 2024, Tuesday. There is still half a month until the apocalypse. The spatial ability hasn't disappeared. Knowing he was reborn, Chen Luo immediately sensed it and found that the spatial ability awakened during the apocalypse had been reborn along with him. Moreover, the space was the same size as in his previous life, about 5 football fields. Anything that is lifeless can be stored inside, and the time inside is frozen. For example, if you put a bowl of braised meat inside, even if you take it out after several months, the braised meat will be the same as when it was put in. In an era of scarcity during the apocalypse, having such a spatial ability is incredibly powerful, especially before the apocalypse. To put it bluntly, once the apocalypse breaks out, a single sausage could make the Queen of Britain kneel and call you dad. Therefore, he must gather supplies before the apocalypse breaks out. Besides, there is also a purification ability. Unfortunately, after sensing it, it had already disappeared. Husband, what was wrong with you just now? At that moment, Chow Mingran walked into the bathroom in her pajamas and asked. Just thought of some unhappy things, Chen Luo casually replied. By the way, Xiao Ming's girlfriend is coming to Shunqing today. You need to host her at noon. Remember to arrange a better hotel to give Xiao Ming some face. Also, they might get married at the end of the year and need a house. The large flat in Yushui Bay is quite good. The down payment needs more than 400,000, so you'll need to take out some money, Chow Mingran said while turning around. Watching her back, Chen Luo's fists tightened, gritting his teeth, wishing he could punch this bitch to death right now. In his previous life, he almost met all of Chow Mingran's requests, even selling the house his parents left him to raise money for Chow Ming. Half a month later, when the apocalypse broke out, he protected Chow Mingran's family and the surrounding neighbors for 5 whole years, only to end up with no burial place. Chen Luo took a deep breath and ultimately chose not to act impulsively. After all, there is still half a month until the apocalypse. He should first find a way to make money and stock up on supplies. If he killed Chow Mingran now, he would definitely be arrested by the police. Let her family live another half a month. On the day the apocalypse breaks out, he will take revenge on his enemies. Okay, Chen Luo replied, and then returned to the study to start planning. Chapter 2. Let's start with you and your son. The next morning, Old G, I'm here to look after your business. Chen Luo arrived at the entrance of a community, finding a restaurant called Lao Ji Private Kitchen, and spoke to the owner. The restaurant owner, Ji Chun Yao, brightened up at his words and quickly welcomed him. Manager Chun is here. Please have a seat. Chen Luo casually waved his hand and said, I'm here to book a banquet. Don't you have a banquet package for $999 per table? I need 1,000 tables. Really? Upon hearing this, Ji Chun Yao was quite excited. But then he shook his head in disappointment and said, Manager Chun, I only have about 10 chefs in the kitchen. We can only handle 40 to 50 tables at most. 1,000 tables is simply impossible. You don't have to prepare them all at once. You can do it in batches, and it doesn't even have to be eaten in the restaurant, Chen Luo said seriously. Is that so? Then I can do it. I'll take this business. Ji Chun Yao's face showed surprise, and then he couldn't help but ask curiously, by the way, why are you suddenly booking 1,000 banquet tables? Isn't the year-end coming? It's for the company's employee banquet, over 1,000 people. If it weren't for us being familiar, I wouldn't give you this business. You have to do it well for me. Chen Luo casually fabricated a reason. Don't worry, Manager Chun. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Besides, you'll make a big profit, and I just want to have a taste of the soup. Ji Chun Yao patted his chest in assurance, and then hurried to have the finance staff at the bar calculate the bill. Chen Luo wanted the most expensive package, which included all the signature dishes of Lao Ji Private Kitchen. There were steamed Jiangnan goat ribs, spicy beef, grilled mackerel, sauce duck, stone pot spicy triangle peak, bean sauce free-range chicken, and sour soup octopus, among others. Manager Chun, it's all calculated. One table is $999. For 1,000 tables, it's a total of $999 million. I'll issue you an invoice for $900,000. Chen Luo interrupted before he could finish. I'll give you a $300,000 deposit first, and the remaining money will be settled in half a month. Is that okay? As he spoke, he took out his phone to prepare for payment. With only half a month left until the apocalypse, when order collapses and morals decay, he thought, you can come to me for money then. Of course, no problem. I don't trust others, but I certainly trust you, Manager Chun. Haha, by the way, when do you need the banquet? Ji Chun Yao pretended to be generous. Chen Luo looked at him and sneered inwardly. He lived in the same community as Ji Chun Yao, and in his last life, during the first few days of the apocalypse, Ji Chun Yao used his mother-esque position as the community director to morally blackmail the homeowners, even threatening them in the name of the government. He forced the homeowners to gather their food supplies for distribution. Chen Luo himself was one of the victims. As days grew harder, Ji Chun Yao gathered a group of thugs who often ate at his restaurant and began robbing the homeowners. Not only did they steal food, but they also took beautiful women. This guy was even crazy enough to not spare 15 or 16-year-old girls. Chen Luo planned to target this mother-son duo first. He intended to clear all the food from his restaurant before the apocalypse broke out, letting that scoundrel experience the taste of hunger. 5 days is enough, right? Just prepare a batch each day, and I will come to collect when it's ready. Chen Luo instructed and quickly scanned the payment. Of course, the money he used was from his credit card. His parents left him a house, and later they bought a marriage house of over 100 square meters, along with a high-paying job and good credit. His credit card limit was very high. Additionally, besides a credit card, he also had personal loans and various small loans. Adding it all up, he had nearly $1 million. After all, the apocalypse was about to break out. Why not spend this money instead of saving it for future generations? Okay, Manager Chen, if there are more good things like this in the future, you have to continue taking care of my business. Seeing the money arrive, Chen Yao was grinning widely. Moreover, the repayment period was only half a month. It was like a windfall. Completing this business would earn him at least 400,000, which was roughly equivalent to what he earned in half a year. And since he knew Chen Luo well, he wasn't worried about not getting the final payment. So even if he had to front some money at the beginning, it was no problem. Next, seeing Chen Luo about to leave, Chen Yao quickly signaled to a waitress to bring over a gift bag. Inside were 2 bottles of 95-grade liquor and 2 bottles of Wuliangye, which he handed to Chen Luo personally. Chen Luo took the gift bag and walked to the hotel entrance, just in time to see a delivery truck. He then asked, "This truck is here to deliver vegetables to your hotel, right? I'll buy the whole truck and cargo for 80,000. Is that enough? 80,000? That's definitely enough." Chen Yao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded repeatedly. This small box truck was something he bought from the second-hand market for only 8,000 yuan, and had been used for over a year. Plus, the cargo inside was only worth about 30 or 40,000. So, for 80,000, he could at least make a profit of half. Only a fool would refuse. "All right, I'll transfer the money to you." Chen Luo generously scanned the payment. Seeing this, Chen Yao ordered the staff again. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and give me 2 more bottles of 95-grade liquor and bring over the truck keys." With 38,000 received, Chen Yao was grinning from ear to ear. While instructing the employees to prepare, he closed the shop, planning to suspend business for a few days to fully focus on preparing Chen Luo's banquet. He looked forward to Chen Luo's satisfaction and hoped he would come again. "Manager Chen, are you free now? Shall we transfer the vehicle ownership together? Let's wait for half a month. I'm very busy during this time." Chapter 3. Making a deal with the overbearing female CEO. "Sir, may I ask who you are looking for?" In the lobby of Guanjia building, Chen Luo walked straight towards the elevator but was stopped by the receptionist. After booking the banquet, he came directly to Guanjia building. He wanted to stock up on enough supplies before the apocalypse broke out, even if he sold both houses for cash, along with various credit cards and small loans. It still wasn't enough. Therefore, while planning last night, Chen Luo thought of someone. To be precise, it was a woman, a close friend who had fought alongside him. In his last life, if it weren't for this woman saving him multiple times, perhaps he wouldn't have survived to be divided up by Chao Mingran and others 5 years later. After the apocalypse, this woman became a figure that struck fear into all enemies, the Ice Queen. Before the apocalypse, she was the president of the largest conglomerate in the city, Guanjia Technology Group. "Lin Ruobing," Chen Luo said, and then walked towards a special elevator. "Sir, wait a moment. Do you have an appointment to see President Lin?" Seeing Chen Luo trying to barge in, the young receptionist immediately chased after him, and the building's security followed closely behind. However, Chen Luo quickened his pace and had already reached the president's exclusive elevator. The security and the receptionist weren't too panicked as to use the president's elevator. One either needed to scan their face or enter a password. In the entire Guanjia group, only 2 people knew the password for this elevator. They didn't believe this kid could get in, but then, ding, Chen Luo quickly pressed a few buttons and the elevator doors opened. Under the astonished gazes of the receptionist and the security guard, he walked in gracefully. "Damn!" The security guard reacted and immediately panicked, hurriedly calling his colleagues on the intercom. The receptionist rushed to the front desk and picked up the phone to dial. "Hello. Emergency situation. A stranger is heading to the top floor. Send someone to intercept him." The scene in the lobby was quickly reported to the president's secretary. Meanwhile, in the president's office, "Mr. Lin, is this person your friend?" Secretary Jiang, standing behind Lin Ruobing, cautiously asked while staring at the surveillance footage on the computer. After receiving the report from the front desk, she immediately informed her president about the incident. "No." Lin Ruobing slightly parted her beautiful red lips, her cold eyes flickering, gradually enveloped in a layer of chill. Guanjia Technology is not an ordinary company. It is a listed group under China Electronics Technology Group. With military backing, many things within the company involve secrets. At this moment, someone actually knew the password to her exclusive elevator, which made Lin Ruobing furious. She couldn't help but think of that incident. All right, Mr. Lin. I will immediately instruct the security to control him. Upon hearing Lin Ruobing's words, Secretary Zhang's expression froze, becoming serious. Since he is not Mr. Lin's friend, then this person breaking in is a very serious problem. If something happens to the company or Mr. Lin, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wait, let them secure every exit of the company. Lin Ruobing thought for a moment and waved her hand to stop them, then opened the drawer of her desk, revealing a QSC-92 pistol. She is a third-generation soldier with a prestigious background, influenced by her grandfather and father from a young age, and has undergone strict military training. Therefore, Lin Ruobing is confident she can handle Chen Luo. Yes, Secretary Jiang responded and then began to give orders. The next moment, a group of armed security personnel appeared at Guanjia Technology Building, sealing off all the exits of the building, with safety mechanisms disengaged, bullets loaded, ready to shoot at any moment. At this time, Chen Luo had already arrived at the president's office door. Seeing this, Lin Ruobing and Secretary Jiang were extremely shocked. Chen Luo seemed to be very familiar with the entire group, even knowing the office door password. He then opened the door and calmly sat down in front of Lin Ruobing. "Who are you?" Lin Ruobing frowned, looking at Chen Luo and asking in a low voice. Knowing the elevator password, knowing the office door password, and sitting in front of her without fear. Clearly, this guy seems to know everything. "Mr. Lin, don't worry about who I am. I'm here to make a deal that can save your Guanjia Technology Group," Chen Luo said with a calm smile. "What do you mean?" Lin Ruobing seemed to have heard a huge joke. "Save Guanjia Technology Group? Are you an idiot? My grandfather was the former deputy commander of the Southeast Military Region. A major general. Guanjia Technology is also a company under China Electronics Technology Group, responsible for the research and development of many cutting-edge military electronic technologies. With such a profound background, you dare to say you can save Guanjia? That's simply delusional. I know you don't believe me, but don't rush. Let me say a few more words," Chen Luo said lightly. "At this moment, your right hand under the desk is holding a QSC-92 pistol, right? The gun comes in 58mm and 9mm calibers, with a magazine capacity of 15 rounds and an effective range of 50 meters. At such a short distance, with your skills, you could indeed kill someone with one shot." As Chen Luo spoke, Lin Ruobing was increasingly shocked. "How do you know?" she almost instinctively asked. Chen Luo shrugged, but did not answer. "He couldn't just say it was because you told me, right? In his previous life, during the time they fought side by side, Lin Ruobing had told him many things. Initially, Guanjia Group, relying on this building and military-trained security, withstood several zombie attacks and developed into the largest human survivor base in Shenzhen. It was during this time that Chen Luo allied with the beautiful female president in front of him, becoming sworn brothers and learning about Lin Ruobing's deeds. That's why Chen Luo knew her so well. "I not only know this, but I also know you were definitely thinking about something just now. A while ago, Guanjia Group was robbed, losing a lot of important data. Now that 3 days have passed, there's still no leads. Are you guessing this matter is related to me?" Chen Luo continued, seemingly answering a question that was not asked. "If this technology leaks overseas, do you think Guanjia Group will suffer a devastating blow?" It was as if he was peeling away Lin Ruobing's clothing piece by piece, leaving her exposed in front of him. "Who are you?" In the next second, Lin Ruobing could no longer sit still, standing up with a whoosh and aiming her gun at Chen Luo. Secretary Jiang did the same. What Chen Luo said had already involved state secrets, and the two did not dare to be careless. As long as Chen Luo made any sudden moves, they would immediately pull the trigger. Chapter 4. You don't want the group to be swallowed up, do you? Facing the two dark gun muzzles, Chen Luo remained completely calm. To be honest, this is just a minor issue. The real biggest problem is yet to come. It won't take long before Guanjia Technology will face a life-threatening crisis and then be swallowed by other companies. My condition is simple. Give me 2 billion, and I will not only help you find the internal traitor, but also save your Guanjia Technology. Throughout, Chen Luo was very composed. "Why should I trust you?" Lin Ruobing said in a low voice, her delicate finger resting on the trigger, slightly twitching. Lin Ruobing had actually investigated this matter and could confirm it was the work of internal personnel. She just hadn't found out who it was yet. But this also confirmed Chen Luo's words. The other party actually knew it was an insider. "I know you think it's empty talk. In that case, to express my sincerity, I can help you find a traitor first and save Guanjia Technology. If you think it's worth it, You can transfer me 2 billion now. If you think it's not worth it, then just consider that I never appeared. Yes, this was Chen Luo's purpose for coming to Guanjia Technology. If he came in asking for money right away, Lin Ruobing would definitely not agree and might even directly have him controlled. But if he could help her solve her troubles, with Lin Ruobing's generosity, 2 billion should be doable. All right, I agree. Who is the traitor in the company? What crises is Guanjia Technology currently facing? Listening to Chen Luo's words, Lin Ruobing let out a slight sigh of relief and slowly lowered the gun in her hand. If I'm not mistaken, some core technologies and security data of Guanjia Technology have been copied from your office computer. The only way to enter your office is by using your exclusive elevator. There are 3 people who know the password to this elevator. One is Secretary Jiang, and the other is the office director, Zhou Quan. Therefore, the ones who can copy the data are between these two, and of course, it's also possible that the 2 of them are working together. Chen Luo calmly looked at Lin Ruobing and analyzed the case. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruobing was filled with shock. However, she was not shocked by Chen Luo's analysis, but rather by how well he understood the group. He even knew who knew the password to this exclusive elevator and directly named them. It was simply unbelievable. What you said, we all know. The key point is that when the data was stolen, both Zhou Quan and I were not in the group. Secretary Jiang said with a contemptuous smile. Secretary Jiang was right. I had watched the company's surveillance footage at that time, and their suspicion could be ruled out. Lin Ruobing nodded slightly, a look of disappointment appearing in her beautiful eyes. She had originally thought that Chen Luo's appearance could bring her some surprises. As a result, the answers he provided were almost all nonsense. In fact, after the data was stolen, Lin Ruobing immediately locked the suspects onto Secretary Jiang and Zhou Quan. However, through monitoring and other investigations, they were ultimately ruled out. At the time of the incident, not only did they not take the elevator, but they weren't even in the company. Their entire day's itinerary had been verified by others, and there was nothing suspicious. What you said is also correct. But what if the 2 of them contacted someone else? For example, a hacker. If there is a skilled hacker who replaced all the surveillance of the attack and the elevator and then instructed others to infiltrate, what then? As for facial recognition? Doesn't President Lin know that there's a technology called AI face swapping now? In this case, it shouldn't be difficult to infiltrate your office, right? Chen Luo said calmly. However, his words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves, instantly awakening Lin Ruobing. She looked bright-eyed, and her expression became serious. At that moment, Secretary Jiang's eyes flashed with an imperceptible panic. Our Guanjia security system is one of the best in the world. How could a hacker easily infiltrate the surveillance network? Moreover, even if someone copied the data or a hacker invaded the security network, the security system would leave traces. However, after the incident, there were no signs of any intrusion in the security network system. How do you explain that? Secretary Jiang looked at Lin Ruobing and asked with a forced calmness. It's simple. That hacker is actually the company's cybersecurity technician. Chen Luo looked at Secretary Jiang with a half-smile and said, Hey, I didn't name you directly. Why are you so nervous? At this moment, Secretary Jiang realized that she had fallen into a trap. Reacting quickly, Secretary Jiang immediately turned her gun towards Lin Ruobing. Caught off guard, Lin Ruobing couldn't react at all. However, at this critical moment, Chen Luo quickly grabbed a pen from the table and shot it towards Secretary Jiang's wrist. Secretary Jiang screamed, and the gun fell to the ground. Although Chen Luo's physical condition was not as good as it was in the later stages of the apocalypse, the combat experience and reflexes honed during 5 years of the apocalypse were still there. So, the moment he saw Secretary Jiang turn her gun, he immediately counterattacked. It was you. Lin Ruobing grabbed the gun on the table and looked coldly at Secretary Jiang, whom she had promoted herself. Secretary Lin, I was forced to do this. If I didn't do it, they would kill my parents. I beg you, considering the years I've followed you, just let me go this once. I swear to God, I will never dare again. With the situation exposed, and now being pointed at by Lin Ruobing with a gun, Secretary Jiang immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Bang! However, Lin Ruobing did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The bullet instantly made a hole in Secretary Jiang's forehead, and the next second, blood splattered everywhere. So ruthless? No wonder she could become a feared lightning queen during the apocalypse. Chen Luo looked at Lin Ruobing, who remained unfazed, and nodded in appreciation. Before the apocalypse had even arrived, she was already so decisive. No wonder she could lead the security team to clear the zombies in the building at the first moment of the outbreak. Killing her like this means you won't be able to interrogate her for any useful information. Chen Luo asked curiously. Finally, catching an insider, if it were someone else, they would definitely interrogate them to find out the accomplices. But this cold Xiao didn't even ask a question before executing her. There was no need. Lin Ruobing shook her head calmly. The thing she hated most in her life was betrayal, especially from someone she had promoted herself. Who were the other insiders? Lin Ruobing sat coldly in her chair and asked in a deep voice. The office director, Zhou Quan. In fact, they had long been bought off by Xinhua Group. Moreover, the collaboration between Xinhua Group and your Guanjie on the chip research project is just a pretense. If you want to invest in this chip research project, you need to borrow at least 300 billion. Xinhua Group wants to first steal your core technology, and then, once you start the project, suddenly pull back the loan from the bank. In this case, your funding chain will be cut off. At that time, Guanjie Group will face a fate that doesn't need me to elaborate on. Chen Luo said lightly. But Lin Ruobing was already sweating profusely. Chapter 5. 2 billion easily acquired. Lin Ruobing took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress her fear. Even if what you said is true, how can you prove it? Although she said this, Lin Ruobing almost believed everything Chen Luo said. Because Guanjie Technology indeed had to collaborate with Xinhua Group on a chip research project. Moreover, they needed to borrow 300 billion from the bank, and the banks they were seeking were all commercial banks with American capital backgrounds. The reason for this choice was mainly because the loan interest they offered was very low. Originally, Lin Ruobing thought she had found a huge bargain, but now it was terrifying to think about. Guanjie Group was currently in a phase of rapid development and expansion, having invested in many fields, with the overall debt level even exceeding 70% of the group's total assets. If the chip project started, the debt ratio would soar to 100. At that time, once the funding chain was broken, the group would be insolvent and forced to auction off by major banks. After all, every loan from Guanjie Group was secured by the company's assets and projects. It's not difficult to confirm. Just have someone investigate Secretary Jiang and Zhou Quan's relatives' assets abroad. If nothing goes wrong, their relatives should have a large sum of money in overseas bank accounts, along with a seaside villa worth over 10 million. With your means, it should be easy to investigate them, right? Oh, and I'll also give you a secret. The data that was copied is still in your office. They haven't had time to take it away. Chen Luo said with a smile. What? Was the stolen data not taken away? Lin Ruobing was surprised when she heard this. She thought that these core materials had long been obtained by the opponents, but she didn't expect they were still in the office. However, Lin Ruobing quickly realized that to take the materials out of the office, one must pass through 5 security checks. Clearly, Secretary Jiang and Zhou Quan were looking for an opportunity. I am Lin Ruobing. Yes, immediately investigate the properties under the names of Jiang Qian and Zhou Quan's relatives. I want accurate data within 10 minutes. Although she had already identified the two, Lin Ruobing still ordered an investigation. About 10 minutes later, the investigator reported back. Lin Ruobing's calm expression gradually turned gloomy. Immediately notify the security department to control Zhou Quan. Also, seal off the entire Guanjie building, and no one is allowed to enter or exit. Additionally, the technical department staff and all employees must stay at their posts and not run around, or they will be arrested immediately. Lin Ruobing decisively issued the commands. It seems I was right. Can this gift be worth 2 billion? Chen Luo confidently asked Lin Ruobing as she hung up the phone. Yes. Lin Ruobing nodded with a serious face, then took out a checkbook from her desk drawer. Seeing this, Chen Luo quickly reminded her, sorry, I only want cash. Also, just transfer me 500 million. I need another one. 5 billion to buy the newly built Desheng Mall from you. Chen Luo stated his demands. Desheng Mall is also a shopping mall under the Guanjie Group, just renovated and set to open next month. The mall covers an area of over 3,000 square meters and, most importantly, has an open view all around, making it very suitable for building a doomsday base. Are you sure you want to spend 5 billion? Lin Ruobing asked Chen Luo, somewhat confused. The total investment for this mall is only 300 million. In fact, if Chen Luo asked, Lin Ruobing could even give the mall to him for free. If it weren't for Chen Luo's intervention today, she might not have been able to identify the traitor in such a short time. The entire Guanjie Group could fall into the hands of the opponents as a result, especially since the forces behind this capital are all overseas powers. Therefore, Lin Ruobing felt that a mere 2 billion reward was already a profit for her. Even if she had to give Chen Luo 20 billion, she wouldn't bat an eye. Thank you for your reminder, but I have more requests. I need you to quickly build a 5-meter-high wall around the supermarket and also install a tight surveillance system. In addition, prepare a batch of supplies for me. These requests must be completed within 10 days. After finishing, Chen Luo handed over the list he had planned the night before. You went through all this trouble just for these? Lin Ruobing picked up the list and showed a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. She really couldn't understand why Chen Luo suddenly stormed into the Guanji building just for this. It should be noted that the help Chen Luo provided saved the entire Guanji technology group. However, after Lin Ruobing carefully looked at the list, she couldn't help but frown. The foundation of the wall must be dug 5 meters deep and reinforced with steel. Additionally, 100 high-power generators, solar generators, 100 tons of diesel, 100 tons of gasoline, 5 tracked armored vehicles, rice, cooking oil, flour, etc. What does he want these for? Lin Ruobing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I can agree to the other supplies and the construction of the wall, but I can't assist you with weapons. Some military equipment was listed on the list provided by Chen Luo. Even though she had the capability to obtain them, she wouldn't help Chen Luo acquire them. How about this? After you help me get these weapons, display them in the mall for 15 days. During these 15 days, you can have someone monitor them at all times. I won't touch them. After 15 days, you can send someone to take the weapons away. Chen Luo was already prepared to be rejected, so he made a compromise. All right, I agree. Lin Ruobing stared at Chen Luo for a few seconds before nodding. Once the mall was completed, all surveillance systems and security for the weapons would be handled by Guanji Company staff. Therefore, she could grasp any events happening in the mall at the first moment. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Ruobing chose to agree. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. I guarantee you will be grateful for everything I did today. Chen Luo extended his hand to shake Lin Ruobing's, then added a comment that left her somewhat puzzled. Watching Chen Luo turn and leave, Lin Ruobing thought for a moment and dialed another phone call. Immediately investigate a person for me. In less than 10 minutes, a detailed report appeared on Lin Ruobing's computer. Name, Chen Luo. Job, Department Manager of Lianhua Supermarket. Elementary, middle school, university, social experience, connections, fake. Definitely fake. When Lin Ruobing saw Chen Luo's personal information, she was dumbfounded and immediately determined that this was a fraudulent document. The so-called detailed information about Chen Luo recorded everything from his birth to university graduation and work experience, including people he had interacted with. No matter how one looked at it, he was just an ordinary person. But how did such an ordinary person know so much about Guanji? In an instant, Lin Ruobing fell into deep thought. Chapter 6, TR Presentation at Xinglong Bank's Financial Department. Jiang Yu had just returned to her office after the morning meeting, looking dejected. Sigh, this month, I'm probably going to have my performance deducted again. With only more than 10 days left, I haven't even completed half of my business. If this continues, my rank and salary might be downgraded. She was really frustrated, especially after being publicly criticized by that fat guy. At the morning meeting, Jiang Yu sat in her office chair, completely unmotivated to work. Forget it. Your best bet now is to sell more financial products. Who knows, it might save you. At the very least, it could help you keep your current position. A colleague and close friend suggested. I know that, but all my relatives and friends have already been asked, and no one is interested. Besides, they're all a bunch of poor folks. Jiang Yu sighed. If only I knew Lin Ruobing, the president of Guanji. Just a little help from her would be enough to complete a year's task. Jiang Yu scrolled through Douyin and saw a news piece, dreaming aloud. Cut out. Stop daydreaming. How could such a big group deposit money in a small bank like ours? You might as well find a rich person. That's more realistic. By the way, didn't T. General Zhang, who treated us to dinner last time, contact you? I heard that this guy is a newly rich person. If you can build a relationship with him, you won't have to worry about your business. Forget him. He called me that night and invited me to showcase tea art. So did you showcase it? Showcase what? That fat guy is bald and has a sleazy look. Just looking at him is disgusting. I'm afraid I'd have nightmares if I showcase for him. What should I say about you? Who cares if he's ugly or not? As long as he can bring in business. If you want to go ahead. I won't go. What if I run into a rich and handsome guy? Let's keep this old man hanging for now, and if it doesn't work out, we can find him later. The women in the office chatted recklessly, and at that moment, a man in a suit hurried over. The women all nodded and greeted him. Hello, Manager Yao. Hello, Manager Yao. Manager Yao nodded slightly and then looked at Jiang Yu with excitement. Chen Luo, the depositor, was brought in by you, right? Chen Luo? Yes, it's me. Jiang Yu was slightly taken aback, and then suddenly remembered that Chen Luo seemed to be her best friend's husband. She had seen him twice. What is your relationship? We can be considered friends. He is my best friend's husband. Manager Yao, what's going on? Jiang Yu asked, confused about why Manager Yao was asking these questions today. Good. Good. Manager Yao said excitedly, we just discovered that there's a huge deposit of 500 million in his account. This is the largest deposit in our branch's history, and the remitter is Lin Ruobing, the president of Guanjia Technology. The president has given me a strict order. So I'm giving you a strict order too. You must serve Mr. Chen well. By the way, take this opportunity to recommend him some financial products. Jiang Yu, I promise you, if you do this well, I won't only not reduce your position and salary, but I will also promote you. Manager Yao became more and more excited as he spoke. What? 500 million? Jiang Yu was dumbfounded, her face full of disbelief. Her best friend had mentioned her husband many times, so she was very familiar with him. Although he was somewhat handsome and had 2 houses, he only had assets of about 1 million at most. So there was no way he could have 500 million. She had even advised her best friend to divorce Chen Luo and find a richer second-generation rich man. She never expected this guy to suddenly become a billionaire. Manager Yao, have you verified this? What if President Lin transferred by mistake? Jiang Yu asked dreamily. Don't worry, the president personally called Guanjia Technology to verify it, and the remittance account is correct. So, you must do this well for me. I want to ask about the process, only the result. Understand? Manager Yao sternly reminded her before turning to leave. Wow, Zhao, we are good sisters. I didn't expect you to have such great resources. Hurry up and introduce him to me. A young billionaire. Your best friend will enjoy life for sure. Why don't you secretly invite him out for dinner? We sisters can show him some tea art. Yeah, Zhao, don't worry. We promise we'll only drink tea and learn a foreign language. We won't steal your resources. After Manager Yao left, the women all gathered around, wanting to get to know Chen Luo. Wait a minute, he is clearly a poor guy. How did he suddenly become so rich? I'll call my best friend. After saying that, Jiang Yu quickly took out her phone and called Chao Mingran. Ran, has your husband started a big business? How did he suddenly make so much money? As soon as Chao Mingran answered, Jiang Yu asked impatiently. No, he can't do any business. He is always just a small manager in Lianhua supermarket. Sai, what a useless man. Chao Mingran openly expressed her disdain for her husband. Stop sighing. I'm telling you, this time you've hit it big. Hurry up and prepare the quick-acting heart-saving pill. I'm afraid you'll have a heart attack after hearing this. Okay, just tell me quickly. I'm at Zhang Tao's villa, preparing to showcase tea art. It seems someone was urging Chao Mingran on the other end. Oh, what should I say? It's such a critical time, and you're still out there playing around? Don't worry, Chen Luo won't know, and even if he did, so what? If he doesn't bring out the betrothal money and the down payment for the house for my brother, I'll divorce him. Anyway, Zhang Tao is young and rich. 1,000 times better than him. You really are blind. Zhang Tao only has a few million in assets. But do you know how much money your husband has now? 500 million. That's a full 500 million. Huh? 500 million? My little yeah. Don't joke with me. I believe his gold is worth 500 million. Are you really that silly? Would I lie to you? Do you remember when I had your husband open an account at our bank? Just now. Our manager came to tell me that his account suddenly had a transfer of 500 million, and the remitter is Lin Ruobing, the president of Guanjia Technology. What? Are you sure? Okay, if you don't believe it, then go ahead and divorce him and let your husband be with me. Pa, what do you think you are? Get lost. Chao Mingran cursed, then hurriedly hung up the phone. Damn it, how dare you curse at me? Fine, since you don't want him. Don't blame me for stealing your husband. Jiang Yu snorted and then pulled up Chen Luo's WeChat, pressing the voice call button. In front of a billionaire, a best friend is just someone to sell out. Besides, her looks and figure are no worse than Chao Mingran's. If she could hook Chen Luo, she would be the wife of a billionaire. Chapter 7. Collecting some interest first, Mr. Chen. Rest assured, I guarantee I will deliver 10,000 tons of pork to you on time. The head of the meat processing plant excitedly saw Chen Luo off at the gate. This person in front of him was a god of wealth, so he must be served well. Earlier, Chen Luo had ordered 10,000 tons of pork from his company and generously paid a deposit of 10 million at once. Moreover, the remaining money would be settled in one lump sum in 15 days. Not only that, but the 10,000 tons of pork only needed to be slaughtered and cleaned. This greatly reduced the workers' workload, and by hiring some extra workers for overtime, they could finish 10,000 tons in about 10 days. Remember, if the delivery is late, don't expect to get a single cent of the remaining payment. Before getting into the car, Chen Luo reminded him. He purchased in the name of Lianhua Supermarket, leaving no suspicion. He even paid a deposit, which immediately made the boss eager to serve only him. As for the remaining payment, well, he estimated that he would never see it again in this lifetime. Taking advantage of the time ahead, Chen Luo also ordered tens of thousands of tons of beef, lamb, various chicken, duck, fish, and other meats. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the WeChat voice call notification rang. Chen Luo took out his phone and saw that it was actually Chao Mingran. Without thinking, he directly chose to hang up. Today's main task was to buy. He had bought meat, and now he needed to go to the wholesale market to stock up on vegetables and fruits, at least tens of thousands of tons, right? Therefore, Chen Luo didn't want to waste time with this money-seeking woman. Honey, are you busy? I'm Ran. Do you miss me? Last time you said you liked the paparazzi position. Tonight, I'll satisfy you, okay? As soon as Chen Luo sent a short voice message, Chao Mingran sent several suggestive texts. This made Chen Luo very confused. This woman had previously ignored him. Why was she so proactive today? Moreover, it was so explicit. No time. Chen Luo gritted his teeth and replied coldly. Sure enough, when a man has money, he turns bad. In Zhang Tao's villa, Chao Mingran saw Chen Luo's reply and immediately believed what her best friend had said. If it weren't for suddenly having money, he definitely wouldn't be so cold to her. My best friend just told me that Lin from Guanjia Technology transferred 5 billion to you. Did you switch jobs to Guanjia Technology? Unable to beat around the bush, Chao Mingran straightforwardly asked. I thought, why suddenly so flirty? Chen Luo couldn't help but sneer when he saw Chao Mingran's question. So it turns out she knows he has become a billionaire. Since that's the case, I'll just use this 5 billion to play with you, you cheap whore. Chen Luo quickly replied with a simple MM and sent a screenshot of the bank text message. Oh my god, it's really 5 billion. Honey, I knew you were potential stock. That's why I chose you. I miss you. Can you come back early tonight? I'll wash up nice and clean. Tonight, I'll be your little dog, only listening to your commands. Chao Mingran quickly typed and sent the message, even forgetting to use punctuation. The words were very explicit. If it were in the past, Chen Luo would have been excited and agreed without hesitation. But times have changed, and Chen Luo no longer had any interest in her. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, another voice call came in. Chen Luo looked at the screen and saw it was Jiang Yu. He hesitated for a moment before choosing to answer. Brother Chen, it's Jiang Yu. Do you remember me? You are now a VIP client of our Xinglong Bank. To provide you with a better service experience, I'm your dedicated customer service manager. Jiang Yu's words were full of temptation. Brother Chen, are you free tonight? Let me treat you to dinner. The word dinner was emphasized heavily by Jiang Yu, and the meaning was obvious. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Jiang Yu, like Chao Mingran, was not a good person. Chen Luo remembered that in his previous life, once when he went out, this woman drove away with the last few boxes of instant noodles. Sure, what do you want to eat? Chen Luo readily agreed. You can't just let meat delivered to your mouth go uneaten, right? It was also a good opportunity to stir up trouble between these two plastic friends, letting the two flirty women bite each other. I want to eat noodles. How about you eat me out of my place? Jiang Yu said flirtatiously. Okay, I'll wait for you at home. I'm going to take a shower first. Jiang Yu finished speaking and hung up the phone. Honey, what are you doing? Why haven't you replied to my messages for so long? I can't wait any longer. After ending the voice call, Chen Luo saw several messages from Chao Mingran. No time tonight. Let us wait until I'm free. Chen Luo replied casually and then locked his phone. There were only 15 days left until the mode erupted. Stockpiling was the most important thing. Brother Chen, you finally came. Room 2803 in the Dongyu City apartment. A woman in a cat-eared outfit opened the door and warmly welcomed Chen Luo in. Brother Chen, come in quickly. I personally made some home-cooked dishes and bought a bottle of good wine. After we eat, I will serve you well. Jiang Yu cheerfully walked into the kitchen, serving dishes while calling out. No need to rush. Chen Luo interrupted and hugged Jiang Yu tightly. Brother Chen, you must be hungry after a long day. How about I? Jiang Yu didn't expect Chen Luo to be so direct. She couldn't help but feel a bit flustered, but before she could finish her sentence, the battle finally ended with a low growl from Chen Luo after more than half an hour. Considerate interest. Chen Luo coldly glanced at Jiang Yu. 5 years. 5 years of repression and emotional knots were finally released at this moment, and his mood improved significantly. Although his physique was not as strong as during the apocalypse, the strong willpower developed over 5 years was enough to ensure that Jiang Yu felt only pain throughout the process. Chapter 8. The tearful battle. Jiang Yu lay on the ground for a long time, finally recovering her strength, looking at Chen Luo in fear. Then she trembled and got up, heading towards the bathroom. Although she didn't enjoy it, she had to endure it. After all, he was a billionaire. After this exchange, she believed they would become more familiar and their feelings would deepen. Who knows? Maybe she could snatch this rich and handsome man from her best friend. If things got worse, she could sell him some financial products. Anyway, compared to the benefits gained, what was a little suffering on her body? Chen Luo went to the kitchen, brought out the dishes Jiang Yu had prepared, and took out his phone to check. There were more than 10 missed WeChat voice calls, all from Chao Mingran, along with dozens of messages. Chen Luo ignored them, instead taking a photo of the food and posting it on his moments. What? P.S. at Jiang Yu's house? While lying in bed looking at his phone, Chao Mingran's anger skyrocketed when she saw Chen Luo at her best friend Jiang Yu's place. She often went to Jiang Yu's house for meals, and sometimes even stayed overnight. So she immediately recognized that dining table, including the utensils on it. Chao Mingran swore she wouldn't mistake it. That dog man, no wonder he's been so cold to me today, ignoring my voice calls and messages. It turns out he's with that cheap woman. How dare you steal my husband? Watch me tear your face apart. After knowing the whole story, Chao Mingran immediately called Jiang Yu on WeChat. However, after several attempts, no one answered. Enraged and humiliated, Chao Mingran got out of bed and rushed downstairs in her pajamas. If this were in the past, she wouldn't have cared who took Chen Luo away. But times have changed. Now, Chen Luo is a billionaire. Such a wealthy husband must be tightly held onto and never let any other cheap woman take him away. 40 minutes later, Ran, why are you in my house? Chao Mingran finally knocked on Jiang Yu's door. Seeing her good friend, Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. Slap. However, without saying a word, Chao Mingran raised her hand and slapped her. Jiang Yu, do you still have any shame? How dare you seduce my husband? I thought you were joking, but I didn't expect you would actually dare to seduce him. Watch me tear your face apart. Chao Mingran gritted her teeth and rushed forward, pulling Jiang Yu's hair and grabbing her face. What if I do steal your husband? When you were fooling around with Zhang Tao, didn't Chen Luo have the right to find other women? Do you believe I'll tell Chen Luo about this, and he will divorce you immediately? You dare. I'll kill you. You cheap woman. You're the cheap one, the scum, the unrestrained one. Since the matter has come to light, Jiang Yu simply stopped hiding it and directly got into a fight with Chao Mingran. She had just sent Chen Luo away when this woman showed up. How'd she know? But for the sake of becoming the wife of a 5 billionaire, she was willing to fight. She immediately grabbed a vase off the table and smashed it onto Chao Mingran's head. Ah, you cheap whore, dare to hit me with a vase? I'll kill you. I want to kill you. You came to my house to hit me, and you still think you are in the right? Do you believe I will call the police to arrest you? Both women were unwilling to back down, and as a result, they fought from the house to the police station. It wasn't until the police intervened and threatened to charge them if they continued that the two of them, bruised and battered, finally stopped. If Chen Luo knew you were cheating with Zhang Tao, he would definitely divorce you. If you dare to make my life difficult, I will not spare you. Oof. If he knew you were just after his money, would he even look at you? Fine, if we keep this up, neither of us will benefit. If you weren't here to steal my husband, would I bother you? Forget it. Since it's all for money, why don't we cooperate? How do you want to cooperate? It's simple. Just find investment reason to swindle that 500 million, and then we split 50-50. No way. I'll take 60 and you take 40. After all, I'm his wife. Deal. We're both injured now. Let us avoid him for a while. And when we're healed, we can plan properly. He used to be a sycophant. As long as you follow my plan, I guarantee he will be head over heels for you. Okay, then I'll buy a few sets of sexy lingerie. You take some sexy photos to show him. He'd definitely be able to resist the temptation. All right, it's a happy decision. Thus, Chao Mingran and Jiang Yu happily made their decision and formulated a plan against Chen Luo. The next day, Manager Chen, the dishes are all packed. Should I personally deliver them to you? Chen Luo simply replied no, then drove over in a cargo van. In order to prepare the banquet Chen Luo had ordered as soon as possible, Ji Chun Yao put in all his effort. He even hired dozens of helpers. Although it was a bit tiring, thinking about the hundreds of thousands of dollars in half a month made him feel happy. Have your staff load the packed dishes into the car. Chen Luo said as he opened the back door of the van. All right, I'll arrange for people to load it right away. Ji Chun Yao said excitedly. Just make sure everything is ready, and then call me when it's time to pick it up. Ji Chun Yao didn't think too much about it and patted his chest to assure him. After loading, Chen Luo went to the shopping mall built by Guanjia Technology. Lin Ruobing was very trustworthy. The entire area around the mall was filled with construction workers, with dozens of large excavators working simultaneously. In just half a day, the foundation for the surrounding wall was dug out. At this rate, 13 days would be enough. When the person in charge of the construction site learned that Chen Luo was their big boss, he immediately let him pass without a word. Chen Luo parked the vehicle and then climbed into the van to collect all the banquet items into his personal space. The reason he bought this cargo van at a high price from Ji Chun Yao was to keep things discreet. After all, he couldn't just collect the banquet items in front of everyone, could he? Later, Chen Luo used the same method. Whenever old Ji's private dishes were ready, he would collect a batch. After all, the space has a time-stopping function, so no matter what is put in, it comes out the same way. Therefore, when the food was put in, it was hot, and it was the same when it came out. After inspecting the construction site, Chen Luo headed straight to the vegetable wholesale market. After the apocalypse broke out, cities had turned into paradises for zombies, and the wilderness was filled with many powerful, mutated beasts. It was basically unrealistic to find fresh vegetables and fruits. This situation continued until human ability users became stronger and gradually dared to venture into the wild, which alleviated the problem. Chapter 9. Testing Lin. We have investigated thoroughly. In the president's office of Guanjia Group, a capable man walked in to report. We found no issues. No foreign forces have made contact. Secretary Jiang and Zhou Quan have not had any contact with him either, Lin Ruobing asked. 2 days ago, she, not believing in evil, had her police friends help investigate again, but there were still no clues. In the end, Lin Ruobing couldn't help but ask friend from the Security Bureau to conduct another investigation, but the answers remained the same. This left Lin Ruobing puzzled. If Chen Luo was really just an ordinary person, he absolutely could not know the password for his private elevator, and that Xinhua Group wanted to collaborate with those American banks to swallow Guanjia. These mysteries deeply troubled Lin Ruobing. She even resorted to some extremely cruel private punishments to interrogate Office Director Zhou Quan, including the group's IT personnel, but their responses were all the same. They had no idea who Chen Luo was. None at all. We not only investigated him personally, but also all related individuals. And we couldn't find any traces of him contacting foreign forces. He had no interaction with Secretary Jiang or Zhou Quan. The man said seriously, how is this possible? Lin Ruobing tapped her fingers on the table, her brows tightly furrowed. Chen Luo's social background and life trajectory seemed completely ordinary. But how'd he know these secrets? So, can we infer that he has many secrets that we don't know about? For example, why did Chen Luo buy the mall and transform it like this? Based on the design drawings, it seems no different from a military base. Lin, after our investigation, Chen Luo should be a patriot. We retrieved all his online statements, which are all against the small island and filled with patriotic sentiments. According to our strict analysis, all his current actions are for Guanjia, for our country. My suggestion is that we can trust him. The middle-aged man seemed to sense Lin Ruobing's doubts, so he added a few remarks. All right, I understand. Lin Ruobing nodded slightly. But then as if she thought of something, she took out a list from her drawer. He received $2 billion in compensation from me, but only asked for $500 million. The remaining $5 billion was used to buy the mall, along with renovation requests, which I find very strange. Look, he wants to build a wall this high, prepare a lot of supplies, and some military displays. Lin Ruobing handed over the list. A tight surveillance system, 100 high-power generators, solar generators, 100 tons of diesel, 100 tons of gasoline, 5 tracked armored vehicles, battle robot dogs. The man quietly read the items on the list, and his expression gradually became serious. The surveillance system and high-power generators, I can understand, but the weapons immediately put him on guard. He told me that he would use these weapons for display and return them after 15 days. He also assured me that he personally wouldn't touch these weapons, and I've already agreed. But to avoid any accidents, I plan to remove the weapons from the tracked armored vehicles. Lin Ruobing said. The reason she invited people from the National Security Bureau was not only to conduct a thorough investigation on Chen Luo, but also because of this batch of weapons. Although there were only 5 tracked armored vehicles, she could get her hands on them. However, if such heavy weaponry fell into the hands of criminals, it could lead to several terrorist attacks. Therefore, Lin Ruobing's idea was to let the people from the Security Bureau get involved to clear her own responsibility. A middle-aged man frowned and thought for a moment before suddenly waving his hand. No need. Let's arrange it according to his ideas. Equip him with all the weapons and ammunition. If he really has colluded with the criminals, then we can take this opportunity to catch them all. Lin Ruobing was taken aback and said, "You mean?" "Yes. Honey, I'm going back to my parents' house for a couple of days. When I come back, I'll play the paparazzi position with you. Whatever you want to play in the future, I'll play it, hee. Brother Chen, I have to go on a business trip for the next few days, and it will probably take more than a week to return. You can't forget about me, okay? Love you, kisses." Chen Luo took out his phone during a break while loading goods and saw several messages on WeChat. Most of them were from Chao Mingran and Jiangyu. Jiangyu even sent a picture of herself wearing sexy lingerie, lying on the bed with her butt raised. Afraid to show your face? It seems that the fierce quarrel between the two yesterday had left a deep impact. In fact, Chen Luo had stayed downstairs at Jiang Yu's house last night until he saw both of them being taken away by the police. Then he left. Lin Ruobing? Just then, a friend request notification came in. It was Lin Ruobing. Chen Luo smiled and chose to accept it. He was about to look for Lin Ruobing, but didn't expect her to add him first. Have the supplies I requested been prepared? Chen Luo asked directly after accepting the friend request. They're all ready, and some supplies are being transported to Shenzhen, expected to arrive within 3 days. At the latest, everything you requested will be prepared in 5 days. Lin Ruobing replied with 2 voice messages promptly. Great. As expected of President Lin, high efficiency. Chen Luo praised. Then continued to ask, also, can you have the staff of the group provide me with the contact information of the mall suppliers? He planned to have these suppliers deliver goods to him in the name of the mall. Most of the products sold in the mall are settled on a monthly or quarterly basis. Therefore, he wouldn't need to spend a penny himself. It would be foolish to refuse free supplies, right? No need to be so troublesome. I'll temporarily hand over the mall's management team to you. If you need anything, you can directly instruct them. Lin Ruobing replied a couple of sentences and then sent several documents. The Guanjia shopping mall is scheduled to open at the end of this month, so all goods have been prepared and the corresponding management team has long been recruited. At this moment, all of this would be handed over to Chen Luo. Lin Ruobing thought Chen Luo was planning to open the mall, so she didn't think much of it. The documents included not only the contact information of the mall senior management, but also marketing planning materials and even the floor plans of each level of the mall. Chapter 10. Having money is like a shining diamond. The Guanjia Mall has a total of 5 floors, with 2 to 3 floors underground as a parking lot. The first floor as a cold storage. The upper floors are for food and daily necessities, etc. Boss Chun, the vegetables have all been packed for you. Please count them. The total is 23,100 yuan. If there are no problems, please settle the account. At this moment, the vegetable vendor came over to remind him. Okay. Chen Luo directly scanned the code for the transfer and then drove away to a free parking space. He crawled to the back of the car and stored all the vegetables inside. This is the largest wholesale market in Shenzhen, and all kinds of vegetables and fruits are very cheap. Moreover, they're all wholesale prices. Chen Luo planned to sweep through the vegetables and fruits over the next few days. The entire market has an endless amount of goods flowing in and out every day, so it's basically unrealistic to clear it all at once. Therefore, Chen Luo would stock up as much as he could and come back to loot again after the apocalypse breaks out. Not only the wholesale market in Shenzhen, but also the warehouses of Lianhua Supermarket and Walmart, etc. As a supermarket manager, he naturally knows that the stock reserves of these large supermarkets are astonishing. When the time comes, these will be his main targets for looting. In the following days, Chen Luo took on hundreds of tables of banquets from Lao Ji's private kitchen while also clearing goods from the vegetable wholesale market and seafood wholesale market for several days. In just 4 days, he had already spent over 200 million. On the 5th day, Chen Luo contacted the meat processing plant and suppliers, and then a large amount of supplies was delivered to Guanjia Mall. He had been receiving goods almost every day for the past few days. Because he ordered too much, the supermarket simply couldn't fit everything. Therefore, every time the goods were unloaded, he stored all of them in his space. As for the supermarket staff, Chen Luo told them to temporarily not come to work. If there were any other needs, they could just send messages in the workgroup. When Lin Ruobing handed over the supermarket management team to Chen Luo, she had already added him to the workgroup. She also posted a statement in the group. informing them that Chen Luo was the real boss of Guanjin Mall from now on. The employees naturally had no objections to the change of boss, as long as their salaries were paid on time. Under Chen Luo's arrangement, various vegetables, fruits, meats, and daily necessities were continuously delivered to the supermarket. By the sixth day, the walls of the supermarket had already been completed, and they immediately started installing the monitoring system and large iron gates. All these designs were carried out according to Chen Luo's requirements. Mr. Chen, 50 tons of lamb leg meat has been delivered to the cold storage. Please sign here. Mr. Chen, 1,000 pieces of farmer's 3 punch have been delivered. Please arrange for someone to count them. When it was time for the Emperor Shirtian, Chen Luo was still resting, and many suppliers called him. Chen Luo hurriedly got out of bed and went to the mall to receive goods. Upon seeing Chen Luo, all the suppliers surrounded him, handing him the list to sign for receipt. Chen Luo took them one by one, gave some deposits, and the rest of the payment would be settled in a month. As for inspecting the goods, that was out of the question. After all, there wouldn't be any losses even if they were short. After all, the apocalypse would break out in a few days. Would these payments still be collected? Wow, little Chen, you become a big boss now? Just then, several ants who had just come back from a frenzy saw Chen Luo, and one of them greeted him with a smile. She was Yao Jinlan, the mother of Ji, Chun Yao, and also the women's director of his community. Hearing the suppliers call him Mr. Chen with such deference made Yao Jinlan curious and stopped to ask. The other ants also looked at Chen Luo expectantly. If this mall was opened by Chen Luo, then as neighbors, they would naturally benefit from it in various ways in the future. Yes. Chen Luo casually brushed them off, then continued signing. In his previous life, when the apocalypse broke out, this old thing finished his own food. So he began to engage in moral kidnapping, even using the name of the neighborhood committee to force residents to bring out their food for collective distribution. Chen Luo was a victim at that time. Therefore, seeing Yao Jinlan and these neighbor ants, he felt disgusted. By the way, this supermarket is opening at the end of the month. Do you have any coupons or vouchers? If you do, please give us a few more. There must be some, right? Such a large supermarket opening will definitely have some promotional activities. Yes, Xiao Chun. Give the ant a bit more, and she will help you promote it later. Anyway, it's all going to be given away for free. So why not give it to her? Seeing Chen Luo nod in agreement, Yao Jinlan and others were extremely delighted and immediately wanted to take advantage. Don't worry, Annie. Our President Chen is preparing it. Once it's ready, we'll definitely deliver it to you right away. Seeing how shameless the ants were, a supervisor in charge of the construction site couldn't help but intervene. After spending a few days with Chen Luo, he had a good impression of him. Although the food for the workers wasn't anything extravagant, they always had good wine and meat, and whatever Chen Luo ate, they definitely got too. Really? Oh, I've always said that Xiao Chun will definitely achieve great things in the future. Now look, it was right, wasn't I? All right, when the opening happens, we neighbors will come shopping, and Xiao Chun, you must give us a discount. Of course, Xiao Chun has always been generous. The ants, hearing this, immediately surrounded Chen Luo, praising him and some directly asking for benefits. Although Chen Luo found them disgusting, he didn't want to offend them at the moment, so he patiently sent them away. However, what Chen Luo didn't expect was that just 2 or 3 hours later, these ants had already spread the news about his mall opening. Immediately, the owners in the owner group began to tag Chen Luo. Brother Chen, are you free tonight? A few of us want to treat you to a drink. Yes. There's also a big boss worth over 10 billion tonight. The owner group suddenly became lively. At the same time, Jiang Yu also sent a voice message. Brother Chen, I have an investment opportunity that can make a lot of money. Chen Luo ignored it and continued to stock up. Right now, nothing was more important than hoarding supplies. Your wages have already been transferred. Come back at 2 o'clock this afternoon to continue unloading. After a busy morning, they finally finished unloading supplies from over 50 trucks. After paying the workers, Chen Luo asked them to come back in the afternoon and then close the supermarket doors. In just one morning, the first floor of the mall was filled with various supplies, which Chen Luo quickly stored away. Hey, don't you find it strange? So many things are unloaded every day. Where does President Chen put them? Who knows? Maybe he moved them to the warehouse downstairs. What warehouse can hold so many goods? In the past few days, we've unloaded at least a few hundred truckloads of goods. Piled together, the entire mall might not even be able to fit them. All right. This is President Chen's private matter. Why do you care so much? As long as we get paid every day, it's 1,000 a day. Where can you find such a good boss? Exactly. It's just worrying about nothing. I'm telling you, don't pry into these big bosses' affairs. If you make them unhappy and they fire us, let's see how you handle that. Yes, yes, keep your mouths shut. As these unloading workers discussed while leaving the mall, although everyone had their doubts, they quickly followed the leader's lead and pushed back. 1,000 a day in wages. There wasn't such a generous boss in the entire city. So they just needed to focus on their work and not pry into the boss's private matters. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, after putting all the supplies into his space, remembered Jiang Yu's message and casually replied, "Not interested. There were only 5 days until the apocalypse outbreak date. Right now, the most crucial thing was to stockpile supplies. Even if you have an investment project that can make billions, so what? When the apocalypse breaks out, what's the point of it all? Honey, a friend of mine is hosting a dinner party tonight and invited both of us. I promised my friend, it's at Sui residence. You have to come. Soon after." Chao Mingran also sent a message. Were these two scheming? Chen Luo rubbed his chin, becoming alert as he realized the two were coordinating. After the last time they had a falling out, they both disappeared for a week. Logically, after reaching that point, even involving the police, they should continue to tear each other apart. But how long has it been? Although they sent him messages every day, they hardly mentioned each other. Occasionally, when they did, it was even praise. This was fine, but they even often sent messages one after the other, getting rejected, only to have the next one send a message right after. As the saying goes, something unusual is going on. These two fake sisters must be plotting something. All right. After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo agreed. He wanted to see what these two were up to. In the afternoon, after finishing his work, Chen Luo parked the truck at the supermarket and called a DD to go to Sui residence. Sui residence was one of the high-end restaurants in the city. Here, there was nothing you couldn't eat, only what you couldn't imagine. "Hello, Mr. Chen, your friends are in Ruijin building. Please follow me." The hostess, dressed in a Qing dynasty outfit, immediately led Chen Luo to Ruijin building after hearing his request. When Chen Luo walked into the private room, his eyes narrowed, and a chill passed through him. Because in the room were 3 people. Chao Mingran, the other was Zhang Tao, and the last was Chao Mingran's best friend Jiang Yu. In his past life, it was this couple that took advantage of his injury and tied him up, ultimately dividing him up. This deep-seated enemy almost made Chen Luo lose control and rush up to kill them. However, in the end, reason prevailed. 5 more days. Endure. Honey, you finally came. Hurry. Let me introduce you to this friend, Mr. Zhang from Shengbei Financial Investment Group. At that moment, Chao Mingran began the introduction. Mr. Zhang is worth several billion. Yes, Mr. Zhang is a real tycoon. Jiang Yu quickly added from the side. What the hell? Are they trying to play the fool? Chen Luo watched their performance, almost laughing out loud. It was obvious that Zhang Tao had dressed up specially today, looking quite the part of successful person. But Chen Luo knew full well that this guy was just a loan shark. His net worth was only in the tens of millions. This must be President Chen, right? Ha! I've heard so much about you. Zhang Tao quickly stood up, pretending to extend his hand. Chen Luo originally didn't even want to look at him. But to figure out what these 3 were really up to, he forced himself to suppress the urge to kill and shook his hand. I've always been in the finance business. I wonder what business President Chen is in. After a brief self-introduction, Zhang Tao asked. Mr. Zhang is impressive. His current success is entirely from starting from scratch. He is also our bank's biggest client. Jiang Yu looked at Chen Luo and began to flatter Zhang Tao wildly. Oh, that's really impressive. Chen Luo scoffed in his heart, looking at the 3 with a half-smile, wanting to see their true intentions. Come on, let's have a drink and chat while we drink. After setting the stage, Zhang Tao pulled Chen Luo to sit down and immediately asked the waiter to bring the menu to Chen Luo. Mr. Chen, please, today it's my treat. Order whatever you want. All right, then I won't be polite. What's this Canadian geoduck for $100 a pound? Let's get 10 pounds for the 3 of us. I have a big appetite. And this king salmon, let's get the biggest one. Snow crab. 1 for each person steamed. Let's go with Han Emperor Matai for the wine. Chen Luo casually ordered a few home-style dishes and then handed the menu to the waiter. Chao Mingran, Jiang Yu, and Zhang Tao exchanged glances, a hint of panic flashing in their eyes. All the dishes Chen Luo ordered were specialty items. They had even taken pictures of them to show off on social media when they first arrived, so they were well aware of the prices. Not to mention the dishes. Just 1 bottle of Han Emperor Matai costs over 800,000. If you add these dishes, would their meal cost nearly 10 million? Fortunately, thinking about how Chen Luo had 500 million in his hands, they felt a bit more at ease, planning to find a way to make Chen Luo pay after the meal. If they had to pay for this extravagant dinner tonight, they would have to empty their pockets. Chapter 12. He slipped away. After a few drinks, Jiangyu could no longer hold back her question. Brother Chen, there's something I want to ask you. How did you spend over 200 million in such a short time? Recently, if it weren't for her needing to lay low for a while, she and Chao Mingran would have already started planning. Watching Chen Luo spend money like water every day really pained her. It felt like watching a piece of her heart being cut away, leaving her anxious and helpless. So, as soon as Jiangyu and Chao Mingran's wounds healed a bit, they eagerly pulled Zhang Tao into their act, planning to use the guise of financial investment to swindle Chen Luo out of the rest of his money. Oh, about that? Do you know the Guanjia shopping mall not far from the community? I bought it. Chen Luo casually said after taking a sip of Han Emperor Matai. Really? Hearing this, Chao Mingran was the happiest, as such a large shopping mall could make money every day. Not to mention they were still a couple. Even if they divorced and divided the assets, she would still get her share. However, after glancing at Jiangyu and Zhang Tao, she suppressed her excitement. But after the surprise, she felt an inexplicable sense of regret. Originally, the goal for tonight was to convince Chen Luo to invest all his money in cooperation with Zhang Tao, then secretly pull some tricks to say that the investment money was all lost. This way, they could scam Chen Luo out of 500 million in cash. But this was illegal, and if Chen Luo figured it out and pursued it, there would definitely be trouble. So, who would feel more comfortable scamming money than being the boss's wife? Moreover, the key was that they wouldn't have to share the money with Jiangyu and Zhang Tao. But thinking about how if she refused, Zhang Tao and Jiangyu would definitely make things difficult for her, Chao Mingran couldn't help but grit her teeth. So, it turned out that the Guanjia shopping mall was bought by Mr. Chen. I know, this mall used to belong to Guanjia Technology Group, and this location is one of the key development targets for the city in the future. It will definitely be making money every day. Mr. Chen, let me toast you. Congratulations on acquiring a gold mine. Zhang Tao noticed Chao Mingran's odd reaction and quickly changed the topic, smiling. Not all. I'm just doing a small business. Not comparable to Mr. Zhang. Chen Luo said. As far as I know, those in finance are the real big shots. Mr. Zhang, if you get the chance, please tell me more. If you can really make quick money, take me along, right? I still have over 200 million, and if that's not enough, we can use the shopping mall as collateral for a loan, can't we? Listening to the conversation, Chen Luo basically understood what was going on and immediately began to counterattack, painting a big picture for them. Financial investment isn't difficult. It mainly includes investments in stocks, bonds, and notes, commonly known as securities investment. For example, Mr. Chen, you know about stocks, right? If you can put out 300 to 500 million, I guarantee that within half a year, you'll make billions. Plus, our company has many experts in this area, ensuring you only profit and never lose. Right? Mr. Zhang is also a master. I remember when he only had a few tens of thousands in funds, he made billions in just 3 years. If Brother Chen trusts Mr. Zhang, you must not miss this opportunity. Okay, since it's so easy to make money, I'll study it for a couple of days and then get in touch with Mr. Zhang. Waiter, open another bottle of Han Emperor Matai for me. The four were each harboring their own thoughts, happily eating and drinking. Chao Mingran and Jiangyu kept praising Zhang Tao, while Chen Luo occasionally painted a bigger picture. The atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. 2 bottles of Han Emperor Matai were quickly consumed, and Chen Luo unceremoniously prepared to order 2 more. But there weren't any left. After all, this was a collectible level wine, and there wouldn't be that much available. This was still the treasure of Tsui residents. Chen Luo could only settle for 2 bottles of Matai worth over 100,000 each. I'll step out to take a call. When they were almost done eating, Chen Luo pointed to his phone and then walked out of the private room. 2 bottles of Han Emperor cost nearly 17 million, plus these dishes. Tonight's table was nearly 18 million. I'm telling you, no matter what method, we must make that kid settle the bill. As soon as Chen Luo walked out, Zhang Tao impatiently said to Chao Mingran and Jiangyu, if it weren't for you 2 promising me 20 million afterward, I wouldn't have come here to scam him. In the end, I didn't see a dime, and now I have to pay 18 million? This is practically my entire net worth. I might have to mortgage that broken company too. I'm calling him back right now. Chao Mingran panicked and hurriedly opened the voice call. Hello. What? What did you say? It's windy here. I can't hear you. Oh wait, my phone is dead. I'll reply to you after I'm done. Beep beep. As soon as Chen Luo connected, he perfunctorily said a couple of sentences and hung up. That guy must be doing it on purpose. Zhang Tao had a bad premonition and grabbed an empty bottle of Han Dynasty Maotai to smash it on the ground. It can't be intentional. Jiang Yu shook her head and said, "You don't know how he used to fawn over Ran. If he knew our plan, he would have flipped the table long ago. How could he be so excited?" "Yes, you heard the noise just now. It sounded very chaotic on his side." "All right. As long as you two can pay for tonight's dinner, I don't care. I'll call him again." Chao Min Gran said helplessly, dialing the voice call again, but no one answered. After calling, she found out the phone was turned off. "What should we do?" The three looked at each other. "I'm just a bystander. This dinner bill has nothing to do with me. Don't look at me. How can it not be related to you? This is our plan involving the three of us." "Exactly. Do you just want to share the profits and not invest?" "Investment is fine, but I can't just take out 20 million at once." "You don't think I'm as foolish as Chen Luo, do you? If you say that, once the money is in hand, you can forget about getting a penny. As long as you two have that capability, I don't care." "Oomph. I didn't expect you to be so stingy. I even slept with you for several years." The three were arguing fiercely in the private room when the waiter at the door finally sensed something was off and hurriedly called the manager. "Don't look at me. He's treating tonight. Treating my ass. I'm just a bystander. Go find them." The manager, seeing the three refuse to take responsibility, didn't beat around the bush and directly called Yao Ling, Chapter 13. Signs of the Apocalypse Dam. "I can't swallow this anger. That bastard must pay up tomorrow." After leaving the hotel, Chao Min Gran cursed angrily. After the manager called Yao Ling, he initially tried to mediate. But seeing the three continue to push responsibility onto each other, he directly informed them that the amount involved was over 10 million, and they could face several years of imprisonment. The three were taken aback. There was no choice. Zhang Tao had almost put in all his wealth. And Chao Min Gran and Jiang Yu were the same, having maxed out their credit cards and borrowed several million. They finally scraped together 18 million and bought the order. Zhang Tao was not an easy target. He originally wanted to report the two for fraud. However, Chao Min Gran and Jiang Yu turned the tables on him, threatening that if he dared to report, they would team up to accuse him of being the mastermind who instigated it. Without any evidence, Zhang Tao ended up taking a silent loss. So in the end, the three of them shared the responsibility for this incident. What? How do you plan to get it? In my opinion, these two are not good people. Jiang Yu shot a glance at Chao Min Gran. If they really tore their faces, all the hard work they had put in would go down the drain. Then what do we do now? First of all, we can't offend these two bastards. Offending Chen Luo makes it hard to get those billions, and without Zhang Tao, we can't continue the scam. No matter what, I don't want to give that bastard a penny. Thinking of tonight's situation, Chao Min Gran felt very troubled. Although Zhang Tao still footed most of the dinner bill, in the end, they were still made to write IOUs. So, Chao Min Gran was very angry, but there was nothing she could do. At this point, we can only go down this road to the end, especially since they couldn't ask Chen Luo for the dinner money anymore. Otherwise, it might raise his suspicions. If that happened, not only would they fail to get the dinner money, but even the subsequent plans might not be able to be executed. So tonight's loss just counts as is? Tomorrow, you go test him. If he bites, then we continue with the original plan. As for Zhang Tao's money, when we get the money, we'll immediately go abroad and let him regret it. Jiang Yu said, her eyes flashing. Tonight was too careless. We haven't even received the money. Yet we've already invested so much, maxed out our credit cards, and taken out so many small loans. Luckily, Chen Luo mentioned on the phone that he plans to invest 200 million first. So their plan hasn't failed yet. All right, I will find him personally and see if he really has that intention. Chao Min Gran was a bit annoyed, and in fact, she had some doubts about Chen Luo in her heart. In the past, when he pursued her, and even after they got married, he was always a humble sycophant. No matter how unreasonable her requests were, Chen Luo would fulfill them without hesitation. But ever since Chen Luo became a billionaire, he seemed to have changed overnight. During this time, if she hadn't taken the initiative to contact him, Chen Luo seemed unwilling to pay her any attention. Even so, every time was just perfunctory. At that moment, Chao Min Gran suddenly felt very regretful. If she had known that this foolish person would one day become a billionaire, she would have cut ties with Zhang Tao long ago. She even wanted to have a little Chen Luo with Chen Luo, but now, the entanglement with Zhang Tao had become a lever in Jiang Yu's hands, forcing her to walk this dark road and join forces with Jiang Yu to swindle money from Chen Luo. Okay, let us do it this way. If it doesn't work, I'll step in personally. Jiang Yu looked at Chao Min Gran meaningfully. In her heart, she felt that she was more charming than Chao Min Gran. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to subtly hint a few words that made Chen Luo lose his sense of direction. Although Chen Luo was indeed too fierce, and she still felt a bit uncomfortable now. But for those billions, enduring some pain didn't seem like a big deal. Latest news from our station. According to internal officials from the Eagle Sauce, there was a biochemical leak accident at the Fort Detrick laboratory a month ago, and an unknown virus is suspected to be spreading through the air. Global news. Recently, Eagle Sauce biochemical expert Douglas claimed that this biochemical leak incident will cause a severe disaster globally. Reuters. At 3 o'clock this morning, several unidentified corpses appeared in Yellowstone National Park, and the corpses are suspected to have been gnawed by some unknown creature. Russian news agency. According to the latest statistics from the United Nations, in the past week, there have been numerous incidents of people biting people globally, with the death toll nearing thousands. The next day, Chen Luo thought he would see some news about the zombie outbreak today. He took out his phone and saw that indeed many authoritative global news outlets had reported on it. Whether it's foreign media or domestic media, they were all condemning Eagle Sauce. In fact, up until now, Eagle Sauce and other countries believe that these incidents of people biting people were due to XD or some new type of mental illness. If they had discovered these biting incidents were due to a biochemical virus leak earlier and taken preventive measures, the virus wouldn't have spread globally in just a month. The main issue is that this virus spreads through the air with a very fast transmission speed and a long incubation period of up to a month. So by the time the virus erupted, all living beings across the globe were infected. Most people would turn into zombies after the virus outbreak, while a smaller portion would survive. The surviving individuals would gradually awaken their special abilities. The virus affects not only humans, but also other creatures. Some animals mutate after being infected with a virus, referred to as mutated beasts. The same goes for trees and other plants. Some become more aggressive, while others can bear strange fruits. At that time, the entire earth could be said to be fraught with danger. Survivors struggle to survive in the cracks, falling from the top of the food chain to the bottom. In the first 2 years of the apocalypse, using firearms could still kill zombies and mutated beasts. But as mutated creatures continue to evolve, the effectiveness of firearms has significantly decreased. Chen Luo asked Lin Ruobing to prepare 5 tracked armored vehicles for him to seize supplies in the early days of the apocalypse. Only 5 days left, and he suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. Chen Luo put away his phone and continued to stockpile supplies. During this time, there have been reports of zombie attacks in Eagle Sauce and other regions, but the real outbreak will occur in 5 days. This mysterious virus seems to have completely erupted within a day. Even experts cannot provide a reasonable explanation. Mr. Chun, there's a woman looking for you outside. She says she's your wife. At this moment, the site manager approached Chen Luo to report. Now, the area around the supermarket is surrounded by 5-meter-high walls, and various surveillance systems have been installed. Even the weapons and equipment he needed have been transported over and placed in the square of the mall. Therefore, to ensure the safety of the weapons, Lin Ruobing specifically dispatched a team of more than 10 armed security personnel to guard them. Nowadays, whether it's delivery vendors or other personnel, no one is allowed to enter the mall without Chen Luo's permission. Tell her I'm not here. Chen Luo waved his hand and said, as he of course knew why Chao Mingran was looking for him. Seeing this woman, he couldn't help but feel the urge to kill her. Chapter 14. Recently learned a lot of new things, honey. Aren't you at the supermarket? Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Also, why didn't you call me to go with you last night? I've learned a lot of new positions recently and was thinking of showing you tonight. Chen Luo had the manager send Chao Mingran away, but she immediately sent a voice message. Didn't Zhang say something about stocks last night? I'm at the bank processing a mortgage loan, preparing to invest a bit. Chen Luo casually replied. Really? I'm coming to find you right now. Can you send me your location? Chao Mingran's tone was filled with excitement, as she wanted to come over. Chen Luo thought for a moment and sent her a location for the construction bank, then put away his phone to continue working. The apocalypse was about to break out. Who had the energy to care about her? In addition, Chen Luo had over 200 million in his bank account. He planned to go to Tsuiwei residence to order some mountain delicacies and seafood. It must be said that although this restaurant is expensive, there's a reason for the high price. After the outbreak, where else could he find such good ingredients and chefs? Hello, Mr. Chun. After a busy day, Chen Luo arrived at Tsuiwei residence again. The hostess was still the same one from last night. However, compared to last night, her expression was cold and disdainful. Okay. I'm here to eat and to book 1,000 banquet tables. Chen Luo said in a flat tone, not caring at all. Sure, keep dreaming. The hostess muttered under her breath and no longer wished to engage with Chen Luo. 1,000 banquet tables, if all the ingredients were selected, would likely cost over 100 million. She clearly remembered what happened last night. This guy had run off without paying. In the end, his 3 friends were left to foot the bill. Those 3 guys initially refused, but only paid the 18 million bill when the police arrived. So, did this poor loser really think he could come in and book 1,000 banquet tables? Did he think she was an idiot? Did you not hear what I said? Chen Luo walked a few steps, but didn't see the hostess follow him. Even the head waiter and other staff looked at him with disdain. This made Chen Luo furrow his brow and shout in a low voice, "Waiter, bring me the menu. Also, call your manager over. I want to book 1,000 banquet tables." Chen Luo found a seat by the window. However, still, no one paid attention to him, and even 2 security guards seemed ready to come over and kick him out. What's going on? Didn't you hear what I said? Seeing this, Chen Luo was completely enraged. I'm here to spend money. What else with your cold stares? Now the security wants to kick me out? Do you think I have a good temper? Sorry, sir. It's our fault for not serving you well. I'll get you the menu right away. At that moment, a young girl hurriedly ran over from the restroom. When she saw the cold stares from the entire restaurant, she was a bit puzzled, but still went to the bar to grab the menu and handed it to Chen Luo. Xiaoning, a colleague wanted to stop her, but was blocked by the security. Don't mind her. Let her know this is society, not school. Otherwise, she won't learn her lesson later. The young security guard looked at the girl with some resentment. But this guy definitely wants to eat a free meal. Xiaoning will surely have her wages deducted later. Hearing this, a colleague still felt a bit sorry. The waitstaff's wages were already low, let alone those working part-time during winter break. While customers eating for free woon tea make the waitstaff pay, having their wages deducted was inevitable. Thus, when they saw Chen Luo, no one was willing to engage with him. Mind your own business. Do you believe I'll tell my aunt and get you fired? The young security guard glared at the waitstaff and then looked at Chen Luo with a cold smile. Sir, what would you like to eat? Xiaoning handed the menu to Chen Luo and then asked enthusiastically, get your manager or owner over. I want to book 1,000 banquet tables. Chen Luo didn't look at the menu but spoke directly. Please wait a moment. I'll get the head waiter. She can make the decision. Xiaoning replied and then prepared to find the head waiter. She can't make the decision. Get someone who can. Chen Luo frowned and said, okay. Xiaoning glanced at Chen Luo and then ran upstairs. Before long, an elegantly dressed older woman in her 50s came down. Sir, this is our owner. Xiaoning introduced her to Chen Luo. You want to book 1,000 banquet tables? The older woman frowned and looked at Chen Luo with a somewhat unfriendly tone. Originally, when a waitress told her someone wanted to book 1,000 banquet tables, she thought it was a big boss planning a wedding banquet and was excited. But upon seeing the young man, who looked quite ordinary, she felt like she had been made a fool of. After all, 1,000 banquet tables at Suwei residence. Even the lowest tier would cost over 10 million. If higher quality ingredients and drinks were included, it could easily exceed 100 million. But was this young man a billionaire? At this moment, all the waitstaff and head waiters in the hotel looked over with cold smiles, waiting for Chen Luo to embarrass himself. That's right. How about this? If you can arrange 200 million worth of banquets within 4 days, then I'll book 200 million. By the way, how much discount can you offer? Chen Luo asked seriously. Of course, for days is no problem, and discounts are fine too, but the premise is full payment. The old woman replied somewhat impatiently. If it weren't for being in the lobby and worrying about giving other customers a bad impression, she would have kicked him out directly. You're not joking, right? As long as you pay first, I'm not joking. All right, then let's go with a 30 discount. Give me your account number, and I'll transfer the money right now. Additionally, a contract must be signed, and it must be completed within 4 days. Otherwise, there will be no compensation. Chen Luo naturally noticed the old woman's disbelief, but he didn't care and proceeded to transfer the money. Okay, this is our hotel's account. Go ahead and transfer. The old woman called her assistant and provided the hotel's account number. As long as the money arrives, with our hotel's capability, we can complete it in a day. Chen Luo nodded, then opened his banking app and input the account number to transfer the money. After a series of operations, he said, the money has been transferred. You can check it. Chapter 15, Sudden Windfall Ding. Just as the old woman was preparing to watch Chen Luo make a fool of himself, she suddenly heard the notification sound of a text message. She took out her phone to check and was instantly dumbfounded. Her mouth was agape. large enough to fit a white radish. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. Is it really 200 million? The old woman instinctively counted the long string of zeros, and her breathing became rapid. She confirmed that this young man really transferred 200 million to her. The bank wouldn't deceive her. Since the high-end restaurant opened, it had received millions in banquet orders, but a single order of 200 million was definitely a first. Moreover, he transferred 200 million without hesitation. Without a doubt, this young man in front of her must be a big shot or second-generation wealthy person. For a moment, the old woman was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Do you believe it now? Remember, it's a full 30 discount. Chen Luo saw the old woman in a daze and casually picked up the menu. I believe. Please, VIP order. The old woman's attitude changed drastically upon hearing Chen Luo's voice. But then she seemed to think of something, and her face turned sorrowful. VIP, this 30 discount is too low. If it's 30, we would lose money. How about I make the decision to give you a 70 discount instead? Additionally, we'll give you a bottle of good wine for each table. Are you backing out? You just agreed that as long as the money arrives, I can say whatever discount I want. Chen Luo frowned when he heard this. No, it's really not. The 30 discount would mean our hotel not only wouldn't make a profit, but would also lose money. The old woman was almost in tears, her tone turning pleading. A tycoon like Chen Luo, who casually spent 200 million, was definitely not someone she could afford to offend. One wrong word could lead to her hotel closing down. So the old woman could only keep apologizing, hoping that this distinguished guest would show mercy. Even if they gave a 70 discount and offered some drinks, they could still make 30 to 40 million. All right, since you don't want to do it, then refund me. If doing business lacks integrity, it's better not to do it at all. I think this hotel doesn't need to stay open. Chen Luo calmly closed the menu and prepared to stand up. Wait, VIP. 30. We'll do it your way, 30. Seeing that Chen Luo was threatening to leave, the old woman dared not refuse. In fact, the profits of such high-end hotels far exceed what an average person can imagine. Even with a 30 discount, they could still make a bit of money. However, to earn more, the old woman was making a sad face, hoping that Chen Luo would show mercy. If it could go through, wouldn't that mean earning several tens of millions more? Seeing that Chen Luo was not only refusing but genuinely considering closing the hotel, she panicked. Xiaoning, quickly go to my office and bring the precious Longjing tea to serve the VIP. The old woman hurriedly instructed the young waitress. Okay, Xiaoning replied and turned to go upstairs. Seeing this scene, the other waitstaff and managers all showed envious expressions. They never imagined that the man who had dined and run away last night was actually a billionaire. To drop 200 million in one go. With such a large order, the serving staff would earn hundreds of thousands in commissions. Even with a discount, they could still make 200 to 300,000. At that moment, they regretted so much they wanted to spit blood. If they had known this guy was so wealthy, they would have rushed to serve him right away. Now they could only watch as hundreds of thousands slipped away right before their eyes. 1,000 servings of king crab. 1,000 servings of wild yellow croaker. 1,000 servings of Australian lobster. 1,000 whole roasted lambs. 1,000 servings of Buddha jumps over the wall. Chen Luo took the menu and ordered nearly all the signature dishes from Suiwei restaurant in thousands. Having eaten there once last night, he had to admit that the chefs at this big hotel were truly skilled. The dishes from Old G's private kitchen were simply not on the same level. Unfortunately, such delicious food would probably be unavailable once the apocalypse broke out. So, Chu Feng generously spent the entire 200 million. It took a full 2 hours to finish spending this huge sum. Immediately, he notified the kitchen to take out all the ingredients in the hotel and also the stock in the storeroom. Manager Yang put up the sign, "The hotel will be closed for 3 days. Minister Tang, contact all major suppliers immediately and have them deliver goods right away. Tell them I want it now. And if they can deliver, this time it will be cash on delivery." The old woman immediately began to arrange work. Although Chen Luo had originally given them 4 days, the old woman felt that 3 days would be enough. After all, any delay would also affect business. By the way, when I came to book the banquet, no one came to receive me at all. Fortunately, that girl named Xiaoning came, or I would have left. Make sure her bonus is not cut. If I find out, I guarantee you'll regret it. Chen Luo reminded the busy Xiaoning. Mr. Chen, don't worry, I guarantee not a single cent will be deducted. The old woman hurriedly assured. even transferring money in front of him to win him over. This was a big client. They must keep him. If this kind of god of wealth came here a few times a year, wouldn't she make even more money? Xiaoning, this is a 200,000 bonus. Please confirm. The transfer of 200,000 in front of Chen Luo made Xiaoning grateful immediately. Thank you, Madam Boss. Thank you, Mr. Chen. She had originally just wanted to work a little to earn some extra money during her break, but unexpectedly, after only 3 days on the job, she encountered such a windfall. This made Xiaoning both excited and extremely grateful to Chen Luo. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and serve Mr. Chen. I'll warn you, if Mr. Chen complains again, get the hell out of here immediately. After that, the boss lady glanced at the envious and dazed waitstaff and immediately scolded them. It's because of you idiots that I almost missed out on a 200 million order. I almost offended a big shot. So, as long as Chen Luo expresses a desire to sleep with them now, the boss lady will find a way to satisfy that wish. Mr. Chen, I brought them here to serve you. If you're not satisfied with anything, just let me know. After scolding her employees, the boss lady immediately started fawning over Chen Luo, looking as if she would willingly offer herself. But she also didn't consider what she looked like or her age. No need, just make sure the banquet is ready on time. Chen Luo didn't want to bother with anything. After all, the apocalypse was about to break out soon. At that time, let the zombies decide their fate. Chapter 16. The Keen Lin Ruobing at the entrance of the Zoe Hotel. Mr. Chen, please walk slowly. We welcome you to visit again. The old woman and all the staff lined up on both sides, creating a very grand ceremony to see Chen Luo off as he drove away in a worn-out van. I never expected Mr. Chen to be so low-key. He is worth over 100 million, yet doesn't he drive a luxury car? It's strange. If he is so wealthy, why is he still taking advantage of his friends? The people dining together aren't necessarily friends, right? Maybe they're business rivals? If it were me, I would do the same. Shut up and get to work. Don't you want your wages? Also, if Mr. Chen comes by next time and makes any requests, you should try to accommodate him as much as possible. Boss lady, we want to, but he doesn't seem interested in us at all. Sigh. Who would feel that way? He is so handsome and a billionaire. I would even be willing to pay to be with him. Forget about paying. I would support him if he wanted multiple wives. The female waitstaff sighed in lament. Meanwhile, Chen Luo had parked the van within the white lines by the roadside and then crawled into the cargo area. Not long after, he came out empty-handed, while the food boxes that had originally filled the cargo area had all disappeared. They had naturally been placed into his personal space. This time, the banquet he ordered was still handled in the same way as Old G's private kitchen, and he executed the process to store them in his space. This was the only way to avoid some troubles. What has that kid been doing these past 2 days? The next day, at the headquarters of Guanjia Group, in the president's office, a capable man was staring at the surveillance screen when Lin Ruobing walked up behind him and asked, "Director Lin is here." The capable man nodded in greeting and then answered, "It's strange. According to reports from below, he is hoarding a large amount of various food. Additionally, after the weapons and equipment arrived at the mall square, that kid just went to check and confirm them before he never approached or inquired again. Hoarding food? What is he planning?" The capable man shook his head, indicating he didn't know. He didn't even touch those weapons. Could it really just be to create a gimmick for the opening? Lin Ruobing became more confused as she listened and asked, "I don't think so." The capable man shook his head with a serious expression. If he just wanted to create a gimmick, there would be no need for weapons and ammunition. Therefore, I believe he must have some purpose for doing this. We just don't know what it is. Moreover, there is another astonishing thing. According to the information from the surveillance, dozens or even hundreds of trucks are delivering supplies to the mall every day. Logically, even if everything is piled up in the mall, it should have been filled long ago. But the problem is that there are still goods being delivered every day. I really don't know where he is putting all these supplies. Unfortunately, we don't have surveillance inside the mall. I suggested installing it. But that kid actually told me it wasn't necessary. The capable man looked somewhat incredulous. So, we can't monitor the inside of the mall. Just keep an eye on that batch of weapons and equipment. If there is any movement, apprehend them immediately. Lin Ruobing shook her head and then said sternly, "If these weapons and equipment fall into the hands of bad people, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially those 5-tracked armored vehicles, which are equipped with cannons and M13 Type 7, 62mm 6-barrel rotary machine guns." Therefore, Lin Ruobing had no interest in anything else. All right then. The capable man hesitated for a moment and then didn't say anything more. However, based on his investigation and analysis. He felt that Chen Luo's behavior was very strange. He just couldn't pinpoint where this strange feeling came from. Lin Ruobing, seeing that there was nothing else to discuss, began browsing the news, which was something she had to do every day. Suddenly, a video embedded in the news page caught her attention. In the video, a person with blood-red eyes suddenly let out a beast-like roar, pouncing on a passerby and starting to gnaw at them frantically. This scene was captured by someone, followed by a scream, and the video abruptly cut off. Biochemical crisis? Lin Ruobing's brows furrowed, and a serious expression appeared on her beautiful face. Director Jiang, have you seen this video? After thinking for a moment, Lin Ruobing sent the news link to the capable man. I've seen it. This news is sourced from foreign media, probably just to attract attention. There is no need to pay it any mind. Director Jiang said after taking a glance. But recently, many news outlets have reported multiple biting incidents happening abroad. Even the Eagle Sauce official media has acknowledged over 100 cases. Some say it's rabies, others say it's a new type of mental illness, and some even say it's zombies. Regardless, this virus must not spread to our country. I wonder if our officials have taken any measures? Lin Ruobing didn't refute, but instead asked cautiously. If there is just one or two biting incidents, it could be a video prank or some illness. But with so many cases, the problem is clearly very serious. The customs have already restricted the entry of foreigners, and experts are conducting analysis and judgment. Unfortunately, due to the lack of sufficient samples and data, we still can't determine anything. The capable man shook his head and said, if it were for other reasons, it wouldn't matter, but the worst fear is the zombie virus, Lin Ruobing murmured. Suddenly, when she thought of the mall's surveillance footage, she was startled. The Guangzhou Mall is a shopping place, but after being purchased by Chen Luo, it has been surrounded by a 5-meter-thick wall. This wall is almost like a military base. As a shopping mall, why build a wall? It doesn't look like they're creating a mall at all. It looks more like they're building a solid military base. Does he know something and is preparing in advance? Lin Ruobing glanced at the news and then at the mall's wall, and she seemed to suddenly understand why Chen Luo did this. The weapons that were originally puzzling now seemed to have a reasonable explanation. He must be building a refuge. The movies of Resident Evil are well known. And if this crisis were to truly erupt, knowing it in advance would definitely lead one to create a shelter. Lin Ruobing thought of this and suddenly took out her phone, preparing to contact Chen Luo. However, when she opened the WeChat interface, she hesitated. Based on what she knew, anyone bitten by a zombie would also undergo a transformation. But there were no such news reports online, only simple incidents of people biting people. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Lin Ruobing hesitated, her phone suddenly vibrated. She glanced at it and saw that it was a voice message from Chen Luo. Chapter 17. The last night before the apocalypse, believe me. During this time, use any means necessary to immediately stockpile some food and water. It's best to prepare some weapons and ammunition, and don't leave the company. As soon as Lin Ruobing answered the voice message, Chen Luo's voice came through. Why? Do you know something is going to happen? Lin Ruobing asked, puzzled. However, Chen Luo fell silent and did not answer her question. You must have built the mall like a shelter to prepare for the outbreak of the virus, right? You must think these biting incidents are related to the zombie virus, don't you? Seeing Chen Luo silent, Lin Ruobing pressed him eagerly. Yes. Do you remember what happened 3 years ago? That's why I suggested this to you. Don't wait until the disaster suddenly strikes and you find yourself without food or water, Chen Luo admitted calmly. Originally, he contacted Lin Ruobing to kindly remind her, but he didn't expect this smart woman to guess his thoughts. At first, Chen Luo was silent because he was caught off guard by the question. But when he heard Lin Ruobing mention the virus, he immediately deflected with the virus from 3 years ago. The disaster back then erupted very suddenly and swept the globe in a short time. Countless people were quarantined, leading to shortages of food, water, and other supplies. Okay, thank you. Lin Ruobing finally got the answer she wanted and hung up the voice message. After thinking for a moment, she immediately contacted her current secretary to stockpile supplies. After considering it, she also asked the security department to check the weapons. Prepare for the city's lockdown. Mr. Chen, the goods you needed have all been delivered. What about the payment? In the Guangzhou Mall, the owner of a meat processing plant smiled broadly, asking Chen Luo for the remaining payment. Didn't you see the date on the contract? We settle at the end of the month. Can't you wait a few days? Chen Luo pretended to be displeased. Today is the 29th. If nothing unexpected happens, the outbreak will occur at 11 a.m. on the 31st. By then, the streets will be filled with infected people turning into zombies, biting everyone, and every city will instantly turn into a hell on earth. So if you have the ability, come and ask for payment then. Mr. Chen, don't misunderstand. I think it's only a matter of a few days. I just want to settle the payment 2 days in advance to avoid coming again later. Since you insist on waiting until the end of the month, I will come back then. By the way, Mr. Chen, if you need goods in the future, remember to continue contacting me. The meat processing plant owner explained with a forced smile, then handed over a cigarette. No problem, since I recognize your business. We will definitely cooperate long-term. Chen Luo sent him away and continued working. During this period of massive purchasing, most of the meat processing plants, slaughterhouses, and other places in Shuncheng had been nearly bought out. This included liquefied natural gas, bottled water, edible salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings. Currently, some vegetables and fruits were also being rapidly delivered to the mall. Lao Ji's private restaurant and Tsuiwei Tavern were rushing to prepare the last batch of banquets. As soon as one batch was completed, he would collect it. So now, Chen Luo was indeed a busy person. Honey, don't forget my brother's girlfriend is coming to Shuncheng tomorrow, okay? You must remember to arrange for them properly. Understand? Also, the large flat that my brother likes. You must help him with the down payment. This is something you promised last time. My mom is also coming along. She asked me to tell you that if you don't help with this little favor, she won't recognize you as her son-in-law anymore. While Chen Luo was busy, he received a voice message from Chao Mengran. On the day of his rebirth, Chao Mengran's brother, Chao Meng, was supposed to bring his girlfriend to Shuncheng, but canceled at the last minute due to something. Now, bringing it up again must mean he was thinking about his money. It's just a large flat. What's the down payment for? Sell one of my other properties and let him buy it himself. I'm busy these days. Tomorrow you entertain your brother and his girlfriend. And just happened to contact the real estate company. Chen Luo sneered and then replied with a voice message. He did this to keep them stable, waiting for the day the apocalypse erupted to take revenge personally. In the last life, this brother-in-law had drained a lot of his resources and eaten a lot of meat. Really? Thank you, husband. Love you. Moi. Chao Mengran quickly sent a mushy voice message that nearly made Chen Luo vomit his overnight meal. He paid little attention and continued to be busy. Finally, 2 days passed, and it was now the afternoon of the 30th. Chen Luo went to Tsuiwei Tavern to retrieve the last few hundred banquet tables and stop stockpiling. The workers were also sent away. However, the 10 security personnel sent by Guanjia Group were still guarding the square of the mall, watching over the batch of weapons. Chen Luo looked at them from distance, feeling somewhat helpless. He had originally thought of collecting them later, as they were professionally trained. But at this moment, their faces were pale and their eyes were red. This was the precursor to becoming zombies. On the day before the apocalypse erupted in his last life, anyone with a pale face and red eyes had succumbed to the virus and mutated into zombies. This meant that at exactly 11 a.m. tomorrow, they would all become part of the zombie army. Moreover, since they were all specially trained personnel, their strength would also increase after turning into zombies. If he kept them, it would inevitably lead to some trouble. So, he had to find a way to get rid of them. Chen Luo stroked his chin and then called Lin Ruobing. Can we withdraw these 10 security personnel first? They can come back after 11 a.m. tomorrow? Chen Luo said straightforwardly as soon as the call connected. Withdraw them? Lin Ruobing, hearing this request, glanced at a capable man beside her and put the call on speaker. After getting the capable man's agreement, she replied, Okay, I agree to your request. In fact, these 10 security personnel were not part of Guanjia's security team, but rather people from the National Security Bureau. They were just using Guanjia Group's name to oversee the batch of weapons. Director Jiang, what if you lose these weapons by doing this? Lin Ruobing hung up the voice message and asked with some confusion. As long as they are around the mall, no one can move that batch of weapons and equipment. Since that kid wants to make a move, I will play along and lure the snake out of its hole. From now on, you will monitor the surveillance from the office, and I will personally go over to command. As long as they dare to act, I will immediately take down this group of terrorists. The competent man said in a stern tone, then tidied up and left the office. Chapter 18. The last moments, President Lin, be sure to keep an eye on that kid. Their numbers, whether they have firearms and ammunition, etc. Make sure nothing is missed. In the president's office of Guanjia Group, Lin Ruobing was staring intently at the surveillance, and Director Jiang called. As soon as the call connected, Director Jiang began firing questions rapidly. The other side had already ambushed people around the mall, quietly waiting for Lin Ruobing's notification. However, Nearly the entire night had passed, and Lin Ruiyue had not contacted her. Director Jiang couldn't remain calm and proactively inquired. No personnel have been discovered yet. That kid hasn't made any moves. Lin Ruobing glanced at the surveillance and helplessly said, after staying up all night, she was feeling a bit tired. How is that possible? That kid sent my people away. He must be getting ready to act. Why hasn't he moved all night? Isn't the best time for action at night? Does he know we are monitoring him? So he wants to use this time to divert our attention and then act in the last few hours? Yes, very likely. President Lin, let us hold on for a few more hours. Though Director Jiang was puzzled at first, he quickly reached a conclusion. He believed Chen Luo definitely knew about their presence and intentionally dragged it out all night to make them think there really was nothing going on. Then, during the moment of relaxation, he would act. But by the time it was light, it was already 10 o'clock, and upon further inquiry, it was still the same. He still hadn't taken any action, and Lin Ruobing, tired, stared at the surveillance, feeling a bit helpless. And what else, right? How do you know he hasn't taken any action? Because from last night until now, that kid Chen Luo hasn't disappeared from the surveillance. Hearing this, Director Jiang was puzzled and asked for more details. Chen Luo has never left my sight, and after closing the door last night, he started studying the tracked armored vehicle. After studying for a while, he moved in some desks and chairs and began to drink by himself. When he got tired, he took a nap, and now he is washing up. Lin Ruobing detailed everything that had happened from last night until now. At this moment, Chen Luo, having finished washing up, had somehow acquired a feast and was enjoying his meal. Judging by his appearance, he didn't look like a terrorist at all. Lin Ruobing could connect to all the surveillance installed around the entire wall and plaza. Thus, as long as Chen Luo was within the range of the surveillance, she could see him. As for what was happening inside the mall, Lin Ruobing didn't know. But the time Chen Luo disappeared was simply when he went into sleep. How is that possible? This is too strange. He went through so much trouble to send my people away. With such a good opportunity, how could he have no action at all? Was sending away the security personnel just to study the weapons and then have a good sleep? Something isn't right. This is really not right. Director Jiang shook his head vigorously after listening. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what Chen Luo was planning. At this moment, he couldn't help but want to rush in and question what this kid was up to. However, the steel door was locked from the inside. To rush in, he would need to use explosives. Even knowing the password wouldn't help, because besides the password lock, there was also a mechanical lock. This meant that if Chen Luo didn't want to open it, they simply couldn't get in. Just then, Director Jiang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and blood began to flow from his nostrils. What's going on? Director Jiang barely propped himself against the wall to steady himself and curiously wiped his nosebleed. Hey, if there is nothing wrong, I'll hang up first. Lin Ruobing felt there was nothing amiss and hung up the phone. At that moment, Director Jiang turned around and was instantly horrified. You guys! Because he saw several of his subordinates behind him, all with pale faces and bloodshot eyes. They were experiencing the same situation as him, even bleeding from their mouths and noses. Director Jiang, But just as Director Jiang was surprised, his subordinates looked at him with astonished faces. Everyone exchanged glances, all showing expressions of horror. Meanwhile, in the plaza of the mall, Chen Luo raised his wrist to check the time and then dialed a phone number. Lin Ruobing was curious about who he was calling when her phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Chen Luo. Listen to me. Immediately gather all employees of Guanjia Group. Anyone with a pale face, bloodshot eyes, and bleeding from the mouth or nose must be evacuated from the building immediately. Then completely seal off the building's main doors. You have 40 minutes to act. Once the call connected, before Lin Ruobing could ask anything, Chen Luo's serious voice came through. At the moment the apocalypse broke out in the last life, more than half of Guanjia Group's employees couldn't withstand a virus infection and mutated into zombies. Although Lin Ruobing had received military training and her skills were barely adequate, it still took her more than half a month to eliminate all the zombies in the building. During the process of clearing the zombies, coupled with insufficient food reserves, she had almost become food for the zombies several times due to weakness. Therefore, Chen Luo didn't want to see Lin Ruobing repeat the same mistakes and kindly reminded her. Why do you have to do this? Lin Ruobing asked with a puzzled face. You'll know soon enough. In any case, I'm doing this for your own good, or else you'll definitely regret it. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He had already given a kind reminder. As for what to do, that was no longer his concern. Attention all departments. Everyone put down their work and must gather at the building lobby within 10 minutes. Those who do not arrive will be dismissed. Lin Ruobing hesitated for a moment, then gave the order. Upon receiving the order, the employees immediately put down their work and ran towards the elevators. The employees on the lower floors even ran down the stairs directly. During this time, the company had been investigating internal traitors, and everyone might have realized the seriousness of the situation, so they didn't dare to be slow. 10 minutes later, Lin Ruobing also walked out of the elevator. All employees with pale faces and bloodshot eyes stepped forward. Following Chen Luo's instructions, Lin Ruobing had these employees step forward voluntarily, then sent them to the hospital for examination. Afterward, she ordered the security department to close the main doors of the lobby before returning to her office. The reason Lin Ruobing ultimately chose to trust Chen Luo was that he not only accurately pointed out the internal traitors of the group, but also revealed the conspiracy of Xinhua Group. Therefore, if it weren't for Chen Luo's appearance, her Guanjia might have already been acquired by foreign capital. Coupled with Chen Luo's suspicious behavior during this time, Lin Ruobing believed that he would definitely not harm her. I have already followed your instructions and let those people go to the hospital for examinations on their own. What should I do next? Back in the office, Lin Ruobing glanced at Chen Luo through the surveillance and thought for a moment before making a call. There are still 20 minutes, Chen Luo said with a calm smile. What do you mean? Lin Ruobing frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding in her heart. The apocalypse. Chen Luo shook the glass of red wine in his hand at the surveillance and continued to smile. Make sure the people you instructed firmly block the main entrance of the building, or there will be a risk to life. Chapter 19. This is clearly an attempt on my life. Help! Don't bite me. There's zombies run. January 31st, 2024, 11 a.m. On time. The world was in chaos, with some people letting out piercing screams and others loudly calling for help. More people began to run around frantically. What happened? In the president's office of the Guangjia Group, Lin Ruobing was staring at the surveillance. But then she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye and saw fires breaking out in many places, thick smoke rising. Immediately, she couldn't help but walk to the floor-to-ceiling window of the office and look down. The next second, she was stunned by the sight in front of her. People were desperately running on the street, and there were others chasing after them. Anyone who was caught would be immediately devoured by those behind. Zombies! The word flashed in Lin Ruobing's mind, and the streets were covered in blood, with flames igniting from car collisions. Under the sunlight, it seemed that the entire world was drenched in blood red, and the human realm resembled a hellish scene. After staring wide-eyed for a long time, Lin Ruobing finally came back to her senses. She hurried back to the computer and began checking all the surveillance footage and online information available. It seemed that identical events were occurring all over the world. How could the world have turned into this? At this moment, Lin Ruobing finally realized the seriousness of the situation. The footage she could switch to all depicted the tragic scenes of an apocalyptic hell, along with a large number of videos uploaded online. Clearly, it was not just Longhua. Other countries were experiencing the same. Just then, Lin Ruobing suddenly thought of something and quickly called Chen Luo. Tell me, you must have known that all of this would happen today, right? As soon as the call connected, Lin Ruobing eagerly asked, help yourself find the traitor in the company, then asked for 2 billion. Spending 15 billion to purchase the Guangjia shopping mall, and also prepared a large amount of power generation equipment, as well as diesel and gasoline supplies. Moreover, a 5-meter-high wall was built around the mall. Additionally, during this time, various food and daily necessities were crazily stockpiled. These signs clearly indicated that this guy had known about everything happening today long ago. I saved your life. Should you be thinking of repaying me instead of questioning me? Chen Luo said with a smile, neither admitting nor denying it. Lin Ruobing originally wanted to deny it, but then recalled how Chen Luo had reminded her to stockpile food a couple of days ago, including just now when he had her drive those pale-faced, red-eyed employees who were spitting blood out of the building, leaving her momentarily speechless. At this time, news came that all the employees she had sent away had mutated into zombies and were tearing apart the living in the hospital. Those who used to be law-abiding and good employees now pounced on any living person they saw. Moreover, some security personnel were specially trained, so after they mutated into zombies, their movements and speed were clearly faster and stronger than other zombies. Lin Ruobing accessed the hospital surveillance through means and in just a short time, more than a dozen patients, doctors, and nurses were eaten by them. President Lin immediately sent employees to guard the main entrance on the first floor. Don't let the zombies in. Have a security personnel open the weapon warehouse immediately and distribute the remaining weapons. Besides that, for the foreseeable future, it's best not to leave the building, otherwise there's an 80% chance of being eaten by those zombies. Chen Luo looked at Lin Ruobing, who was in a daze, and reminded her again. When the apocalypse first broke out, those zombies seemed to have an extreme craving for flesh and blood. So, as soon as they saw a living person, countless zombies would immediately be attracted to chase and bite. About 10 days later, some survivors awakened their abilities, and the zombies had eaten enough, which is when things calmed down a bit. President Lin, look outside, it's terrifying. God, have these people all gone mad? What madness? Haven't you seen Resident Evil? They're all zombies. In the Guangjie Group work group, employees who discovered the situation outside began to discuss. Everyone, gather in the hall. Lin Ruobing hung up the phone with Chen Luo and issued another notice. She then took out the handgun from her drawer and carried several magazines before entering the elevator. Since Chen Luo told her to guard the main entrance, there must be a reason for it. At this point, Lin Ruobing had no doubts about Chen Luo's words. Bang, bang, bang. Sure enough, when she arrived in the hall, she found zombies hitting the glass. Fortunately, the glass was very sturdy and couldn't be shattered easily. But if this continued, no one could guarantee it. Moreover, the number of zombies was increasing, and it wouldn't be long before they could break the glass. Immediately search for something to reinforce the doors and the glass. We absolutely cannot let these zombies in. Lin Ruobing began to direct the surviving employees to move things to reinforce the glass. While the Guangjie Group was busy, Chen Luo was also on the top floor of the mall, preparing a luxurious room for himself. Brand new bedding, high-end dining tables and coffee tables, wardrobes and sofas, etc. The supplies prepared before the apocalypse were finally all put to use. Especially in the previous life, there was still electricity and internet at the beginning, but it didn't last long before the power and network systems completely collapsed. At this time, the role of the generator became apparent. The apocalypse had finally broken out. Chen Luo held a glass of red wine, went to the top floor, and looked at the bloody scene outside, calmly saying a sentence. He knew that this bloody and terrifying scene would continue for most of the day before it ended, because those who didn't run away during this time had already become food for the zombies, while those who did escape were hiding. At that time, the streets would fall into a dead silence. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Chun, it's your Aunt Zhang. Hurry up and open the door to let us in. Just then, the large iron door of the mall was being banged on, and a panicked old woman appeared at the entrance, continuously pleading for help. She was the owner of a small store at the entrance of the community, usually selling things at higher prices than others. In the previous life, Chen Luo had saved her and brought her into the shelter. But this old woman actually repaid kindness with enmity, colluding with Chao Mingran and others to eat his flesh. Oh, Aunt Zhang, what do you want from me? Chen Luo poked his head out and shouted toward the door, even taking out a loudspeaker from his space. Instantly, the zombies nearby, searching for flesh, heard the sound and rushed over. Chen Luo intentionally attracted the surrounding zombies. After being reborn, he would definitely not be a saint anymore. Not only that, he would not spare any of those who had harmed him. You see, Chen Luo took out a loudspeaker and shouted, instantly attracting a large group of zombies. Aunt Zhang, furious and embarrassed, turned to run without having time to scold him. So ruthless. Not only do you not save people, but you also attract zombies. You're deliberately trying to kill me. Chapter 20. Taking the initiative. Help. No. Aunt Zhang's speed of escape was completely inconsistent with her age. But no matter how fast she was surrounded by zombies from all directions. In a short moment, she was completely surrounded by zombies, and with a piercing scream, she vanished from the world. Chen Luo watched this scene with amusement, swirling the red wine in his glass and taking a sip. Whoa, Mom, where are you? Come save me. Is it Yao Yaoling? There are so many zombies here, they want to eat me. At this moment, the entire city was in chaos, with screams echoing everywhere. The suddenly mutated zombies filled the survivors with terror. Many survivors, paralyzed with fear, also became food for the zombies. Chen Luo watched calmly, already accustomed to this. It was time to act. As time passed, the streets gradually calmed down. Chen Luo then took out his phone to make a call, only to find he had received many messages and missed calls. He first checked his WeChat messages. My grandparents have turned into zombies. I'm hiding in my bedroom. They're in the living room. I'm so scared. My sister has also turned into a zombie and ate my brother. It's so terrifying. Someone come save us. There's zombies everywhere on the street. Where are the security guards in the community? Hurry and block the entrance. Damn it, can this really be blocked? I'm hiding in the guard room. Everyone, don't panic. I am the women's director of our community. Please remember to close your doors and windows and wait for rescue at home. If anyone at home has turned into a zombie, you must find a way to kill them or drive them out. The authorities are figuring out how to deal with this sudden disaster, so please stay united. The group chat exploded. In no time, there were thousands of messages. Chen Luo casually browsed through a few before losing interest. Honey, where are you? Come save me. I'm trapped at home, and I'm so scared. Woo-woo. Sister-in-law, there's zombies everywhere. It's so terrifying. Remember to bring more food when you come back. There's nothing to eat at home. The following messages were from Chow Ming Gran and her brother Chow Ming. Chen Luo sneered and then put away his phone. Of course, there was no food at home. Chen Luo, who had long anticipated the apocalypse, had left nothing behind when he decided to give away the house. The purpose was to let them suffer during the apocalypse. Not sure how to drive this tracked armored vehicle? After putting away his phone, Chen Luo called Lin Ruobing again, preparing to go out to collect some supplies. Before the apocalypse, he remembered that the wholesale market for fruits and vegetables still had a lot of vegetables and fruits. So he had to go there today and pack them all into a space. Otherwise, these fruits and vegetables would quickly rot. Additionally, there was the warehouse of Lianhua Mall, where he was the department manager, so he naturally knew there were plenty of supplies stored there. The amount of supplies was enough for 10,000 people to eat for a month. There were also seafood wholesale markets, Xinshang food supermarket, and so on. These places were stocked with a lot of supplies. If he could clean out all this food, he could live worry-free for generations. You plan to go out? Lin Ruobing immediately guessed Chen Luo's thoughts upon hearing this. Yeah, there's something urgent. Chen Luo didn't hide anything and spoke directly. Aren't you saying it's very dangerous during this time? Lin Ruobing glanced fearfully at the zombies outside, her face full of worry. Don't worry, it's dangerous for ordinary people, but not for me. Chen Luo didn't deceive Lin Ruobing. At the beginning of the apocalypse, it was also when zombies craved flesh and blood the most. Not to mention a living person appearing. Even if a fresh corpse lay on the street, it could attract surrounding zombies. Therefore, for ordinary people, the outside was hell, and going out meant death. But Chen Luo had fought in the apocalypse for 5 years, and going out now was full of opportunities. Because the newly mutated zombies were slow, the more blood and flesh they consumed, the faster they evolved and the stronger they became. So although there were zombies everywhere now, with Chen Luo's combat experience and speed, these zombies couldn't harm him. Starting the armored vehicle was not difficult. It was similar to driving a car. However, the weapons on the armored vehicle needed to be charged, and under the power, they could lock onto targets and fire automatically. The multi-barrel machine gun could load 1,000 rounds of ammunition at once, and each weapon would have a password. After starting, you open the control panel of the operating system and enter the password. The weapon system will scan you for binding. The combat robot dogs were the same. Each dog was equipped with 10 cameras, and after binding, you could remotely control them and switch angles with different probes. Remember, if you enter the wrong password 3 times, the combat robot dog will determine you as an enemy and lock onto you to fire. So when operating the robot dog, make sure not to enter the wrong password. Seeing Chen Luo's confident demeanor, Lin Ruobing didn't say much and told him how to operate the weapon she had prepared earlier, also sending related videos. At this moment, she even felt fortunate that she had prepared these weapons for Chen Luo. In addition to those combat robot dogs, there were also 5 tracked armored vehicles, all of which were the most advanced high-tech equipment. The tracked armored vehicle could carry 10 people, and the thickness of the armor could not be penetrated by ordinary guns. So the zombies naturally had no way to harm it. Plus, with the track design, even if surrounded by zombies, it wouldn't get stuck like a car would. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruobing sent several messages. Chen Luo filled each combat robot dog with ammunition according to the instructions, including the weapons on the tracked armored vehicle as well. Then he checked the power supply again, and then turned on the smart start button. After preparing for an hour, Chen Luo completed all the operational procedures. You 3 follow me into the armored vehicle. The rest stay in the mall to patrol, and if anyone approaches, report to me immediately. After issuing the command, Chen Luo opened an armored vehicle, took 3 combat robot dogs, and charged out of the mall as he opened the big door. Hearing the roar of the engine, the surrounding zombies rushed over. However, Chen Luo was not flustered at all. He pressed the accelerator, and the armored vehicle crushed over the zombies. The tracks crushed the zombies, blocking the way into meat paste, and then roared towards the wholesale market for fruits and vegetables. Chapter 21. You owe me. Damn, why is this road full of cars? After turning the corner, Chen Luo looked at the street filled with wrecked vehicles from collisions and helplessly turned his car around, searching for another route. Perhaps the apocalypse had erupted very suddenly, as the streets seemed completely blocked by abandoned vehicles. He had been driving the armored vehicle recklessly for a long time, but still hadn't managed to exit the city. Instead, the roar of the tank's engine attracted a large number of zombies. In just 2 hours, Chen Luo didn't even know how many zombies he had crushed. It seemed he would have to wait a little longer. After a flurry of activity, it was almost dark, and Chen Luo gave up on the idea of going to the fruit and vegetable wholesale market. The distance was about 30 kilometers, and even if he went now, it would probably be midnight. Nighttime was the most dangerous moment. At this time, he might not even notice zombies appearing nearby. Additionally, hidden survivors might mistake the noise for zombies, and a sudden ambush could be fatal. Honey, where are you? I remember your mall received a lot of supplies. Could you send me some food? I'm starving. Brother-in-law, our whole family is almost starving. Please hurry. Chen Luo returned to the mall and glanced at his phone, which was filled with messages from Chow Mingran and her brother. He quickly took out a large spread of delicacies and a bottle of Mao Tai, began recording a video, and added a voiceover. Don't worry, I'll send it over soon. After finishing the recording, Chen Luo sent the video to both of them. In his previous life, after the disaster broke out, hearing that Chow Mingran was trapped at home, he risked everything to search for food and rushed back. In the end, he saved everyone, including Zhang Tao, but his good deeds and self-sacrifice were met with betrayal and being eaten alive. This time, Chen Luo would never play the saint again. Not only that, but he also wanted to see Chow Mingran suffer and die painfully. He would starve them for a while and then let the zombies eat them bit by bit. He wanted them to die in terror and despair. After sending the video, Chen Luo tossed his phone aside, filled himself, washed up, and went to sleep. There were 10 combat robotic dogs patrolling downstairs, and he had no worries about zombies breaking in. The combat robotic dogs were intelligent. When their battery was running low, they would autonomously return to the charging station. Their cameras served as eyes, so no matter what happened downstairs, Chen Luo only needed to pull up the control panel screen to check what was going on outside. What? Not much food left? The next morning, inside the Guanjia building, Lin Ruobing looked grimly at her female secretary. She had hardly slept the entire night and had been in close contact with the higher-ups in the capital, keeping an eye on the situation of the disaster. It had been confirmed that this was the case nationwide. The outbreak of the zombie virus had happened too suddenly, plunging the entire world into chaos. After a night of panic and chaos, and having paid a significant price, the higher-ups had formulated an emergency plan that was to let local governments and military bases find their own way. They had to establish human survivor bases in the shortest time possible, separating the living from the zombies. Therefore, the survivors inside the entire Guanjia building would not be able to wait for rescue. Because of the outbreak of this virus, no government agencies or military camps had been spared. Now the higher-ups were too preoccupied with their own survival to have the manpower to rescue them. So, if they wanted to survive, they had to find a way to save themselves with the surviving employees of the company. How much food was left? There are 10 boxes of biscuits, 5 boxes of instant noodles, 4 boxes of ham sausages, and 2 boxes of mineral water, the secretary replied, glancing fearfully at Lin Ruobing. How did this happen? Didn't I tell you to stockpile some food a few days ago? Lin Ruobing frowned, questioning her displeasedly. When Chen Luo called her to stockpile food, she had instructed the secretary to take care of it to avoid a situation like the epidemic 3 years ago. But Lin Ruobing never expected the secretary to buy so little. Now, with zombies overwhelming the city, they were trapped here. If the food ran out, they wouldn't need the zombies to break in. They would starve to death. Ms. Lin, you didn't specify the exact quantity. I thought filling a trunk would be enough. The secretary said, looking aggrieved. Forget it. Gather all this food and distribute it centrally. You all stay here and watch for the zombies outside. Lin Ruobing waved her hand, then instructed everyone before returning to her office. It seemed she could only turn to that guy now. Back in her office, Lin Ruobing dialed Chen Luo's number. The surveillance footage showed no sign of Chen Luo, only a few combat robotic dogs patrolling. During this time, Chen Luo had been hoarding supplies like crazy, clearly anticipating this day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have built a 5-meter-high wall around the mall and prepared so many supplies. In trouble? The call connected, and a lazy voice came through, as if he hadn't fully woken up. Did you know about this disaster already? Lin Ruobing asked directly. If you keep asking such boring questions, I'll hang up, Chen Luo said, still half asleep. He had already answered this question yesterday, and now it was being asked again. The apocalypse was right in front of them. Couldn't she just use her eyes to see? My food won't last for many days. Do you have a tank that can rescue us? As Chen Luo seemed about to hang up, Lin Ruobing suppressed her curiosity and stated her true purpose. Originally, besides asking for help, she also wanted to clarify the reason. No way. Chen Luo refused without hesitation. Hearing this, Lin Ruobing felt a chill run through her. That is not right. Don't forget that the money for all the supplies you hoarded came from me. The mall was also provided by me, and the wall was built by people I sent. Even those 5 tanks, 10 combat robotic dogs, and other weapons and ammunition were all provided by me. I've helped you so much, and you won't even help me once? Lin Ruobing gritted her teeth and questioned him. After half a month of helping, she was met with indifference and ruthlessness in return. Please understand, the renovations of the mall and the wall, as well as those supplies, all cost me 15 billion. The money you mentioned was also something I exchanged for information. 2 days before the outbreak, I seriously warned you, and I knew exactly what you were doing, which could be considered saving your life. So if we're talking about debts, you owe me, Chen Luo retorted without holding back. Chapter 22. The Strange Wholesale Market. Sigh. Chen Luo's words left Lin Ruobing, who was already angry, feeling helpless, and she sighed. What he said was true. The money and goods were prepared by her, but the debt of gratitude had already been repaid. Moreover, if she had taken his warning seriously and had the secretary stockpile more food and water, they wouldn't have fallen to this point today. In the end, it was just a one-sided wish of his own. With nothing else to say, Chen Luo hung up the phone. It wasn't that he didn't want to save her, but now was not the best time. Undoubtedly, Lin Ruobing, being a young president, was naturally very strong-willed. If he saved them now, who would be the boss in this mall? Who would they listen to? Would her subordinates listen to his orders? Therefore, Chen Luo directly refused, hoping that Lin Ruobing could, like in the last life, build a survivor base on her own. Of course, if she were truly pushed to a dead end or encountered danger, Chen Luo would definitely be willing to save her. After all, the two were close friends in their previous life. But even so, Chen Luo would only save Lin Ruobing. As for those employees, he had no obligation to help them. Although in the last life, Lin Ruobing's subordinates were very brave, and he had never heard of anyone betraying her, Chen Luo still wouldn't go to save them. Of course, if they all became his subordinates, that would be a different story. That guy. In the Guanjia Group building, Lin Ruobing glanced at the hung-up call and almost cursed. It had to be said that Chen Luo was too rational. There was even a feeling of ruthlessness about him. But to be honest, this personality was quite similar to her own. It seemed that relying on others was not as good as relying on oneself. She had to find a way to save herself. After finishing his wash and having something to eat, Chen Luo took 5 combat robotic dogs and drove an armored vehicle towards the fruit and vegetable wholesale market. After spending the entire morning, he finally arrived at the suburbs. The Shanghai Fruit and Vegetable Wholesale Market was the largest place for vegetable and fruit wholesale and production in the entire city. The goods sold in major markets and supermarkets were basically sourced from here. On the road, many cars were crashed together. There were also many bloodstains and broken internal organs and flesh. At first glance, there were clear signs of having been gnawed, which was evidently done by zombies. But what puzzled Chen Luo was that he found no zombies around. One must know that even on the second day of the apocalypse, the streets of the city were filled with hordes of zombies. A little noise would quickly attract them. However, as he approached the Shanghai Fruit and Vegetable Wholesale Market, it was eerily quiet. How could such a usually bustling market have no zombies at all? Something was off. When he arrived at the large wholesale market, Chen Luo suddenly felt a bit anxious. If he remembered correctly, in the last life, when the zombie virus broke out, nearly half of humanity could not resist the infection of the virus and ultimately mutated into zombies. If bitten or scratched by a zombie, one would also mutate into a zombie. Therefore, wherever there were humans, there would definitely be a large number of zombies. But in front of him, not only was there not a single zombie, but he couldn't even see half a human shadow. If it weren't for the blood and flesh scattered on the ground, Chen Luo would have thought that the apocalypse hadn't reached here. Thinking for a moment, Chen Luo released 2 combat robotic dogs and called out a few times. If there were zombies inside, the commotion just now would definitely attract them. In such an eerie situation, Chen Luo absolutely did not dare to rush in. Even the armored vehicle. Suddenly, the commotion of the combat robotic dogs attracted the attention of something, and then a sound of squeaking mice came from within the market. Soon after, a rat with thieving eyes peeked out. Was it really a rat? Chen Luo used a periscope and finally got a clear look at these creatures. After the outbreak of the apocalypse in the last life, not only did humans mutate into zombies, but many animals also underwent mutations. Wolves the size of calves, rats the size of dogs, and even snakes with horns, etc. Chen Luo had seen too many mutated creatures in his past life, but he had never seen a rat the size of a small truck before. At this moment, Chen Luo finally understood why there were no humans or zombies around the fruit and vegetable wholesale market. They must have been eaten by this mutated rat, and the market was its territory, so all other creatures were scared away. Thus, it was eerily quiet here, with not even the sounds of animals or insects. Boom! Seeing the rat stick its head out, Chen Luo slammed the accelerator, making the engine roar, trying to attract the rat over. The apocalypse had just begun, and these mutated beasts were similar to zombies. Their attack and defense were not too strong, but as they continued to evolve, they would gradually become stronger. So as long as he could attract this creature with the combat robotic dogs or the cannons on the armored vehicle, he should be able to easily take it down. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The rat seemed to be enraged, suddenly darting out from the market, its sharp teeth seemingly able to crush anything. Kill it! As soon as the rat charged out, Chen Luo ordered the combat robotic dogs to shoot. Rat-a-tat-tat! The machine guns bound to the backs of the combat robotic dogs quickly fired bullets. The giant rat, which had been baring its teeth, immediately stopped its attack. It didn't die. Chen Luo, inside the armored vehicle, was surprised to find that the bullets hitting the rat's body did not cause any harm to it. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The giant rat squeaked at the combat robotic dogs a few times and then turned to leave. Attack its eyes and skin. Seeing the giant rat about to escape, Chen Luo issued another attack command. If this creature wasn't killed, allowing it to evolve would make it difficult for him to retrieve supplies here. Since its body could withstand the bullets, its eyes and skin, being weak spots, couldn't be that tough, right? Puff, puff, puff. As if it had guessed. As soon as the giant rat turned around, countless bullets shot into its skin, causing it to cry out in pain and suddenly stop. The next second, countless black juices flowed out from its skin. Rat-a-tat-tat. Seeing that it was effective, Chen Luo continued to issue pursuit commands for close-range attacks. Soon, the giant rat was shot blind in both eyes. Before long, it fell to the ground, motionless. Chen Luo drove the armored vehicle closer. Once he confirmed it was dead, he crawled out from the armored vehicle and then swept various vegetables and fruits. The wholesale market was vast, with not only stalls, but also storefronts and many refrigerated warehouses. Chen Luo started with the stalls, then moved to the storefronts, and finally arrived at the refrigerated area. Perhaps due to the appearance of the giant rat, there were many severed limbs and broken internal organs in the market, but not a single zombie was found. Of course, there were no living people either. Just then, a faint and panicked sound of crying suddenly came through. Chen Luo listened carefully and found that the sound was coming from the area where the giant rat had appeared. After thinking for a moment, he had the combat robotic dogs quietly sneak over. When he reached the entrance of this warehouse, Chen Luo's scalp suddenly went numb. Inside the warehouse, there are nests of newborn rats. And not far away, there are living people. Chapter 23, Save My Daughter. This guy actually captures living people to feed these little cubs in the future. Chen Luo felt a pang of fear when he saw the wriggling baby mice. He finally understood why there were no living people in the wholesale market. It turned out they had all been captured by the giant rats and taken to the warehouse. From the outbreak of the apocalypse at 11 o'clock yesterday morning until now, it has only been a short day. This rat has already mutated and still has so many little mice left. One has to admit, the speed of evolution is somewhat beyond expectations. In this life, it seems that not only must one survive, but also find ways to quickly enhance their strength. Otherwise, if mutated beasts appear around the mall with the weapons in hand, one would be unable to defend against them at all. In the last life, there were two freaks. One awakened the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast, the Tung Sha, and the other awakened the bloodline of Yingzhou. Although both had awakened the ferocious beast bloodline, their strength was not top tier. The reason Chen Luo remembers them so vividly is because of the uniqueness of their bloodlines. This kind of ferocious beast bloodline can suppress beasts and zombies. It is rumored that when those zombies and mutated beasts saw the two of them, they directly knelt in submission. Later, the two even subdued several beast kings as their underlings. The one who awakened the Yingzhou bloodline was called Sangquan. With a corpse king as her underling, she was notorious for her ruthless deeds, rampaging through Jiangdong without anyone daring to voice complaints. In the end, the two joined forces to conquer the entire Jiangdong region. After that, at all major human survivor bases, any woman they set their sights on would be captured as playthings. It is said that Sangquan awakened her Yingzhou bloodline by chance. While searching for food in the wild, she ate a green fruit and awakened her bloodline. The other guy, named Luo Tianhao, was hiding in a cave when he accidentally found a blood-red fruit, ate it, and then awakened the Tangsha bloodline. So in this life, aren't there opportunities just my opportunities? Thinking of this, Chen Luo planned to visit these two places. Of course, there was no rush now, as this event would happen half a month after the apocalypse. Therefore, he only needed to prepare about 10 days in advance. These baby mice could be collected. With a decision in mind, Chen Luo, under the fearful gazes of the crowd, collected all the giant rat cubs into his portable space. Although this thing looked extremely disgusting, it was rich in protein. 6 months later, just throwing out a cub would allow him to command those hungry survivors to do anything for him. Whether it was the crystals of mutated beasts or their offspring, it was also a way for ability users to enhance their strength. Save us, please. After Chen Luo finished collecting the mutated rat cubs, the imprisoned survivors began to plead for help. Having been scared out of their wits, they didn't dare to escape. The giant rat has been killed by me. You are free now. Chen Luo glanced at them, then coldly reminded, Brother, can we go with you? Yes, don't worry. We won't be a burden. We will work. Brother, I won't follow you. Just please take my daughter away. She's still young, and she definitely won't survive with me. That's right. Let's stick together and keep warm. Let us follow you, and we can help you in the future. Seeing Chen Luo about to leave, the survivors who had narrowly escaped followed him. Suddenly, many people turned into zombies yesterday and were biting everyone. They had managed to hide, but before they could catch their breath, they were caught by the giant rats and brought to this warehouse. After the apocalypse broke out yesterday, they learned through the internet that such things were happening all over the world. The whole world had turned into hell. So when they saw Chen Luo, it was like seeing the last lifeline, and they naturally didn't want to let go. Don't follow me. There is still some food and water in the market. You can share it among yourselves. Find a place to hide. Whether you can survive depends on yourselves. No matter how the survivors pleaded, Chen Luo remained unmoved. He casually gave a few instructions and then turned to leave. Mr. Chen, it's me. I delivered vegetables to you every day not long ago. You still owe me for the vegetables. Just as Chen Luo turned around, a man in his 40s quickly chased after him. You want money? No. The man said, Mr. Chen, I just want to ask, on account of those vegetable payments, please take my daughter away, okay? She's still young and I... As the man said this, his eyes turned red, and he hurriedly wiped away his tears. But just as he raised his hand, Chen Luo saw bite marks on the back of his hand. You've been bitten by a zombie? Chen Luo grabbed the man's wrist and asked in a deep voice. No matter who it is, as long as they have been bitten or scratched by a zombie, they will soon mutate into one. The only difference is the duration. If this man has been bitten by a zombie, he will definitely mutate into one. No matter how long it takes, it won't exceed 24 hours. It was just a light bite. There was no bleeding. It will be fine. The man, looking panicked, pulled back his arm, trying hard to hide it behind his back. Then grabbed a delicate little girl beside him and pleaded, Mr. Chen, you are a kind person. I beg you, please take my daughter away. She definitely won't survive here. I can only repay your great kindness in my next life. Don't worry, my daughter is very well behaved. She will definitely not cause you any trouble. As he spoke, the man was about to kneel down. Dad, the little girl looked at her father's humble, pleading expression, feeling very uncomfortable. And her nose turned sour as she burst into tears. Even if the wound is not serious, at the latest in 24 hours, you will mutate. First, think about how to handle your own affairs. Chen Luo turned around and took the combat robotic dog to continue searching for supplies in other cold storage. There were many vegetables and fruits stored in these cold storages, and they were all of various types. One could say they were all good things. With so many good things, how could Chen Luo let them go? He wasn't without space to store them. Therefore, he planned to search one by one and take all the fruits and vegetables back. Wow! Stay away from him. Don't get close to us. At this moment, the other survivors heard Chen Luo's words and realized that the man was about to mutate into a zombie. They immediately retreated in fear, creating some distance from him. Some even found weapons, staring at the man, ready to strike without hesitation at the slightest movement. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. Looking at Chen Luo's departing figure, the man showed a face full of despair and sorrow. Chapter 24, The Ugly Side of Humanity. Daughter, I'm sorry. The man looked at his daughter with pain. He was smarter than others. Watching Chen Luo in the apocalypse, driving an armored vehicle and accompanied by a combat robotic dog. Even the giant rats had been killed. His strength was certainly formidable. That is why the man begged Chen Luo to take his daughter away. But unfortunately, this Mr. Chen had no interest in saving anyone. Dad, we don't need to beg. There are no zombies here. We can definitely live well. Seeing her father's guilty expression, the little girl pretended to comfort him nonchalantly. In today's world, surviving is not that simple. The man shook his head in sadness. He had been in the fruit and vegetable wholesale business for more than a decade and had countless friends. To grasp the prices of fruits and vegetables as quickly as possible, he had joined several industry information groups. The members in those groups came from all corners of the country. According to news about the apocalypse, disasters had struck all over the nation. Countless people had mutated into zombies. At this moment, calling the police was useless. Ambulances were paralyzed, and even the military was in the same situation. If such entities couldn't protect themselves, who would care for these ordinary civilians? Moreover, although he tried to downplay the bite mark on his hand, the man knew that Chen Luo was right. He was already feeling a bit dizzy, which was clearly a symptom of impending mutation. In this chaotic world, laws and moral order had collapsed. Without these constraints, survivors would do anything. Without his protection, his daughter would surely be bullied and given her appearance. She would eventually become a plaything for the strong. That's why he bravely stopped Chen Luo, hoping to find a good home for his daughter before he died. Chen Luo had dealt with him for a while, so he was the best choice in the man's eyes. Old Tang, we are also forced into this. That young brother said you will eventually turn into a zombie. So for your daughter's sake, and for everyone's safety, give up the resistance. When a man was in despair, a fat man with a face full of flesh came over with a rope. Behind him were a dozen others, all armed. Little Yuan, I'm not even bleeding from this little injury. How could I mutate? The man said lightly while protecting his daughter and retreating. This fat man was the market administrator and secretly a local bully. To do business in this market, one had to bribe him with cigarettes and alcohol. If not, one wouldn't be able to do business peacefully. They could easily accuse you of pesticide residue exceeding the limit or other inspection failures, which the vendors couldn't bear. So, unless you had strong connections, doing business here is tough. Do you think we are idiots? Your face is pale and your eyes are red, right? I remember. Those who showed these symptoms before the apocalypse all ended up mutating. We want to make it hard for you. We will just tie you up. If you survive tonight without mutating, we promise to let you go. With that, under the command of the fat man, a dozen people surrounded him. What do you want? If you're scared, I could just leave with my daughter. Shout and let us go. Seeing these people about to act, the man hurriedly pulled his daughter back. In this chaotic world, where can you go? This market is probably the safest place since there are no zombies here. Exactly. If you mutate, your daughter will be left alone. Who will take care of her then? That's right. With us here, we can at least take care of her in the future. You don't need to worry. We are all old acquaintances, and we will treat your daughter like our own. The men looked at the little girl with greedy eyes and laughed. No need. I will take care of my daughter. The father's face changed drastically when he saw those men's animal-like gazes. It was clear that his worst fears were coming true. If he died, those bastards would definitely insult and take advantage of his daughter. How can you take care of her? If you could, you would have begged that young man just now. Anyway, someone has to benefit. Instead of letting others have her, why not let us brothers have her? Old Tang, do you know that I've been craving your daughter for years? If I wasn't afraid of going to jail, I wouldn't have waited until today. Ha ha, heaven is helping me. Now the whole world is in chaos, and there are no laws or morals left. This is the life I truly want. If you cooperate today, I will only tie you up and want to harm you. But if you don't cooperate, don't blame my brothers for being ruthless. The fat man said fiercely. Shao and run. run towards that military vehicle. Hurry! Seeing that these guys had torn off their masks, the girl's father pushed his daughter away and urged loudly. He then grabbed a stick to block the crowd. Dad! The little girl's eyes were filled with tears, reluctant to leave. Go now. Dad has been bitten by a zombie. He will die sooner or later. You must run. Run now. The father shouted anxiously while swinging the stick. Dad! Woo-woo. Seeing her father admit he had been bitten, the little girl cried like a little puddle. Then, under her father's urging, she stumbled towards the armored vehicle. You three, hurry up and catch up. While that young man hasn't reacted, bring her back. Seeing the little girl escape, the fat man immediately ordered his subordinates to chase after her. Bastards, I'll fight you. The girl's father desperately swung the stick to block the crowd. But he was alone and soon got knocked to the ground. Damn it! How dare you ruin my plans? The fat man swung a metal pipe at the girl's father's head. Soon he smashed his head to pieces and stopped. Damn it! I don't believe that after smashing you like this, you can still become a zombie. He spat on the corpse and walked towards the little girl. At this moment, the little girl had climbed onto the armored vehicle, but without Chen Luo, she couldn't get in. Soon, she was caught by those pursuing her. Ah, bastards! Let go of me! Let go of me! Help! The little girl screamed in fear, struggling and hitting the person grabbing her. Useless! Seeing that my men can't even control a little girl, the fat man scolded angrily. Chapter 25. A family should be together. It's only the first day of the apocalypse, and the darkness of human nature can no longer be concealed. Chen Luo stepped out, sneering as he passed by the corpse. When these guys wanted to follow him, they were incredibly sincere. If it were in his previous life, he would have undoubtedly taken them along. After all, in the apocalypse, the power of sticking together for warmth is indeed significant. But after being reborn, Chen Luo understood one thing. The first to die in the apocalypse are the saints, and they die quite tragically. On the second day of the apocalypse, these guys began to act recklessly. They even started killing and abducting daughters. Clearly, these guys were never good people. Based on Chen Luo's experience of struggling for 5 years in the apocalypse, at the very beginning, survivors still had some rationality and conscience. It was only over time, as resources became scarce, that survivors gradually lost their humanity to survive. Those who kill and abduct women right at the onset of the apocalypse are undoubtedly scumbags. They were not good people before the apocalypse, so without the constraints of law and morality, they became even more rampant. Kill! Chen Luo ordered without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The combat robot dog, receiving the order, immediately opened fire, and within moments, 4 or 5 scumbags fell into a pool of blood, each shot in the forehead. This shows how terrifying high-tech combat weapons are. Not a single bullet was wasted. Huh? The burly man who was pulling at the little girl, upon hearing the gunshots and seeing his 4 or 5 underlings drop dead beside him, hurriedly let go in fright. In the distance, Chen Luo, with the combat robot dog, slowly approached, his gaze cold and sharp. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. I saw them trying to escape, and seeing how lovely the little girl was, I thought about keeping her to warm your bed. Haha. Before Chen Luo could speak, the burly man began to explain tremblingly. That's not true. You're clearly trying to capture me and kill my dad. Boo-hoo-hoo. The little girl explained sadly. Kill them, except for this girl. Chen Luo didn't need the little girl to explain. He already knew the situation. He immediately gave the order without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The combat robot dog received the order and opened fire, instantly killing over 10 people. Those who do not help in times of need, what use are you? Kill. Chen Luo glanced at those watching the scene, his expression indifferent as he issued the command. People like this, who are so indifferent, aren't any better. Leaving them the world is just a waste of air. Although he hadn't saved them earlier, he at least hadn't looted all their resources and had left them with quite a bit. At this point, it was clear that wasn't needed. Bang, bang, bang. The machine gun on the combat robot dog mercilessly spewed fire again. In the blink of an eye, over 100 people were shot dead. The girl who had been crying just moments ago was left stunned in shock at this scene. Although she hated these people, it seemed cruel to lie about them just because of that. After all, these are living beings. Moreover, when she saw Chen Luo give the order, he wore a calm expression, as if he often did such things, viewing human lives as insignificant as ants. At that moment, while the little girl was shocked, her gaze toward Chen Luo also held a bit more reverence. Wasteful creatures. After killing these people, Chen Luo collected all the untouched food and water into his personal space. Then, he looted all usable supplies from the market before driving back. "What's your name?" On the way, Chen Luo glanced at the little girl and asked. When he went to search for supplies earlier, it seemed she was afraid he would leave her behind, so she climbed onto the armored vehicle. By the time they returned, there were no living people left in the market, and after some thought, Chen Luo decided not to chase her away. "My name is Tang Xiaoan." Tang Xiaoan looked a bit uneasy, timidly answering Chen Luo. "How old are you?" 17, just graduated from high school. "Tell me your home address, and I'll take you back." "I only have a dad, and now that my dad is dead, I don't want to go anywhere. I want to follow you from now on." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoan's face immediately turned anxious, shaking her head repeatedly. "I don't keep idle people here, especially not those who are cowardly and afraid of death." Chen Luo looked at Tang Xiaoan, unable to hide his disappointment. But I can wash clothes and cook, and I can clean. Besides, I'm not afraid of death." Tang Xiaoan, very afraid that Chen Luo would abandon her, hurriedly assured him. Chen Luo didn't say anything further but brought Tang Xiaoan back to the mall. There were still 2 larger wholesale markets he hadn't visited. He originally planned to complete his shopping in one day. However, he encountered a giant rat along the way, which delayed him quite a bit. Plus, the situation in those 2 markets was unclear, so he decided to temporarily abandon that plan. After all, with the supplies he had accumulated now, even if he ate for hundreds of years, he wouldn't run out. The same goes for meat and other daily necessities. So instead of risking going so far, it was better to loot the nearby supermarket warehouses first. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then his phone, set to silent, vibrated. Chen Luo picked it up, took a glance, and hung up. It was that bitch, Xiao Mingran, calling. Moreover, since yesterday, she had sent countless messages that Chen Luo had ignored. She must be starving. "Don't worry, tomorrow I'll make time to personally bring your family together." Chapter 26 Revenge. Click, click. The armored vehicle entered the mall, and the large iron door quickly closed. The zombies attracted by the roar of the engine were kept outside. Chen Luo was already used to this and felt no panic at all. However, Tang Xiaoan turned pale seeing so many zombies. But in order to leave a strong impression on Chen Luo, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to appear calm as she got out of the vehicle. "Go inside and pick a room for yourself." Once inside the mall, Chen Luo casually gave an order, then took out food and drinks from his space to eat. Although he had been busy all day, the harvest was also quite rich. Almost all the supplies from the entire fruit and vegetable market had been stored in his personal space. In his previous life, during the apocalypse, let alone eating fresh vegetables and fruits, even getting a single expired sausage was a huge stroke of luck. Top, top, top. After more than half an hour, Tang Xiaoan, with her long hair still wet, timidly walked over. She had tidied up her room and, seeing that there was hot water, had taken a shower. Chen Luo looked up and couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, Tang Xiaoan was wearing his white shirt, and the slippers on her feet were also his. Because the shirt was a bit big, it covered her still developing body. So, he couldn't tell if she was wearing underwear or a bra. Originally, Tang Xiaoan had been dirty, but after her shower, she appeared even more radiant. "Hungry? Have something to eat first." Chen Luo was momentarily stunned, then quickly returned to normal. Seeing Tang Xiaoan staring at the food and swallowing repeatedly, he finally realized that the girl wasn't trying to seduce him. She was just hungry, which is why she came over. He took out a pair of chopsticks from his space and placed them on the table, then began to drink on his own. "Thank you," Tang Xiaoan said gratefully, then sat down and picked up the chopsticks to eat. She hadn't eaten anything for a day since yesterday, and her stomach was already growling with hunger. At first, she was a bit reserved, trying hard to restrain herself. But later, seeing that Chen Luo said nothing, she completely let go and began to gobble down the food. Seeing her eat so heartily, Chen Luo took out another steaming dish from his space. Before the apocalypse broke out, he had booked a large number of banquets at Lao Ji's private kitchen, and then ordered a 200 million meal at Chui Weiju. Moreover, his personal space had a time-stopping function. Therefore, the food he put in back then was still steaming hot when he took it out now. It didn't even need reheating, and the taste was still original. Huh? Tang Xiaoan was surprised to see Chen Luo seemingly conjure a steaming dish out of thin air. Is this the legendary divine art? However, after her surprise, she didn't dare to ask anything and continued to eat with her head down, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her heart. "Xiaoan, today you stay in the mall and clean all the water tanks in the yard, then fill them up." The next morning, Chen Luo found some tasks for Tang Shaolin to do before driving away in an armored vehicle. In the mall square, there were over 200 large water tanks, all intended for water storage. Today was the third day since the apocalypse broke out, and tap water was still flowing, as well as the internet and electricity. However, Chen Luo knew better than anyone that it wouldn't be long before water, electricity, gas, and internet would be cut off. Therefore, Chen Luo needed to store enough water resources before the water was cut off. Even if the water wasn't used for drinking, it could be used for washing clothes, washing vegetables, and so on. As for drinking water, Chen Luo had plenty of pure water. Before the apocalypse, he had purchased almost half of the bottled water and purified water in the entire Shen city. Therefore, the water resources in his personal space were more than sufficient. I am starving. When are you going to deliver food? He received a message from Chow Mingran, her tone clearly impatient. He did not reply and continued driving the armored vehicle towards his destination. When he arrived at the entrance of the community, Chen Luo replied, "Hurry down. I'm waiting for you downstairs." In fact, the survivors inside the community, hearing the roar of the engine, couldn't help but rush to the balcony to look down. When they saw a tracked armored vehicle, they all became incredibly excited. However, surrounding the armored vehicle were many zombies. These zombies were naturally attracted by the roar of the engine, running from all directions. Fortunately, the attacks from these zombie hordes had no effect on the armored vehicle. Even if they broke their fingers or lost their teeth, they couldn't scratch the paint of the armored vehicle. It's a military armored vehicle. We're saved. Wow, your husband is amazing. He even got a military armored vehicle. By the way, can you ask your husband if he has any food? An elderly neighbor from the adjacent balcony asked, looking very excited. Zhang Tao patted Chow Mingran on the backside, signaling her to go back inside to talk. What's going on? That idiot wants us to go downstairs. Hurry up and get ready. The excitement on Chow Mingran's face was hard to hide as she said impatiently, "Didn't you see the horde of zombies below? Going down now is asking for death. Also, the last time we had dinner, I was showing off as the billionaire boss of the Shun family. There are a few people next door who know me. What if they accidentally let it slip?" Zhang Tao frowned and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Once the zombies leave, we could go down early. Just tell them we need to rescue people in batches." Chow Mingran quickly thought of a plan. "By the way, don't forget, if he asks why you were at my house, just tell him you came to discuss investment." "Okay, then when we go down, we'll tell your husband that there are a lot of zombies on our floor, and it's better not to rescue them. That way, no one will let anything slip." Zhang Tao and Chow Mingran made their plans and began to pack things up. By the time they finished packing, the zombies surrounding the armored vehicle had gradually dispersed. The roar of the engine had attracted them, but now that the sound was gone and they lost their target, they naturally wandered off elsewhere. "Hurry up, I'm on a tight schedule. 3 minutes left. If you're not down by then, I'm leaving." Inside the armored vehicle, Chen Luo sent a message urging them. Chow Mingran was very afraid that Chen Luo would abandon her, so she hurriedly tiptoed down with her luggage. When she saw Chow Mingran come out, Chen Luo opened the car door and got out. "God, you finally came. I was almost starving to death. By the way, Mr. Zhang is also at my house. He came over to discuss investment. Don't think too much about it." Chow Mingran said casually as she walked up to Chen Luo. "Mr. Zhang, discussing investment? A guy who only knows how to lend at high interest actually invests?" Chen Luo laughed mockingly, his face filled with murderous intent. Chapter 27. Thrown into the zombie horde, Chow Mingran was stunned to hear this, her expression a bit flustered. "W, what did you say?" But soon, she forced herself to calm down and pretended not to understand. "You really deserve an Oscar. It's a pity you didn't get the little golden man. Do you really think I don't know about the misdeeds you two have done? You must have lost quite a few brain cells for my 5 billion, huh?" As Chen Luo spoke, he issued a standby command to the combat robotic dog. "Do not talk nonsense. I never thought about cheating your money. Also, my relationship with Mr. Zhang is innocent." Chow Mingran's mind went blank, and she panicked. When she saw the returning horde of zombies not far away, she became incoherent with fear. These zombies seemed to hear the mechanical sound of the combat robotic dog and slowly turned to gather. If they didn't get in the car now, they wouldn't be able to escape. So, while speaking, Chow Mingran hurried towards the vehicle. "President Chen, it's a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Can I get in the car first? I'll explain everything once I'm inside." The zombie horde was alarmed, and Zhang Tao behind her was also trembling in fear, looking at Chen Luo and pleading. "What explanation? Go explain it to the king of hell in the underworld. Block them and hand them over to the zombies for execution." Chen Luo issued the command to the combat robotic dog, then turned and got back into the vehicle, starting it up. With a press of the accelerator, the armored vehicle let out a loud roar, continuously stimulating the surrounding zombie horde. Soon, zombies from all directions gathered at the fastest speed. No, honey, I was wrong. I want to dare again. Let me in the car, otherwise I'll die. Please let me up. From now on, I'll be your dog. And you can make me do anything. You don't like doggy style? You don't like snakes crawling in? You don't like being upside down? I agreed to everything, okay? Outside the car, Chow Ming-Gran was frantically banging on the car door, pleading hoarsely. But soon, she was kicked to the ground by the combat robot dog. Before long, zombies surrounded them from all directions. Mr. Chun, please don't do this. I'm begging you. It was this woman who seduced me. I'm innocent. As the horde of zombies drew closer, the two let out terrified screams, and two streams of liquid flowed from beneath them. At the same time, a foul smell permeated the air. They had clearly been scared to the point of losing control. Bang! Bang! The combat robot dog jumped off the ground, soared into the air, and then delivered a powerful kick, sending the two into the zombie horde. In an instant, two terrified screams rang out again, only to be abruptly silenced. Then came the sounds of zombies feasting on flesh. Soon, the ravenous horde had devoured the two, leaving nothing but bone fragments. Only the bloodstains on the ground remained to prove that two living people had just been there. Up in the apartment, Zhang Tao and Chow Ming-Ran's family were trembling in fear, having witnessed the gruesome death of the two. Thankfully, they hadn't gone down earlier, otherwise, they might have met the same fate. Boom! Chen Luo looked at the two sworn enemies from his past lives being torn apart by zombies before giving the combat robot dog the order to return. Then he stepped on the gas and crushed his way out of the horde. Brother-in-law, don't forget about me after saving my sister. By the way, there are 3 of us here. Can your armored vehicle fit us? My sister told me you have stocked up a lot of food in your mall. My girlfriend wants fried chicken and milk. Remember to prepare more. Aren't we there yet? Hurry up. Stop dragging your feet. Along the way, Chow Ming-Ran's brother, Chow Ming, kept urging him, even speaking in an arrogant tone. However, he still didn't know that his sister had already been fed to the zombies by his brother-in-law. The robot dog quickly approached and got ready to open the door. Chen Luo casually replied to a message and then tossed his phone aside. 10 minutes later, the armored vehicle stopped at the entrance of the mall. Chen Luo then released 2 combat robot dogs and began remote control operations. The house left by his parents was not far from the Guanjia Mall, just a 20-minute walk. The combat robot dogs were faster, reaching in just a few minutes. These combat robot dogs were high-tech, easily controlled by voice commands. Soon, the combat robot dogs took the elevator upstairs. They encountered some zombies along the way. But since they didn't smell blood, the zombies turned away. Bang, bang, bang. At the door, one combat robot dog knocked on the door. Immediately, a young man with triangular eyes opened it. Are you ready? Brother-in-law has arrived. Seeing the combat robot dog, Zhang Ming quickly called for his mother and girlfriend. The two were already prepared and cautiously stepped out. They glanced around the corridor, saw no zombies, and then followed the combat robot dogs into the elevator. As the elevator slowly descended, the 3 grew increasingly anxious. The outside world was filled with zombies. Would these 2 combat robot dogs be able to protect them? But as soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they sensed something was wrong. The combat robot dogs were rudely pushing them outside. If they were there to rescue them, the robot dogs should be leading the way to protect them, right? Moreover, there seemed to be a few zombies lingering at the door, yet the robot dogs showed no signs of attacking. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the 3 sensed something was off, the combat robot dogs jumped up again and kicked them hard. The zombies lingering at the door heard the commotion and immediately stopped. What are you kicking for? No, this is definitely not to save us. Zhang Ming's girlfriend was the first to notice the problem, her expression serious, as she quickly warned them. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhang Ming began to doubt, and immediately pulled out his phone to contact Chen Luo. But Chen Luo had sent a message at some point. Hey, idiot, your sister, that bitch, has already been fed to the zombies. Since we're family, we should be reunited, right? Buzz. Upon seeing the message, Chow Ming's head felt like it had been smashed with a hammer, nearly causing him to spit blood in anger. Seeing Chow Ming's strange expression, his mother and girlfriend hurriedly leaned in to take a look. They were all stunned. Get back. Chow Ming snapped back to reality and turned to escape back to the elevator. But the combat robot dog kicked him away. Bang! The noise attracted the zombies at the door, who charged in. It's over. This time was completely over, with zombies in front and combat robot dogs behind. Even Chao Mingran's mother, usually sharp-tongued, was trembling in fear. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the combat robot dogs kicked harder, sending the three directly in front of the zombies. Seeing the zombies, the three were so scared that they lost control. Before they could get up from the ground, the zombies pounced on them. Soon, all four of their bones were crushed by the zombies. It's done. At this moment, Chen Luo's deep-seated vendetta from his past life was finally avenged. Chapter 28. The Ruthless Manager. Chen, you haven't forgotten about the balance for the banquet you booked at my hotel last time, have you? I heard you've struck it rich lately, buying Guanjimall and hoarding a lot of supplies. Even the meat factory's goods have been bought out by you. How about this? If you send me some food now, I'll consider the hundreds of thousands in balance settled. How about it? After taking care of Chao Mingran's family, Chen Luo received another message from Ji Chunyao. This guy was just like in the previous life, dreaming during the apocalypse. Of course, this wasn't a bad thing. At least he was still alive. When the apocalypse broke out, his restaurant was still in operation, and 11 o'clock was peak time for customers. So, his shop became a zombie den. Those survivors had long been devoured by the zombies. Yes, I have indeed hoarded a lot. I'll send you a video in a bit. If you have the guts, come and get it. Chen Luo decisively sent a video of a seafood feast and retorted. In his previous life, just a few days after the apocalypse broke out, due to food shortages, Ji Chunyao's mother, Yao Jinlan, used her position as the women's director of the neighborhood committee to morally blackmail the residents, forcing them to concentrate their food at her house for management and distribution. In the end, this old woman secretly hoarded all the good stuff. Chen Luo was one of the victims. Later, Ji Chunyao even colluded with a gang of thugs to rob the residents of food, drinks, and attractive women, leaving nothing untouched. Now he wanted to get food from Chen Luo? Dream on. Boom. Withdraw the two combat robot dogs. Chen Luo did not return to them all, but instead stepped on the gas and headed straight for Tiananmen Square. The underground warehouse of Lianhua Shopping Mall is located here, and it is also where he works. Today is the third day of the apocalypse, and the supplies in the warehouse should still be intact. However, in a few days, everything will be uncertain. In his previous life, Chen Luo remembered that on the fifth day of the apocalypse, someone organized survivors to establish a survivor base. When zombies first appeared, survivors were very scared, so they all hid. However, some brave individuals, as food ran out, mustered the courage to step out of their homes and began hunting zombies. Soon, these people discovered that zombies moved slowly and didn't seem that powerful. Once there was one, there would be a second. Survivors without food began to band together for warmth. In just 10 days, several survivor bases of varying sizes emerged in Shenzhen. Of course, in the beginning, the so-called bases were actually just residents from different communities or employees from a company. They cleared the zombies from their communities or company compounds, reinforced them, and turned them into survivor bases. After establishing the bases, as food became scarce, they began to scavenge for food and living supplies. Therefore, Chen Luo needed to empty the supplies in Lianhua Shopping Mall before these people took action. Otherwise, it would benefit others later on. Beauty, I'll say it again. As long as you come out obediently, I guarantee I will treat you well. Isn't it just spending a night with me? If you serve me well, not only will I let you leave, but I will also give you food. If you continue to hide in there, I will break down the door. At Tiananmen Square, a few fierce-looking strong men stood at the door of a small room. The leader, a bald man, held a military pistol in his hand. However, no matter how he threatened, the inside remained eerily quiet. You want to be tough, huh? Bang, bang, bang. The bald man, not getting a response, immediately used a fire axe to smash the iron door fiercely. Soon, the rusty iron door began to shake. Damn it, if you don't open the door soon, I'll start shooting. Where are you going to shoot? Keep smashing. We only have a few hundred rounds of ammo. Every shot counts. Once we run out, what will we use for self-defense? At that moment, a tall man about 1.8 meters angrily rebuked. I can't wait any longer. Damn it, all these years. It's been nothing but ladies. Finally meeting such a lovely girl. I'm about to burst. The bald man, holding the gun, said impatiently. She is locked inside. What is there to be afraid of her running away? Don't worry. When she is starving, she'll come out on her own. If you can't wait this little time, what big things can you accomplish? The tall man glared and scolded. Big brother is right. If we can avoid using guns, that is best. Our bullets are limited, and if we run out, where will we find more? Who knows when the government will restore order? With us robbing the police station S-guns, that's enough to get everyone killed. Right, anyway, that woman can't run away while hiding inside. After the tall man finished speaking, the other henchmen began to echo him. Damn it, do you think I want this? It's just that I've never played with someone so lovely before. Those ladies are so damn boring. I'm sick of them. We finally escaped with the military supplies, only to find zombies everywhere on the way. And just when we meet such a lovely beauty, she hides again. What bad luck. The bald man cursed as he put away the handgun and smashed the door with the fire axe again. Don't worry, there are definitely survivors inside the Tiananmen building. We'll search floor by floor. If we find any men, we'll kill them or throw them down to feed the zombies. Pretty women, we'll capture them all. Once we occupy this building, it'll be our base. Then we'll clear out the zombies inside, and it'll be a paradise. Remember, when killing zombies, try not to use handguns. The tall man began giving orders. Yes, brothers, form groups of 5 and search. By the way, did you see the billboard above the supermarket? It seems a celebrity is coming here for a concert. If we're lucky this time, we might even get to play with a big star. This group of thugs chatted and laughed as they began preparing to search the building. Suddenly, a series of roaring engine sounds came. The tall man, upon hearing this, trembled like a frightened rabbit. He quickly drew the handgun from his waist and moved to the window. An armored vehicle. Boss, could it be the military is coming? The bald man poked his head out to take a look and turned pale upon seeing a tracked armored vehicle. I just started having a comfortable day, and the military is already mobilizing. Isn't this too fast? The tall, fierce man cursed unwillingly. Wait, boss, it doesn't seem to be soldiers. It looks like it's just one person. A henchman who was still observing suddenly shouted, his expression becoming excited. One person dares to come over. Brothers, grab your weapons and let us ambush on the first floor. The tall man unlocked the safety on his handgun and rushed down with his henchmen. As soon as they left, the small iron door that had just been there opened a crack. Then, a woman in professional attire cautiously poked half her head out. After confirming that there was no one outside, she quietly walked to the window and looked down, only to see the armored vehicle. However, the thugs they mentioned had already disappeared. Most of these bastards had guns in their hands and were hiding in the dark. Therefore, coming alone was almost like sending oneself to death. What should I do? The woman couldn't help but worry for that person. Chapter 29, Goodbye. Close friend, are these all corpses? Chen Luo parked the armored vehicle and jumped out with the combat robot dogs, only to see many corpses in the supermarket square. Most had injuries and their heads were smashed. It was evident that these people had been thrown down from the building and died from a fall. Chen Luo glanced at the building, frowning slightly. However, after thinking for a moment, he still led the combat robot dogs toward the underground warehouse. The underground levels B2 and B3 of Lianhua Supermarket are parking lots, while B1 is the warehouse. The first, second, and third floors are supermarkets. And above the third floor are various brand stores and a cinema, among others. Lianhua Square is also a relatively large shopping plaza in Shunqing. Inside, there are high-end clothing from major brands, high-end cosmetics, and various living supplies, everything one could need. Chen Luo's plan this time was to empty the entire building. Bang! Just as Chen Luo reached the entrance of the building, a sudden sound of a vase shattering came from behind him. He turned around cautiously to see a large vase smashed to pieces. At the same time, an A4 sheet of paper floated down. It seems these guys couldn't help but take action, seeing the dead bodies in the square, along with the eerie silence inside the building. Chen Luo sensed something was wrong. After thinking for a moment, he hid in a corner and instructed the combat robotic dog to pick up the A4 paper. The contents were alarming. Danger. Do not enter. There's a group of ruthless armed criminals here. The writing was extremely scrawled, having fallen along with a vase. This indicated that the person warning him was clearly very panicked. It must have been the splattered person upstairs causing this. You all ambush him and try to take this kid down. I'll go up and teach her a lesson. The burly man, standing at 8 meters tall, immediately realized what was happening when he saw the fallen vase. After giving orders to his subordinates, he alone returned to the 4th floor. Meanwhile, downstairs in the building, Chen Luo glanced up and cautiously retreated to the armored vehicle, beginning to remotely control the combat robotic dog. With the command given, 5 combat robotic dogs charged into the building. They formed a spearhead formation and moved forward. The footage recorded by the surveillance cameras was transmitted in real time to the tablet in Chen Luo's hand. Although remote control was somewhat cumbersome, it ensured his safety. Chen Luo could easily grasp the situation inside the building without putting himself in danger. Bang! Suddenly, gunfire erupted as one of the criminals shot at the combat robotic dog. Before Chen Luo could see who it was, the person hit again. Eliminate all armed criminals. Seeing the traces of these armed criminals, Chen Luo issued the command without hesitation. These combat robotic dogs possess strong AI capabilities, allowing them to execute combat tasks autonomously once given operational orders. Upon receiving Chen Luo's command, the combat robotic dogs immediately maintained standard combat formation and quickly advanced toward the target. In just 3 seconds, they reached the stairway. The group hiding around the corner of the stairs panicked and fled upon seeing 3 combat robotic dogs. However, the combat robotic dogs immediately leaped up and pursued them. At the same time, their electronic eyes quickly launched attacks upon spotting the enemies. 5 slower-running criminals were instantly shot in the head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After receiving the command to eliminate all armed criminals, the combat robotic dogs continued their pursuit. Don't underestimate these robotic dogs. Their jumping ability far exceeds that of humans. In just over 20 seconds, the battle was over. All the criminals were shot in the head as they attempted to escape to the second floor. How did these guys come about? Chen Luo, who had been monitoring the combat footage, felt puzzled. Today was only the 3rd day since the apocalypse began, yet he encountered such a vicious group. Moreover, many of the criminals were armed. In his previous life, it took about half a month for major survivor bases to form gangs. Around the 10th day, humans began to awaken as superhumans. With the strength of superhumans far surpassing that of ordinary people, they took control of major bases, leading humanity into a new era of base fragmentation. But now, only 3 days had passed, and this group had already appeared. This weighed heavily on Chen Luo's mind. However, he was not questioning why gangs appeared, but was concerned about his own safety. Putting aside these thoughts, Chen Luo walked over for a look, and upon seeing the bald man, he suddenly realized. In his previous life, after the apocalypse broke out, there was a gang of bullies who first stormed a police station to steal some firearms and ammunition, then occupied a supermarket, living quite well off those supplies in the apocalypse. Although their numbers were not many, each person had awakened superpowers. They were extremely brutal, leaving no survivors except for beautiful women. He only knew their leader was a tall man and a bald guy. It was evident that the people occupying the supermarket at that moment were them. Maintain combat formation and search upstairs, Chen Luo ordered again. Among this group, there was no tall man, which meant he was definitely upstairs. Just then, a woman's terrified cry for help came from upstairs. Chen Luo quickly controlled the combat robotic dogs to rush toward the direction of the sound. The combat robotic dogs could not only collect sounds, but also locate positions through them. When they reached upstairs through the surveillance footage, Chen Luo saw a tall man covering a woman's mouth, trying to silence her. Song Hongyan? Chen Luo recognized the woman's face and was filled with mixed emotions. This woman was one of the few people he encountered in the apocalypse who was grateful and wanted to repay him. Once, when Chen Luo led a team to search for supplies, they were robbed by people from the Xiangdao base. These guys not only stole supplies, but also intended to kill. At the critical moment, Song Hongyan saw the situation was dire and was the first to quietly escape. Chen Luo initially thought he had encountered another ungrateful person, but unexpectedly, Song Hongyan soon returned with reinforcements, albeit injured. It turned out that seeing the large number of people from the Xiangdao base, she went to seek help from her close friend, the Ice Queen, to bring back reinforcements as soon as possible. She risked being surrounded by zombies and made her way through the horde. In the end, the reinforcements she brought saved Chen Luo. But she was infected by the virus and was on the verge of turning into a zombie. Just as she was about to mutate, she charged at the enemy. Just like that, before Chen Luo could use his blood to save her, he was killed by the superhuman from the Xiangdao base. Every time he thought of Song Hongyan, he felt immense guilt. If he could have given her his blood at that moment, she wouldn't have died. However, Chen Luo was worried about exposing his secret in front of the crowd, fearing it would lead to his own death, which ultimately led to the tragedy. Therefore, how could he not be overjoyed to see Song Hongyan again? Chapter 30. Too excited, couldn't help but steal a kiss. Robotic dogs? On the 4th floor, the appearance of the robotic dogs left the burly man dumbfounded. If it were the police or soldiers, he might threaten them by holding a hostage. But how could he threaten cold machines with a hostage? In an instant, the burly man looked at the 5 combat robotic dogs surrounding him, unsure of how to speak. Protect the hostage and eliminate the criminals. Inside the armored vehicle, Chen Luo issued the command, then opened the door and jumped out, rushing upstairs. Bang! Immediately after, a gunshot rang out, and a blood hole appeared in the man's forehead. The next second, the corpse fell into a pool of blood. The combat robotic dogs were extremely accurate with their aim, especially when executing special tasks, every shot hitting the head. Phew! Song Hongyan looked at the body on the ground and finally let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, she had dropped the vase and A4 paper but had not had time to hide before the burly man chased her down. As a weak woman, how could she possibly fight against armed thugs? In the end, she was captured and taken hostage. Fortunately, 5 combat robotic dogs appeared just in time to save her. Otherwise, if she had fallen into the hands of these thugs, she would surely have been tortured to death. Just as Song Hongyan was secretly grateful, a young man suddenly rushed over. Before she could react, the young man hugged her tightly. "What are you doing?" His strong arms made it hard for her to breathe. If she wasn't sure that this young man was the one from downstairs who came to save her, she would definitely have reason to suspect that this guy was trying to assault her. "It's great that you're not dead." In her excitement, Chen Luo couldn't help but kiss Song Hongyan on the forehead. Then he released her, glanced at her curvy figure, and sighed in relief, saying, You know me?" Song Hongyan furrowed her brows in confusion as she looked at Chen Luo, momentarily forgetting that he had just kissed her forehead. "Your name is Song Hongyan. You're a local from Shuncheng, and your home address is Building 7, 8th floor, Taiping Road, Diyuan Community. Your measurements are 84, 62, 86, Chen Luo said, scanning Song Hongyan's standard measurements and adding, "Who told you that?" Song Hongyan's face turned red, and she quickly covered her chest, looking warily at Chen Luo. Her address and measurements were secrets. How could a stranger know them, especially a man? It made her feel as if she had a relationship with him. But the problem was, she was sure she had never seen this man before. At that moment, while feeling embarrassed, Song Hongyan was also very puzzled. "Well, I dreamt about you many times, so I know. Do you believe it?" Chen Luo stroked his chin and joked. In his previous life, his worries had led to her demise. Therefore, in this life, he would definitely protect this woman in front of him and would never let the tragedy repeat itself. Humph. Song Hongyan couldn't help but roll her eyes. She thought this was something only a ghost would believe. However, after being teased by Chen Luo, the distance between them had decreased significantly. Despite it being their first meeting, they quickly became familiar with each other, without the awkwardness or restraint typical of strangers. "What are you doing here?" Chen Luo asked seriously. "I'm definitely here. I'm the store manager of the gear counter. When the zombie virus broke out, I was at work. Then many customers and my colleagues turned into zombies. I took the chance to escape to the 4th floor while I was in the restroom. There are very few shops on the 4th floor, so there were fewer people. I originally planned to hide here and wait for rescue, but I ended up encountering a group of thugs. They cleared the zombies on the floor and then found me. Fortunately, I was smart and ran into the electrical room and locked myself in from the inside. Just now, those guys said a military vehicle was coming, so they went down to ambush you. I was worried you might rush in recklessly, so I threw a vase down to warn you. But before I could hide again, I was caught by that strong man." Song Hongyan recounted her experiences over the past few days. No wonder there were so many corpses downstairs. Chen Luo had already guessed, and now he was sure that those corpses were caused by this group of people. "This building isn't safe. I'll take you to a secret base later. Wait for me. I'm going to the supermarket to gather supplies." After Chen Luo finished speaking, he let the combat robotic dogs lead the way, and he took Song Hongyan downstairs. Below was a large supermarket. The 1st and 2nd floors had food, drinks, alcohol, fresh produce, vegetables, fruits, cooked food, dry goods, and condiments. Enter combat mode. If you encounter zombies or enemies, open fire immediately. Chen Luo commanded the combat robotic dogs as they entered the supermarket. Instantly, the robotic dogs formed a combat formation and cautiously advanced forward. Chen Luo couldn't be sure that all the thugs had been eliminated, so for safety, he continued to give orders to the combat robotic dogs. Under the protection of the robotic dogs, Chen Luo began to collect supplies with peace of mind. Wherever he passed, the goods on the shelves disappeared into thin air. Song Hongyan was speechless at this bizarre scene. "Don't be surprised. I have a personal space that's larger than you can imagine." Seeing Song Hongyan's astonished expression, Chen Luo did not hide it. In a few days, people will start awakening their special abilities. At that time, many miraculous things will appear one after another. So having a personal space won't be anything extraordinary soon. So there's no need to hide it. So amazing? But with Chen Luo's words, Song Hongyan felt even more shocked. A hint of admiration appeared in her gaze as she looked at Chen Luo. After the apocalypse broke out, although many people survived, food and water became a huge problem. And Chen Luo, with his combat robotic dogs, was collecting supplies everywhere and had such a magical personal space. Song Hongyan might not have understood much, but if he could store all the supplies from his supermarket, it would be enough for several people to eat for a lifetime. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and keep up. I want to empty this place in a day. Seeing that Song Hongyan was frozen in place, Chen Luo couldn't help but urge her. To collect supplies, he needed to touch the items, so to clear the shelves, he had to touch everything. Therefore, emptying the entire supermarket was quite a workload. After all, there was also an underground warehouse and the specialty stores upstairs, plus clearing out zombies. It would take at least a day of busy work. Chapter 31. Embracing each other. After finally emptying the entire supermarket, Chen Luo opened a fire hose box and took out a fire axe, tossing it to Song Hongyan. He intended to help her adapt to the bloodshed and cruelty of the apocalypse as soon as possible, whether it was Tang Xiaoan or Song Hongyan. Chen Luo did not plan to let them survive under his protection, because that would only cultivate flowers in a greenhouse. This cruel apocalypse would eventually harm them. If one day he had to leave the base for some reason, those without combat experience would become someone else's prey. Therefore, after collecting supplies, Chen Luo planned to train them. At the very least, he needed to ensure that they had the ability to protect themselves. With the combat robotic dogs, do we still need to do it ourselves? Song Hongyan, holding the fire axe, said somewhat fearfully. She had already been scared enough to run away at the sight of terrifying zombies, and now she had to get her hands dirty. Relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself. I advise you to adapt to the apocalypse as quickly as possible. This situation might last for decades, even hundreds of years. If you can't even kill zombies, how long do you think you can survive? Even without zombies, what if you encounter thugs like these again? Chen Luo looked at Song Hongyan and said with a very serious expression, "But don't we have the combat robot dogs?" Song Hongyan's face fell, clearly still unwilling. What if the combat robot dogs malfunction? What should we do next? Chen Luo ruthlessly shattered Song Hongyan's fantasies. Trust me, zombies are not as formidable as you think. They move slowly. As long as you learn to dodge skillfully and then smash their heads, you can easily kill them. Remember, you can only truly kill them by smashing their heads. Also, I can tell you clearly that these zombies will continue to evolve. If you're not strong enough, you'll eventually die. Moreover, sometimes humans are scarier than zombies in the apocalypse. This is why Song Hongyan is like this. If it were someone else, I'd say if you don't want to fight, then get lost. It's the apocalypse. What do you expect? Do you still want to have everything handed to you? To survive in the apocalypse, you must face various cruelties. Right now, we're killing zombies. But later we'll kill people too, and I will train you as soon as possible. Snap! Immediately, Chen Luo switched on the electrical circuit of the underground warehouse. Suddenly, the previously dark warehouse was illuminated as if it were daytime. Having worked at Lianhua Supermarket for 5 years, Chen Luo was very familiar with every detail here. He started as a server and worked his way up to department manager. He was clear about the distribution box, lighting switches, and so on. There's a zombie. When the lights turned on, Song Hongyan screamed in fright, dropped the fire axe, and tightly clung to Chen Luo's arm, pressing against him. In her fright, her chest pressed tightly against Chen Luo. Don't be afraid. Chen Luo followed Song Hongyan's gaze and saw a few zombies slowly approaching in the middle of the warehouse shelves. Chen Luo picked up the fire axe that had been dropped on the ground and said with a relaxed smile, "Watch carefully. I'll take out a few for you to see. After that, you'll have to do it yourself." With that, Chen Luo took the initiative to walk towards the zombies. The combat robot dog also assumed a combat stance, ready to fire at any moment. Bang! Bang! As Chen Luo approached, he swung the fire axe directly. In front of Song Hongyan's shock and admiration, he struck down the heads of the 2 zombies at the forefront. Although his physical condition wasn't up to par now, his experience from 5 years of fighting in the apocalypse in his previous life allowed Chen Luo to easily resolve the battle. These zombies hadn't evolved yet, so for Chen Luo, killing them was no different from chopping vegetables. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, Chen Luo swiftly killed 7 or 8 zombies. When only one zombie remained, he turned around and handed the fire axe to Song Hongyan. Take it, kill this beast. Chen Luo gave Song Hongyan an encouraging look. Don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you. After saying that, without waiting for Song Hongyan to react, he pushed her towards the zombie. Ah, you. Song Hongyan gripped the fire axe nervously, turning back to glare at Chen Luo. However, under Chen Luo's encouraging gaze, she clenched her teeth, shouted, and charged at the zombie with the fire axe. Crack! The fire axe struck heavily on the zombie's shoulder, causing the zombie's body to slightly pause. Song Hongyan opened her eyes wide, seeing that the zombie not only didn't fall, but also roared at her. She was so frightened that she trembled all over and let go of the fire axe, turning to run. Bang! At that moment, a combat robot dog received a danger signal and opened fire immediately. The bullet pierced through the zombie's forehead, and it fell heavily to the ground. Not bad, but next time you attack a zombie, make sure to keep your eyes open and aim for their heads. Song Hongyan thought Chen Luo would surely be disappointed in her this time, but unexpectedly, she received praise. This made her originally tense heart relax a little. At the same time, she felt very guilty. Song Hongyan knew in her heart that Chen Luo was doing this for her own good. But Chen Luo didn't intentionally praise her. Compared to most women, Song Hongyan was already very outstanding. The apocalypse had just erupted not long ago, let alone weak women. Many men were trembling in fear and didn't even have the courage to run away. So, let alone killing zombies. In the later stages of the apocalypse, many leaders of survivor bases were basically ruthless people. They were bold and acted without scruples. Many timid and weak people became food for zombies after the virus outbreak. Thus, the more timid and weak people were, the faster they died. Let us go. We continue searching. After dealing with the zombies, Chen Luo moved forward. Compared to the building, there weren't many zombies in the warehouse. These people were either there to move goods or were warehouse staff encounters. Bang, bang. Gunshots rang out from time to time, followed by the bodies of zombies falling. Chen Luo and Song Hongyan searched their way through. Among them were many zombies who were his former colleagues. Click! Just when Chen Luo thought he had finally cleared all the zombies and was preparing to collect supplies, the sound of a door locking suddenly came from the power room. Over there, Chen Luo directed the 2 combat robot dogs to go ahead. Being cautious, Chen Luo was very careful, as he hadn't confirmed whether the other party was a remnant of the group of thugs. The combat robot dogs immediately entered shooting mode and walked towards the power room, then suddenly kicked the door. Bang! The door was kicked open, followed by a woman's terrified scream. Hearing this, Chen Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since that group of thugs were all men, the woman inside should be a survivor. Xiaoning, why are you here? As Chen Luo approached, he realized it was the only little waitress who had received him at Suwei residence. President Chen, seeing Chen Luo, the originally terrified Xiaoning, stood up in surprise. Before Chen Luo could react, she dashed into his arms and started crying. With soft jade and fragrant warmth actively entering his embrace, how could he refuse? Chapter 32. Making a deal with you after crying for a while, Xiaoning's emotions gradually stabilized. After asking, Chen Luo learned that after the little girl got her paycheck, the boss had given her 3 days off. So, she had planned to go out to eat with her classmates. As a result, she encountered the outbreak of the virus. Ultimately, her classmates turned into zombies, and the entire building fell into chaos. In her panic, Xiaoning had hidden in the power room, thus escaping a disaster. Don't be afraid. I'll take you to the base. It's very safe there. Chen Luo comforted her and then began to collect supplies. Just now, when the little girl rushed into his arms, her whole body was tightly pressed against him, and that feeling was simply wonderful. Although Xiaoning's figure couldn't compare to Song Hongyan's. She was still young and hadn't fully developed yet. However, even so, holding her was very pleasant. Unfortunately, they still need to collect supplies, and there is a light bulb following them. Otherwise, Chen Luo might take advantage of the situation. With a swoosh, Chen Luo used both hands and feet, and a mountain of supplies was instantly stored in his personal space. Xiaoning watched in astonishment. Chen Luo had worked here and knew that the warehouse stored supplies worth over 100 million. Grain, oil, dried goods, seasonings, beverages, and frozen goods were all very complete. If he could collect all the supplies from the supermarket, he could stay in the base and live a life of indulgence every day. After spending a whole day emptying the supermarket, Chen Luo finally returned to the base with the two women. Tang Xiaoan was very pleased to see the newcomers and personally took them to choose two spacious rooms, even helping to tidy up. Then she took them for a hot shower. After they finished washing up, Chen Luo took out the steaming meals and started eating. Seeing the table full of delicious food, Song Hongyan couldn't help but pull out her phone to take pictures and videos, which she then posted on social media. King crab, wild yellow croaker. Isn't this the banquet you ordered a few days ago, Chun? Xiaoning looked at the feast on the table and felt very familiar. At first, she was a bit surprised, but then it dawned on her that Chen Luo must have known in advance that the apocalypse would break out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have extravagantly ordered a 200 million meal. And there was this solid base. In an instant, Xiaoning looked at Chen Luo with a mix of curiosity and awe. This little brat, in just 3 days, brought back 3 beauties. Life must be pretty comfortable for him. At the headquarters of Guanjia Building, Lin Ruobing was watching the surveillance and felt a strange pang of jealousy when she saw Chen Luo bringing back 3 beauties one after another. She had once asked him to come and save her, but he had outright refused without even hesitating for a second. Yet now, he was so generous when saving other beauties. This made Lin Ruobing very indignant. If she had known in advance that an apocalypse would occur, she would have used her connections to prepare tracked armored vehicles, combat robotic dogs, and various firearms and ammunition. She could even have procured tanks. In the apocalypse, only armored vehicles and tanks would allow one to avoid the fear of being surrounded and bitten by zombies. But there is no medicine for regret. Chen Luo had warned her before the apocalypse, and even she had vaguely guessed the truth, yet she still didn't take it seriously enough. So who could she blame? President Lin. Food and water are running low. An employee walked in with a frown and said, "How much longer can we hold out?" Lin Ruobing asked, her brows slightly furrowed. For the past 3 days, to extend their supplies, she had been distributing food and water uniformly and in limited quantities. So in these 3 days, she hadn't eaten a warm meal and was already feeling a bit faint from hunger. If they reduced the portions a bit more, they might last 2 more days. Otherwise, at most 2 meals. If there are still no supplies of water and food from above, we probably won't make it even 5 days. The employee expressed the current difficulties with a worried face. "I understand. You can go back now," Lin Ruobing said, tightly frowning as she dismissed the employee, then looked at the surveillance and began to ponder. The so-called rescue from above was merely a pie-in-the-sky promise to stabilize people's hearts. In reality, the government and military were all in chaos. The apocalypse broke out too suddenly, so they were struggling to save themselves, let alone have the troops to rescue others. Given the current situation, it seemed that only Chen Luo could save them. After some thought, Lin Ruobing took out her phone and called Chen Luo. "I want to discuss a deal with you. I know the location of a batch of weapons and equipment. Do you want to know?" This time, Lin Ruobing got straight to the point. "Weapons and equipment? What kind of equipment? If it's not good, I won't go," Chen Luo said, feeling excited at the mention of weapons. However, he knew Lin Ruobing must be watching him, so he pretended to be uninterested. "The latest automatic rifles, RPGs, and heavy machine guns. There is enough equipment for a whole battalion. Just get us out, and I'll tell you the location of these weapons." Lin Ruobing knew this guy wouldn't take a loss, so she began to negotiate the deal. "How many people do you have there?" Even though Chen Luo was very tempted by the weapons, he still didn't agree right away. 35 people, mostly male. There are 20 security personnel, all retired soldiers. Seeing that Chen Luo didn't directly refuse, Lin Ruobing immediately sensed hope for this deal. She then briefly explained the company's situation. "Now I understand why you were so strong in the previous life." Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully. In the previous life, Lin Ruobing established a base called Snow City, and even evil strongmen like Zombikin and Luo Tianhao dared not provoke it. Besides Lin Ruobing, the Ice Queen, there were more than 30 awakened ability users under her command. Moreover, they were very united, and these ability users followed Lin Ruobing closely, obeying her commands. Most of these more than 30 awakened ability users should be the security personnel from Guanjia technology. Later, as scientists discovered, this virus originated from ancient times. It invaded humanity like a discarded machine, promoting human evolution. Those who mutated into zombies were simply evolutionary failures. Among the survivors, the timid and weak would become food for the zombies. Those awakened with abilities were all strong-willed and determined individuals. Although the apocalypse turned the world into a hell, it must be admitted that this was a global evolution. The reason why Lin Ruobing's Snow City grew stronger was largely due to these security personnel. After all, our Dragon Country's soldiers have the best physical and psychological qualities in the world. Thinking of this, Chen Luo began to get excited. I can agree to your conditions, but I have two requirements. After some thought, Chen Luo spoke. According to the trajectory of the previous life, Lin Ruobing's team should have been forced to leave the building to find food when they were at the end of their rope. They would fight with zombies and realize that zombies weren't that terrifying after all. Then, they would obtain this batch of weapons and form a zombie hunting team to gather supplies. Therefore, even without his help, Lin Ruobing would still live well in the future. Rather than that, it would be better to give snow in winter than add flowers in spring. He decided to directly agree to Lin Ruobing's request and take these retired soldiers under his command. Chapter 33. Can you not push against me? What are your requirements? Lin Ruobing's eyes lit up at Chen Luo's willingness to help. She had been at her wit's end and finally saw hope with Chen Luo. The first requirement is that your subordinates must unconditionally obey my commands. The second requirement is to be my woman. Chen Luo stated his conditions directly, leaving Lin Ruobing momentarily stunned. The first requirement was understandable to her, as long as she and the others could be saved. Having him as the leader later didn't seem like an unreasonable request. However, the second requirement left her feeling somewhat troubled. He had brought 3 beautiful women within 3 days, and yet he was still thinking about her. What a scumbag. Ugh, are you trying to play both sides? Lin Ruobing cursed inwardly, then took a deep breath and thought for a moment before saying, all right, I agree to your request. Although she wanted to refuse, aside from Chen Luo, no one else would come to save them now. So, she could only temporarily agree. Okay, it's a deal. I'll bring you food tomorrow. Make sure your people are ready. You can keep that batch of weapons and equipment for yourselves. Upon hearing Lin Ruobing's agreement, Chen Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In her previous life, Lin Ruobing was a very powerful ice queen. Not to mention in Shunsheng, even globally, there were only a handful of people who could surpass her, especially her security personnel, all of whom were awakened individuals, and most importantly, loyal. If he could recruit them, wouldn't Shunsheng be his one-man show? What do you mean? You want us to stay here? Hearing this, Lin Ruobing couldn't help but frown. Although the Guanjia building was nice, it couldn't compare to the solid walls of the mall. Moreover, a large amount of supplies and food were stockpiled there. According to Lin Ruobing's estimates, in the first 10 days after the apocalypse broke out, there were hundreds of trucks of various meats like chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. Resources such as grains, oil, vegetables, fruits, and water were countless. The main purpose of seeking help from Chen Luo was to take her people to live in the mall. But it seemed from Chen Luo's words that he only planned to bring them some food and had no intention of taking them to the mall. Right? Haven't you noticed that the Guanjia building is also a great base? The entire building has only one main entrance. Even if that door is breached, you can still defend the stairs. Plus, it's a place that's easy to defend but hard to attack. The only drawback is the lack of food. But you don't need to worry about that. I will handle the food situation. Chen Luo gave a definite answer and helped Lin Ruobing analyze the situation. Hearing that the food issue could be resolved, Lin Ruobing thought about it and agreed. After hanging up the phone, she immediately ordered, bring out the remaining food and water. Everyone should eat freely and make sure to fill their stomachs. Pay attention, you must use both hands. That's right, apply force with both hands. And your butt should be lifted to channel the strength within your body into your hands. Today, we will practice our chopping skills. From now on, the first thing every morning will be to run 5 laps around the mall, followed by 100 push-ups. The next day, in the base's square, Chen Luo stood behind Song Hongyan, teaching her how to use a fire axe and how to chop. However, the scene presented a rather inappropriate image. One person with a high raised but in a chopping position and another standing behind her, body pressed against hers, hands supporting her trembling arms. This scene always gave people an inappropriate feeling. Holding a fire axe, did one really need to raise their butt to chop forcefully? If one bent over, wouldn't that mean raising their butt? But could you please not press that stick against me? Cough, cough. This was all a natural reaction, unintentional. Chen Luo shamelessly took advantage of Song Hongyan, making the beautiful lady feel both shy and helpless. After being brought back to the base by Chen Luo yesterday, he had given her a professional outfit. It seemed to be one size too small, making her chest feel like it was about to burst. The short skirt even accentuated her curves. Initially resistant to wearing it, Chen Luo had insisted that dressing this way would allow her to hunt zombies more effectively. However, wearing this outfit felt tight and uncomfortable, especially with her curves, which made her feel shy. Alright, even if you have a point. But to train early in the morning and shamelessly take advantage of me like this, it's making me blush and my heart race like a frightened deer. Don't think too much. Let's focus on training. Otherwise, if you can't even grip the steering wheel properly while driving. Chen Luo reminded her a few times before putting away 2 tracked armored vehicles and 3 combat robot dogs into his space. He then drove the armored vehicle out of the base. After speeding for just over 20 minutes, they arrived at the foot of the Guanji building. The roar of the armored vehicle's engine quickly attracted many zombies. However, once Chen Luo parked and turned off the engine, the zombie crowd dispersed shortly after. Seeing the zombies scatter, Chen Luo immediately released the combat robot dogs for vigilance and then slipped into the Guanji building. Yes, he literally slipped in. After all, the Guanji building was currently sealed off, and if the main door was opened, it would be easy for zombies to enter. Therefore, he could only open a small gap from the inside to get in. Didn't bring any supplies? In the lobby, Lin Ruobing looked at Chen Luo, who was empty-handed, and couldn't help but ask angrily, "You promised to handle the food, and now this? Do you know that because of your promise? I finished all the remaining food and water yesterday. Everyone is hungry this morning, waiting for you to bring food. Without food, everyone will be starving." Therefore, Lin Ruobing felt like she had been played by Chen Luo. "Don't worry, I brought it with me." Chen Luo smiled, then waved his hand, and a large amount of supplies suddenly appeared on the empty ground. There were rice, noodles, vegetables, even fruits and daily necessities. The most unbelievable part was that there was actually a steaming whole roasted lamb and a bottle of fine red wine. "Where'd you get all this?" Lin Ruobing circled around Chen Luo in shock and asked. At that moment, not only Lin Ruobing, but everyone present was stunned by the mountain of supplies that had suddenly appeared. Just the several large beds couldn't possibly be hidden on him. "Don't be surprised. This is my personal space. Let me tell you, all the food from the wholesale market and supplies from Lianhua supermarket have been stored inside. To put it bluntly, the supplies I've collected can feed you for hundreds of years." Chen Luo did not hide anything and straightforwardly revealed the secret of his space. Soon, there would be awakened abilities, and eventually, there would also be awakened individuals with space abilities. So there was no need to conceal these secrets. On the contrary, by revealing his abilities and advantages now, he could better win people's hearts, ensuring their loyalty and respect. Chapter 34. From now on, my people are also his. So, you mean you collected dozens of trucks of supplies and stored them in your personal space even before the apocalypse broke out? Lin Ruobing blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at Chen Luo with surprise. Ever since collaborating with Chen Luo, she had been monitoring those weapons and equipment whenever she had time. She could say that she was very familiar with the situation at the mall entrance. Several meat processing plants in Shunsheng were delivering goods to him at that time, each time bringing dozens of tons. Besides meat, there were also vegetables, fruits, rice, bottled water, flour, oil, salt, seasonings, and various other supplies. Every day, there were at least 70 to 80 large trucks. At first, she was very curious about what Chen Luo needed so many supplies for and where he was moving them to, because if these goods were piled together, they would definitely be taller than the buildings in the shopping mall. At that moment, Lin Ruobing finally understood that this kid had stored everything in his personal space. With hundreds of trucks of food, plus the supplies from the wholesale fruit and vegetable market and Lianhua supermarket, even if they fed 100 people for 100 years, they still wouldn't finish it, even if they added a few hundred more people. Who knows what else this kid has stored? For example, she didn't even know about this roasted leg of lamb. Clearly, this kid knew all about the apocalypse long before it happened. Otherwise, why would he be hoarding so much food? Almost all the meat, vegetables, and fruits in Shunsheng had been cleared out by him. Is this the roasted leg of lamb from Tsui residence? At this moment, an employee saw the steaming roasted leg of lamb and, wide-eyed, swallowed hard and asked, "Yes, before the outbreak of the apocalypse, I had ordered 200 million worth of banquets at Tsui residence. I also ordered 1,000 banquet tables at a private restaurant. My personal space has a time-stopping function. No matter how long it's been, the dishes put in will come out the same. However, this roasted leg of lamb is not for you to eat. If you want to enjoy delicious food, I have the ingredients here. You can make it yourselves." Chen Luo said without hesitation. His nonchalant demeanor once again shocked everyone present, especially Lin Ruobing, who, after her surprise, felt ecstatic. This kid had said he wanted to make her his woman. So wouldn't he? That means she could enjoy lavish meals every day in the future. She knew how precious the dishes from Sui residents were, and 200 million could order a lot. With so many delicacies, it was estimated that this kid could never finish them in several lifetimes. So if she just spoke up, could she also indulge herself? Having not eaten anything hot for several days, Lin Ruobing couldn't help but swallow her saliva. From today on, all your food, water, and other supplies will be handed over to me. However, I have two requirements of you, Chen Luo said, then looked at Lin Ruobing beside him. Lin, you can tell him the next part. Ahem, okay. Lin Ruobing cleared her throat and then said, now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. This virus outbreak is global and involves the government and military. Right now, they're too busy taking care of themselves and have no ability to come to rescue us. Therefore, to survive, we can only rely on ourselves. We can't expect anything from above, but outside, there's zombies everywhere. The only one who can save us now is Mr. Chen. He not only has 5 tracked armored vehicles, 10 sets of individual combat robot dogs, but also weapons and ammunition. These armored vehicles can't be bitten by zombies at all. So, to ensure Mr. Chen saves us, I made a deal with him. He will provide us with food and other supplies, but we must follow his lead and obey his orders, including myself from now on. Chen Luo's words will be commands that we must follow unconditionally. Lin Ruobing said at the end, speaking in a commanding tone. What? We all have to listen to him from now on? If we have to listen, then let us just listen. If even our Lin is to listen, what more can we say? I think it's quite good to follow Mr. Chen. He has hoarded so many supplies and has individual combat robot dogs and tracked armored vehicles. At least we won't have to worry about food and drink. That's right. I saw online that many people are starving. Yes, Mr. Chen saved us, so it's only right that we listen to him. After Lin Ruobing finished speaking, the employees began to discuss among themselves. Although they had changed their allegiance, they could all accept it. After all, they were originally company employees, and this was no different from changing bosses. The main thing was that the new job had excellent benefits, even though they were only provided with food and drink. In today's environment, food was incredibly precious. There were reports online of rich people offering 100 million for a pack of instant noodles, and no one was willing to sell. Some even posted wanting to trade a ton of gold for a bag of rice, and no one was willing to make the deal, because now even fools know that in the apocalypse, money and gold are no different from trash. Food is the real hard currency. Therefore, Chen Luo providing food and drink not only equates to a new reward, but also a life-saving grace. You still have one more requirement that you haven't mentioned. After the employees quieted down, Chen Luo looked at Lin Ruobing and reminded her. Lin Ruobing's pretty face flushed, and a look of difficulty appeared in her autumn water-like eyes. However, under Chen Luo's urging gaze, she finally gritted her teeth and said, the second requirement is that I will be his girlfriend. The last sentence was barely above a whisper, and her delicate face was flushed to the roots of her ears. The usually aloof Ice Queen CEO revealed a side of a little woman in front of her employees for the first time. This left the employees extremely surprised and unable to help but want to laugh. All right, hurry up and move the things. You come with me. Lin Ruobing commanded in embarrassment and anger, then took the steaming roasted leg of lamb and high-end red wine into the elevator. Chen Luo thought for a moment and followed her. Bastard, what a clever trick. First, you tricked me out of 2 billion, then bought the shopping mall. And another 5 billion was used to hoard supplies. Now, even I have been deceived by you. Upon arriving at the office, Lin Ruobing punched Chen Luo's chest lightly. Her tone carried a mix of annoyance and grievance. But I've been saving you all along, Chen Luo said with a playful smile, shrugging. So tell me, how did you know about the apocalypse? And why do you know so much about my company's secrets? I've sent people to investigate you. Logically speaking, you shouldn't know any of this. Lin Ruobing took a bite of the fragrant roasted leg of lamb and poured herself a glass of red wine. Then she voiced the doubts that had been hidden in her heart. Chapter 35. Let me do you, and you will awaken your abilities. Tell me the truth about everything. After savoring a sip of red wine, Lin Ruobing, looking satisfied, finally spoke. This kid not only knew about the spy in the Guangjie group, but also about Xinghua's plan to purchase state-owned assets. He even knew about the gun hidden in her drawer. It was precisely because she obtained these secret pieces of information that Lin Ruobing chose to trust Chen Luo. She then unhesitatingly gave him a reward of 2 billion. Lin Ruobing had investigated Chen Luo's identity, which led her to have doubts about him. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person know so many secrets about Guangji Group? Today, she planned to clear up all her previous questions. Otherwise, she would become his woman without knowing anything about her man. At this moment, Lin Ruobing truly wanted to understand Chen Luo. Only by getting to the bottom of Chen Luo's background could she feel at ease handing herself over to him. Would you believe me if I told you that I've been reborn 15 days before the apocalypse? Chen Luo looked at Lin Ruobing, pondered for a moment, and then said seriously, Reborn? Are you making up stories? Lin Ruobing did not believe in the concept of rebirth, thinking that Chen Luo was just trying to fool her, and shot him an annoyed glare. Then she took a bite of lamb leg and chewed. Suddenly, Lin Ruobing seemed to think of something, and her mouth, which was chewing, suddenly stopped. Really? Lin Ruobing stared at Chen Luo in disbelief, trying to find a hint of truth from his expression. It won't be long before the mutated beasts appear. Additionally, in a few days, among the survivors, there will be more and more awakened abilities. There are many types of abilities, such as spatial abilities just like mine, which allows me to have a personal space. Besides that, there are those who can control fire, water, metal, and even control zombies and mutated beasts. About 6 months later, the awakened abilities in humans will develop a set of cultivation methods. A year later, powerful ability users will be able to destroy a city in an instant. And at that time, firearms will fade into history. 2 years later, humanity will completely enter the cultivation era. The secrets regarding the Guangji Group. These are all things you told me in my last life. Chen Luo did not tell Lin Ruobing whether it was true or not, but continued to speak to himself. If you don't believe it, you'll find out in a few days whether what I said is true or false. The reason Chen Luo did not hide this from Lin Ruobing was that, with her intelligence, it would be difficult to deceive her. Moreover, he had other motives. Water and electricity will be cut off soon, so let us prepare more water resources. I will leave cooking utensils and high-power generators, solar generators, etc. Besides that, there are 2 tracked armored vehicles. For now, these supplies will suffice, and let me know when they're used up. Chen Luo looked at the stunned Lin Ruobing, who had not responded, thinking she still did not believe him. So he explained a bit more and prepared to leave. Don't go. I believe you. Seeing Chen Luo about to leave, Lin Ruobing hurriedly called out to him. In fact, after a little thought, she believed what Chen Luo said, because Lin Ruobing had asked the security department to investigate his ancestry thoroughly. They looked into what his ancestors did, family members, his birthplace, the time he was born, where he studied, where he worked, and the people he interacted with. They also investigated all his communication records and online comments from the past few years in detail. But no matter the data from any aspect, it showed that Chen Luo was just an ordinary person. Yet this ordinary person seemed to know everything about the Guangji Group. It's known that some secrets even the intelligence agencies of the Eagle Country cannot uncover, let alone an ordinary person. Therefore, besides his own admission of rebirth, there was no other explanation. Moreover, coupled with the miraculous personal space she had just seen, Lin Ruobing felt there was nothing strange about the idea of rebirth at that moment. Just believe it. Let us prepare for the upcoming survival. Chen Luo nodded slightly, not caring whether others believed him. I have one more thing to ask you. Did I live well after the apocalypse? Did I awaken any powers? Lin Ruobing hurriedly inquired about her situation. You're the powerful ice and snow queen in the apocalypse, living a comfortable life. Chen Luo looked at her stunning face, smiling as he said, Really? Damn. Then I will be losing out on our deal. Lin Ruobing showed surprise, but then her brows furrowed, and she even cursed. A hint of regret appeared on her icy, beautiful face. But your abilities were given to you by me, just as Lin Ruobing was regretting. Chen Luo dealt her another blow. I awakened dual abilities. One of those abilities is very special. Any woman who has had relations with me can awaken their abilities. Moreover, the more times you have relations with me, the more terrifying your future abilities will be. So, in my last life, you were actually my wife. I help you awaken your abilities. Chen Luo said with a serious expression, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. The reason he had just calmly admitted to being a reborn person was to win over Lin Ruobing. If he waited until Lin Ruobing awakened her abilities and became that powerful ice and snow queen, it would be impossible to fool her again. What? You made me sleep with you? Lin Ruobing's brows furrowed, looking at Chen Luo with a mix of belief and doubt. A flash of annoyance crossed her beautiful eyes. If that were the case, wouldn't she have to sleep with him to awaken her abilities? This sounded utterly ridiculous. In a few days, someone will awaken first. If you don't want to believe it, then just wait and see if you can awaken your powers without my help. Chen Luo casually fabricated. Not in a hurry at all, as he had plenty of time. Because Lin Ruobing's awakening time in her last life was half a month later. Almost 10 days delayed from the first batch of ability users. So when the first batch of ability users appeared, she had not yet awakened. And she would definitely contact him proactively. By the way, a friendly reminder, the faster you awaken your abilities, the better. If you delay the awakening time, then whether you can become the ice and snow queen in this life is uncertain. Moreover, the more times you sleep together, the more powerful your awakened abilities will be in the future. I don't care. Come find me when you've thought it through. Chen Luo kindly reminded, then left the supplies behind and turned to leave. This guy, is he really not fooling me? In the office, Lin Ruobing was eating roasted lamb legs and drinking red wine while feeling conflicted. If this guy was a fraud, wouldn't her reputation be ruined? But if what he said was true, and she had slept with him, her awakened abilities would be weak. At this moment, Lin Ruobing was deeply troubled, wondering whether she should believe him or not. CEO Lin, look. Just as Lin Ruobing was in a dilemma, an employee rushed and holding a phone. What is it? Lin Ruobing frowned and asked. Quick, look at this video. Oh my god, ants that look like little dogs can actually spit fire. And this little cat, it looks like a calf and spits out a bolt of lightning. Chapter 36. Your opportunity is my opportunity. This little cat, like a tiger, was so powerful that the lightning it spat out directly electrocuted a gorilla that had escaped from a zoo. The employee played the video for Lin Ruobing to see. Lin Ruobing watched, her eyes wide open and her beautiful face filled with disbelief. Chen Luo had just told her that soon animals would undergo mutations, and in a few days, there would be a batch of awakened abilities among humans. What a coincidence! This guy just left, and now videos of mutated beasts appeared online? Was this too coincidental? Did this guy see these videos of mutated beasts before coming to the company? What's going on? Are there many such videos online? After the shock, Lin Ruobing quickly regained her composure and asked, wanting to see if her speculation was correct. There aren't any on the internet for now. These videos were automatically detected from our company's information storage database. An hour ago, these monster incidents occurred. According to our observations, there are currently no videos of this kind online, an employee said in panic. What, really none? Lin Ruobing's expression immediately turned serious, a hint of disbelief appearing in her charming eyes. Besides military projects, Guangjie Company also engaged in electronic surveillance, optical lenses, and other projects. Many private users purchased the surveillance equipment produced by the company, and even many monitoring systems across the country are products of the Guangjie Group. The videos captured by these surveillance devices are automatically stored in the company's database, and users are charged a service fee every month. Therefore, Guangjie Group can access real-time surveillance footage from many places. Later, to combat criminals, Guangjie Group independently developed an automatic detection system. If someone commits a crime, such as a car accident or supernatural phenomena, the system will detect it and automatically send an alert to the network monitoring personnel. Thus, the videos automatically monitored by the system are all recent occurrences, often not even uploaded online yet. So Chen Luo couldn't have known in advance. In an instant, Lin Ruobing was stunned, her mind in chaos. If what Chen Luo said is true, wouldn't that mean she would be in trouble? After sending the network monitor away, Lin Ruobing frowned and pondered for a long time before dialing Chen Luo's number. Have you figured it out? I've left 2 armored vehicles for you. If you want to awaken your abilities, come find me. Once the call connected, Chen Luo's irritating voice came through. Just now you told me you had dual abilities. Have you awakened them? Lin Ruobing didn't respond to Chen Luo, but instead inquired about the abilities. Of course, I've awakened them. Didn't you see my spatial abilities? Chen Luo said nonchalantly. Let me tell you the truth. In my previous life, I came out to look for supplies and saved you when you were about to starve. And then you were grateful to me. We teamed up to hunt zombies together. During our time fighting together, you gradually became attracted to my strong aura and developed feelings for me. And then I helped you awaken your ice and snow abilities. In this cruel apocalypse, if you want to become strong, it's best to become my woman sooner rather than later. Before Chen Luo could finish his words, Lin Ruobing hung up the phone. Looking at the phone, Chen Luo smiled and wasn't angry, then continued to watch the lively owner group chat. Help! Does anyone have a bite to eat? I have money. Just give me a bite to eat, and I'll give you $1 million. Who wants to give me a sausage? I'll give you the Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked downstairs. We're about to run out of food, too. We only have a few buckets of instant noodles left. Director Yao, what is going on? You told us to stay home and wait for rescue. It's been days. Why hasn't anyone come yet? Exactly. If they don't come soon, we'll starve to death. The higher-ups just notified us that this disaster is global, and each unit and resident must find ways to save themselves. What does that mean? Director Yao, does that mean the country won't care about our lives? It's not that they don't care. It's just that there aren't enough people. By the way, whose family has a lot of food stored? Bring it all here for centralized distribution. The harder it gets, the more we need to unite. Everyone, don't worry. Once the country stabilizes the situation, they will send people to rescue us. But there's zombies all over the community. How can we send help? Exactly with these zombies. No one could go out. I have a plan. I don't know if you all have the guts to do it with me. Lao Ji, hurry up and tell us your plan. Every living man in the household should take a handy weapon and follow me to clear out the zombies in each unit first. Then we can clear out the zombies in the community together and seal off the community gate. That way we'll be safe. Once we're safe, we can organize people to go out and look for food. There's so many supermarkets outside. How can we not find anything? The food in my restaurant is enough for us to eat for several days. Moreover, have you noticed that these zombies move slowly? As long as we act fast enough, we can easily take them down. Think it over. If you want to survive, take action. Otherwise, the food in the supermarkets will be snatched away, and you'll all starve to death. Damn it, I'm in. If you're still a man in Unit 8, take your weapon and come with me, Ji Chun Yao. To chop the zombies. Ji Chun Yao passionately spoke in the owner group, and some who were about to starve responded. However, most people remained silent. After all, going out means facing terrifying zombies. Even just looking at them is nerve-wracking. Chen Luo was not the least bit surprised by what was happening in the owner group. In his previous life, after the apocalypse broke out, when the food ran out, those who were about to starve began to muster the courage to kill zombies. If all goes well, in 2 days, many communities in Shuncheng will become shelters. Once people realize that zombies are not that scary, they will all come out to look for supplies. After watching the excitement, Chen Luo drove directly towards the hills in the suburbs. There is a blood-red fruit here, and as long as you eat it, you can awaken the bloodline of the ancient beast. In his previous life, the 2 most notorious bullies in Shuncheng ate this type of fruit and awakened powerful bloodline abilities. One was named Sang Kuan, and the other was named Luo Tianhao. Sang Kuan awakened the bloodline of the ancient beast, while Luo Tianhao awakened the bloodline of the soaring snake. With the awakening of such ancient beast bloodlines, even zombies and mutated beasts would kneel in submission. Under the pressure of such powerful bloodlines, the 2 even had the Beast King as their subordinate. Their awakening of ancient beast bloodlines was purely luck. Therefore, after being reborn, Chen Luo certainly wanted to turn their luck into his own. Chapter 37. Partner in Robbery. Brother Kuan, what should we do? These bastards locked the door tightly. Not only do they refuse to hand over food, but they also curse at us as robbers. In the property office of Quiziyuan Community, a young man wearing a green Rolex walked in. Do these bastards want to die? They dare to defy my orders? Sang Kuan kicked the door and angrily cursed. These damn bastards hit it home when it was time to kill zombies. Now that my brothers have finally cleaned up the zombies, they actually won't even share a little food? Tell them immediately that this is protection money. If anyone dares not to pay, I'll break down their doors one by one. I've already notified them, but these owners are not afraid at all. They say that if we dare to act violently, they will unite to drive us out. Now, even the building's main door is locked from the inside. A subordinate said helplessly with a bitter face, Damn it, if these ungrateful bastards don't hand over the food, we'll starve to death. We originally thought that as long as we killed the zombies in the community, they would be scared. I didn't expect these cowards to dare to resist. Sang Kuan was furious. In recent years, due to strict crackdowns almost every year, they could no longer survive, and all had turned to work in property management or demolition. Sang Kuan was no exception, and he had also started doing property business. Unexpectedly, just as the business was getting on track and he had cleared his name, he encountered a zombie apocalypse. Now, let alone making big money with his brothers, just surviving was a problem. Brothers, since these bastards are unwilling to cooperate, let's go rob them. Grab your weapons And let's take down building 8 first. Smash the unit door, then search house by house. By then, we'll not only grab food, but also women. It's the apocalypse now, with no police and no law. Whoever has the strongest fist is the boss. There are plenty of beautiful women in our community, so notify the brothers. If you want women and food, fight for it. In the end, Sang Kuan made a decision. Brother Kuan, this probably won't work, right? We only have a dozen brothers, but there are thousands of people in the community. There are hundreds of men. If they fight us head-on, we definitely won't be their match. A younger brother felt that Kuan's decision was a bit irrational, so he refused. What is there to be afraid of? I'm not even afraid of zombies. Why should I be afraid of living people? Most of the residents in Building 8 are pretty women. As long as we take it down, each brother will get a beautiful woman. By then, we'll have food and drink and beautiful women to enjoy. Isn't that a heavenly life? Sang Kuan started to dream big. All right, then I'll take my brothers over now. The younger brother was finally persuaded, his eyes lighting up, and he turned to get to work. Sang Kuan watched the younger brother leave, hurriedly closed the door, and then secretly took out a bag of bread and started munching on it frantically. Soon, the bag of bread was finished. He told his subordinates that there was no food, but in fact, he was hiding 2 more bags of bread. Although he was the boss, to make these younger brothers work hard, he couldn't eat openly. Sigh if the bread runs out. How will we get by in the days to come? After filling his stomach, Sang Kuan looked at the small hill park behind the community, unable to hide his frown. Now, there was only 1 bag of bread left. If the younger brothers couldn't find food, they would have to endure hunger. Be quiet, don't disturb those zombies. Just as Sang Kuan was frowning, suddenly 2 boys, around 17 or 18, stealthily climbed into the community. After getting in, they climbed up the window ledge towards the upper floors, carrying some bamboo shoots in their arms. Behind the Tsueju Garden community was a small hill park, where many bamboo plants were grown. At this time of year, bamboo shoots should have sprouted. You 2 little bastards, give me some. Just as the 2 youths were about to climb up, Sang Kuan rushed out and shouted at them. Clearly, the 2 youths were children of some homeowners in this community. They must have gone to the small hill park to dig bamboo shoots, and were now returning the same way. They avoided the stairs and the community yard, perfectly evading the zombies wandering outside. Additionally, there were very few people in the small hill park, so naturally, there were no zombies. In fact, some that were originally there had wandered elsewhere because they couldn't find food in the park. So, there might not be a single zombie in the small hill park. Hurry up, climb faster. Sang Kuan's shout made the 2 youths even more frightened, and they scrambled up to their own balcony. Seeing this, Sang Kuan angrily cursed and planned to do the same. After finishing the bread, he would go to the small hill park to dig some bamboo shoots to eat. Ding ding ding. Just as Sang Kuan was formulating his plan, someone sent him a WeChat voice message. Sang Kuan glanced at it, impatiently answered the call. Brother Kuan, it's Old Yang. I want to make a big deal with you. I don't know if you're willing. As soon as the voice call connected, a stranger's voice came through. In fact, Sang Kuan had no impression of this Old Yang at all. Even if he stated his name, it was the same. After all, there were too many friends added on WeChat by someone like him, and sometimes after a few drinks, he might add someone a rush, but then never contact them again. What deal? Sang Kuan asked disdainfully, holding a cigarette. Do you know Guanjia Shopping Mall? They have stockpiled a lot of supplies. Let me tell you, I've been working here as a mover with my brothers for more than 10 days, and every day, dozens of large trucks deliver goods there. Beef, lamb, chicken, duck, all in tons. Besides that, there are vegetables, fruits, bottled water, noodles, bread, and so on. If we can take this place, my brothers will have enough to eat for a lifetime. Old Yang said excitedly over the phone. Really? Upon hearing this, Sang Kuan's previously disdainful tone suddenly became excited. Brother Kuan, how could I dare to deceive you? If you don't believe me, you can ask the owner of Lao Ji Private Kitchen. I heard that Ji Chun Yao lives in the same community as the mall's owner. Old Yang assured. He often brought people to Lao Ji Private Kitchen for drinks. So he became familiar with Ji Chun Yao. After inquiring, he found out that Chen Luo lived in Qingshui Garden. Good. If there really are that many supplies, then I'm in for this deal. Chapter 38. I want to be your woman. This should be the fruit that Sang Kuan picked up, right? In the small hill park. Chen Luo held a blood-red fruit the size of an adult's fist. What amazed him the most was that a layer of mysterious mist surrounded the fruit, as if it could absorb spiritual energy on its own. If he guessed correctly, Chen Luo thought this fruit could awaken the bloodline of ancient beasts. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Chen Luo didn't care whether it was poisonous. He wiped it on himself and then began to eat. The moment the fruit flesh entered his mouth, a sweet juice filled his entire mouth. So delicious? Chen Luo was surprised after taking a bite. He didn't expect this magical fruit to be so sweet. Soon, he finished the entire fruit and casually tossed the pit into his personal space. He hid in a grove waiting for a while, but didn't he notice any unusual changes in his body, so he drove the armored vehicle back to the base. After all, the awakening of abilities varies from person to person. Some people feel like they have a splitting headache after awakening their abilities, some even have strange phenomena, while others feel nothing at all. Chen Luo wasn't too sure what changes would happen after eating this fruit. So, after returning to the base, he went back to his bedroom to wait for changes in his body. However, after several hours, there was actually no change at all. Chen Luo frowned, took off his clothes, and stood in front of the mirror to check. It seemed just like before. Wow, I'm so envious of you. Even at this time, you still have a feast to eat. Sigh, I only have one bag of snacks left. Cousin, if it doesn't work, should I talk to Luo Ge and have him bring you over? No need, everyone is struggling now. If he can take care of you, that's enough. I don't want to add to his troubles. Wait, it seems like those bastards from the property management are smashing our unit door again. Huh? Why are they smashing your door? After these guys killed all the zombies in the neighborhood, they began to collect protection fees from us homeowners, which means food. But now, we homeowners have no food left. Where can we find extra to give them? What? Are these guys robbers? Oh no, the door has been smashed. Cousin, it must be very dangerous over there for you, right? Should I go save you? You take care of yourself first. I'm fine. Inside the base, Xiaoning was video chatting with her cousin Yi Qingyu. Suddenly, the video shook, followed by a scream, and then the sound of hurried footsteps. Catch Dr. Yi. Don't let her run. Ha! Dr. Yi, surrender. No one is coming to save you. Don't worry. We will be gentle with such a beautiful lady like you. As long as you serve the brothers well, we guarantee you won't be treated poorly. Don't think about running home. With that kind of security door, we can break it open with a few hits. On the phone, soon came her cousin's panting and the sinister laughter of several men. In addition, there were many noisy footsteps, as if many people were running. Xiaoning realized her cousin was definitely in trouble and hurried downstairs, bursting into Chen Luo's room. Luo Ge, please go save my cousin. She is being bullied by a group of bad guys. Xiaoning, disregarding that Chen Luo was still bare-chested, urgently pleaded. What happened? Don't panic. Take your time, Chen Luo asked as he got dressed. My cousin lives in the Suizhu Garden community. After their property management cleaned up the zombies in the community, they asked the homeowners to pay protection fees, which means food. But when the homeowners refused, they started robbing. I was just video chatting with my cousin when I heard these guys chasing her, telling her to serve them well. My cousin is the belle of the city's first hospital. She can't be mistreated. Xiaoning started crying out of anxiety. Luo Ge, please hurry. If you're late, my cousin will definitely fall into their hands. Wiping her tears, Xiaoning urged anxiously. Luo Ge, as long as you save my cousin, you can ask me to do anything in the future. Seeing Chen Luo's calm demeanor, Xiaoning quickly promised. Are you sure? What if I want you to be my woman? Chen Luo said playfully. He hadn't originally planned to save anyone. Even Xiaoning's cousin was no exception. He wasn't a saint and didn't want to play the role of one. Moreover, the property management had cleaned up the zombies for them. What was wrong with collecting a protection fee? If it were him, he would definitely collect it too. Otherwise, why would he protect them for no reason? However, when he heard that her cousin was the belle of the city's first hospital, he became interested. In a few days, there would be no water, no electricity, and no internet. At that time, besides playing with a wife, what other entertainment could there be? Therefore, he had to stockpile beauties. Otherwise, he would die of loneliness later. Definitely. I'm sure. Xiaoning nodded without hesitation. As long as you save my cousin, I can give myself to you tonight. In a panic to get Chen Luo moving, Xiaoning said. Deal. Come with me. Chen Luo said as he quickly walked downstairs, took his battle robot dog, and drove the armored vehicle toward the Suizhu Garden community. Suizhu Garden community? Isn't that the territory of the Zombie King? On the way, Chen Luo suddenly thought of this. After the Zombie King awakened the bloodline of the heroic recruit, he marked the entire area around the community as his territory. Moreover, any woman with even a bit of beauty in his territory had not escaped his clutches. He would even directly assault women in front of their husbands and fathers for the thrill. And those men wearing green hats could live as long as they obeyed. If there was even a hint of dissatisfaction, they would be thrown out to feed the zombies. Clearly, This trip might yield some results. Perhaps he could deal with this zombie king. This guy was ruthless. Once, he almost destroyed the shelter he built while trying to get at Song Hong Yen. It was only with the help of the Ice Queen that he was deterred. Ha 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 scream. The louder you scream, the more excited I get. Puff, puff, puff. In the corridor of Unit 8 of the Tsuizhu Garden community, the property management staff wielding machetes were crazily slaughtering male homeowners. Anyone caught was killed. Lock the unit doors, and then break down the doors one by one. Kill all the men, leave none alive. As for the women, all the pretty ones are to be locked up. Brother Cohen has given orders. Tonight, each brother gets a beauty to enjoy. The leading underling waved his machete and grinned maliciously. Third brother, I saw Dr. Yi. This woman is really beautiful, especially that pair, and those long legs, simply amazing. Hey, third brother, I tell you, every time I fantasize about this woman in my mind, I can jerk off 3 times in one night. She is the prettiest woman in our Tsuizhu Garden community. Before the apocalypse, we only dared to look and think. I never expected that one day, the brothers would also have a chance to sleep with her. Haha, she lives on the 13th floor. How about we take care of her first? In the corridor of Unit 8 of the Tsuizhu Garden community, the property security guards were lewdly discussing. Let me contact Brother Cohen. She is Brother Cohen's dream girl. Brother Cohen has dreamed of having her. Let him have his fun first. And when he gets tired of her, the brothers can have a turn. Thinking of Dr. Yi, the leading underling hurriedly called the zombie king. Soon, upon hearing that Yi Qiuyu was still alive and had not mutated into a zombie, the zombie king rushed overexcitedly. He had been eyeing Yi Qiuyu ever since he first saw her. Now that the world had entered the apocalypse, with no laws or morals, wasn't it all about doing whatever he wanted? Why not take the elevator? Huh? Why won't the elevator open? The zombie king pressed the elevator button for a long time with no response, anxiously questioning. Brother Cohen, they cut off the power to the elevator. We can only climb the stairs. The stairs above are also blocked. The leading underling hurriedly ran down from upstairs and reported the situation in the corridor. These idiots think this can stop us? Leave a few to guard, and the rest follow me. The zombie king, who had been eyeing Yi Qiuyu for several days, now couldn't wait to press her down. Therefore, he impatiently led his men up the stairs. However, haste makes waste. The corridor was piled with a lot of debris, and some of it was even on fire. It took almost half an hour for the zombie king and his men to climb up just 9 floors. Dr. Yi, hurry and open the door for me. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. If you don't open the door soon, I might just break it down. After climbing to the 9th floor, the zombie king coughed heavily and then knocked on the door in a civilized manner. But after knocking for a long time, there was no response from inside. Damn it. If you refuse a toast, you'll get a penalty. Don't blame me. You guys break down the door for me. Without receiving a response, Sang Kuan immediately lost his patience and waved his hand at the little brothers behind him. 2 little brothers stepped forward with iron rods. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 began to smash violently, trying to break through the iron door. This group of bastards is already smashing the door. What to do? Woo-woo. Inside the armored vehicle, Xiao Ning was worried about her cousin's safety. As soon as she got on the armored vehicle, she made a video call to Yi Qiuyu. Therefore, the 2 remained in communication, and upon hearing the property management smashing the door, Xiao Ning was anxious and urged Chen Luo to speed up. Cousin, don't worry. We'll be there soon. After urging Chen Luo, she then comforted Yi Qiuyu. How many of you are there? Yi Qiuyu stopped crying and asked Xiao Ning in a trembling voice. Just me and Luo Ge. Then forget it. You guys hurry back. Even if you come, it won't help. Just let me be captured by them alone. Don't get yourselves involved. Hearing that there were only 2 people, Yi Qiuyu quickly urged them to return in an anxious tone. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. After hearing this, Chen Luo developed a slight fondness for Yi Qiuyu. It is only in the most dangerous times that one can see whether a person is truly selfish and what their character is like. Huh? What's going on? Why aren't there any zombies chasing us? At this moment, Chen Luo discovered something strange. In the past, whenever he drove the armored vehicle onto the street, the roar of the engine would attract many zombies. Everywhere he went, the back of the vehicle would be densely packed with zombies. After stopping, those zombies would quickly surround the vehicle, desperately clawing at it. However, today, even when he stopped, those zombies did not come near. They all stopped 20 meters away. Luo Ge, hurry and save my cousin. The door has been smashed open. Xiao Ning, who was beside him, couldn't care about her fear and urged anxiously. Just after Yi Qiuyu advised him to go back, she soon heard the sound of the door being broken, and then the video call was interrupted. At this moment, Xiao Ning was anxiously tearing up. Prepare for battle. Chen Luo released the combat robotic dog and then issued the command. The loud roar of the engine sounded. Yet it still did not cause those zombies to rush forward, allowing him to lead Xiao Ning into the community. Stop! Who are you? At the entrance of the community, 2 security guards blocked their way. The 2 were armed with machetes and looked fierce. The entrance was blocked by various items like containers, beds, and chairs, leaving only a small door for one person to pass through. Kill them. Beep beep. Chen Luo issued the shooting command without any unnecessary words. With 2 gunshots, the 2 security guards at the gate were instantly shot in the forehead and fell into a pool of blood. After dealing with them, Chen Luo, Xiao Ning, and the combat robotic dog rushed directly to Unit 8. At the entrance of the unit, there were still 2 or 3 security guards. Again, without wasting any words, they were directly shot. Then they began to clear the floors, heading towards the 9th floor. Dr. Yi, stop hiding, I can see you. On the 9th floor. In Yi Qiuyu's home, Sang Kuan finally broke in with his little brothers, but did not see Yi Qiuyu's figure. They even turned the room upside down, but found nothing. Kuan Ge, this woman might have run upstairs. The leading little brother looked at the empty house and said doubtfully, Bullshit, are you an idiot? If this woman isn't home, we'll move the stuff behind the door. Sang Kuan pointed at the clutter at the door, angrily cursing. When they broke in earlier, they still couldn't get in because a refrigerator, a table, and a treadmill were blocking the door. The entire entrance was tightly blocked, and they had to exert a lot of effort to break in. If that woman isn't in the house, did those things walk over by themselves? Search thoroughly. She must be at home. Check the kitchen, the bathroom, and under the cabinets and beds. Don't miss any corners. I don't believe she can grow wings and fly away. Sang Kuan sat down on the sofa, angrily ordering his little brothers to search. Kuan Ge, over here. Suddenly, an excited voice came from a bedroom. Sang Kuan's face lit up, and he hurried in, only to see a little brother pulling Yi Qiuyu in from the balcony window. Chapter 40. My base doesn't raise idle people. This woman really knows how to hide. Damn it. Made me search for so long. Hey, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I just want you. Besides, a big beauty like you, I wouldn't want to hurt you anyway. Kuan Ge guarantees that if you follow me, I'll make sure you live well. Sang Kuan stared at Yi Qiuyu's voluptuous figure, almost drooling. The little brothers behind him were equally ravenous, all staring at Yi Qiuyu's chest like hungry wolves. As security guards, they watched the owners of the community come and go every day, especially those beautiful women. They knew them all by heart. Not to mention a goddess like Yi Qiuyu. They dreamed of having her. But before the apocalypse, they were bound by the law. They were afraid of going to jail, so they could only covet or fantasize about her at night. Fortunately, heaven has eyes. Now that the apocalypse has erupted, the police and military are too busy to care. So who would come and catch them? Kuan Ge, why are you still talking nonsense? Just conquer her directly. The leading little brother urged impatiently, staring at Yi Qiuyu's chest. Such a gem should be played with by the big brother first. Once he gets tired of her, then it can be their turn. It would be simply delightful. Therefore, at this moment, the restlessness in their hearts had long been unable to be contained, and they couldn't help but urge. Get out. Go door to door to smash doors and search for supplies. If you encounter beautiful women, you can distribute them among yourselves. As Sang Kuan unbuttoned his shirt, he instructed his little brothers. Get out, all of you get out. Don't disturb Kuan Ji's enjoyment. Hearing this, the leading little brother felt a bit frustrated. He also wanted to play with such a gem, but seeing Kuan Ji's demeanor, it seemed he wanted to monopolize her. It looked like he could only go find other women. Fortunately, there are many beautiful women living in Unit 8. If they search one by one, they should be able to find quite a few. Stop. Who are you? However, just as he reached the door, he saw 3 combat robotic dogs approaching. Behind the combat robotic dogs were a man and a woman. Kill them. Chen Luo still had no unnecessary words and directly ordered to open fire on them. These guys were all wearing security uniforms, so they surely weren't good people. More than a decade ago, there were many punks in various districts of Shin City, and their main way of survival was bullying and extorting. Later, they made money by running bathhouses, foot massage shops, KTVs, etc. After the nationwide crackdown, they switched to property companies. Therefore, most property bosses originally came from the underworld. Seeing the tattoos on their bodies and the weapons in their hands, Chen Luo would show no mercy. The combat machine received the command and began to fire in bursts, instantly headshotting all the security guards. This AI-powered single-soldier combat machine calculates the shooting position with utmost precision before firing to save bullets. The most precise first target is the head, followed by the heart. Therefore, everyone killed by the combat machine dog has bullet wounds in the forehead. Is anyone there? In the bedroom, Yi Qiuyu, who had been in despair, suddenly heard gunshots from outside, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. At that moment, 3 combat machines appeared at the door, each carrying a gun on their backs. They fired bursts towards a group of thugs in the living room, and in the blink of an eye, the once living thugs fell into a pool of blood. Cousin, are you okay? Just as Yi Qiuyu was filled with uncertainty, her cousin Xiaoning and a young man appeared at the door. Xiaoning, you guys, Yi Qiuyu initially wanted to ask why they hadn't gone back as instructed, but upon seeing the combat machine dogs in the living room, she instantly understood that she had no reason to worry. The combat machine dogs were definitely brought by her cousin to rescue her. Cousin, thank you for coming to save me. After understanding the situation, Yi Qiuyu hurried over and hugged her cousin, crying tears of joy. Meanwhile, Sang Kuan was retreating in panic, with no way to escape against the combat machine dogs guarding the door. Don't worry, cousin, with Brother Luo here, they can't hurt you, Xiaoning said fiercely as she looked at the terrified Sang Kuan in the bedroom. If it weren't for Chen Luo today, her cousin would have definitely been harmed by those thugs. Brother Luo? Yi Qiuyu realized that her cousin had a companion. If she guessed correctly, the combat machine dogs belonged to this young man, as she understood that her cousin couldn't possibly acquire such things. Do you remember what I told you before? Brother Luo is the one who ordered a 200 million meal at our hotel in one go. If it weren't for Brother Luo saving me, I might have been dead by now. Xiaoning proudly introduced Chen Luo to Yi Qiuyu. So it's him. Yi Qiuyu looked at Chen Luo in surprise, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes, because when Xiaoning mentioned this matter to her that day, she had called Chen Luo a fool and a spendthrift. Little did she expect that the very person who was now saving her and her cousin was the one she had insulted. Thank you, Brother Luo. If you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Yi Qiuyu hurriedly retracted her thoughts and expressed her gratitude. No need to thank me. I heard from Xiaoning that you're a doctor, and I thought you'd be useful in the apocalypse, which is why I agreed to save you. My base doesn't take in idle people. Chen Luo waved his hand, speaking seriously. In reality, Chen Luo only said half of the truth. The main reason was that he learned she was the hospital Esbel. A beautiful woman who was also a doctor was exactly the kind of talent he needed. So straightforward. Yi Qiuyu felt incredibly grateful one moment, but upon hearing this, she felt as if she had bitten into a bun and was choked speechless. However, she quickly recognized the harsh reality. She had initially planned to use her advantages to build a good relationship with Chen Luo, hoping to help rescue her family and friends as well. But at this point, it seemed better to take care of herself first. As for her relatives and friends, she hoped Amen would bless them. After all, they either believed in her or they didn't. You are Sang Kuan? Just as Yi Qiuyu was complaining in her mind, Chen Luo looked at Sang Kuan. Ordinary, with no way to escape, Sang Kuan simply knelt on the ground. Big brother, I didn't know Miss Yi was your woman. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to touch her, even if I had 100 guts. By the way, I've killed all the zombies in this community. If you want, take whatever you need. Chuizhu Yuan is a high-end community, and the residents have hoarded a lot of food. If we can seize their supplies, we can definitely last a while. Chapter 41. In this life, I'm only interested in beautiful women. By the way, big brother, there are many beautiful women in this community. Little Lolas, white-collar workers, mature and sexy young women. So many. Their figures are comparable to that of the beautiful Yi. If you want, I can immediately bring people to catch them for you. Big brother, didn't you just say your base doesn't take in idle people? Don't worry, as long as I become your little brother, I will specifically catch women for you in the future, ensuring you enjoy yourself even more than being an emperor. At this moment, Sang Kuan was like a dog servant, willingly wanting to be a little brother, hoping Chen Luo would spare his life. After all, this was the apocalypse, and no one would care about murder, arson, or robbery. So, even if this young man killed him, there would be no consequences. Are you done recording? Chen Luo ignored Sang Kuan and instead turned to Yi Qiuyu to ask. She had been recording a video with her phone directed at Sang Kuan just now, but he didn't know for what purpose. All done. Yi Qiuyu quickly put away her phone and sent the video to the residents group. They no longer had to live in fear. The property staff had all been killed. Do you see these handsome combat machine dogs? They are the most advanced AI-powered single-soldier combat dogs in our country. Just a moment ago, they casually shot dead these security guards. Everyone can come and go freely now. After sending the video to the residents group, Yi Chuyu sent several more messages. When the residents of the building saw that the property security had been dealt with, they all excitedly rushed over, blocking the entrance to Yi Chuyu's door to watch the spectacle. The elevator, which had been powered off earlier, was quickly restored to operation. In no time, more and more people gathered at the entrance. Since everyone is fine, let us move these corpses out. Chen Luo saw that the onlookers had nothing to do, so he instructed them to take care of some business. If he was to be mistaken, this commotion was likely caused by Yi Chuyu. However, since she wanted to establish authority in front of the residents, he might as well help her out. Everyone, come over and lend a hand. Don't just stand there. Hurry and throw these bastard bodies out. With Chen Luo's command, the residents, who were watching the commotion, quickly rolled up their sleeves and rushed in, carrying all the bodies outside. The young man in front of them was their savior, their benefactor. Therefore, when Chen Luo spoke, no one dared to disobey. Did everyone hear that? These bastards not only broke in, but also planned to search house by house to rob food. They even intended to abduct all the beautiful women in the community. If Brother Luo hadn't come to our rescue, none of us would have been able to escape. In a vacant lot within the community stood many residents. Yi Chuyu detailed the crimes of Seng Kuan and how Chen Luo had come to save her. She was a person who distinguished between gratitude and resentment. Chen Luo not only saved her, but also saved everyone in the community. Therefore, to ensure all the residents remembered Chen Luo's kindness, she gathered them to tell them about it. The purpose was naturally to make them grateful to Chen Luo. Upon hearing this, some people were so moved that they couldn't help but shed tears. Just now, they had truly walked through the gates of hell. If it weren't for the timely appearance of this young man, their women and food would eventually be taken away by these security guards. Bang! Chen Luo had no interest in their gratitude. He directly ordered the combat robot dog to shoot down the zombie. With a gunfire, the zombie fell into a pool of blood. Everyone, there are no more zombies in the community now. And I've also taken care of those useless property management people for you. So, you're safe now, but this safety is only temporary. Sooner or later, your food will run out and your water will be gone. To survive, you will ultimately have to rely on yourselves. On my way here, I saw many supermarkets and food stores on the street. You should go out to search for supplies now. You might still find something to eat. But if you wait too long, there might be nothing left. Therefore, I suggest you form a search team to go out, hunt zombies, and look for food at the same time. I think you've seen it during this time. Zombies move slowly, and as long as you're not afraid, you can easily kill them. Instead of sitting at home waiting to die, it's better to go out and fight for a chance. I can only help you with this. The rest is up to you. After shooting down the zombie, Chen Luo continued to speak to the crowd. In his previous life, if he had seen these homeowners being so grateful to him, he would have definitely stepped in to save them and help them survive together. However, in this life, Chen Luo was only interested in beautiful women and had no interest in anything else. Mr. Chen, please stay and help us. Yes, we're like a pile of loose sand and need a leader like you. We are ordinary people, usually unable to fight back. How can we dare to kill zombies? Mr. Chen, I am just a weak woman. Can I join your team? You can rest assured, I will listen to you in everything, even playing chess. As Chen Luo finished speaking, the community homeowners began to plead with him to stay, and some women even offered their bodies in exchange, wanting to leave with Chen Luo. I said, if you want to survive, you can only rely on yourselves. It won't be long before the water, electricity, and internet are cut off. So hurry back and prepare your water resources. Xiaoning, let's go back. Chen Luo reminded and began to walk towards the community entrance with the combat robot dog. Cousin, hurry up. Xiaoning tugged at Yi Chuyu's arm and hurried to catch up. Yi Chuyu glanced at the community homeowners and followed without hesitation. The little food at home could last at most one day, but her cousin's place had a delicious feast, including fresh fruits and expensive red wine. So no matter what, she was determined to hold on to this big leg, even if it meant playing mahjong. As for the community homeowners, let them fend for themselves. When she was attacked just now, none of these homeowners came out to help. So what was there to miss? Brother Luo, with people like them, they will probably starve to death in the end, right? In the armored vehicle, Xiaoning asked curiously. These homeowners were too timid and weak in such a cruel apocalypse. They probably had no hope of survival. Don't worry, when pushed to the brink, they will definitely huddle together for warmth. At the beginning of the apocalypse, many people didn't even dare to step out of their doors. But as hunger set in, one by one, they were forced to go out searching for food. Only then did they have a chance to survive. Boom! Just then, the originally clear sky suddenly flashed with lightning. Could it be that survivors have awakened powerful abilities? Seeing this phenomenon, Chen Luo frowned. Chapter 42. Can I choose to serve you? Moreover, it looks like there's more than one. Chen Luo quickly stopped the armored vehicle and got out, looking at the phenomenon in the sky with a frown. Others might think this was just a change in the weather. But Chen Luo knew very well that this was a manifestation of powerful abilities awakening. From the first flash of lightning to the present clouds covering the sky and a rain of lightning, it was clear that many people had awakened powerful abilities at this moment. Perhaps a few, maybe a dozen, or even several dozen. Wait a minute, the timeline has advanced? Chen Luo looked at Lei Han, his expression showing a hint of confusion. If he remembered correctly, the awakening of abilities in his previous life happened on the 10th day. Only then did information about awakened abilities start to appear online. But today was only the 5th day of the apocalypse. Of course, it was also possible that there were survivors who had awakened abilities long ago but had not been reported. After all, the world was so big, and it was normal for there to be many unusual existences. After watching for a moment, Chen Luo then got back into the vehicle. What's going on? It was just sunny, and now it's thundering and lightning? This kind of weather was indeed rare. Could it be that a friend was undergoing tribulation? You've been reading too many fantasy novels, haven't you? Is it so strange? Zombies have appeared. It's not unusual if someone is undergoing tribulation. On the way back, Xiaoning and Yi Qiuyu whispered to each other. 20 minutes later, the armored vehicle returned to the base. Xiaoning went to arrange a room for Yi Qiuyu and then went downstairs to eat. To Yi Qiuyu's surprise, the dining table was filled with a feast of mountain delicacies and seafood. There were roasted lamb legs, king crabs, large yellow fish, and even a bottle of expensive red wine in Maodai. Thank you. I didn't expect you to prepare such a lavish meal to welcome me. Yi Qiuyu looked at the table full of food and felt warm inside, then happily picked up her chopsticks and started to eat. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoan and Song Hongyan, who had long been seated at the table, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation upon hearing this. This is just our everyday home-cooked meal. Cousin, Brother Luo eats these every day. Seeing that Yi Qiuyu misunderstood, Xiaoning couldn't help but laugh and quickly reminded her in a low voice. In fact, the dinner the night before was even more sumptuous. It was an expensive seafood feast. You eat this well every day? Yi Qiuyu blinked her beautiful eyes, her delicate face filled with surprise. Although she knew her cousin had good meals every day with barbecues and seafood, she thought it was just an occasional treat. After all, the world was now in an apocalyptic disaster. Even if you had ingredients, you probably couldn't find a chef. Not exactly. Chen Luo took a sip of wine and shook his head. This made Yi Qiuyu, who had been surprised, feel a little more balanced inside. That makes sense nowadays. Being able to eat a sausage is already considered a feast. How could it be mountain delicacies every day? You're mistaken again. Eating mountain delicacies every day would also get boring. So today I prepared more barbecued meat and stir-fried dishes. Chen Luo picked up a piece of braised pork with preserved vegetables and, with a mouthful of Maotai, casually said, "Getting tired of mountain delicacies?" Yi Qiuyu, who had just felt a bit balanced, suddenly widened her beautiful eyes in shock. Cousin Xiaoning patted her forehead, seeing her cousin with a look of someone who had never seen the world before. She then recounted the details of the 200 million meal ordered by Chen Luo and the matter of spatial abilities. Listening to this, Yi Qiuyu was both surprised and secretly delighted. She had found the right person to rely on. She had heard Xiaoning mention that Chen Luo ordered a 200 million meal before the apocalypse broke out, but she had no idea that Chen Luo possessed a personal space. Clearly, Chen Luo had been hoarding supplies and ordering meals in preparation for the apocalypse. So, this mysterious benefactor in front of her had already anticipated the apocalypse? No wonder they could enjoy delicacies every day. It turned out they were well prepared. Suddenly, Yi Qiuyu felt that she was lucky to have her cousin as a support. Starting tomorrow, you all not only have to take care of the cleaning at home, but also learn how to hunt zombies. Also, the monitoring room needs to have someone watching it 24 hours a day. Otherwise, if there are outside invasions, we won't know anything. Just as Yi Qiuyu was secretly delighted, Chen Luo's expression turned serious as he began assigning tasks to the 4 women. What? Go kill zombies? The 3 of them, Tang Xiaoan, Xiaoning, and Yi Qiuyu, who were eating, all froze. Only Song Hongyan remained calm, as Chen Luo had already set training tasks for her, running 5 laps around the mall every day, and then going out to hunt zombies tomorrow. If the 4 of them went together, at least there would be some support. Taking advantage of the zombies' current slow movements, it was just right for them to practice. After a while, there wouldn't even be an opportunity to practice, Chen Luo said with a very serious expression and a tone that brooked no refusal. In the last life, 80% of the global population turned into zombies. These zombies would continue to evolve under the catalyst of the virus. They would first evolve from ordinary zombies to D-level zombies, then to C-level, followed by A-level, S-level, and eventually to the Zombie King, Zombie Emperor, and Zombie Sovereign. Moreover, the more they eat, the faster they evolve. In fact, when humans awaken their powers, zombies had already begun to evolve into higher ranks. Therefore, now that the zombies are moving slowly and have not evolved in large numbers, Chen Luo needs to train the 4 women to become female warriors. After being reborn, he knows a secret that others do not. The zombie virus not only causes mutations in animals and plants, but also transforms survivors, awakening terrifying abilities. However, most people are currently unaware of this. They are now frightened by these terrifying zombies and are only trying to hide in panic. If one day they overcome their fear and pick up weapons to hunt zombies, they'll find that the current zombies are actually not that scary. Luo Ge, can I not go kill zombies and just stay at home to serve you? Yi Qiuyu thought for a moment, then proudly lifted her chest and said timidly. When the zombies first appeared, she saw with her own eyes how those zombies devoured people alive, leaving no bones behind. So, just thinking of the zombies' terrifying appearance made her scared. Therefore, she would rather choose to serve Chen Luo than hunt zombies. Besides, Chen Luo is a big handsome guy. It doesn't seem like she's losing out at all. Luo Ge, we also don't want to kill zombies. Following Yi Qiuyu's words, Tang Xiaoan, Xiaoning, and Song Hongyan all spoke at the same time. You would rather choose to serve me than go kill zombies? Chen Luo took a sip of Mao Dai and looked at the 3 with a playful expression. Yes. The 3 women exchanged glances and then nodded seriously, which left Chen Luo somewhat amused. But he had to admit that each of the 4 women had their own merits. Song Hongyan was mature and sexy, while the other 3 represented the most perfect standards of femininity. Yi Qiuyu had a decisive personality, and her goddess-like appearance and figure were not much inferior to Song Hongyan. Xiaoning was still a college student, with a pure and innocent aura about her. Tang Xiaoan had just graduated from high school, and even though she was still a budding beauty, all 4 women had their alluring sides. Chapter 43. The goddess eager to offer pleasures. All right, I agree to your request. However, when I go out to hunt zombies, you must follow me. Chen Luo downed the remaining Mao Tai, thought for a moment, and ultimately agreed to the 4 women. Since they were willing to dedicate themselves, there was no need for him to refuse. However, in order to hone their survival skills and develop combat abilities in the apocalypse, he still needed to take them out for some training. Thus, he changed his wording. But in reality, the final effect was achieved. Perfect. Thank you, Luo Ge. Thank you, Luo Ge. Seeing that they finally didn't have to go out to kill zombies and only needed to follow along, the 4 women displayed joyful smiles and breathed a sigh of relief. They definitely didn't have the courage to go out hunting zombies. But following Chen Luo was a different story. Not to mention that Chen Luo would personally protect them, just those combat robotic dogs could ensure their safety. All right, let us eat first. Fill my glass. With this matter perfectly resolved, Chen Luo was in a very good mood and took out a bottle of expensive Mao Dai and a bottle of red wine from his personal space. The red wine was meant as a reward for the 4 women. Thinking about how he could play mahjong with them tonight, Chen Luo was filled with anticipation. Buzz, buzz. Buzz. Just then, the vibrating sound of his phone rang. Chen Luo took it out to see that it was a voice message from Lin Ruobing. I have something to discuss with you. Come over. As soon as Chen Luo answered, he heard Lin Ruobing's voice. But what puzzled him was that as soon as Lin Ruobing finished speaking, she immediately hung up. What's going on? Did something happen over there? Chen Luo looked at his phone, unable to suppress a frown. He lost his appetite for food, so he put down his chopsticks and drove the armored vehicle towards the Guanjia building. Oh, Mr. Chen, what brings you here? What surprised Chen Luo even more was that more than 30 employees were cooking hot pot and eating. Upon seeing Chen Luo, they hurriedly got up to greet him. Where is Lin Ruobing? In the upstairs room, the former president's office. All right, you all continue eating. After asking, Chen Luo headed towards the president's office. The current president's exclusive elevator had also been converted into a general elevator, and the security system had been removed. Please sit. It seemed that Lin Ruobing had prepared everything in her room. When she saw Chen Luo walk in, she pointed to the chair opposite the dining table. At that moment, there were 2 sets of chopsticks and 2 glasses filled with red wine on the table. I personally made 2 small dishes today. Let's see if you like them. As she spoke, Lin Ruobing pushed one of the glasses of wine towards Chen Luo. What's going on? It's almost dark, and you called me over. You're not rushing to play chess, are you? Seeing that Lin Ruobing had no other matters, Chen Luo couldn't help but tease her. You knew and still asked. To his surprise, Lin Ruobing directly admitted it, and her usually cool face suddenly flushed with a hint of red. In fact, Lin Ruobing had thought about it for a long time and ultimately chose to trust what Chen Luo said. Moreover, based on the transaction between the 2 of them, she and the current employees also had to obey Chen Luo's orders. So including himself, everyone is working for him. Moreover, due to another requirement, if Chen Luo really wants to have him sleep with her, he probably won't be able to refuse. Besides, according to what Chen Luo said in a previous life, he was also her man. Since he can't escape his clutches sooner or later, he might as well believe her once and enjoy the pleasures of life in advance. Besides, isn't it said that the more times they do it, the stronger the abilities will be when they awaken? After thinking for a day, Lin Ruobing finally made up her mind, which led to tonight's scene. Don't worry, I guarantee that within half a month, I will help you awaken the most powerful abilities. Seeing that his persuasion was successful, Chen Luo was overjoyed. The person in front of him is a cold and aloof female CEO, the Ice Queen who will look down upon the world in the apocalypse. He never expected to have her so easily persuaded. Really? Lin Ruoxue pondered for a few seconds, looking at Chen Luo with suspicion. Don't worry, I won't lie to you, Chen Luo said firmly, patting his chest. According to the timeline from the previous life, Lin Ruobing will definitely awaken her ice and snow abilities within half a month. So Chen Luo was not worried at all. I hope you're not deceiving me. Lin Ruobing raised her glass and drank the red wine in one go. After that, the 2 kept toasting until they were full and slightly tipsy before stopping. I'll go take a shower first. Lin Ruobing walked toward the bathroom. The CEO's office is very spacious, not only with an office area, but also a resting area and a bathroom for showering. The partitioned bedroom has unexpectedly been replaced with a large bed, and even the bedding has been changed to red. Lin Ruobing seems to have quite a sense of ceremony, almost turning the office into a bridal chamber. Taking advantage of Lin Ruobing's shower, Chen Luo quietly browsed his phone. He saw that there were several unread messages on WeChat. The first one he opened was from the owner's group, and he started to scroll through slowly. Did everyone see? My son has cleaned up the zombies in the community, so your safety is guaranteed from now on. If it weren't for Chun Yao, we wouldn't even dare to go out the front door. Thank you. I've said it long ago, Brother Chun Yao is a responsible man. Well, since everyone wants to express their gratitude, I'll be straightforward. My family has run out of food, and the restaurant has been looted. So I hope that during this difficult time, everyone can help a little. If anyone has extra food, please share some with me. Don't worry, after the mask mandate ends, the country will reward you. On behalf of the community, I want to assure everyone that as soon as the supplies arrive, I will prioritize distributing them to you. Director Yao is right. We can only get through this tough time by sticking together. I support everyone putting all the food together for Director Yao to manage, then distributing it in portions, giving priority to women and children. Well said. Everyone must not be selfish. Hurry and take out your food. Is there still food? I have to stretch a bucket of instant noodles over 3 days. Fortunately, I have a cat. Otherwise, I would have run out of food today. By the way, didn't Tishao Chan hoard a lot of supplies before the virus outbreak? Yes. I saw dozens of trucks unloading supplies at the mall entrance that day. Just a little would be enough for us to eat for a while. Xiao Chun, since you have so much food you can't finish, just take some out to share. Don't worry, I want to take it for free. I can pay you. We're all neighbors, and as long as you help everyone this time, they will definitely remember you. Xiao Chun, Annie used to treat you the best. Do you remember? Before the apocalypse broke out, you ordered hundreds of thousands worth of food for my son's mealtime, and you still owe about 700 to 800,000. I only need 5 trucks of food. Consider it a debt repayment. Chen Luo scrolled through the messages in the owner's group to the end, all of which were tagging him. It was obvious that these owners had their eyes on the supplies he hoarded. There are so many supermarkets on the street. If you want food, go find it yourselves. Seeing that these people wanted to make him a good guy, Chen Luo fired back. None of these guys are good people. Chapter 44. Using beauty to deceive him to open the door. Xiao Chun, what do you mean? We are all neighbors. Can you bear to watch everyone starve to death? Exactly. You are simply too selfish, too disappointing. Chen Luo, I curse you to be struck by lightning when you go out. Manager, Chun, you still owe me 7 to 800,000. Hurry and pay me back. Not paying back debts, you scoundrel. Do you still have any face left? If it was before the apocalypse broke out, my tens of thousands could buy you dozens of trucks of food. Is it too much to ask you to share a few trucks with us? After Chen Luo just retorted in the owner's group. It was as if he had poked a hornet's nest, causing a large group of people to condemn him. The loudest were the older women who loved to dance in the square. They earnestly persuaded him and used moral coercion, hoping that Chen Luo could lend him a hand. How can you still have the energy to argue when you're hungry? Hurry up and wash up and sleep. There will be all kinds of delicacies in your dreams. Chen Luo mocked, then tossed his phone aside. In the past life, after Ji Chun Yao and the group of thugs from the community cleaned up the zombies, his mother stepped in, using her position as the women's director to morally coerce everyone to gather their food and distribute in portions. As a result, they actually hid away to feast. In the end, the food they deceived from others was quickly squandered. And Ji Chun Yao set his sights on the timid and weak owners. He led a large group to break in, robbing these owners of their food supplies and women. However, the food was still not enough, so they began to crazily loot house by house, taking everything edible and all the beautiful women. Some owners could not bear Ji Chun Yao's oppression and fled at night, only to be rescued by Chen Luo. Later, Ji Chun Yao, relying on his awaken abilities, became the overlord of the area. Those owners saved by Chen Luo were not good people either. They repaid kindness with enmity. Upon learning that Chen Luo's flesh could resist the zombie virus and help people awaken their abilities, they drank his blood and ate his flesh. Because of this, Chen Luo harbors hatred for everyone in the community. Therefore, he does not care about their lives or deaths. Everyone listen up. If you don't want to starve to death, come downstairs and hold a meeting together. Chen Luo did not know that as soon as he tossed his phone aside, Ji Chun Yao sent a message in the owner's group. A few days ago, I found this kid and asked him to send some food to everyone. But he actually told me to go get it myself. So, I think it's impossible for him to voluntarily hand out food to us. If we want to survive, we must come up with a good plan. About 20 minutes later, in the activity square of Qin Shui Garden Community, 700 to 800 people were gathered densely. Seeing that most of the people had arrived, Ji Chun Yao shouted loudly, "Where is Xiao Chun? Didn't he come?" "Annie Yao, don't ask. Chen Luo's door is open, and the inside is empty. There's not a single person." "What? He is not in the community?" "No. I heard that after the apocalypse broke out, he has been hiding inside the Guanji Mall." "Fine, as long as he is not here. Otherwise, if he hears us, the plan will be hard to implement. What is there to be afraid of? If he dares to show up here tonight, he could just pay back Brother Chun Yao's money." That's right. In the days leading up to the apocalypse, there were dozens of trucks unloading goods every day at the entrance of Guanji supermarket. I even took a look. Some trucks were carrying mutton and beef, while others were carrying chicken, duck, fish, and vegetables, as well as grains and fruits. Let me tell you, those trucks were all filled with food. After hoarding for more than 10 days, there must be at least several million tons. The mall isn't far from here. As long as we go over and take it, it would be enough for 700 or 800 of us to eat for a lifetime. Aunt Yang is right. Let us all go and take them all. Did this kid know about the zombie virus outbreak in advance? He actually built such a high wall around the mall. And there's that big iron gate. How do we get in? Are we really afraid we can't get in with so many of us? Worst case, we can just smash down his wall. Exactly, as long as we can get in, he is just one person, and we have 700 or 800. Are we afraid of him? After Ji Chun Yao finished speaking, the homeowners in the community immediately started to plot. After all, before the apocalypse broke out, Chen Luo was too conspicuous. Everyone in the community knew about his hoarding supplies. With dozens of trucks delivering goods every day, it was impossible not to attract attention. Everyone quiet down. I gathered you all here for Guanji Mall. I found out that the basement level is a large warehouse, and there's a cold storage. The meat and vegetables he hoarded must be stored there. As long as we can seize the grains and occupy that mall, we would have enough food for 100 years. Yes, I heard the walls of that mall are made of reinforced concrete. In such an environment, it would be a perfect shelter. If we occupy it, we would have to fear the threat of zombies. Exactly. Such a great refuge would be a shame to destroy. So, occupying them all and then moving in together is the best choice. Since that's the case, let's be smart about it. Seeing everyone discussing, Chen Luo signaled everyone to be quiet, then shared his plan. How to be smart about it? Some homeowners asked curiously. It's simple. As far as I know, Chen Luo is very lecherous, so we can find a beautiful female homeowner, gain his trust, and then trick him into opening the mall's gate. Once the gate is open, we can rush in immediately. With our 700 or 800 people, it would be easy to take him down, right? Chen Luo said confidently. That probably won't work, right? I once curiously took a look, and there are surveillance cameras installed on the wall. We might get discovered before we even get close. Another homeowner raised their doubts. What is there to fear about surveillance? Tomorrow, everyone can go over and find a way to smash the cameras. But who should we use to trick him? Let Fongmin do it. She is beautiful and has a great figure. Fongmin? Fongmin, have you come yet? Brother Chen Luo, it seems Fongmin hasn't arrived. Then let us go find her together. Whether we can open the mall's gate depends on her. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. I really can't. It's already dawn, and I'm feeling a bit sore down there. Meanwhile, in the president's office of Guanjia Tower, Lin Ruobing lay on the bed, covered in fragrant sweat, her face full of fatigue and pleading. Oh my God, is this kid an unstoppable pile driver? His energy is too abundant. He actually exhausted me all night. Lin Ruobing really couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, she just wanted to close her eyes and have a good sleep. I didn't expect my physical fitness to be this high. Looking at the exhausted Lin Ruobing, Chen Luo temporarily spared her. However, just as he lay down, Chen Luo discovered a problem. His current physical fitness far exceeded the past. After working the fields for a whole night, he was still full of energy, not feeling a bit tired. Moreover, his strength had greatly increased. Just now, when he stood on the ground, holding Lin Ruobing while exercising, he actually lasted for 2 hours. Chapter 45. The tireless old ox in the field, please, don't really hurt me. I really can't take it anymore. Just as Lin Ruobing was about to doze off, she saw Chen Luo pick her up again. Thinking he was going to push her again, she was so scared that her face turned pale, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment and pity. No, I'll just hold you, Chen Luo said softly, lifting Lin Ruobing, weighing her lightly, and then placing her back on the bed. What surprised Chen Luo was that Lin Ruobing, who weighed just over 100 pounds, felt as light as a feather in his hands. This discovery delighted Chen Luo, and after thinking for a moment, he took out a high-powered diesel generator from his storage space. The generator was marked as weighing 19 tons and was wrapped with anti-collision wooden strips. Chen Luo spread his arms and hugged the high-powered generator, then gradually exerted his strength. The next second, something unexpected happened. He actually lifted the generator. Who? Lying on the bed, Lin Ruobing, who saw Chen Luo putting her down, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know where this kid got such abundant energy to exhaust her all night long. Even she herself didn't know how she managed to get through it. Just as Lin Ruobing quietly breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly saw Chen Luo take out a high-powered generator from his spatial storage. Then, he actually lifted it with both hands. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Lin Ruobing was so surprised that she swore, and she quickly sat up from the bed. Although she didn't know the weight of the generator, just by looking at it, it had to weigh at least 1,000 pounds. Yet, this guy actually lifted it directly. Is this the power you gained after awakening? Lin Ruobing immediately perked up, asking curiously. Chen Luo nodded, calmly putting the generator back into the space. In his previous life, he awakened spatial abilities and an unknown divine bloodline. However, because the blood in his body was golden, Chen Luo called it the golden bloodline. Although his body was modified by the virus and enhanced by abilities, his strength wasn't this great. But now, after being reborn, his strength had actually increased more than threefold. Could it be that my golden bloodline has awakened too? Chen Luo felt the changes in his body and suddenly thought of this possibility. To verify it, he found a fruit knife and cut a wound on his finger. Immediately, he saw that the blood flowing from the wound was not red but golden. The golden bloodline has really awakened. Looking at the flowing golden blood, Chen Luo frowned slightly. If his abilities awaken early, then others would naturally do the same. No, just as Chen Luo thought he had figured out the answer. He suddenly felt a strange sensation. In the previous life, awakening this golden bloodline caused the blood in my body to turn golden, but the blood that flowed out had no other color. However, The golden blood that flowed out now surprisingly had a faint rainbow sheen. Chen Luo suddenly remembered. When he ate that fruit in Shaoshan Park, there was a layer of mist surrounding the fruit, which seemed to have a rainbow luster as well. It was just that it was hard to notice unless one looked closely, so Chen Luo didn't pay attention at the time. Now that the two were surprisingly the same, could it mean that his ancient fierce beast in Zhao's bloodline had also awakened? This bloodline has a suppressive effect on zombies. Finally understanding, no wonder those zombies dared not approach yesterday. He wondered if the golden bloodline had awakened. Chen Luo looked at the blood on his fingertip, feeling a trace of doubt in his heart. After all, the color of the golden bloodline was almost the same as that of the Ying Zhao bloodline. Suddenly, Chen Luo looked at Lin Ruobing, who was sitting on the bed with a surprised expression. The golden bloodline has a 50 to 60 probability of allowing ordinary people to awaken their abilities, and 100 probability of allowing those with the potential to awaken their abilities to awaken early. So, let's experiment with Lin Ruobing. If Lin Ruobing can awaken her abilities early, it would prove that his golden bloodline has also awakened. This is my golden blood. Drink it. If it weren't to let you awaken your abilities early, I wouldn't be willing to part with such precious blood, Chen Luo said as he got onto the bed, extending his finger to Lin Ruobing's red lips, pretending to be heartbroken. Hearing this, Lin Ruobing unceremoniously took Chen Luo's finger into her mouth and sucked hard. The fresh blood entering her mouth shocked Lin Ruobing immensely. Chen Luo's golden blood not only had a sweet aroma, but also made her original fatigue instantly disappear. It felt as if she had just had a great sleep and was immediately invigorated. What's going on? Chen Luo asked, looking at Lin Ruobing's astonished expression. I seem to be full of energy again, Lin Ruobing said, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Chen Luo, her usually cold and beautiful face unexpectedly showing a satisfied smile. Oh, is that so? Chen Luo glanced at her graceful figure and smiled mischievously. In that case, let's continue our dual cultivation. With that, he pressed down on her body. No. Lin Ruobing originally intended to push Chen Luo away. After all, they had been through a long night. But then she seemed to think of something, and her pushing motion stopped, and she half-heartedly began to dual cultivate with him. What she thought of was that her stamina also seemed abnormal. After a whole night of tossing around with this guy, she only felt tired, with a bit of discomfort below. Even if she had never seen a pig run, she had at least seen one, right? How could a normal person's stamina endure all night, especially since several times she was on top? Thus, Lin Ruobing attributed this miraculous credit to Chen Luo. Yesterday, Chen Luo told her that he was a dual ability awakener. The other ability was that anyone who slept with him could get a chance to awaken their abilities. Moreover, the more times they did it, the stronger their awakened abilities would be. Originally, Lin Ruobing was half convinced, but after a whole night of tossing and sucking the golden blood, she now firmly believed Chen Luo's words. In her previous life, although she awakened the golden bloodline and her physical condition underwent a tremendous change, it definitely did not reach the current level. Therefore, the only possibility was the change brought by the fierce beast bloodline. Ding dong. Just as she stopped cultivating, a notification sound for adding friends on WeChat rang. Chen Luo opened it to see a verification message saying, I am a request to add a friend from Teacher Fong's person. Moreover, the message also indicated that the friend was from the owner group of Qingshui Garden Community. Chapter 46. Exchange with the body. I am not familiar with him. Moreover, we have never spoken, nor do we have WeChat. In fact, I have only met him a few times in Qingshui Garden Community. After Fong Min heard what Ji Chunyao and others said, she immediately refused. She was unwilling to use such means against someone from the same community. Moreover, seeing their gritted teeth expressions, if they tricked Chen Luo into opening the door to his shop, he would definitely be in serious trouble. What's the big deal? Just add WeChat and chat a bit to get familiar. Exactly. Which young person nowadays doesn't like beautiful women? Especially someone like you. Seeing you add WeChat, he would definitely be excited. And who knows, he might even take the initiative to flatter you without you needing to say a word. That's right. You are the most beautiful woman in our community, and having you take the lead will surely succeed. I tell you, Fong Min, before the apocalypse broke out, I saw that guy, Chen Luo, staring at your thighs for a long time at the entrance of the community. He must have been craving your body for a long time. Ji Chunyao and a group of aunties began to persuade Fong Min. I'm sorry, I really can't help you with this. You should find someone else. Fong Min still refused without hesitation. Although she didn't want to go hungry, she was even less willing to be used. These people were simply wicked. To occupy Chen Luo's shop and supplies, they actually wanted her to seduce him. It was utterly unscrupulous. If they could treat Chen Luo this way, then when she had no more value, they might very well have their eyes on her. Just a moment ago, she had only been slightly slow to open the door, and these people had already started banging on it. Now that the apocalypse had come, without the constraints of law and morality, these people might dare to do anything. Therefore, Fong Min did not want to conspire with them. Teacher Fong, we are advising you for your own good. I hope you don't fail to recognize the situation. I warn you, this is not for some individual, but for the benefit of everyone in the community. You must have seen the chat messages in the owner group, right? That Chen owes me 800,000 to 900,000, and I'm just asking for a few trucks of food. Is that too much? Not long ago, he hoarded so many supplies. Can he eat them all by himself? Isn't it only fair to share some with us owners? Moreover, if we can take over the shop, it will also benefit you. Do you want to just wait at home to starve to death? Seeing Fong Min's refusal, Ji Chunyao directly began to threaten her. She raised the knife in her hand, staring at Fong Min and speaking in a deep voice. Xiao Min, Annie knows you have a kind heart, but this time letting you seduce that Chung guy is doing a good deed. Exactly, you live alone in the community, and now it's the apocalypse. If you have no one to protect you, it's not safe for you to be so beautiful. I guarantee that if you help everyone this time and get the supplies, everyone will definitely give you more, and we will remember your kindness. If anyone dares to bully you, we will all help you deal with him. Your neighbor Zhang Yan's family has long run out of food. Adults can endure hunger for a few days, but what about the children? If I'm not mistaken, their child is your student. Are you planning to just watch your student starve to death? Xiao Min, uncle won't harm you. In this apocalypse, if we want to survive, we must stick together. Fong Min, if you don't agree, once we get the food, we won't share any with you. For the lives of more than 800 people in the entire community, what's the harm in sacrificing a bit of appearance? Ji Chunyao and the others urged her in a flurry of voices. But I don't really know how to seduce someone. Under the pressure and temptation of the community members, Fong Min was forced to agree. However, she still wanted to decline, using the excuse that she couldn't seduce anyone. It doesn't matter, I will teach you. As Ji Chunyao spoke, she snatched Fong Min's phone and prepared to add Chen Luo on WeChat. Don't be in a hurry. It's already very late, and you just said in the group that everyone should come down and discuss things. If you add him as a friend and try to seduce him now, it will definitely arouse his suspicion. Let's talk about it tomorrow morning. An aunt saw Ji Chunyao preparing to add a friend and quickly reminded her. Okay, then we'll wait until tomorrow morning. Ji Chunyao thought for a moment and found it reasonable, so she held back. She then urged Fong Min to rest early and pretended to comfort her for a few words before leaving with the others. Teacher Fong? The Fong Min from Building 5? The next morning, after Chen Luo checked Fong Min's information, a fiery figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Chen Luo's impression of her was stunning. Therefore, the memory was very deep, and he couldn't help but glance at her every time they met. However, this Fong Min usually kept a low profile and rarely spoke in the owneress group. He had never heard of her having any disputes with anyone. In his previous life, when Ji Chunyao awakened her powers, she completely tore off the disguise. Any community owner who did not obey orders was killed. When food ran out, they went house to house to rob. Not only did they rob food, but they also robbed beautiful women. And Fong Min was one of the victims. Unexpectedly, the beauty who had little social interaction in the last life actively added him as a friend in this life. After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo agreed. Brother Chen, I am Fong Min, a teacher for number 1 middle school, living in Building 5. Do you remember me? As soon as the friend request was approved, Fong Min quickly sent a message. It really was that stunning female teacher. What's up? Chen Luo quickly replied with 2 words. If he wasn't mistaken, the other party should be looking for food from him. After all, he had hoarded a large amount of supplies, and everyone in the community knew. I have run out of food at home and haven't eaten anything for a day. Can I borrow some food from you? If you are unwilling, I can exchange it with my body. How about that? Fong Min quickly sent a series of messages. Sure enough, as he guessed, she was here for food. Moreover, she was very straightforward, willing to exchange her body. Chen Luo was not surprised at all. In the apocalypse, it was very common for women to exchange their bodies to survive. Just as Chen Luo was about to respond, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped rapidly. The originally warm room instantly became bone-chillingly cold. Chen Luo, who was completely naked, felt as if he had been thrown into a freezer, shivering from the cold. He quickly burrowed into the quilt, which helped a bit. But soon he felt the temperature dropping even faster, and even wrapping himself tightly in the quilt was ineffective. Chapter 47. Sure enough. Awakening through passion. Why is it suddenly like this? Chen Luo hurriedly took out a few down jackets from his portable space to wrap himself up, then checked the situation around him. The next second, his gaze fixed on Lin Ruobing. After several hours of intense exercise, Lin Ruobing had started to feel drowsy and began to rest. However, at this moment, as she slept peacefully, her skin radiated a cold, jade-like sheen, like ice crystals. Even translucent ice crystals instantly covered her completely naked body. The temperature in the room also dropped, filling the air with an icy breath. Clearly, the sudden change in temperature was due to her. At this moment, Lin Ruobing was peacefully asleep. Despite being completely unclothed and having gone through intense exercise, her pure and ethereal skin was wrapped in a layer of ice crystals, giving her the appearance of an ice goddess sleeping peacefully, only to be admired from afar and not to be desecrated. Has this ice and snow ability awakened? Chen Luo had not seen how Lin Ruobing awakened in his previous life, but the cold and familiar sense of oppression was something he could never forget. Could it be that my golden bloodline has also awakened? Chen Luo looked at his fingers, feeling a bit surprised. Just after the exercise, he had cut his finger, and the golden blood had all been fed to Lin Ruobing. Then, within a few hours, she awakened her abilities, clearly indicating that his blood had an effect. Therefore, Chen Luo was sure that his golden bloodline had awakened. Crack, 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 bang. Just as Chen Luo was surprised, the bed, table, walls, and everything in the room were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. As the temperature continued to drop, all the glass items in the office shattered into pieces. Although Chen Luo also felt cold, he had awakened the golden bloodline, so his blood was not frozen. On the contrary, he felt as if the blood in his body was burning, flowing rapidly. Not long after, he finally felt the chill lessen a bit. Wake up. If you keep sleeping, I'm going to freeze to death because of you. Chen Luo hurriedly shook Lin Ruobing's body. The cold air was increasing, and the temperature was dropping lower and lower. If this continued, the main person, who seemed unaffected, would be fine. But the entire building would probably not withstand it and would be frozen into ice sculptures. At that time, all the survivors in the building would freeze to death. Ugh, I'm so sleepy, don't disturb me. Lin Ruobing murmured, pushing Chen Luo away, preparing to continue sleeping. Seeing this, Chen Luo directly hugged her and then kissed her lips. This intense rhythm made Lin Ruobing think Chen Luo wanted to mess with her again, finally opening her eyes in annoyance. But when she saw the situation in the room, she instantly woke up. The room was covered in frost. Everything had been frozen into ice sculptures, and only the two of them were still fine. What puzzled Lin Ruobing was that she was in an icy world, completely naked, and yet she didn't feel cold at all. Besides, the cold air in the room felt like a part of her body. She could clearly sense it. She could even control it. Gather. Lin Ruobing's instinctive thought made her body, which was emitting cold air, suddenly stop, and the frost in the room disappeared in an instant. Faced with such a fluid state, Lin Ruobing felt incredibly shocked. Did I really awaken because of you? After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Ruobing realized she had awakened her ice and snow abilities. Just as Chen Luo had said, it was terrifying. Lin Ruobing had a premonition that if she wanted, she could instantly freeze the entire building into ice sculptures. It seems you didn't lie to me. Lin Ruobing glanced at her body, then looked at Chen Luo, her eyes filled with joy and tenderness, like autumn waters. Just as Chen Luo said, as long as she was with him, she could awaken her abilities. After just one night of passion, totaling only a few times, she successfully awakened. Moreover, it is a very powerful ice and snow ability. At this moment, Lin Ruobing's trust in Chen Luo had reached a level of almost absolute conviction. The ice and snow ability has many skills that can be explored gradually in the future. Let me first tell you a few important skills for you to experience slowly. Chen Luo smiled and then said, in her previous life, after Lin Ruobing awakened her ability, she initially could only use the freezing technique. When fighting zombies or enemies, she would directly use the icy aura to freeze the opponent into an ice sculpture. This was a simple, brute force, large area, and indiscriminate attack method. It not only consumed her ability, but also harmed allies. As Lin Ruobing continued to explore and research, She first figured out the Ice Blade skill, and then comprehended the dark energy. The Ice Blade skill involves concentrating one or more ice cones or ice blades in her hand using her will, and then stabbing the enemy. This skill not only saves energy, but also allows for prolonged combat. Dark energy, on the other hand, is a cold energy quietly injected into the enemy's body. Before the opponent can react, they can be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. This is also a way to save energy, and it is very powerful. All ability users cannot infinitely use their energy, because when using their abilities, a significant amount of energy is consumed. Once the energy is exhausted, they can no longer use their abilities. At that time, ability users and ordinary people are not much different. Therefore, as an ability user, it is crucial to explore skills that save energy. Listen carefully. The first skill is called Ice Blade. Try to control the cold energy with your mind to condense an ice cone or ice blade in your hand. This skill can effectively save energy. Moreover, you can condense multiple blades for large area attacks. The second skill is Dark Energy. Chen Luo detailed the skills Lin Ruobing had figured out in her previous life. As long as the concept and direction are given, with Lin Ruobing's intelligence, she should be able to master them quickly. All right, I'll give it a try. Lin Ruobing nodded seriously, then disregarding sleep, washed up and went downstairs. Chen Luo glanced at the wet sheets and lost the desire to sleep. Took out a new set of clothes from his space, got dressed, and followed her. Why did he suddenly stop replying? Did he discover our plan? That can't be. The message I sent earlier had nothing to do with the plan, right? Could it be too blatant and made him suspicious? In the living room of the Qing Shui Flower Garden community, Fang Min and others frowned at their phones. Just a few words were exchanged, and this guy disappeared. This made them a bit suspicious, wondering if they had let something slip. Or did this guy have something come up suddenly? Whatever. Can live people really die for being held in? Let's call everyone together and first take down the surveillance on the walls. After a moment, not seeing Chen Luo's message, Ji Chunyao and others couldn't wait any longer and decided to go destroy the surveillance first. Anyway, the surveillance definitely couldn't be left. Chapter 48. Subduing the first zombie king. President Lin. President Chen. On the first floor of the Guanjia building, employees saw Chen Luo and Lin Ruobing come down one after another, and all stood up to greet them. Don't call President Lin anymore. You should call her sister-in-law. Chen Luo wrapped his arm around Lin Ruobing's slim waist and formally corrected everyone's mistake. Sister-in-law? The employees were stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Last night, the two had slept together, and their President Lin was now Chen Luo's woman. Hello, sister-in-law. The employees quickly caught on and uniformly called out again. Lin Ruobing shot them an annoyed look, but did not object. She had clearly accepted being Chen Luo's woman. Starting today, all of you will mobilize and form 4 teams to go out and search for supplies. This is to build up your combat ability. Zombies will continuously evolve and become stronger, and the living environment will become more brutal. If you don't have enough self-defense capability, you will eventually die. Chen Luo assigned tasks to the employees and then walked out of the building. The street was empty. The zombies that had been wandering around were gradually disappearing. Of course, they had not truly vanished. Chen Luo understood very well that this situation arose because some zombies had evolved into higher-level zombies. Higher-level zombies not only became stronger, but also regained intelligence and developed a sense of territory. They would summon all the zombies in their territory to ambush humans at any corner, waiting for the right moment to strike. Therefore, the zombies that had been aimlessly wandering the streets and corners had almost all disappeared. In his previous life, 2 months after the apocalypse began, the first zombie king was born in Shenzhen. At this time, many survivors had also awakened abilities. In the wilderness, the strength of mutated beasts was becoming increasingly formidable. With continuous evolution, some of them had also developed intelligence. By the end, some even evolved into human-like forms, their intelligence not inferior to that of humans. Chen Luo thought about the zombie king and planned to head to a certain place, Wanda Plaza, because the first zombie king evolved right here. Now that he had awakened the bloodline of the ancient fierce beasting Zhao, it should exert a suppressive effect on such zombies. Since that's the case, why not recruit the zombie king as a subordinate? Besides, Wanda Plaza is famous for its food street and shopping mall, and it possesses countless supplies. Boom! With a press of the gas pedal, the armored vehicle sped towards Wanda Plaza. After about 20 minutes, the armored vehicle arrived at Wanda Plaza. Chen Luo parked the car and climbed out. For safety's sake, he released the combat robot dog as well. However, the vast plaza was empty. with not a single shadow of a zombie in sight. Not even the corpses on the square could be found. Chen Luo looked at the desolate plaza and scanned the surroundings. It was eerily quiet. It was as if no living beings existed here at all. It seemed that finding the zombie king could only rely on luck. Let's go in. Chen Luo glanced at the large building in front of him and gave the command to the combat robot dog. Since he couldn't find any zombies, he planned to loot the supplies inside first. Chen Luo and the combat robot dog headed straight for the shopping mall. Unexpectedly, there were no zombies inside the mall either, so clearing out the goods went very smoothly. In just 1 hour, all usable supplies in the mall, including clothes, were cleared out. Just as Chen Luo was about to leave with a full load and patrol the surroundings for luck, a scene at the entrance of the building stunned him. He saw that countless zombies had suddenly appeared at the entrance, blocking the exit of the building. Sure enough, there must be a zombie king nearby. Chen Luo looked at the horde of zombies outside, slightly surprised, then became happy. When he first arrived, not a single zombie was seen, and now, just over an hour later, a horde had appeared. It is obvious that there are advanced zombies manipulating things behind the scenes. Moreover, the controlling zombie is of a high level and has even evolved intelligence. If nothing unexpected happens, the zombie that evolved into the zombie king in the last life of Xinsheng is nearby. Break out. Chen Luo walked at the forefront and simultaneously issued a kill command to the combat robotic dog. Now that Chen Luo had awakened the bloodline of the fierce beast, he had a natural bloodline suppression over zombies. Therefore, he was not at all panicked or afraid. Crack, crack. The combat robotic dog received the command and walked towards the door. At this moment, Chen Luo released the aura of the fierce beast, preparing to use the bloodline suppression on the zombie horde. Rustle. Immediately, the zombies felt the powerful aura emanating from Chen Luo. As soon as they approached, they retreated in terror, even clearing a path. Within 5 meters in front, behind, and to the sides, no zombie dared to come close. Has the fierce beast bloodline become stronger? Chen Luo glanced at the distance he maintained from the zombie horde and suddenly thought of a possibility. That is, after awakening, the fierce beast bloodline could continue to grow stronger. Because last time, zombies did not dare to approach within 3 meters, but now it had become 5 meters. It was clear that his fierce beast bloodline was increasing. Chen Luo was somewhat stunned, finally realizing that after eating that strange fruit, there had been no abnormal phenomena. It turned out that the power of the bloodline was awakening slowly, because logically speaking, possessing such a powerful ability would definitely trigger a phenomenon in the world. But nothing had happened at that time. Instead, in other parts of the city, thunderstorms continuously appeared, as if many people had awakened powerful abilities. You, come here, kneel down. With a thought, Chen Luo took out a piece of fresh flesh from his spatial storage and issued a command to a tall zombie in the horde. In the last life, Zhuang Kuan had taken 2 zombie kings as his subordinates, but he was not clear on how he subdued them. Therefore, after Chen Luo seized Zhuang Kuan's opportunity, he had to explore how to subdue zombies on his own. So, Chen Luo tried to take out a piece of fresh pork to test the reaction of this zombie. Talp, talp, talp. The zombie was first taken aback, then cautiously walked towards Chen Luo. It was clear to see that the zombie's expression was filled with fear, and its gaze was somewhat timid. Just when it was 1 meter away from Chen Luo, it suddenly stopped. Then, with a thud, it knelt at Chen Luo's feet, prostrating itself to show its submission. Seeing this ancient gesture of kneeling, Chen Luo was not too surprised, and then threw the fresh pork on the ground. Chapter 49. I promise you. Bang, bang, bang. Having received the reward of food, the zombie knocked its head 3 times on the ground in front of Chen Luo, then reverently picked up the food with both hands and slowly retreated. The surrounding horde seemed to be attracted by the flesh in its hands and became somewhat agitated. Once this zombie retreated to a distance, it finished eating the flesh in its hands, and the surrounding zombies also stopped their agitation. Thud, thud, thud. Next, to Chen Luo's surprise, the zombies looked at him and then collectively knelt down. Although the zombies had not yet evolved the ability to speak, Chen Luo could see from their expressions that they also wanted flesh. Despite the fact that Chen Luo had stocked up a lot of meat, he was unwilling to give it to these zombies, because roughly estimating there were at least 1,000 zombies here, and even if each zombie required 1 pound of meat, it would waste 1,000 pounds of pork, in a world where food was scarce. 1,000 pounds of pork was enough for one person to eat for an entire year. The piece Chen Luo had taken out earlier was merely to test the zombies' reactions in preparation for subduing the zombie king. Get in the car. Chen Luo commanded the combat robotic dog, and then walked towards the armored vehicle. As for these zombies wanting to eat meat, they could go eat shit. Talp, talp, talp. Just as Chen Luo was about to get in the car, the ground suddenly shook, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. He turned his head and saw a giant zombie over 2 meters tall approaching. Although the clothes on this zombie were already tattered, it was not hard to tell that it was a military uniform. Clearly, it had been a soldier in life. Zombie King? Upon seeing it, Chen Luo quickly guessed who it was, because the first zombie to evolve into a zombie king in Shuncheng was said to have been a soldier in life. It was tall and robust, over 2 meters in height. Boom! As if sensing something, the giant zombie suddenly stopped 3 meters away from Chen Luo. Thud! The next second, like other zombies, the giant zombie immediately knelt on the ground on both knees. The future zombie king also bowed for a meal. Chen Luo was slightly taken aback, then took out a large piece of fresh beef from his spatial storage and waved at the giant zombie, signaling it to come over. A reward for you. Chen Luo was not interested in the zombie named Kalami at all, but this future zombie king had to be subdued. With it, the base would have an additional guard. In a few days, as zombies, mutated beasts, and human survivors continued to awaken and evolve, conventional weapons would be eliminated, because the power of ordinary bullets could not even break through their defenses. Therefore, to strengthen the base's power, it was necessary to subdue a large number of subordinates in the shortest time possible. Dong dong dong, seeing Chen Luo beckoning to it. The giant zombie immediately understood the meaning and hurriedly got up to walk towards Chen Luo. Finally, the huge body knelt down 3 steps away from Chen Luo. Unlike the previous zombie, the giant zombie did not bow its head but raised both hands above its head, seemingly accepting some kind of reward. Chen Luo placed the beef in its hands, observing the giant zombie's expression changes. The giant zombie took the fresh beef and did not retreat immediately, but began to eat it directly. Soon, nearly 30 pounds of beef were eaten clean. Roar! The giant zombie raised its head, its scarlet eyes fixed on Chen Luo, letting out a low roar as if expressing something. You want more flesh? Chen Luo thought for a moment and roughly understood what it was expressing, but it quickly became clear that it was the camouflage paint of the armored vehicle that triggered some deep memories in the giant zombie's mind. This kind of reaction is actually quite normal. As zombies evolve, they gradually develop new intelligence, but some still retain fragments of their memories from when they were alive. These memories, although different from the newly born intelligence, are their obsessions from their previous lives. Therefore, the armored vehicle evoked some of the giant zombie's past obsessions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Chen Luo's phone vibrated. He took out a check, and it was a call from Song Hongyan. Luoye. Someone is destroying the surveillance cameras on the wall. They destroyed a few cameras near the main gate, and then ran away. As soon as the call connected, Song Hongyan's angry voice came through. Just the cameras near the main gate? Chen Luo frowned slightly, feeling a bit puzzled. Logically, if they wanted to come and cause destruction, they should have destroyed all the cameras. But these people only destroyed a few at the entrance. This operation was indeed puzzling. Yes, the 2 at the top of the gate and the 4 around it were all damaged. Now the surveillance footage at the entrance is gone. Song Hongyan detailed the situation at the base. Okay, I got it. Chen Luo hung up the phone and was about to start the armored vehicle when his phone vibrated again. It turned out someone had sent a WeChat message. When Chen Luo opened it, he realized it was from teacher Fong Min. He suddenly remembered that he had intended to reply to her message that morning, but had encountered Lin awakening her abilities instead. After that, he forgot about it. The message was still about exchanging food for her body, and she asked why he suddenly stopped replying. I promise you. Chen Luo typed a few words and sent them. In this apocalyptic world, it was normal for women to exchange their bodies for food in order to survive. Quickly ask him when we can go. Meanwhile, at the Qing Shui Garden community, Ji Chun Yao, who was leading people to destroy the surveillance cameras at the entrance, saw Chen Luo's reply and hurriedly urged Fong Min. He originally thought the plan had failed, but unexpectedly, Chen Luo had taken a bait. This made Ji Chun Yao feel very excited. Here's the phone, reply yourself. Fong Min, unwilling to be used like this any longer, threw the phone to Ji Chun Yao. I'm slow at typing, you do it yourself. I said you type. Ji Chun Yao sneered and did not take the phone. If he held the phone while Fong Min was not around, and if Chen Luo sent a voice or video call, that would expose them. Therefore, to get Chen Luo to obediently take the bait, Fong Min had to cooperate. Otherwise, it was very likely to end up in vain. You ask him when the exchange is. Just say you've been starving for 2 days. It's best to go for the trade tonight. Ji Chun Yao thought for a moment and said, "Why at night?" A man beside him asked in confusion. "You fool. With so many of us, if we go during the day, what if we get exposed? We must wait until it's dark to sneak over." So he wouldn't notice. But what if Chen Luo comes over himself? Isn't that good? As long as this guy comes, are we worried we can't grab the supplies? Yes. What Brother Yao said is right. After Ji Chun Yao's explanation, everyone around nodded, thinking this plan was flawless. At this time, under the threat of the crowd, Fang Min, following Ji Chun Yao's instructions, sent a message to Chen Luo. "I've been starving for 2 days. When can we trade? Is tonight okay?" "Tomorrow." "Soon," Chen Luo replied. Fang Min didn't dare to make a decision, so she showed the message to Ji Chun Yao. "You say it's okay. Ask if tonight works." Ji Chun Yao thought for a moment and then said. Fang Min had no choice but to send a message as he said. Soon after, she received Chen Luo's reply. This time it was just one word. "Okay, great. Let us get ready." Seeing that Chen Luo had taken the bait, Ji Chun Yao and the others were incredibly excited. Although the time was set for tomorrow night, they still had to wait a day, but tomorrow night, those hundreds of truckloads of supplies would belong to them. Rumble. At this moment, Chen Luo was driving the armored vehicle back to the base, followed closely by the Zombie King. He was worried the Zombie King might fall behind, so he deliberately slowed down. An hour later, he finally returned to the base. However, Chen Luo did not bring the Zombie King inside. Instead, he threw it several pieces of beef and then assigned it a task to establish a new territory and conquer all the nearby advanced zombies, bringing them over during the night. Therefore, Chen Luo did not agree to Fang Min's request to trade tonight. He planned to finish the Zombie King's tasks first. As for the beautiful women, when had there ever been a shortage? Moreover, there were still 4 beautiful women in the base, Tang Xiaoan, Song Hongyan, Xiao Ning, and Yi Qiuyu, waiting for him to pamper them. Ding ding ding. Just as Chen Luo entered the base and hadn't had time to rest, teacher Fang Min called him on WeChat video. Without any hesitation, he answered the call, and instantly a beautiful face appeared before him. "Chen Luo, right? Don't say anything. Just listen to me. The messages I sent you before were not my fault. I sent them, but I was threatened by Ji Chun Yao and the others to send them. They wanted to seduce you, open a mall's main gate, and then rush in to steal your supplies and occupy your mall. The surveillance cameras at your entrance were destroyed by them. They also planned that if you don't open the door, they would blow up the wall to break in. From the looks of those fierce guys, they probably won't kill you. If it's not possible, you should hurry and escape. They have 700 or 800 people. You are no match for them." As soon as the video connected, without waiting for Chen Luo to speak, Fang Min hurriedly whispered, occasionally glancing outside with an exceptionally terrified and panicked expression. "Teacher Fang, who are you talking to?" Before Chen Luo could ask, a woman's voice faintly came from the video, along with the sound of knocking on the door. I'm not talking. I'm in the bathroom. I'll be out soon." Fang Min hurriedly made an excuse and quickly hung up the video. It turned out to be that Ji Chun Yao guy. Chen Luo looked at his phone, somewhat surprised. He originally thought Fang Min was willingly since that's the case. "I won't treat you poorly." Chen Luo immediately made a decision to bring Fang Min to the base to live. As for Ji Chun Yao and the others, he wasn't worried at all. The combat robotic dogs in the yard could kill them without leaving a trace. However, killing them so directly would be too cheap for them. Chen Luo planned to use their own tactics against them, luring Ji Chun Yao and the others in, and then using them to feed the zombies. Now that he had captured a future zombie king, and with high-level zombies soon to be tamed, a large amount of blood and flesh was needed. Although there was a lot of meat in the portable space, that was food for many years to come, and he couldn't bear to use it to feed zombies. It was truly a case of a timely opportunity presenting itself. With ready-made blood and flesh available, how could it be wasted? "Beautiful lady, I appreciate your kindness. Remember the transaction tomorrow, and let me know in advance when you come. I will leave the door open for you. Waiting for you." Chen Luo thought for a moment and sent a message to Fang Min. His first sentence was to thank her for the reminder and assure her that he had a way to deal with them. At the Qing Shui Garden community, after Fang Min hung up the video call, she immediately deleted the video call information and then flushed the toilet before leaving the bathroom. However, just as she opened the door, she received a message from Chen Luo. Seeing the message, Fang Min was slightly taken aback. Knowing that Ji Chun Yao wanted to harm him, he still welcomed her to come for a transaction. Was he seeking death? But after carefully pondering the first sentence, Fong Min suddenly understood. He was telling her not to worry. He had a way to deal with it. Did you just say something? At the bathroom door, Ji Chun Yao's mother, Yao Jinlan, asked with a dark face, followed by 7 or 8 other women. Don't misunderstand. Chen Luo sent me a message. And I called you over, Fong Min replied, then showed them the chat page on her phone. Seeing the message, the few grim-faced, older women finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 51. This is an equivalent exchange. Leave you a backdoor? Welcome you to come anytime? The women were excited as they looked at Chen Luo's reply. One of them quickly took out her phone and called Ji Chun Yao. Soon, Ji Chun Yao rushed over excitedly, sent a message, and asked if you can come over tonight, because you're almost starving? Ji Chun Yao said impatiently after seeing the message. He himself was running out of food, and in another day or two, he would be completely out. To save food, he had been eating only 1 meal a day, and it was just porridge. The 3 of them were already emaciated. If they could seize them all, wouldn't they be able to eat their fill? Fong Min didn't dare disobey Ji Chun Yao's orders and immediately sent a message to Chen Luo. I really can't stand the hunger anymore. Can I come over tonight? No problem. Then let's do it tonight. I'll wait for you, Chen Luo replied shortly after, even adding a lewd emoji. Seeing Chen Luo agree, Ji Chun Yao, his mother, and everyone in the room all breathed a sigh of relief. Then came the ecstatic joy, as if they saw mountains of supplies piled high. Brother Luo, the surveillance cameras at the entrance and around had been smashed. Inside the base, as soon as Chen Luo returned, Song Hengyan immediately described the events that had occurred that morning in detail. A group of people suddenly ran to the gate of the base, picked up stones, and smashed the surveillance cameras. As for why they did this, they were not sure. Don't worry about those cameras. You all put these cardboard boxes at the base of the wall, Chen Luo said, taking out a lot of cardboard boxes from his space and instructing. These were boxes meant for packaging goods, which were originally trash, but unexpectedly became useful today. Brother Luo, what are we doing this for? Xiao Ning asked curiously. In the hearts of the 4 women, Chen Luo was their big brother, and they followed his orders. He provided them with food, shelter, and safety, while all they contributed were some physical labor and the kind of activities between men and women. To hide the zombies, Chen Luo casually explained, then continued to take out more boxes. Huh? Hide the zombies? What does that mean? Tang Xiaoan, Song Hongyan, Xiao Ning, and Yi Qiuyu were all taken aback, stopping their actions. They would rather choose to devote themselves to Chen Luo here than risk being eaten by zombies outside. They had developed a significant psychological trauma regarding zombies. So when they heard about hiding zombies, they couldn't help but become tense. Don't be afraid. You'll understand when the time comes. Quickly follow my instructions and set them up, Chen Luo said lazily, taking out a pile of things from his portable space before turning to go upstairs to rest. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a bit sleepy and just wanted to have a good sleep. Last night, he had been busy for over 10 times, keeping Lin Ruobing awake the whole night. In the morning, he had no trace of sleepiness, but for some reason, at this moment, he was yawning endlessly, and even his eyelids felt heavy. Fortunately, aside from feeling sleepy, he had no other discomfort. Arriving at the bedroom on the 2nd floor, Chen Luo lay down on the bed and fell asleep within seconds. Little did he know that after he fell asleep, the already gloomy sky suddenly became overcast. Soon, an incredibly large shadow appeared in the sky over Shenshen. Vaguely, the owner of the shadow could be seen as a giant with red hair, its features fierce, and sharp fangs visible in its mouth. Its exposed upper body was muscular and extremely powerful. It held a giant iron rod and a rope that resembled dragon tendons. The shadow looked down at the earth with deep scarlet eyes, and even a single glance could make one's soul tremble. Within 100 miles of Shunsheng, all the zombies seemed to have encountered a divine presence and immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, worshipping the shadow in the sky. Roar! At that moment, on a mountaintop outside Shunsheng, a gigantic ape, resembling a King Kong, was tearing off a tiger's leg and gnawing on it. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something, immediately raising its head to look at the sky. Roar! When the giant ape saw the shadow in the sky, the two locked eyes. The towering giant ape seemed to see something terrifying, stumbling and falling, then dropping the tiger's leg, fleeing in panic into the deep mountains and forests. It even stumbled and trembled along the way. Zhi. At the laboratory of the Maibang Biological Company headquarters in Longhua, more than a dozen foreigners in white coats were injecting drugs into monkeys. The laboratory was filled with large iron cages containing various animals. The monkeys that were injected with drugs immediately began to scream in pain. Before long, most of them died, with only a few surviving. The surviving monkeys were soon sent to another laboratory. Hurry up! A foreigner in his 50s, speaking in a stiff and awkward dragon language, urged, "Zhi, roar." Suddenly, all the animals erupted with a low, strange cry and then huddled trembling in the corners of their cages. "What's going on? Mr. Nard, a phantom has suddenly appeared in the sky. Come quickly and take a look." While the foreign man in his 50s was puzzled, his assistant suddenly rushed over to say, "Phantom?" Nard was taken aback for a moment and then followed him outside. When they arrived outside the laboratory and looked up to see the phantom in the sky, the old man was not surprised but rather delighted. "Oh, God, this is a phenomenon triggered by a powerful bloodline awakening. He is the ancient god of our blood clan. Someone in Shunsheng must have awakened the bloodline of the ancient blood ancestor. Hurry and send someone to investigate. No matter the cost, find this awakened person for me. If we can obtain the blood of the blood ancestor, not to mention creating mutated beasts, I can even produce awakened ones in bulk." Inard's gaze was incredibly greedy, and he immediately issued a death order to his subordinates. Understood. Upon hearing this, a group of white-skinned foreigners did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately sprang into action. Inard then dialed his satellite phone to report what was happening here to headquarters. "God, this phenomenon is terrifying. Quickly shoot a video and post it online." Someone commented that this phantom is the image of the blood ancestor of the blood clan, which was recorded in ancient Western texts. In the courtyard of another pharmaceutical factory in the suburbs of Shunsheng, a group of people was carefully examining the videos and photos on their phones. Chapter 52: The Awakening of the Powerful Blood Ancestor Bloodline. According to our intelligence, the virus leak from the Fort Detrick Biological Laboratory is a mysterious virus hidden more than 4,000 meters below the Antarctic ice layer, dating back billions of years. It is the leak of this virus that led to the apocalypse, causing most humans to mutate into zombies. And this blood ancestor, according to research, is also a figure from myths billions of years ago. Its descendants are the vampires of Western legend. Therefore, there must be a certain connection between the two. After watching the videos and photos in the pharmaceutical factory courtyard, one young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes frowned and said, "Perhaps the spread of this virus was created by the blood ancestor?" After this reminder, another young man boldly speculated, "If that's the case, then the humans who have now mutated into zombies are actually descendants of the blood ancestor, and now someone has awakened the bloodline of the ancestor. If this continues to evolve, wouldn't they be able to lead the zombies globally?" As the few analyzed this, they exchanged shocked glances, their faces filled with intense astonishment. If they can lead the zombies globally, it will be no different from ruling the world. This guy just awakened today. His strength shouldn't be too strong. We have had our abilities awakened for some time now, and I believe there is no one in all of Shunsheng who can match us. Rather than that, we should find this guy early. If he is willing to submit, we take him in. If not, we kill him. But Shunsheng is so big. How do we find him? ISNT, that's simple. ISNT, they're an ability user alliance in the East China region online now. Why don't we learn from them and form an ability user alliance in Shunsheng? As long as we gather all these ability users, we need not worry about him escaping. This idea is good. I agree. Very good. Another powerful ability user has appeared. But no matter how strong you are, you will ultimately become my food. Inside a half-finished building, a man in his 40s stood, looking up at the phantom with a sinister smile on his face. However, what was shocking was that this person had no eyes. In his hollow eye sockets, it looked like two dark, ghostly flames were flickering. At that moment, almost all ability users in Shunsheng saw the phenomenon appearing in the sky. Everyone immediately went online to communicate and check information, then began to secretly calculate. Before this, some awakened ability users had also triggered phenomena. Although they did not know what the phenomenon represented, they had a feeling that it seemed to be bad news for those who awakened their abilities first. Just as the entire Shunsheng was in turmoil, Chen Luo was still sleeping soundly in his bedroom. Roar! Suddenly, a low roar rang out, waking Chen Luo up. "Brother Luo, something bad has happened. Wake up quickly." At that moment, a hurried voice came, and Chen Luo felt someone shaking him. "Stop shaking me. I'm already awake." Chen Luo opened his eyes and saw two large white rabbits rubbing against his face. Then he looked up and saw Song Hongyan's charming face. At this moment, something seemed to have happened, and Song Hongyan looked very anxious. The three others, Tang Xiaoan, Xiao Ning, and Yi Qiuyu, were also filled with tension. You need to go check. There are several zombies roaring outside. Yes, if you don't find a way to drive them away, I think they might break in, Song Hongyan and Tang Xiaoan said. After they finished their tasks, they returned to the third floor to continue watching their show. But not long after, a series of low growls from zombies came from outside the wall, and they quickly climbed to the top floor to look. They saw more than 10 tall and powerful giant zombies standing at the entrance. Because the current surveillance was destroyed, they could only see the situation at the door this way. How many are there? Chen Luo stretched and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did the Corpse King he sent out really return so soon? Don't panic. I'll go check first. Chen Luo jumped out of bed, brought the 4 girls to the top floor, and looked down. There were a total of 9 zombies. The one at the forefront was the future Corpse King. They're all my people. Don't be afraid. Chen Luo smiled slightly to comfort them, and seeing the 4 girls' pretty faces still filled with tension and fear, he explained, "These zombies are all my little brothers. Don't worry, they will not harm us. Instead, they will protect us." After saying this, Chen Luo took the lead and walked downstairs. Little brothers? They will protect us? Upon hearing this, the 4 girls were immediately dumbfounded, both surprised and scared. It wasn't until Chen Luo opened the door and let the 9 zombies in, then issued commands to them, that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 9 giant zombies seemed to be very afraid of Chen Luo, lowering their heads and keeping a certain distance from him, looking like old servants reporting to their master. "Oh, they have crystals in their heads like you?" Chen Luo listened as the future zombie growled a few times, then pointed to his head, and finally understood what the Corpse King was saying. It turned out that the Corpse King had called over the nearby high-level zombies and told them that these zombies had grown walnut-sized crystals in their heads. Moreover, conquering them was very simple. He just had to tell them that he had a very powerful master who would provide them with blood food. Therefore, the Corpse King didn't even have to lift a finger and had lured these high-level zombies here. Hee. The Corpse King could understand Chen Luo's meaning and nodded slightly. I didn't expect evolution to happen so quickly. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo felt very surprised. It seemed that the development in this life was much earlier than in the previous one. Could be the so-called butterfly effect? Of course. There was another possibility, that he was out of touch with information and some news had reached him too late. The fact that chicken egg-sized crystals had grown inside the zombies' heads proved that these creatures had consumed a lot of flesh and blood and had evolved. Based on the classification of zombie levels from the previous life, they were roughly at level C. The classification of zombies included levels D, C, B, A, S. And the Corpse King, just a few days after the apocalypse began, 8 zombies had evolved to level C, which indicated their great potential and that they were worth cultivating further. From now on, you'll be called the Zhuang. These 8 will be your little brothers. Have them go back and gather a group of little brothers. Tonight, I will provide them with enough blood food to make it easier to address him. Chen Luo gave the Corpse King a name and assigned tasks. He was the earliest evolved zombie in Shunchong, and his level had reached B, so it was most appropriate for him to lead these zombies. Moreover, De Zhuang had gained wisdom ahead of time, so at least he had no pressure in communication. De Zhuang immediately nodded, then turned around to issue tasks to his little brothers. Perhaps due to bloodline suppression, these 8 high-level zombies were very obedient. They immediately turned and followed De Zhuang to start getting busy. Chapter 53. Hurry over, I can't wait. What's going on? Why haven't you replied? That night, Chen Luo had made all the preparations, eating a seafood feast while occasionally checking his phone for messages. By the time it got dark, De Zhuang had gathered over 1,000 zombie little brothers. He had De Zhuang lead the zombie little brothers to ambush in the yard. Then, using cardboard boxes for cover, and with the darkness as a shield, it would be almost impossible for anyone to discover them. Once everything was ready, Chen Luo sent a message to Feng Min, asking her to prepare to come over for the trade. However, after more than 10 minutes, there was still no reply from the other party. Could something have happened? Chen Luo frowned and couldn't help but mutter to himself. If they don't come in another 3 minutes, I'll lead the zombie army over. Chen Luo glanced at the time and made a decision in his heart. The reason he stayed at the base waiting for a rabbit to come was that he didn't want to harm the innocent. He only wanted to kill those who deserved to die, those who try to take advantage of him. Anyone daring to come and rob tonight would surely have no place to bury their bodies. For Chen Luo, if people don't offend me, I'll 1T offend them. But if they offend me, sorry, you are just food for my zombie little brothers. Jean Lan, has Chen Yao woken up yet? Meanwhile, in the Qingshui garden community, a group of aunties saw Yao Jinlan come out and curiously inquired. Yao Jinlan was indeed the mother of Ji Chun Yao and also the women's director of the community. Alas, not yet. Yao Jinlan wore a worried expression and sighed. I feel that Chun Yao has awakened superpowers. Isn't it being discussed online every day that awakening superpowers will cause various strange phenomena? Some people faint for several days and nights. Some feel extremely hot. And some are engulfed in flames. Yes, and some can even fly. I saw Chun Yao faint, and there was a layer of light surrounding him. It's definitely a sign of awakening superpowers. By the way, I also heard that Shunsheng has established over 100 survivor bases, each guarded by a powerful esper. If Chun Yao awakens superpowers, won't our community also have a guardian? Yes, I saw it online too. Many people have awakened powers. However, it seems that there are only dozens in Shunsheng. But who knows? This is just what was announced online. Many people who have awakened probably haven't said anything. Seeing Yao Jinlan's worried face, the aunties comforted her in unison. In fact, they didn't care about Ji Chun Yao's life or death, but were more concerned about whether Ji Chun Yao could help them get food. According to what you said, isn't our Chun Yao sick, but rather awakened superpowers? Hearing these words, Yao Jinlan immediately turned from worry to joy. She had seen many discussions about the awakening of espers on her phone. It said that there are powers specifically designed to deal with zombies, making it as easy as cutting melons and vegetables when killing zombies. Perhaps her son really awakened superpowers. By the way, if Chun Yao hasn't woken up yet, should we still go to the mall? The Chen guy has already been messaging, urging Fong Min to give a clear answer. Soon, someone impatiently pulled the topic back. Their real purpose in coming over was not to see if Ji Chun Yao had woken up, but whether tonight's action would continue. As a result, a group of old women diverted the conversation to talk about the awakening of espers, which left those eager to enjoy good food feeling speechless. Of course we should go. We agreed this morning that we would strike tonight. If we don't go, the Chen guy will definitely be suspicious. That's right. Teacher Fong even brought it up today, saying she was too hungry to bear it. How can we not go? If we don't go tonight, there may not be another chance. The problem is, Chun Yao hasn't woken up yet. What? Are we unable to do anything without Chun Yao? Don't forget, there's only Chen Luo in the mall. Even if we have 700 or 800 people, a few big men aren't something he can handle. You're right. If we don't go tonight, there may really be no chance left. Now that there are so many espers, they will eventually find out about the supplies in the mall. Will there still be a share for us then? Those who want to eat meat, come with me tonight. After some discussion, nearly everyone agreed. After all, if they missed this opportunity, there would be no chance later. Then let us send him a message, saying you just got out of the shower. I'll be there soon. By the way, change into a sexier outfit, take a few pretty pictures, and send them to tempt that guy. The leader was a burly man who said if Fong Min didn't dare to defy him, sighed softly, and then replied to Chen Luo. After that, she went to change into a sexy outfit and took a few pictures to send in order to reassure Chen Luo this time. He had Fong Min lean against the large iron gate and took a selfie. Ding dong. Soon, Chen Luo's phone received a message. When he opened the message interface, he saw Fong Min's low-cut selfie, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, her chest looked quite nice, with 2 big white rabbits almost fully exposed. Especially in the dark, there was a deep cleavage that looked even more enticing. Beep! Chen Luo pressed the remote control switch, and immediately, the large iron gate of the surrounding wall creaked open. Before long, the mall's door was completely wide open. Huh? What's going on? The door was fully open? The burly man hiding at the foot of the wall was slightly stunned upon seeing this. But there was no time to think too much. He immediately waved to those behind him and quietly said, "Charge in." Then he dashed inside. The group of owners behind him followed suit without hesitation. However, after rushing in, they did not see Chen Luo. Originally, everyone planned to capture the thief by taking down the king first and subduing Chen Luo, but they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Where is that little bastard? The burly man looked around but didn't see anyone. A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. The door was open, yet there was no one to be seen. Could it be that this little bastard saw he was bringing so many people and hid in advance? He looked at the dark square and felt there was a strong possibility of that. Squeak! Just as the owners were puzzled, the large iron gate behind them suddenly began to close automatically. They exchanged glances, but no one went out. After all, they had finally broken in, and it looked like they could enjoy a feast, so how could they give up halfway? Moreover, they had hundreds of people on their side. What was there to be afraid of? Thus, they watched as the large iron gate closed again without anyone stopping it. Not good. At that moment, the leading man suddenly felt something was wrong. He rushed forward, attempting to force the iron gate open with brute strength. However, no matter how hard he tried, the heavy iron gate remained unmoved. This gate probably weighed over 1,000 pounds. Human strength simply couldn't open it. Soon, a few sharp-eyed individuals also noticed something was off and rushed over. Upon seeing the tightly closed iron gate, their expressions grew serious. Forget it. Anyway, this kid is alone. What's there to fear? Exactly. Once we find him, we won't have any trouble opening the gate, right? Let's go. We'll look for food first. You few stay here and guard the gate. Don't let that kid escape. Since the iron gate couldn't be opened, the burly man simply gave up. But he wasn't too worried. After all, Chen Luo was just one person. As long as they could control him, the entire mall would belong to them. If he didn't want to die, he should come to the second floor of the mall immediately. At that moment, Fong Min in the crowd received a WeChat message from Chen Luo, and she secretly glanced at it. Then, taking advantage of the chaotic crowd, she quickly ran towards the second floor. At this moment, Fong Min just wanted to break free from the control of these people. They could kill Chen Luo for food. So after using her beauty, her fate would surely be miserable as well, especially in these past few days. Fong Min had clearly felt the greedy and sinister gazes from Ji Chunyao and those other men. They hadn't acted yet, but it was only because they needed her cooperation to trick Chen Luo into opening the door. Therefore, at this moment, upon seeing the message from Chen Luo, she rushed up to the second floor without any hesitation. Just as Fong Min reached the second floor, she suddenly saw a dark shadow appear in front of her. The sudden scene scared her into screaming. But as soon as she made a sound, someone covered her mouth, and at the same time, they pulled her into an embrace. That wasn't all. The most detestable part was that the person's hand wrapped around her slim waist and then slid down to her buttocks, starting to grope her. Woo-woo. In her panic, Fong Min tried to struggle, but found that the arms were extremely strong, rendering her completely unable to move. Her two large white rabbits were pressed tightly against the shadow's chest. It seemed that the person even intentionally squeezed them. Don't be nervous, it's me. Only then did the shadow speak, picking up her fallen phone to illuminate their face. Chen Luo. After seeing his appearance clearly, Fong Min let out a long sigh of relief. Follow me, I'll show you a great show. Chen Luo pulled Fong Min to the balcony on the second floor and looked down. Turn on the lights. With Chen Luo's command, the originally dark square was suddenly lit up. The owners who were about to rush into the mall for food stopped in their tracks, startled by the sudden light, and looked up. Roar. At that moment, the sudden roar of zombies echoed. Zombies! Run! Immediately, some people in the crowd began to flee in panic. Some owners were even covering their necks or arms, and wherever they covered, blood was gushing out. After a series of roars, as if receiving an order, all the piled-up cardboard boxes were suddenly blown away. Inside were terrifying zombies that would make anyone tremble in fear. How could there be so many zombies? The burly man at the forefront was instantly terrified upon seeing the horde of zombies. He never expected there to be zombies in the mall. Although most of the zombies weren't as quick as humans, their explosive power was terrifying. Plus, they looked horrific. Many people hadn't even moved yet and were already scared out of their wits. Roar. Just as the owners were in a panic, countless zombies rushed out, biting anyone they saw. Each time they caught someone, they first bit into their neck to suck their blood, and once the blood was drained, they began to gnaw on the flesh. On the second floor, Fong Min saw so many zombies and was also scared to the core, pressing tightly against Chen Luo. Just now, running from the first floor to the second floor in the dark. Thankfully, she hadn't run into any zombies. Moreover, if she had been even a moment later, she would probably have ended up like those owners, becoming food for the zombies. Don't be afraid. These zombies are just my little brothers. Chen Luo looked at the trembling Fong Min in his arms and kindly rubbed her chest to ease her fear. The soft touch made Chen Luo unable to help himself. Chen Luo did this hoping to help Fong Min adapt to the hellish life in the apocalypse as soon as possible. They're your little brothers? Fong Min stared at Chen Luo in disbelief. She never expected that zombies could be treated as little brothers. Yes, Otherwise, how would I be able to defend this mall base alone? Hee hee, these owners are really good people. Chen Luo nodded with a smile, teasingly mocking. Upon hearing this, Fang Min finally realized many things. It turned out Chen Luo had such terrifying means. No wonder he wasn't afraid of those owners trying to rob him. Just now, she thought the mall had been overrun by zombies. She originally thought she had just escaped from the clutches of her neighbors, only to fall into the jaws of zombies. However, she didn't realize that these zombies were actually Chen Luo's subordinates. It seems that not only had she escaped the clutches of danger, but she had also found a very safe base. She would no longer have to live in fear. Suddenly, Fang Min, who had been trembling, felt her heart gradually calm down, and the fear she had just felt disappeared. Just as Fang Min was recovering from her fear, she suddenly felt a warm sensation in her chest. Looking down, she saw Chen Luo's large hand twisting and kneading at her chest. Both of her ample assets were being squeezed, bouncing up and down. Don't misunderstand. I saw that you were scared earlier, so I gave you a massage. This is a family secret technique that can calm the mind and invigorate the blood. By the way, the effect is pretty good, right? You don't feel scared anymore, do you? Chen Luo smiled as he withdrew his hand, then seriously asked without a hint of embarrassment. No, not at all. Fang Min gently blinked her beautiful eyes and replied. She could naturally tell whether Chen Luo was being unintentional or intentionally taking advantage. But did it matter now? Rather than being tormented by that group of bastards, it was better to go along with Chen Luo's wishes. At least Chen Luo hadn't harmed her, and he's quite handsome. Chapter 55. De Zhuang evolves again, roar. Don't bite me. Mommy, what's going on? Where did so many zombies come from in the mall? It's over. There's zombies all around. We're definitely dead this time. Xiao Chong, quickly help Annie. She can't run anymore. Auntie Zhang, where did the energy you have for dancing in the square go? You've only run for a minute or two, and you're out of breath. Oh dear, Xiao Wang. I can't run anymore either. My legs are weak. Please help me. Help you? Go die. Everyone come save me. My son Chun Yao is about to awaken his powers. He can protect everyone. As long as you save me, I guarantee Chun Yao will repay you well. Go to hell, get lost. The square of Guanjia Mall instantly turned into chaos. Cries, screams, and shouts mixed together. Those who ran slowly became food for the zombies. Of course, those who ran fast only temporarily avoided being caught by zombies. The tall walls and heavy iron gates completely blocked their escape, and they couldn't even climb over. Before long, more than 800 people were reduced to half, but the zombies continued to chase, and their numbers kept dwindling. After eating a live survivor, De Zhuang looked into the distance and suddenly leaped behind a few fat Andes. With such agile jumping ability and explosive power, how could he still look like a stiff-limbed zombie? Following closely, the other 8 advanced zombies roared and chased after the new prey. They mimicked their leader, De Zhuang's jumping style, and quickly caught up to their target. Hey, De Zhuang has evolved. Chen Luo on the second floor was pleasantly surprised to see De Zhuang's keen jumps. The zombies are classified into levels: D level, C level, B level, L level, S level, and so on. The 8 advanced zombies under De Zhuang clearly evolved to B level after feeding. De Zhuang's level should now be between A level and S level. It won't be long before he becomes a zombie king. In his previous life, when zombies evolved to the king level, they would gain higher intelligence. At that point, he could assign them more difficult tasks. No wonder zombies crave human flesh and blood. It turns out that only human flesh and blood is their most suitable food. Seeing De Zhuang and the other advanced zombies evolve so quickly, Chen Luo felt both joy and worry. He was happy that the strength of these 9 subordinates had increased. However, he was troubled about where to find more living people once the 800 were eaten. He couldn't bear to use the meat in his personal space to feed the zombies. In the square, seeing the towering giant zombie chasing them, Aunt Yao Jinlan and the other aunties were scared out of their wits. They were not only older now, but also had grown quite fat due to their pampered lives. Yet they ran surprisingly fast. However, no matter how they ran, their fate was still to be caught by the zombies. Run! Yao Jinlan was using all her strength to run for her life. But several aunties beside her were actually faster than her. Seeing that she was about to fall behind and be caught by the zombies, she decided to act. In a moment of crisis, Yao Jinlan decisively grabbed a friend running in front of her, pulling her down and throwing her to the zombies behind. Yao Jinlan, I curse your 18 generations of ancestors. This Annie had just finished cursing and let out a scream as her neck was bitten. Another person from the group of Annies was lost. What to do? The mall is full of zombies. There's no way to escape. Looking at the tall walls around them and the zombies nearby, Yao Jinlan was in a cold sweat. Isn't Chen Yao supposed to have awakened his powers? Hurry up and call him. If he awakens, he can come to save us. One of the Annies suddenly thought of something and shouted at Yao Jinlan. Yes, I'll call Chen Yao right now. Reminded by her, Yao Jinlan immediately thought of her son. It seemed that when they came to the mall, her son was in the process of awakening his powers. At this moment, Yao Jinlan could only hope that her son had completed his awakening. As long as he had powers, he would surely be able to save her. What is my son's phone number? Yao Jinlan trembled as she took out her phone, but in her panic, she forgot Chen Yao's number. You fool. What time is it to be making a call? WeChat. Yes, WeChat voice. Seeing another zombie closing in behind her, Yao Jinlan was so scared that she nearly lost control of her bladder. In her panic, she opened her phone, found her son's WeChat ID, and tremblingly initiated a voice call. What's going on? No response at all? Did you turn off the data? Hurry up and turn on and try. Right, the data. Yao Jinlan looked at the approaching zombies, scared to death, and finally managed to connect the voice call. Hurry. Son, please pick up your mom's voice. Yao Jinlan said anxiously while running for her life. Fortunately, the voice call was quickly answered, and her son's voice came through the phone. Meanwhile, the zombie behind her reached out its claws and grabbed her shoulder. Son, zombies, there's zombies everywhere. Hurry and save mom. Just as Yao Jinlan finished speaking, a high-level zombie grabbed her neck and bit down. With a scream, her phone fell to the ground and broke. As the group of zombies continued to close in, the remaining 100 or so people were quickly devoured. Zombies? What zombies? Hello, Mom. Qing Shui Garden Community, Ji Chun Yao's home. Ji Chun Yao had just woken up from his bedroom when he received a WeChat voice message from his mom. However, as soon as he answered, there was no sound after just a few words. Ji Chun Yao called out a few times but received no response, so he threw his phone onto the bed. At that moment, there was no one else at home, and it seemed the same downstairs. He thought for a moment and picked up his phone to send a message in the owner group, but received no replies. It was as if everyone in the entire community had vanished. Feeling uneasy, Ji Chun Yao walked downstairs, only to find that the entire community was deserted. Even the security guard at the gate had disappeared. Had they all gone to the mall? Ji Chun Yao quickly recalled his plan to use Fong Min to deceive Chen Luo into opening the mall's door. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition, so he stealthily made his way to the vicinity of the mall. Before he could get close, he caught a strong smell of blood. The scent terrified him, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. He decisively turned around and ran back to the community as fast as he could. Although he didn't know what dangers lurked inside the mall, the fact that everyone in the community had perished inside definitely indicated it was very dangerous. Having just awakened his abilities, there was no need for him to risk his life to investigate. After weighing his options, Ji Chun Yao returned home to study his powers, planning to wait until he was familiar and stronger before seeking revenge. Chapter 56. Not only must you work, but you also have to accompany them. Do you think I am cruel? Chen Luo stood on the second-floor balcony, asking Fong Min beside him. Fong Min subconsciously nodded, but then shook her head. Although the process was very cruel and bloody, she didn't feel sympathy for the owners. It might have been a bit hard to adapt at first, but it wouldn't take long for her to get used to it. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he turned and went downstairs, and Fong Min hesitated for a moment before following him. However, as she was going down the stairs, she saw that the table in the living room was filled with a seafood feast. Although a lot had been eaten, there was still plenty left. For example, many packs of fish and some lobster meat had barely been touched. The worst dish on the table was probably the plate of stir-fried snails. God, even in the apocalypse, they could still eat a seafood feast? You have to know that in today's world, many people have nothing to eat, let alone a seafood banquet. Her ration for the past 2 days had only been some bread, to make them last a few more days. She had been trying to stretch a single bag of bread over 3 days, fearing that if she finished it all at once, there would be nothing for the next meal. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming's life in the mall was like that of a celestial being, even before the apocalypse. He had never eaten this well. In an instant, Fong Min was filled with envy and also felt lucky to have come to the right place. In the future, even if there were no lavish meals, being able to eat enough would be a blessing. Gulialu, looking at the table full of leftovers, Fong Min couldn't help but swallow. Hurrying to catch up, as soon as she reached the bottom of the stairs, she saw 4 women coming out. To Fong Min's surprise, each of the four women was more beautiful and sexier than the last. Fong Min had originally thought that there was only Chen Luo in the entire mall, but she didn't expect that not only were there others, but they were all beautiful women. Seeing the four beauties in front of her made Fong Min, who usually had extreme confidence in her figure, feel a great deal of pressure. How did it look earlier? Did you all feel like throwing up? Seeing the four women coming down, Chen Luo asked playfully. This time, Chen Luo required them to watch the entire thing. This was also to train them to quickly adapt to the cruelty and bloodiness of the apocalypse. I didn't throw up. Tang Xiaoan, Yi Qiuyu, Xiao Ning, and Song Hongyan shook their heads. After all, they were all people who had survived life and death experiences. Except for Yi Qiuyu, the other three had almost been eaten by zombies. Thus, despite their discomfort with the brutal scene earlier, they didn't have such a strong reaction. All right, as long as you didn't throw up. Now go clean the square, and then you can sleep. Remember, I don't want to see a trace of blood tomorrow morning. And you go with them. Chen Luo pointed at Fong Min and said to the four women, "What? You want us to clean the square?" Chen Luo's words made the four women immediately frown. If it was just a simple cleaning of the square, it wouldn't be a big deal. They could just connect the hose and rinse it off. The key point was that there were corpses all over the square. Some had been gnawed down to just hair and bone fragments, while others had their entrails dragged all over the place. The scene was truly horrifying. They had already felt creeped out standing on the upper floor watching it. And now to be in close proximity, wouldn't it make their skin crawl? What? Are you afraid of cleaning? Seeing their unwilling expressions, Chen Luo immediately pretended to be serious and glared at them. That's not it. Luo Ge, could you please help us throw out those entrails first? Oh, and the zombies too. Let them go outside for a bit. It looks pretty creepy with them in the square. Each of you blinked her big watery eyes, pretending to look pitiful as she spoke. No way. I tell you, sooner or later, you will experience scenes more brutal than tonight. It's better to get used to it now while you can. Hurry up and get to work. If I see bloodstains tomorrow morning, don't blame me for being rude. You don't need to be afraid. Without my orders, those zombies won't harm you. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he turned and went upstairs, leaving the five women staring at each other in confusion. The reason he did this was to help them adapt to life in the apocalypse ahead of time. Another reason was to hope to stimulate their potential for awakening. In his previous life, scientists discovered that those with strong willpower who had killed and who had experienced brutal and bloody scenes were the most likely to awaken their abilities. Especially those who had killed and experienced brutal scenes had the highest probability of awakening. Therefore, with such a good training opportunity tonight, how could Chen Luo let it slip away? Sigh, accept your fate and get to work. Seeing that Chen Luo didn't give them any chance for negotiation, Song Hongyan sighed. Then she picked up a broom and walked outside. Xiao Ning, Yi Qiuyu, and Tang Xiaoan, although reluctant, were even more afraid of being kicked out of the base by Chen Luo, so they followed her outside. However, just as they reached the door, they stopped and looked back at Fong Min. Don't just stand there, little sister. Hurry up and come help us. Don't think that Luo Ge will go easy on you. Song Hongyan said with a helpless smile, kindly reminding her. You may not know Luo Ge's temper since you just arrived. He doesn't keep idle people here. If you want to stay, not only do you have to work, but you also have to accompany them. You know what kind of world it is now. Don't think you can still act like a young lady. Yi Qiuyu glanced at Fong Min's hot figure, a playful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth as she spoke. If you don't want to be kicked out of the base, hurry up and help us clean the square. Sister, let me tell you, although Luo Ge can be serious with us sometimes, if you stay here for 2 days, you'll realize that compared to this dirty and tiring work, you'll gain much more. Helping Luo Ge means getting a chance to survive, and also, there are delicacies that you couldn't even eat before the apocalypse. Tang Xiaoan and Xiaoning also persuaded her. Gurgle. Hearing this, Fong Min remembered the leftover food upstairs, and her stomach grumbled uncontrollably. She couldn't help but swallow, and finally, she mustered the courage to follow them. Meanwhile, the square was filled with creepy internal organ scraps and various human organs. Of course, there were also countless zombies. The five women suppressed their fear and began to clean up. How can we get rid of Chen Luo? At the same time, in the Qingshui garden community, Ji Chunyao was hiding at home, thinking of a way. He had confirmed that everyone in the community had gone to the Guanju Mall and had died inside. If he wasn't mistaken, that little bastard Chen Luo had also awakened a terrifying supernatural ability. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to wipe out over 800 people by himself. Although Chen Yao had also awakened a supernatural ability, he was still exploring it and had no confidence in taking down Chen Luo. The Xinqiang Supernatural Ability Alliance? Suddenly, Chen Yao was attracted by a piece of information online. He also thought of a brilliant plan. He couldn't handle Chen Luo, but he could find someone else. Chapter 57. Each with their own agenda. Apocalypse outbreak. Zombies rampant. Beasts mutated. Human survivors struggling to survive. The information Chen Yao saw online was an announcement from the Xinqiang Supernatural Ability Alliance. The gist was that even animals and plants had mutated, and in such a cruel survival environment, only by uniting and cooperating could the awakened supernatural beings continue to survive. Therefore, the Xinqiang Supernatural Ability Alliance released information, widely recruiting supernatural beings to join. A union conference would be held 5 days later at the Hongxiang Pharmaceutical Factory. The initiators of the alliance were 4 people: Chao Hong, Liang Tao, Li Jun, and Lu Yubao. After reading the announcement in detail, Chen Yao immediately downloaded a form from it. He filled in his information and the supernatural ability he had awakened and sent it over. To showcase his strength, Chen Yao even crowned himself with the title of Guardian of the Qingshui Garden Community Base. But in reality, he was the only one in the entire base. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next morning, early in the morning, Chen Yao's phone vibrated while he was sleeping. He thought it was a notification call from the Supernatural Ability Alliance and answered it without hesitation. Boss G, it's Old Yang. However, a familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Old Yang, what's up? Seeing it wasn't the Supernatural Ability Alliance, Chen Yao felt very disappointed and casually responded. Boss G, I have a big deal here. Do you want to join? Yes, it's that Guanjimall, you know, right? They have stockpiled a lot of supplies. Before the apocalypse broke out, I worked there as a mover for about 10 days. And every day there were at least dozens of trucks full of supplies. Countless beef, lamb, and various meats. There are also all kinds of instant noodles, bottled water, vegetables, and fruits piled up like a mountain. As long as we grab these supplies, our brothers will be able to eat and drink well for the rest of their lives. Old Yang, on the other end, didn't mind Chen Yao's indifference and directly explained the situation inside Guanjimall. He initially sought out Sang Kuan, but Sang Kuan quickly became unreachable. Not only that, but even his underlings were the same. Old Yang had no choice but to find Chen Yao. He knew Chen Yao, although he ran a restaurant, was once a gang leader, and he had connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world in that area. So he planned to team up with Chen Yao to rob Guanjimall. You haven't told anyone else about this, right? Chen Yao's face suddenly darkened upon hearing this. Guanjimall had been a big piece of meat he had been eyeing for a long time. Although he wanted to use other supernatural beings to take down Chen Luo, he didn't want this matter to become widely known. Otherwise, when it came time to take Guanjimall, it would be uncertain whether he would get any supplies. Chen Yao's original plan was to find other supernatural beings to help, seize them all, and then find an opportunity to eliminate the helpers. That way, all the supplies would be his. Therefore, the fewer people who knew about the supplies stored by Chen Luo, the better. I only told Sang Kuan about it, but he has disappeared recently, along with his underlings. I guess they must have been eaten by zombies. So I found you. I haven't told anyone else. Old Yang also understood Chen Yao's concerns and hurriedly explained. How many people do you have left, and are there any awakened ones? Upon learning that Old Yang hadn't told anyone else, Chen Yao breathed a sigh of relief and then inquired about his situation. I still have over 30 younger brothers. Currently, only I have awakened a supernatural ability, but it seems pretty useless, sigh. Old Yang sighed in disappointment, saying that many supernatural beings had appeared online recently. There were fire controllers, water controllers, those who could turn to ash, and even ones like Spider-Man. But the ability he had awakened was simply useless. However, he had secretly obtained several guns from the police station and hadn't told Chen Yao. After all, this was his trump card, which might save his life one day in danger. What is your supernatural ability? Chen Yao asked curiously. Originally, he was just asking casually, but he didn't expect that there really was a supernatural being. In that case, it seemed he didn't need to look for the Supernatural Ability Alliance anymore. He could just find Old Yang directly. My ability is X-ray vision. Currently, I can see within a range of 5 meters. If I had awakened this before the apocalypse, I could have made a fortune and even peeked at beautiful women's curves and other things. But in the apocalypse, what else can I see? Isn't it useless? Sigh. Old Yang's tone was full of disappointment. X-ray vision? Where are you now? I'm with my brothers in a small restaurant. We killed the whole family of the owner. and we're almost out of food. Since we're about to run out of supplies, we want to find a partner to rob Guanjimal. You should bring your people to Qingshui Garden Community. There's food and drink here, and I've cleaned out the zombies, so it's very safe. All right, brother. I'll bring my guys over immediately. Hearing there was food and drink, and even no zombies, Old Yang immediately led his subordinates, driving 2 trucks to the community. However, when they arrived, Old Yang was very disappointed. The place was indeed safe, but the entire community had only Ji Chun Yao standing at the entrance to welcome them. In other words, in such a large community, Ji Chun Yao was the only living person. He originally wanted to use Ji Chun Yao's people to take down Guanjimal. Now it seemed that was probably impossible. Don't look anymore. The entire community, over 800 people, is dead. However, each household still has some food reserves left. You and the brother should go search for it. Let's fill our bellies first, said Ji Chun Yao, without concealing anything. But he didn't mention the cause of death of the more than 800 people. First, Ji Chun Yao himself didn't he know, and second, if he said it out loud, it might scare Old Yang and the others. Right now, he was a lone commander in urgent need of manpower. Therefore, Ji Chun Yao planned to bring all these people under his command to work for him. What? They're all dead? Well, that's great. All the food will belong to us from now on. Gongzi, you know how to pick locks. Take the brothers and search house by house. After receiving the confirmed news, Old Yang was overjoyed. They were about to run out of food in the next few days, and he hadn't really eaten enough. So he immediately ordered his underlings to search for food. Boss Ji, your community is really nice. So many houses have become vacant, and even the main entrance and surrounding areas have been sealed off with no zombies around. It's simply a ready-made shelter. By the way, I saw online that Shuncheng seems to have established quite a few human survivor bases. Why don't we set one up too and spread the word to recruit soldiers? Once we have a strong army, we can go raid for food. By then, in this area, who would dare to oppose us? Old Yang immediately began to consider taking Ji Chun Yao under his wing. With over 30 underlings running around, he didn't even have a stable place to stay. And here Ji Chun Yao was offering himself up. Chapter 58. Ji Chun Yao's awakening of abilities. Can your X-ray ability see through walls? Just as Old Yang was daydreaming with enthusiasm, Ji Chun Yao interrupted him. Of course it can. I'll tell you. Even 10 walls are no problem. Old Yang patted his chest proudly. But then he remembered that his ability was rather useless, and a look of regret appeared on his face. It's a pity. It would have been great if this had been before the apocalypse. Now this ability is utterly useless, Sai. Who says that? There are only useless people, not useless abilities. I am planning to take over that mall, and I happen to need an ability like yours. Your ability is X-ray vision, which can help me see what's inside. If there's no danger, we can go over and seize it today. A cold smile appeared on Ji Chun Yao's lips as he confidently said, right now, he just needed to figure out how the more than 800 survivors in the community died inside. So you want to know this? That's simple. Before the apocalypse broke out, I worked there so I know without having to go. There were 5 tracked armored vehicles and 10 combat robotic dogs parked in the mall square. At that time, I specifically checked online. These are the most advanced AL single soldier combat machines. Initially, I thought he got these to attract customers when the mall opened. But now, thinking back, this guy probably knew the apocalypse was coming and prepared in advance. Old Yang recounted what he had seen. If it weren't for the fear of these weapons, he would have already gone solo. How could he still be looking for Ji Chun Yao and Sang Kuan? The main reason for seeking cooperation was just to use them as cannon fodder. I see. No wonder he could take out over 800 people. After hearing Old Yang's explanation, Ji Chun Yao finally understood the reason. However, he was no longer afraid of these weapons. Hurry up and gather all your people. We're going to seize the mall now. There's plenty of food inside. Let them eat their fill later. After pondering for a moment, Ji Chun Yao spoke to Old Yang in an authoritative tone. What? We're going over right now? Those weapons are too powerful, with just our few dozen people. ISNT that's seeking death? Old Yang looked at him as if he were foolish. After thinking for a moment, he said, how about this? I just happen to get a few guns, and we can secretly ambush outside the mall. When that guy comes out, we can surprise him and subdue him. Once we capture him, we won't have to fear those combat robotic dogs. And then we creak. However, Old Yang's words were cut off as he saw the iron gym equipment in the community start to twist. At the same time, Ji Chun Yao extended his right hand towards the gym equipment, making a grabbing motion. Is this your ability? Old Yang stared in shock at Ji Chunyao, then at the gym equipment, unable to believe what he was seeing. Just now, he hadn't taken Ji Chunyao seriously, but at this moment, he suddenly felt afraid. Yes, my ability is metal control. Within 5 meters, as long as it's a metallic object within my line of sight, I can twist it like a pretzel. So, can those armored vehicles and combat robotic dogs harm me? As Ji Chunyao spoke, he suddenly reached out towards Old Yang, and the handgun hidden in his arms immediately flew into his hand. See, I can summon something like a handgun with just a thought. Ji Chunyao did this to give Old Yang a warning. He was in urgent need of underlings, and if he could subdue the other party, he would try his best not to kill. Brother Yao, you're so powerful. From today on, I, Old Yang, will follow you wholeheartedly. My more than 30 underlings will listen to you from now on. Brother Yao, we will rely on you for protection in the future. After a brief moment of shock, Old Yang quickly submitted, wagging his tail like a puppy. Clearly, the ability to control metal was much stronger than his X-ray ability. No matter what guns combat robotic dogs or cannons, as long as they had metal on them, they couldn't harm Ji Chunyao. He had been holding back until today because he was afraid of the firearms in Chen Luo's hands. Now that Ji Chunyao could resolve these troubles, seizing them all would be a piece of cake. In an instant, Old Yang felt both fear and excitement towards Ji Chunyao. All right, gather the brothers first. Let us go over now. As long as we seize them all, we won't have to worry about food. Seeing that Old Yang was quite sensible, Ji Chunyao immediately urged. With his X-ray ability, there was no need to worry about Chen Luo anymore. Yes, Brother Yao. Old Yang quickly took the order, then called his underlings, urging them to assemble as quickly as possible. Brother Yao, I have another question. Does using your ability consume energy? My X-ray vision makes me dizzy after just a few minutes of use, and I need several hours to recover. After finishing the call, Old Yang's eyes rolled as he began to discuss abilities with Ji Chunyao. Of course, the main reason was to gauge Ji Chunyao's depth. If he turned against him in the future, it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. My ability can be used for about 40 minutes. A glint flashed in Ji Chunyao's eyes as he didn't reveal his true limits to the other party, but instead boasted. In fact, his ability's usage time was similar to Old Yang's. After awakening his ability yesterday, he had a full meal and rested for half a day before gradually recovering. They all evolved? Chen Luo was awakened by the deep roars coming from the square and went downstairs to take a look. He saw Dazhuang leading around 1,000 zombies, lined up waiting for his inspection. After communicating, Chen Luo learned that these zombies had all leveled up after a hearty meal last night. In fact, more than 700 zombies had developed zombie crystals in their brains. Dazhuang nodded and then turned to wave at the zombies behind him. In an instant, all these zombies knelt down on the ground. Although Chen Luo couldn't understand their language, he could see gratitude in their eyes. Wow, having zombie minions is much less troublesome than dealing with survivors. Great, they have no ulterior motives and no betrayal. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction, thinking that if he had enough flesh and blood, could he train all these zombies into zombie kings? Get up, those zombies that haven't leveled up. Go out and eat all the corpses and entrails left over from last night. The leveled up zombies stay here. During the day, you will stay in the underground parking lot on the first floor, and at night come out to guard the place. Chen Luo instructed Dazhuang after giving it some thought. Dazhuang, accepted the command and then turned around to get busy. Chapter 59. This transaction seems to benefit me? Creak, creak, creak. Outside the Guanji Mall, Ji Chunyao was using his abilities to destroy the surveillance cameras one by one on the surrounding walls. He then said to the Old Yang behind him, "Come over and see where those weapons are placed." "Okay, I'll go," Old Yang replied, widening his eyes as he looked in the mall. After watching for about 3 minutes, he felt dizzy and almost fell over. Clearly, he had overdrawn his ability. "Did you see? Where are those weapons arranged?" Ji Chunyao asked impatiently when he saw that Old Yang had run out of ability. Huff! Old Yang gasped for breath and rubbed his forehead before saying, "I saw 5 combat robot dogs stationed in the square, and another 5 are recharging. Also, there are 3 tracked armored vehicles right next to the combat robot dogs." Old Yang pointed in several directions and detailed everything he had seen. "How many people are in there? Does that kid have subordinates?" Ji Chunyao continued to ask, still worried. "No." Old Yang shook his head and added, "My ability only allows me to see things within a 5-meter range, so I can't see the situation inside the mall clearly." but from my observations, there shouldn't be any signs of activity inside. That's good. Clear out for me. After receiving a positive answer, Ji Chun Yao was ecstatic and immediately stepped out from the crowd, reaching for the empty space above the wall. Luo Gu, breakfast is ready. Fong Min brought out a beautifully prepared breakfast from the kitchen and set it on the dining table. Although she had washed up almost all night, she still got up early to make breakfast. At this moment, Fong Min also knew that Chen Luo had an incredibly large personal space, with all kinds of ingredients and seasonings readily available. All right, call them down to eat together. Chen Luo glanced at Fong Min's shapely figure and then picked up his chopsticks to start eating. He didn't know if she did it intentionally, but today she was wearing a loose white shirt on her upper body. Nevertheless, it still couldn't hide her hot figure, especially when she bent over. The loose white shirt had a tight-fitting effect. That wasn't all. The two long, straight legs exposed below looked as if they were in a vacuum. Fong Min responded and then turned to go upstairs. After witnessing Chen Luo's extravagant lifestyle last night, she started to like it here. Because while she was working, Xiaoning and the others told her that the delicacies they ate every day were just home-cooked meals. At the most extravagant times, a table of food could cost over 100,000. Given the pre-apocalypse prices, one can imagine how precious it would be in the apocalypse. The most shocking thing for Fong Min was that after finishing her work last night and preparing to go upstairs to sleep, she found various snacks and drinks casually placed in the four girls' bedroom. This left her, who had been hungry for several days, completely astonished. This is just too extravagant. Fong Min's first reaction upon seeing the snacks and drinks casually placed on the table was exactly that. With endless food, unlimited resources, combat robot dogs, and even zombies as guards, living in the apocalypse, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was the safest paradise in the world. Therefore, Fong Min made up her mind that no matter what, she wouldn't leave. Compared to what she gained, what she had to give up was nothing, right? Just doing some work? Just some companionship? At that moment, Song Hunyin rushed down from upstairs in a hurry. Luo Gu, it's not good. Someone is destroying the surveillance around the walls. I observed it, and it looks like they were crushed out of thin air. She had been on duty in the monitoring room, and initially thought the cameras were malfunctioning when she noticed they were down. But after careful observation, she suddenly realized that these cameras seemed to have been crushed by a great force. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Song Hunyin hurriedly came to report. Oh! Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately lost his appetite, put down his chopsticks, and walked to the window to take a look. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo wasn't particularly shocked. However, Fong Min and Song Hunyin's eyes widened in terror, as if they had seen something horrifying. They saw the three-tracked armored vehicles originally parked in the mall square suddenly morph slowly into a twisted shape. It was evident that the armored vehicles had been rendered unusable. Following closely, the patrolling combat robot dogs and those recharging were all twisted one after another by that invisible force. Metal ability user? Chen Luo realized upon seeing this that an ability user had arrived. He quickly thought of one person, Ji Chun Yao. In his previous life, Ji Chun Yao's awakened ability was to control metal, which allowed him to gather a group of minions. After controlling several nearby neighborhoods, he claimed all the beautiful women in those neighborhoods for himself. He had initially thought this guy had died last night, but it turned out he slipped through the cracks. Well, Dazhuang will have something to eat tonight. Understanding the situation, Chen Luo calmly went downstairs to the underground parking lot and released all the zombies. He gave Dazhuang an order and then returned to the second floor. After leveling up, Dazhuang had become very powerful, with muscles that even shimmered with a slight golden hue. This was a sign that he was about to evolve into a zombie king. In his previous life, some scientists in various bases classified the strength of zombies after evolution. Dazhuang was between late A class and S class. At this point, he was just one step away from becoming a zombie king. Thus, Dazhuang had gained intelligence and even learned to think. He could handle complex tasks if assigned. Roar! Inside the mall, Dazhuang, along with his 8 advanced zombie minions, hid in cardboard boxes, waiting for their prey to rush in. The remaining zombies are all hiding on the first floor. Creak! Bang! The heavy iron door of the mall suddenly unlocked automatically and then slowly opened. However, it only opened a small crack before stopping abruptly. Huh, so tired. My psychic energy is all used up. Get the brothers to pry it open. At the entrance, Ji Chun Yao panted and ordered Old Yang behind him. After the earlier commotion, he was so exhausted that he could barely stand, let alone use his psychic power. Although he could easily control metal, his low strength made it impossible for him to completely destroy the heavy iron door. So in the end, he had no choice but to use tricks to damage the electronic lock inside and open the door. Even so, his psychic energy was completely depleted, leaving only a small gap. Hurry up and act. If we seize this mall today, we can eat as much meat as we want. Old Yang, resting nearby, shouted excitedly. Chapter 60. Trapping turtles in a jar. Brother Yang, its pried open. I observed, and it seems like there's no one inside the mall. Not long after, a little brother came over to report. Are the armored vehicles and combat robotic dogs inside scrapped? Without waiting for the little brother to answer, Ji Chun Yao pulled out his gun and impatiently asked. They've all been twisted into a pretzel, definitely unusable. This kid is all alone and unarmed. We have the numbers and guns. Controlling him will be a piece of cake. This mall will be our base from now on. The little brother's eyes sparkled as he laughed excitedly. Before the apocalypse, he had worked here as a loader, so he naturally knew that the mall stored a large amount of food. If they could seize the mall, would he ever have to worry about food again? Good. Brothers who want to eat well, charge with me. Hearing this, Ji Chun Yao felt completely relieved, then waved his hand to give orders to the group of little brothers. However, even though he shouted loudly, he intentionally stayed behind, and with Old Yang's support, the two followed. Liangzi, how come you only pried open such a small gap? The iron door is too heavy. I can't do anything about it. The pried open door could only allow one person to pass, and with over 30 people, they had to go in one by one. Those who were slightly plumper needed someone to push from behind. Have you seen that guy, Chun? After Ji Chun Yao rushed in, he found the entire mall eerily silent, seemingly devoid of people. Maybe they are still sleeping? Old Yang glanced at the second floor of the mall and said nonchalantly, it's still morning, and in the apocalypse, there's no need to go to work. Who would get up so early? Forget it. If you go search for me, search from the bottom to the top, and check everything. Search thoroughly. Don't miss any corner. Ji Chun Yao waved his gun and ordered the little brothers. He and Old Yang had just taken turns using their powers, and were now weak. If they hadn't been supporting each other, they probably wouldn't have been able to move. So, the search was naturally left to them. Brothers, follow me in. The little brother who pried the door, eager to make a contribution, held his gun and rushed in first. They had found several handguns at the police station on the second day of the apocalypse, and he had gotten one. Now that the combat robotic dogs had lost their fighting ability, and he still had a gun in hand, his courage surged. Brother Yao, let us rest for a bit first. Once the little brothers bring that kid back, the mall will be ours. Seeing the little brothers rush in, Old Yang supported Ji Chun Yao and sat down in the square to wait. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, several gunshots suddenly rang out from inside the supermarket. Not good. Boss, Brother Yang, there's zombies in the mall. The 30 or so people who had just rushed into the mall all ran out with panic-stricken expressions. Zombies? Ji Chun Yao, who was about to sit down, blinked in disbelief. Did they see it wrong? When they just entered, there were combat robotic dogs patrolling in the square. So, Chen Luo must be fine. Since that kid is okay, there must be zombies inside the mall. He couldn't just ignore that. With the firepower of the combat robotic dogs, clearing out the zombies inside should be easy. Roar! Just as Ji Chun Yao was filled with confusion, suddenly, tall zombies surged out from inside the mall. They seemed to have spotted a bountiful feast, letting out excited roars. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing the horde of zombies rushing towards them, Ji Chun Yao had no time to think and hurriedly raised his gun to shoot. Unfortunately, without professional training, he couldn't aim properly. The bullets hit the zombies' bodies, only causing them to pause briefly before continuing their pursuit. Run! Ji Chun Yao took a deep breath and used all his strength to roll and crawl towards the exit. Crash! Roar! But at that moment, cardboard boxes in the corner of the wall were suddenly overturned, and 9 even larger zombies charged out. The leading zombie was particularly strange. Apart from its pale complexion and blood-red eyes, it looked almost like a living person in other aspects. Roar! The 9 giant zombies seemed to have a prearranged plan, with 4 blocking the main entrance while the other 5 spread out to chase. Damn, how could there be zombies here? Seeing himself surrounded by zombies, Ji Chun Yao was filled with despair. He was certain that these zombies had been lying in ambush and were well hidden. Moreover, they looked different from other zombies. Not only were they tall and agile, but they also seemed to possess intelligence. Some blocked the door, some flanked, and some surrounded. Can zombies actually conduct military operations? In an instant, Ji Chun Yao was both desperate and utterly baffled. Roar! At this moment, more and more zombies appeared, going wild like dogs that had caught a whiff of feces. Having exhausted his psychic energy, Ji Chun Yao could only shoot randomly and flee. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and looked up at the second floor. He saw two people standing on the balcony, both of whom he recognized. One was Chen Luo, and the other was Fong Min. The two stood on the balcony, watching them with interest. In an instant, Ji Chun Yao understood everything. These zombies in front of him were the little brothers of that kid. If he guessed correctly, the more than 800 people from the community last night were eaten by these zombies. In fact, when his mother called him just before she died, he should have realized it. But unfortunately, it was too late to react now. Not long after, Ji Chun Yao and Old Yang were overwhelmed by the horde of corpses. When everything returned to calm, only over 30 skeletons and pools of blood, along with broken entrails, remained in the square. Today's performance was quite good. Chen Luo glanced at the women with satisfaction and praised them. This was the second time they had witnessed such a bloody and brutal scene. Not only did they not vomit, but their expressions were also much more normal. Becoming familiar with such brutal scenes in advance not only helps to sharpen their mental resilience, but also aids in awakening their powers. Go clean up the square. The corpses and those zombies must be cleaned up. The cleanup work was still handed over to a few women, while he went back to start having breakfast. The women had also lost their resistance from last night, all nodded and began to get busy. However, it wasn't long before Song Hongyan ran up. Brother Luo, there seems to be a zombie that is about to die. Chapter 61. The ability user is like Tang Seng's meat. About to die, head blown apart? Chen Luo was eating breakfast and asked casually. There had been several gunshots during the earlier chaos, so it was estimated that these guys had guns. With so many guns, it was normal for a blind cat to stumble upon a dead mouse and kill one or two zombies. Moreover, they weren't zombie kings, and there were still so many zombies, so losing a few didn't matter. To kill a zombie, unless you hit the head, hitting other parts of the body wouldn't even tickle. No, I checked, and it has no wounds on its head. It's just, how to say it? It feels like it's sick. Song Hongyan thought for a moment and finally found an adjective. How could a zombie get sick? Chen Luo was somewhat amused and bewildered. He had never heard of a sick zombie. Although he didn't believe it, such a strange occurrence made Chen Luo decide to take a look. So, he put down his chopsticks and went downstairs. However, when Chen Luo saw the sick zombie, he was instantly delighted. Because this wasn't sickness, it was evolving. Moreover, the evolving zombie was the highest level, a big, strong one. It seemed to know it was about to evolve, and specifically curled up in a corner. Its massive body lay on the ground, as if it were asleep. This wasn't sickness, it was an upgrade, advancing to the zombie king stage. Don't get close and disturb it. Chen Luo suppressed his excitement and instructed the few women. In his previous life, the first zombie king's upgrade occurred 6 months after the apocalypse broke out. By that time, humanity had awakened many powerful ability users. So there wasn't too much attention paid to the evolving zombie king. But this time, the apocalypse had only broken out for a few days, and already a zombie had evolved into a zombie king. If this news got out, it would definitely shock the world. In his previous life, even after 5 years of the apocalypse, zombie kings were still regarded as terrifying existences. They all had tough skin and iron bones, and attacks from any hot weapon were ineffective against them. Moreover, their combat power was extremely strong. Just a heavy iron door of the mall could be smashed open with a single punch by a zombie king. In addition, zombie kings would be reborn with intelligence. Today, those armored vehicles and combat robot dogs had almost been wiped out, but they had obtained a zombie king. It was definitely a profitable deal. During the 5 years of the apocalypse in his previous life, there had been 2 major disasters in Shenzhen. One was a zombie tide, and the other was a beast tide. The zombie tide was initiated by several zombie kings, which caused heavy losses to the ability users in Shenzhen. The beast tide was launched by several beast kings. At that time, the entire Shenzhen was filled with various flying birds and ferocious beasts. Most human survivors hid in subway stations or underground warehouses, which allowed them to escape disaster. Among these 2 major disasters, only Zhuang Kuan and Luo Tianhao were unaffected. After all, they had awakened the ancient ferocious beast bloodline. One could control zombies, and the other could control beasts. Now, Chen Luo had seized Zhuang Kuan's opportunity and awakened the bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast Ing Zhao, and next was Luo Tianhao's turn. It was said that Luo Tianhao's opportunity was found on a small hill in the suburbs, where he picked up that fruit. After eating it, he awakened the bloodline of the ancient tongue snake. Calculating the time, it was still early. He would go in a couple of days. At that moment, Chen Luo also noticed another zombie undergoing a change. Its originally bluish-gray face gradually turned pale, and a faint golden glow spread across its skin. Clearly, it had also evolved, reaching the level of the big, strong one from yesterday. It was only one step away from becoming a zombie king. Chen Luo had some impression of this zombie. It was one of the 8 high-level zombies. After 2 hearty meals, it had actually evolved. The evolution speed of zombies this time was too fast, right? Chen Luo frowned and muttered to himself. The big strong one should have eaten the ability user Ji Chun Yao, which gave it the opportunity to evolve. Because the psychic energy from awakened humans promotes the evolution of zombies very well. But this zombie had also evolved. Did 2 ability users come in today? The only reason Chen Luo could think of was this. Otherwise, it was hard to explain. In that case, it would be great if he could hunt some ability users for them to eat. Chen Luo stroked his chin, setting his sights on the ability users. The flesh and blood of ability users were more nutritious than that of ordinary people. Just one ability user could allow a big strong one to evolve into a zombie king. If he got a few more, wouldn't he be able to cultivate several zombie kings? Chen Luo couldn't help but feel excited. How many people have downloaded and applied to join the alliance now? Outside the southern suburbs city, in the conference room of the pharmaceutical factory, a group of people was gathered. The leaders were 4 men. 61. But when I was making contact, there was an ability user named Ji Chun Yao that I couldn't reach. A man in a white lab coat replied, "The number is still not enough. Xincheng is so big. How could there only be 61 awakened ability users?" One of the 4, a man named Liang Tao, frowned and said, "Yes, we have done statistics, and there are hundreds of bases in Xincheng. Even if there is 1 ability user in each base, then there would be hundreds of ability users in Xincheng. Moreover, this is only the bases that have communicated online and been made public. I think many bases should still be lurking in the dark, and there must be ability users among them." Another man named Li Jun said, "The most amazing thing is that his jaw area seems to have developed 2 gills like fish. As he speaks, the 2 gills are opening and closing. It seems that some ability users are not giving us brothers any face." Liang Tao said, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "Forget it. Let's establish the ability user alliance first. After we get 61 ability users to join, we will clean them up one by one. At that time, these shelters will have only 2 choices, either submit or die. I believe it won't be long before the entire Xincheng will be under our control." One of the 4, a man with a small horn on his forehead, said. His name was Lu Yubao. Not only that, but it could be seen that his face, hands, and feet were covered with short, thick black hair. "Boss, Mr. Inard has arrived." At that moment, a little brother holding an automatic rifle walked in. Behind him was a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. "Oh, it's Mr. Inard. What brings you here? Please have a seat. Please have a seat." Upon seeing Inard, the 4 men, who had previously looked fierce, immediately stood up respectfully to welcome him. Chapter 62, performing the barehanded bullet catch. Inard sat down and glanced at the 4 men before asking straightforwardly, "I heard you plan to establish the Xincheng Esper Alliance?" "Yes, Mr. Inard. Our idea is to incorporate all Espers in Xincheng and then absorb their bases. We believe that soon, the entire Xincheng will be under our control." "Oh no. I mean under the control of the Maibang Biological Company." Lu Yubao, with horns on his forehead, was halfway through his sentence when he noticed Inard's darkening expression and quickly changed his tone. "You have some self-awareness. Remember, everything you do from now on, including your lives, belongs to my Maibang Biological Company. If it weren't for me, you 4 would have been eaten by zombies long ago. Since I can give you powers, I can also take them back." "Humph," Inard said sharply. Yes, Mr. Inard is absolutely right. We, the people of Longhua, have always known that a drop of water should be repaid with a fountain of water. Maibang Biological Company has given us a chance for rebirth, and we will definitely remember it. The reason we want to unify Xincheng is to better serve Maibang Biological Company and serve you better." The 4 smiled humbly, respectfully wagging their tails in supplication. "That's more like it. You better not have any ulterior motives. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Seeing their respectful demeanor, Inard nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, I wonder if Mr. Inard has any instructions for this visit?" Lu Yubao asked with a smile. "Do you remember the phenomenon that appeared yesterday?" That was the phantom of the blood ancestor. Someone awakened the bloodline of the blood ancestor yesterday, which is why this phenomenon occurred. We can be sure that this person is within Shunsheng. Therefore, I require you to mobilize all your resources to find him starting now. If you find him, the Enard family will not treat you poorly. If you don't find him, I will send someone else to replace you. Enard issued his orders, simultaneously giving them a stick and a sweet date. Mr. Enard, to be honest, the reason we established the Shunsheng Esper Alliance is to find this person. However, our strength is too weak, and finding him in such a large Shunsheng is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But if we can subdue all the Espers in Shunsheng and utilize their strength to search, it would be much easier. The four breathed a sigh of relief upon understanding Enard's purpose for coming, and their goals coincidentally aligned. However, their initial plan was to find this person to recruit him as a subordinate or eliminate him directly, not realizing that MyBang Biological Company was also searching for him. Very good, your method is correct. Still, I'll say it again. If you find this person, I can reward each of you with a genetically mutated beast. Enard was increasingly satisfied and continued to paint a grand picture for them. What? Genetically mutated beasts? The four were overjoyed upon hearing this. The genetically mutated beasts developed by MyBang Biological Company were actually quite similar to mutated beasts. The only difference was that genetically mutated beasts underwent mutations under human intervention, and MyBang Biological Company had mastered this technology. Mr. Enard, please rest assured. As long as the person is still in Shunsheng, we will definitely find him. After a moment of astonishment, Liu Yubao assured him. That would be best. After Enard finished speaking, he turned and left the conference room. Everyone in the pharmaceutical factory respectfully nodded and bowed upon seeing him. Time is tight. We can't wait that long. The Esper Alliance must be established in advance. Let's set it for 3 days from now. There are 2 days left. Perhaps more people will apply to join. Since that's the case, it's set for 3 days later. Power has increased again. In the Guanjia shopping mall, Chen Luo was lying on a rocking chair, preparing to rest for a while. Suddenly, he found that his power had increased dramatically again. Moreover, he had never exercised, but now his skin had turned bronze, and his muscles were very solid. Chen Luo could clearly feel that his muscles, bones, and internal organs were all undergoing changes, becoming harder. After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo took out a dagger and lightly cut his wrist, surprisingly discovering that the sharp blade only left a shallow scratch on his skin. I can get stronger just by lying down? Chen Luo looked at his wrist, both surprised and delighted, while also feeling a bit speechless. This change seemed to have started after eating that fruit. Even eating and drinking could enhance his strength. Not only was his strength increasing, but even the hardness of his body was becoming tougher. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a fly flew past him. Chen Luo was astonished to find that the once fast-flying fly now seemed to be moving in slow motion before his eyes. He reached out lightly and casually caught the fly. What's going on? When did flies fly this slowly? Chen Luo frowned and pondered, but couldn't come up with a reason. So, he threw the fly away. Huh. A miraculous scene occurred again. The fly, which had been flying slowly, suddenly increased its speed after escaping a distance and vanished in a flash. Could it be that getting close to me slows down its speed? Chen Luo suddenly considered this possibility. It seemed that a strange power had appeared on him that made the fly's flying speed slow down. Luo go, it's all cleaned up. We also found a few handguns. Just then, Song Hongyan walked over, holding a bag containing the handguns. Let me see. Chen Luo was about to test his earlier ability again when he saw her coming in with the handguns and had an idea. The bullets are all gone? This one too. Damn, these bastards didn't leave a single bullet? Chen Luo checked the magazine of the handgun, only to find that all 3 had no bullets. Fortunately, after searching for a while, he finally found one handgun that still had 1 bullet left. Chen Luo loaded the bullet, turned off the safety, and then raised the gun to fire a shot. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, the bullet shot from the chamber flew forward slowly, as if in slow motion. Chen Luo reached out and effortlessly caught the bullet. Song Hongyan was shocked, her mouth agape in disbelief. Chapter 63 Tonight, I'll treat you to rain, dew sweetness catching bullets with bare hands? Song Hongyan blinked her beautiful eyes, her stunning face filled with disbelief. Just now, Chen Luo had loaded the magazine in front of her, then turned off the safety and decisively pulled the trigger. In the next second, a gunshot sounded, and before Song Hongyan could even see clearly, The bullet had already been caught in Chen Luo's hand. Are you shocked? Why can I catch bullets? Does it feel like the bullet's speed becomes very slow in front of me? After experimenting, Chen Luo put down the handgun and smiled playfully. He didn't want to hide anything from Song Hongyan, nor did he wish to. In his previous life, if it weren't for her risking her life to save him, the ability users at the Xiangjiang base might have killed him. Therefore, Song Hongyan was his life and death friend. What? The bullet speed is slow? But it doesn't seem slow to me at all. Song Hongyan blinked and shook her head in confusion. Not slow. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately began to doubt his previous assumption. What do you mean, the bullet doesn't seem slow to you at all? Then tell me, what did you see just now? Song Hongyan thought for a moment and organized her words. I saw you load the magazine, turn off the safety, and fire without hesitation. After the gunshot, I couldn't see the bullet at all. I just saw you catch it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes today, I wouldn't have believed it. I would have thought you were performing magic. By the way, your speed in catching the bullet was so fast that I could only see an afterimage. Song Hongyan detailed what she had seen to Chen Luo, leaving him dumbfounded. If what Song Hongyan said was true, then it wasn't that objects slowed down as they approached him. Instead, those objects appeared to slow down in his eyes. In fact, they slowed down to the point where he could easily catch them. However, those objects still maintained their original speed in the eyes of others. Even the speed at which he acted was incredibly fast. Otherwise, how could there be an afterimage? Such an effect could only occur when speed reached a certain extreme. Now he understood. Chen Luo finally realized that it wasn't that he had awakened some ability to slow down the speed of objects, but rather that the speed of things within a few meters of him slowed down in his perception. This discovery filled Chen Luo with mixed feelings of surprise and joy. To put it mildly, possessing such an ability would make him invincible by nature. All attacks would slow down after reaching a certain range, giving him enough time to react. Coupled with the terrifying power he currently possessed, Chen Luo was fully confident that he could crush any ability user with a single punch. Try hitting me. Chen Luo wanted to verify his earlier thoughts and said to Song Hongyan, What? You want me to hit you? I am afraid. Song Hongyan said with some fear, thinking that Chen Luo was testing her. So she didn't dare to upset him. If she got kicked out of the base, it wouldn't be worth the trouble. Just hit me if I say so. Don't hold back. Remember, use all your strength. Otherwise, be careful that I kick you out. Seeing Song Hongyan's fear, Chen Luo pretended to be angry and urged her. All right, then I really will hit you? Song Hongyan asked, not daring to slack off, and hurriedly waved her small fist. Go ahead, but be sure to use all your strength. Chen Luo stood in front of Song Hongyan and nodded seriously. I'm really going to hit you. The next second, Song Hongyan closed her eyes and then swung her fist toward Chen Luo. Yes, just like that. Step back a bit, then sprint at full strength and punch me. Remember, it has to be full strength. If you perform well, I'll treat you to a lollipop tonight. After verifying once, Chen Luo planned to test the distance again. Just as he had anticipated, Song Hongyan's punching speed seemed to him like it was crawling. If the bullet was in slow motion, then her fist was 10 times slower than that. You said it yourself. Upon hearing there was a reward, Song Hongyan immediately perked up. She turned and retreated outdoors, then snorted lightly and suddenly exerted herself, charging toward Chen Luo with her fist clenched. 15 meters, 10 meters, 9 meters, 7 meters. As Song Hongyan sprinted quickly, Chen Luo estimated the distance. At first, her speed was very fast, but when she was 9 meters away from him, her running speed suddenly slowed down. Therefore, within the range of 8 meters for an attack, her speed would appear to slow down in his eyes. When Song Hongyan slowly approached him, Chen Luo smirked, ready to tease her a bit. He slightly dodged her punch. The next second, Song Hongyan's whole body lunged into his arms. Bang! Ah! With a scream, their bodies collided tightly. To prevent Song Hongyan from falling, Chen Luo wrapped his arm around her slim waist and even touched her perky bottom several times. Ah! Song Hongyan let out another startled cry, and when she looked up at Chen Luo, her pretty face was flushed. She instinctively struggled a bit, but found she couldn't break free, so she chose to accept her fate. However, that broad and solid chest gave her a sense of security she had never felt before. Luo Luo, can we do it tonight? Song Hongyan whispered, feeling the big hand on her bottom. Roar! Just as Chen Luo was about to make a move, a zombie's roar suddenly came from downstairs. It sounds like Dazhuang. I'll go check it out. Come find me tonight, and I'll treat you to some sweet rain. Hearing Dazhuang's roar, Chen Luo finally let go of Song Hongyan and turned to go downstairs. Song Hongyan's face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. After taking a deep breath to calm her wildly beating heart, she followed him. Master. As soon as Chen Luo arrived downstairs, Dazhuang respectfully greeted him. Though his voice was a bit hoarse, he really evolved into a zombie king. Chen Luo looked at its golden physique, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. When zombies evolve into zombie kings, they not only give birth to their own kind, but also exert strong bloodline suppression over lower-level zombies. A single zombie king can control countless lower-level zombies through bloodline suppression. In his previous life, the outbreak of the zombie tide was initiated by a few zombie kings. At the same time, as zombies regain their intelligence, they become very clever. As they continue to evolve, such as reaching the level of a zombie emperor or zombie overlord, their intelligence can rival that of humans. Now that Chen Luo has a zombie king as his subordinate, he can walk through the entire Shin city without fear of any survivors looking for trouble. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, Chen Luo's phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a voice message from Lin Ruobing. Miss you, hubby? Chen Luo answered the call and started joking with Lin Ruobing. Have you been online lately? There is someone in Shan City forming an ability user alliance. Do you know about this? Lin Ruobing didn't respond to Chen Luo's joke and directly brought up the serious matter. Chapter 64. Anyone who dares to disobey, kill without mercy. I know a little, but I'm not interested. Chen Luo directly expressed his attitude to Lin Ruobing. By the way, today, 5 people awakened their abilities here. However, they're not very familiar with their abilities at the moment and can't use them skillfully. So I plan to take them to join the Shun City Ability User Alliance. Then everyone can stick together for warmth and exchange how to use their abilities. What do you think of my idea? Seeing Chen Luo's lack of interest in the Survivor Alliance, Lin Ruobing then shared her plans. No way. Lin Ruobing, listen to me. I absolutely do not allow any of my subordinates to join the Ability Alliance. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. Chen Luo gave the order without any hesitation. He was very clear about what kind of people were in this so-called Ability Alliance. The people inside were either notorious scoundrels or traitors colluding with foreign forces. Chen Luo naturally would not associate with these people. All right, I understand. On the other end of the phone, Lin Ruobing did not expect Chen Luo's tone to be so firm, so she hurriedly agreed and hung up. Sister-in-law, did Luo Gu agree? In the conference room of Guanjia building, more than 30 employees all looked at her and asked. He disagreed. Moreover, he spoke very seriously, absolutely not allowing any of his subordinates to join the Ability Alliance. And whoever disobeys will be killed without mercy. Lin Ruobing conveyed Chen Luo's order. Just now, she heard a hint of seriousness and coldness in Chen Luo's tone. Although Lin Ruobing did not understand, she believed that Chen Luo had his reasons for saying so. After all, Chen Luo was a person who had traveled from the future and knew many secrets after the apocalypse broke out. Alas, what a pity. This was a rare opportunity. Exactly. Although we have also awakened our abilities, we don't know how to use them at all. We're just fumbling around blindly. And we don't know when we will figure it out. Is Luo Gu worried that after we join the alliance, we won't listen to him anymore? After all, we have 5 people. In the past, we listened to him because we had no food, but these past 2 days we have gathered a lot of supplies. And we are completely capable of supporting ourselves. If it really doesn't work, we can return the supplies and regain our freedom. Liao Lei, what nonsense are you talking about? Luo Gu treats us so well. Do you have any conscience? But I think Liao Lei is right. What he gave us. As long as we return it, won't we be even? Besides, both Liao Lei and I are ordinary employees who have awakened our abilities. While you have been in the army for so long, and Haven T even awakened an ability, what right do you have to confront us? Chang Hong Yu, shut up. Do you really think that awakening an ability makes you amazing? All right, why are you arguing? Seeing that everyone was getting more and more heated, Lin Ruobing shouted in a low voice. Immediately, both sides fell silent. Lin Ruobing was not only their former president, but also had awakened powerful ice and snow abilities. Moreover, she mastered the use of 2 major skills, Ice Blade and Shi, in just 2 days. With such terrifying strength, they dared not provoke her. Therefore, even the 5 employees who had awakened abilities immediately shut their mouths upon seeing this. If I hear any more of this ungrateful talk in the future, don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Ruobing shot a sharp gaze at the 5 awakened employees and warned coldly. Sister-in-law, we also don't want to be ungrateful. But why doesn't Chen Luo go let us join the Ability Alliance? After a brief silence, another awakened person tentatively asked. He didn't say, but I believe that since Chen Luo disagrees with joining, he must have his reasons. After Lin Ruobing finished speaking, she left the conference room directly. Back in the office, she hesitated for a moment and made a video call. What did Mr. Chen say? Did he agree? When the video call connected, a bald man in his 50s appeared on the other side. I'm sorry, Minister Sun, he disagrees. So we will not participate in the Ability Alliance in Shuncheng. Lin Ruobing refused without hesitation. Shaolin, can you persuade us again? We must prioritize the country and try to join the Ability Alliance in Shuncheng. You have a total of 6 awakened abilities, plus Xiao Chun. This is a powerful force. At that time, the position of the Alliance leader will be yours. And once you become the leader of the Ability Alliance in Shuncheng, you can control all the abilities in Shuncheng. Abilities are talents for the country. And instead of letting them be scattered and fight alone, it is better to concentrate them to serve the country. Don't you think so? The bald man said earnestly, constantly working on Lin Ruobing's mindset. I'm sorry, Minister Sun, we will not participate in this matter. You can find someone else. Lin Ruobing said and hung up, showing no respect. Wait, Minister Sun saw this and yelled just as Lin Ruobing hung up the phone. His face immediately darkened. He thought for a moment with a stern face and then dialed another number. Hello, is it Xiaolei? Xiaoyu, your second aunt is almost starving to death. There's really not a grain of food at home. I saw your moments these days, and you seem to be eating quite well. Do you have any food left? Could you send some to your second aunt? Your second uncle and I are old. Starving to death is fine, but your younger cousins are still young. Do you really want to just watch them starve to death? At night, Song Hongyan looked at the message sent by her second aunt on WeChat, feeling very uncomfortable. She wanted to send some food, but thinking of the rules set by Chen Luo, she didn't dare to make such a request. Song Hongyan was not sympathetic to her second uncle and second aunt, but she really did not want to see her little cousin starve to death. In fact, her cousin was not her second aunt's biological child, but a child from her aunt's family. However, due to an accident, the little cousin became an orphan and was fostered in her second uncle's family. Despite often being looked down upon by her second aunt, she had at least grown up there. Over the years, she often sent money to her second uncle's family, hoping that her second aunt would treat her little cousin a little better. Therefore, seeing her little cousin starving every day, she was really worried. Sigh. After thinking for a while, Song Hongyan walked towards Chen Luo's room. Chen Luo said in the morning that he would drink the dew at night. You're here? Come have a couple of drinks with me first. Chen Luo prepared 2 goblets, poured red wine into them, and handed one over, saying, Song Hongyan nodded somewhat dejectedly. Then as if she discovered something, she asked in surprise, Your hand? Chapter 65. Song Hongyan. Is there really a cow in this world that never gets tired? Don't worry, I did it on purpose. Chen Luo smiled casually, seemingly unconcerned. On purpose? Song Hongyan looked at Chen Luo in confusion. Are you just playing with self-harm for fun? This is simply nonsense. To be honest with you, I have 2 types of awaken abilities, one of which is the spatial ability you see. My space stores so many resources for this reason. The other ability I call the Golden Bloodline. The Golden Bloodline has 2 major effects. One is to resist the zombie virus. Even if you're bitten by a zombie, as long as you drink my blood, you will not mutate into a zombie. The other is that ordinary people who drink my blood have a 70% probability of awakening their abilities. Chen Luo spoke straightforwardly, without hiding anything from Song Hongyan. In his previous life, when he led a team to search for resources, they were robbed by people from the Hong Kong base. In the face of the overwhelming odds, Song Hongyan was the first to run away to seek help from the Ice Queen. Moreover, in order to get the reinforcements there sooner, she did not hesitate to take the shortest route where zombies were most numerous. It was precisely because of this that Lin Ruobing appeared in time to save Chen Luo. However, Song Hongyan was bitten by a zombie and was about to mutate into one. At that moment, she resolutely charged into the enemy group and was ultimately killed by a supernatural being from the Xiangzhou base. In fact, if Chen Luo had given her his blood on the spot, she wouldn't have mutated. However, Chen Luo didn't want to expose the secret of his body in front of everyone, which made him hesitate. It was this hesitation that led to Song Hongyan's tragic death. Later, Chen Luo felt very guilty and regretted that he had been too cautious at that time and didn't save Song Hongyan. Now reborn, Chen Luo planned to let Song Hongyan drink his blood early to see if it could help her awaken her supernatural abilities. Is it really that powerful? Song Hongyan was instantly dumbfounded, surprise showing on her beautiful face. Cheers! Chen Luo raised his glass and clinked it with hers, then downed it in one go. Oh! Song Hongyan nodded. Because of her cousin's situation, she was troubled, so she also tilted her head back and drank from her glass. This wine seemed to have a hint of fragrance. After drinking, Song Hongyan reflected and felt that the wine's fragrance was a bit different. Because it contains my blood. Chen Luo raised his hand to indicate the wound on his arm and said with a smile, Your blood? Song Hongyan frowned slightly, then thought of Chen Luo's earlier words. And her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. You mean, the wine I just drank contains your magical blood? That's right. Chen Luo nodded and poured 2 more glasses. Luo go. You're too good to me. Knowing that Chen Luo revealed such a secret to her and even helped her awaken her powers by giving his blood. Song Hongyan felt very touched, her eyes turning red. It's nothing. You are my woman, of course. I should treat you well. Besides, I also believe that if one day I encounter danger, you will definitely risk everything to save me, Chen Luo said with a faint smile. He wasn't intentionally hiding his identity as a reborn person. Rather, many people wouldn't believe such things if he said them out loud. Luo Ge, you treat me so well. Even if one day I have to die for you, I'm willing. Song Hongyan nodded seriously. Although her personality was carefree and seemed to lack worry, Chen Luo knew that she was a person who understood gratitude. In the apocalypse, with moral collapse and the extinction of humanity, such people could be considered rare. The two drank several bottles of red wine and then embraced each other to do things unsuitable for children. It must be said that the virus was truly incredible. Even if ordinary people didn't awaken supernatural abilities, their physical qualities seemed to be enhanced. Song Hongyan was tossed around by Chen Luo for most of the night and surprisingly managed to endure. In fact, under Chen Luo's extremely skilled techniques, it was exhilarating. The feeling of moving in the air was probably something few could experience perfectly. The reason Song Hongyan could persist so much was mainly because she didn't exert much effort. For most of the night, she felt like a puppet being manipulated by Chen Luo, and she could just enjoy it. Otherwise, even if her body was enhanced, she probably wouldn't have been able to last long. Amidst wave after wave of gasps, Song Hongyan was drenched in sweat. Finally, when she was truly exhausted, she begged for mercy. Seeing Chen Luo's formidable combat power, it seemed he could easily go until morning. Therefore, Song Hongyan surrendered first. Chen Luo wasn't a rough person. Seeing that Song Hongyan really couldn't hold on any longer, he let her go. Dear, there's something I want to ask you for help with. The next day, Song Hongyan leaned against Chen Luo's chest, speaking in a somewhat spoiled tone. What is it? Chen Luo's large hand roamed up and down her body as he asked. My cousin is staying at my second uncle's house. They've run out of food for a long time. Can I get some food for them? Song Hongyan pecked Chen Luo on the face, speaking expectantly. Okay, where do they live? Chen Luo originally didn't want to get involved, but thinking of her kindness in saving him in the previous life, he decided to agree. My second uncle lives in the southern suburbs. The community is a bit far from here. Seeing Chen Luo agree, Song Hongyan's heart filled with joy, and a bright smile appeared on her beautiful, troublemaking face. It's fine. I was planning to go out of the city today anyway. Chen Luo also thought of the magical fruit on the small hill in the southern suburbs, and he planned to go find it today. In the previous life, Luo Tianhao escaped to the small hill in the southern suburbs after the apocalypse broke out and found that fruit in a cave. After eating it, he awakened the bloodline of the ancient dragon snake. Now reborn, this opportunity must be seized. Thank you. Song Hongyan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. In her excitement, she pounced on him, intending to repay him with some activities unsuitable for children. It must be said that when a woman goes crazy, it has nothing to do with men. Soon, the broad bed couldn't take it anymore and began to creak. Something's not right. After 2 hours of tossing, Chen Luo, who was enjoying himself, suddenly said, You look sharp, what's going on? Don't you notice any changes in your body? Chen Luo asked seriously, looking at her graceful figure. Not really. I just feel very energetic, Song Hongyan said, somewhat confused. What's wrong? If you don't like it. Song Hongyan thought Chen Luo didn't like this position. That's not the reason. What I mean is, you've been moving on top of me for 2 hours and you don't feel tired at all. Chen Luo asked in surprise, wrapping his arms around her snowy white rear. It is well known that if it were an ordinary woman, let alone moving for 2 hours, Even 10 minutes would probably be unbearable. However, Song Hongyan had been moving for so long, and not only did she not feel the slightest bit tired, but she also seemed very energetic. Looking at her, it seemed that even if she did 2 hours of intense exercise, it wouldn't be a problem. I didn't feel anything. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Song Hongyan immediately reacted, and she was even a bit surprised at how capable she was. Moreover, it seemed like it hadn't even fully satisfied her, and 2 hours had passed. She really didn't feel anything at all. At that moment, not only did Song Hongyan not feel tired, but she also felt as if she hadn't exerted much effort. Think carefully. Maybe you've awakened your powers. Chen Luo picked Song Hongyan up and let her sit on his lap, examining her graceful body and inquiring. In the apocalypse, if an ordinary person's strength suddenly increased, it could very well mean they had awakened their supernatural abilities. Supernatural abilities? I don't think so. Song Hongyan blinked her beautiful eyes, carefully sensing and then shaking her head. But soon, she thought of something, and a playful smile appeared on her troublemaking face. If I had to say I've awakened something, then it's that my strength during this exercise is stronger now. You little vixen. Chen Luo didn't continue to investigate Song Hongyan's body, but directly pressed her down, intending to give her a good lesson and test her limits. Song Hongyan laughed out loud as Chen Luo teased her, and then she turned over, taking the initiative again and straddling Chen Luo. At this moment, Song Hongyan's stamina surprised Chen Luo greatly. In order to fully unleash her potential, Chen Luo also started to compete. Suddenly, the two of them were on top of each other. The room was filled with laughter and the creaking sounds of the bed. Finally, with a crack, the originally sturdy bed couldn't withstand their antics and shattered completely. Song Hongyan glanced at the broken bed and couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Then she wrapped her arms around Chen Luo's neck, kissed him several times, and only then reluctantly let go. Where did you get this bed? It's so cheap. Why not just weld a big iron bed? As Song Hongyan suggested while putting on her bra, Chen Luo found it both amusing and frustrating. Her strength was simply too great, completely unlike that of a woman. If they played like this every day, they would ruin beds. It seemed he had to make a trip to the furniture store and bring back more beds to use. The bedding items were all prepared by Lin Ruobing before the apocalypse broke out. How about we just sleep on the floor from now on? No need for that. I'll go to the furniture store today to get more beds. Even if we break one every day, it will last us many years. Ugh. Boom. A few minutes later, Chen Luo drove the box truck he bought from Ji Chunyao before the apocalypse, speeding down the street. There was no choice. Both the armored vehicle and the combat robotic dog had been destroyed by Ji Chunyao, so he could only use this vehicle for transportation. However, the box truck had one advantage: it could fit several giant zombies. With continuous evolution, zombies not only became extremely tough, but also gradually grew larger. Chen Luo's box truck could accommodate 4 high-level zombies, each one 3 or 4 times larger than an ordinary person. He left a Zhuang and a few other high-level zombies at the shopping mall to guard the place. As Guanjie Mall was a base he had spent a lot of money building and definitely couldn't be taken by others. Therefore, Chen Luo only took 4 high-level zombies with him. The community that Song Hongyan mentioned was called Maikanghua Community. Xinqing was a huge city, and even driving across the entire downtown area took about 2 hours. After the apocalypse broke out, many places experienced collapses and traffic jams. So it took Chen Luo a full 3 hours to exit the city. Brother Long, look quickly. The wheels of that little train are flattened. It must have searched for a lot of supplies inside. Just then, on the second floor next to the street, a group of people were peering out of the windows, staring intently at Chen Luo's box truck. Hurry up and drive. Follow him and see where this guy is going. A fierce-looking man, holding a rifle, turned and went downstairs. Soon, more than a dozen people drove a van to chase after Chen Luo's box truck. Second Aunt, I'm almost there. Okay, I'm going downstairs now. By the way, you can come in directly through the community entrance. There are no zombies in the community anymore, so you don't have to worry. In the passenger seat of the box truck, Song Hongyan was voice chatting with her second aunt. Unbeknownst to them, a van was following them from behind. Inside the van, more than a dozen people were all holding long guns. The box truck sped along and soon arrived at the Maikanghua community. Guided by Song Hongyan, Chen Luo drove the vehicle into the community and stopped under Building 10. Brother Long, should we act now? Just as the small truck had barely stopped, the van followed closely behind. Wait a moment. This guy can't escape anyway. Let's observe the situation inside first. If there are no military personnel, and no ability users. Then we can act more safely. The fierce-looking man said while pulling back the gun bolt. Damn, that woman is too sexy. Big breasts and a perky butt. I really want to touch her. Suddenly, a young man in the van exclaimed. Everyone in the vehicle hurriedly looked over and saw an extremely hot beauty talking to an older woman. The woman was turned sideways to them, instantly revealing her perfect figure. Beside the beauty stood a handsome young man. No matter what, we have to get this woman. The fierce-looking man immediately made up his mind after seeing this. Such a woman, he could only see in videos or pictures before. He never expected to encounter her in reality today. Such an enticing prey. He definitely had to capture her and enjoy her slowly. Brother Long, let the brothers charge in now. When we catch that woman, we can all have fun together. In the passenger seat, a man with a cigarette licked his lips, ready to get out and take action. Chapter 67. Let them fight first. Slap. Just as the younger brother was about to get out of the car, he received a hard slap on the head. Brother Long, why did you hit me? The younger brother was stunned by the slap, covering his head with a look of innocent grievance. Are you trying to ruin my good deeds? Can't you hold back your temper, even a little? Think with your pig brain. In this apocalypse, which man would dare to flaunt such a beautiful woman in public? Brother Long pointed at the younger brother's nose and scolded him. Brother Long, do you mean that man might be an ability user? The younger brother glanced at Chen Luo inside the community, his face full of surprise. No matter if he is an ability user or not. If he has survived until now in the apocalypse, he must have some skills. Brother Long pointed at Chen Luo, who was moving food from the back seat, and said, See, everyone in the community is stretching their necks to look, and he still dares to move things so openly. Such a person is either a fool or has confidence and isn't afraid of anyone coming to rob him. Plus, he has such a beautiful woman with him, looking clean and neat. Do you think he's a fool? Brother Long is right. It really is like that. The younger brother thought carefully and realized that, as Brother Long said, daring to move food so openly in front of everyone must mean he had some confidence. Brother Long, what should we do now? Are we just going to watch? However, we all have guns. A younger brother in the car said unwillingly. Just follow for now. There's no rush to act. Now that there are ability users appearing, sometimes having a gun doesn't guarantee an advantage. We might end up not getting the food, not capturing the woman, and instead losing our lives. Brother Long said with a glint in his eyes. Big brother, I forgot to tell you. The bread we are eating now was exchanged from a homeowner in the Maikinghua community using a gun. Also, I saw online that the Maikinghua community seems to be the largest survivor base in Shunsheng, and their leader is that scar-faced guy who wanted to buy guns from us. Just then, another younger brother seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly reported. Scar-faced guy? I don't think there's such a person on the streets, right? Brother Long frowned and pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat puzzled. Brother Long, I inquired about the other party. He used to be the captain of the urban management team in a street. This guy likes to raise dogs and reportedly has a very fierce Rottweiler. After the apocalypse broke out, this dog mutated and grew to the size of a calf, even becoming impervious to knives and bullets. When he asked me to buy a gun to test it, he directly shot at that dog. As a result, the bullet hit the dog and sparked. But the dog was completely unharmed. Relying on this dog, he has dominated this area. The little brother detailed the incident about the scar-faced man. Turn around. Upon hearing his brother's words, Brother Long immediately issued the order to turn around. Brother Long, what is going on? Are we really giving up on that girl? The brothers who received the order were very confused. With that scar-faced man around, we brothers 1T have the chance to enjoy that girl. Brother Long shook his head and said regretfully, but that scar-faced man only has one gun, while we have more than 10. Are we really afraid of him? The little brother in the passenger seat said with a face full of reluctance. We definitely don't need to be afraid of the scar-faced man, but his dog is hard to deal with. Do you know why he shot at the dog when testing the gun? It was actually a warning to you that his dog isn't afraid of the guns in your hands, so it's best not to try anything funny. If you don't want to die, just follow me. Brother Long glared fiercely at the little brother, making him shiver. But Brother Long, letting the beauty go like this is just too unsatisfactory. Although everyone felt that Brother Long's reasoning was sound, the little brothers were still very unwilling. Nonsense. When did I say to give up? Let us first find a nearby place to hide, keep an eye on that guy, and act when the opportunity arises. It's best to let the scar-faced man fight with that guy, and both get hurt. Then we can reap the benefits. Hong Yin, you finally arrived. At the bottom of Building 10 in Maikinghua community, Chen Luo and Song Hong Yin had just gotten out of the car when a fat old woman approached. Behind her, There's also a man in his 50s and a short, chubby young man in his 20s. The two stretched their necks long and peered into the car, as if looking for something. Second aunt, why hasn't Xiaoru come down? Why can't I contact her these past 2 days? She doesn't answer her phone and doesn't reply to WeChat messages. Seeing the three, Song Hongyan asked with a puzzled face. Oh, her phone is broken. You know how it is now, with zombies everywhere. Where can we take it to get it fixed? By the way, did you bring any food? The fat old woman said as she prepared to open the trunk of the truck, but was stopped by Chen Luo. The food is here. Chen Luo opened the back door of the driver's seat and took down a few boxes of instant noodles. The car was filled with zombies, and there was no food at all. When he got out of the car, he had already taken out 3 boxes of instant noodles, a box of ham, and a box of drinks from his space. Oh my, there are so many delicious things. Old man, hurry up and move these up. Hong Yen, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, second aunt's family might starve to death. The fat old woman said, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Second aunt, is Xiaoru upstairs? I'll go take a look. Song Hongyan, coming here rarely, was preparing to go upstairs when she didn't see her sister. Xiaoru went out, and I don't know which family she went to. Our community's elevator is out of service. You have to climb the stairs to go up, so I want to invite you up. The fat old woman's expression showed a hint of panic upon hearing Song Hongyan's words, and she immediately blocked her. It's fine, second aunt. I'll go up and wait for Xiaoru to come back. Song Hongyan noticed the flicker in second aunt's eyes and immediately became suspicious. Determined to go in and take a look. Hongyan, there's a bastard in the community. You're so beautiful if he sees you. He'll definitely want to take you away. Listen to second aunt, hurry up and leave. If you don't leave soon, that guy will definitely come over when he hears the news. The fat old woman kept pushing Song Hongyan out, pretending to be doing it for her own good. Wait. At that moment, the fat old man and the short fat man were preparing to move the food, but unexpectedly, Chen Luo stepped on it and shouted, no matter what, we came all this way, risking danger to bring you food, and you don't even invite us up to sit? If that's the case, then I want to give you these things even if I have to feed them to dogs. Chen Luo said coldly, looking at the father and son. Chapter 68, Humans as Beasts. Get your hands off. Seeing that the father and son still wouldn't let go, Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, he had no relation to this family, nor was he a saint. If they had been polite, considering Song Hongyan's face, he might have given them these things. However, this family not only didn't he invite them up to sit, but even try to push them out. Clearly, they were 3 ungrateful wolves. In his previous life, Chen Luo was too much of a saint, and in the end, he was drained dry by the survivors he rescued, who ate him up. In this life, Chen Luo would never have an ounce of saintly or merciful heart. The lives and deaths of others were none of his business. And those who were ungrateful were even less worthy of his concern. You, the father and son looked up at Chen Luo, their faces revealing a cruel look. They had originally wanted to explode in anger, but seeing Chen Luo standing on a box, they couldn't even move it with all their strength. So they had to swallow back the curses they wanted to say. Second aunt, I'm only here to deliver food for Xiaoru's sake. If I don't see Xiaoru today, I want to give you these things. Song Hongyan's expression turned cold as she pretended to take the food away. Seeing second aunt's reaction, she suddenly had a bad premonition. Xiaoru might have gotten into trouble. Since that's the case, let me tell you the truth. Xiaoru has turned into a zombie. On the day the apocalypse broke out, many residents in the community turned into zombies. And Xiaoru also became one. I didn't dare to tell you because I was afraid you couldn't accept it, so I kept it from you. Second aunt didn't want Xiaoru to become a zombie either. After all, my husband and I had raised her for many years and had feelings for her. We always treated her like our own daughter. It's hard for us to bear her turning into a zombie. The fat old woman, afraid that Song Hongyan would take the food away, hurriedly began to cry and complain. Are you sure Xiaoru turned into a zombie on the day the apocalypse broke out? Hearing second aunt's words, Song Hongyan's heart sank as she forced herself to suppress her anger and asked in a deep voice. Yes, it was indeed on the day the apocalypse broke out. Boo-hoo, Xiaoru is so pitiful. Second aunt wishes she could turn into a zombie in her place. The fat old woman nodded while wiping her tears. Enough, stop making things up. The day after the apocalypse broke out, I even had a video call with Xiaoru. Hurry up and confess. How did Xiaoru die? Song Hongyan could no longer suppress her anger and yelled at the old woman. At this moment, she didn't harbor any fantasies. Her poor cousin, at the prime of her youth, was already dead. Ah, I was so anxious that I remembered it wrong. Yes, it is the third day of the apocalypse. So I've been so sad these past few days that my head feels dizzy. At that time, Xiaoru insisted on going out to play, and we couldn't stop her. Then she accidentally got bitten by a zombie. You know, anyone bitten by a zombie is bound to turn into one. Well, my Xiaoru, it's all Aunt Air's fault for not keeping an eye on you, for not protecting you. I'm so sorry, Xiaoru. Under the questioning of Song Hongyan, the old woman hurriedly changed her words and began to cry again. Oh, do you have relatives visiting? It's a good thing to have relatives come. So why are you crying? Just then, a man in his 40s with a long scar on his left cheek approached. Behind him were dozens of little brothers. The scar-faced man was also holding a dog that looked like a calf. The dog was panting with its long tongue, and drool dripped continuously onto the ground. Its fierce appearance made people shiver. Brother Boss said it right. Relatives brought some food. We should be happy. The old man saw the scar-faced man coming with so many people and quickly put on a respectful smile. Brother Ba, you can rest assured. Our family knows the rules best, and we will definitely share half of the food with you. We were just about to move the food over, but he wouldn't let me and my dad do it. By the way, this kid also said that the truck's trunk is full of food. The short and chubby man wore a fawning smile and also incited trouble. He wanted to use the scar-faced man to get rid of Chen Luo. Seeing that Chen Luo was alone, they father and son were originally prepared to take action. After all, 2 against 1 would be in their favor. However, when Chen Luo stepped on the box, he exerted such great strength that they couldn't move it. This made them wary, and they didn't act rashly. You understand the situation. Go open the back door of the truck and move all the food over to me. The scar-faced man said with great satisfaction, then began to give orders to his subordinates. Yes, Brother Ba. Upon hearing that there was food in the truck, the group of little brothers rushed over excitedly. Good. I'm giving you a task. See if any of your relatives have any food left and bring it all to me. The more people who come to deliver, the happier I will be. By the way, that little girl you sent last time was pretty good, but unfortunately, I hadn't had much fun with her before she died. This little girl is too shy. She can't let go. She doesn't have much left. Just send her over to me tonight. As the scar-faced man spoke, his lewd gaze wandered over Song Hongyan. The more he looked, the more he liked her, and the more he grinned lewdly. What? Xiaoru was given to this bastard by you? The scar-faced man's words made Song Hongyan instantly furious, her beautiful eyes burning with fierce flames. That's right. She was given a Brother Ba. So what? It's her honor that Brother Ba has taken a liking to Xiaoru. Let me tell you, don't think that just because it's Xiaoru, you can run away tonight, Aunt Air's son glared and said viciously, You are simply beast to send your own niece to a scoundrel. I give you half of my salary every month, and this is how you treat Xiaoru? Has her conscience been eaten by dogs? She is only 12 years old. Song Hongyan was so angry she was about to collapse, pointing at Aunt Air's family and cursing. Ah, zombies. There's zombies in the truck. Just then, those little brothers prying open the truck suddenly screamed. Roar. Following that, deep growls erupted. And then 4 giant zombies crawled out of the truck, summoning all the nearby zombies. Let them eat them. Chen Luo directly ordered Dazhuang. He had heard what the scar-faced man said earlier and knew that these guys were no good. Rather than let them be, it was better to send them to the zombies as food. In the apocalypse, some people are worse than zombies. They have completely abandoned their moral bottom line and will do extremely cruel things just for a bite of food. Roar. Dazhuang received the order and immediately let out a roar. Not long after, the surrounding zombie horde rushed over. Chapter 69, Regret Roar. After the giant zombies roared, they pounced into the crowd. They were all high-level zombies, with speed and strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. In the blink of an eye, the 4 giant zombies each grabbed a survivor and began to devour them with joy. Damn, this kid actually raised zombies. Biaozi, get me to kill him. Seeing this, the scar-faced man immediately realized, giving the attack command to his mutated dog. Capture the leader first. The scar-faced man believed that as long as they took down Chen Luo, the 4 giant zombies would be leaderless, making them much easier to deal with. Oh, the originally fierce, mutated dog, upon receiving its master's command, immediately opened its bloody mouth and lunged at Chen Luo. Be careful. The big dog's lightning speed startled Song Hongyan, who hurriedly shouted a warning. However, the dog was incredibly fast, but to Chen Luo, its speed was no different from a turtle's crawl. Chen Luo clenched his fists, using all his strength to smash towards the dog's head. Boom! With a loud bang, the calf-sized dog was sent flying. Looking at the dog's head, It was directly smashed apart, blood gushing from its neck. Hiss! With one punch, the mutated dog was killed, and Chen Luo rubbed his right hand, unable to help but take a sharp breath. With his increasing strength, he could now be considered to have a body of copper and iron, with defense comparable to Dazhuang. But just now, when his fist hit the dog's head, it felt like hitting steel, causing his fist to ache. It was clear that this mutated dog also had incredibly strong defenses. Why Yuri also a supernatural being? The scar-faced man, seeing his beloved dog killed with one punch, turned pale with fright. The dog he raised, even bullets couldn't hurt it after mutation, yet unexpectedly, it was killed by a single punch. And it was just one punch. It was obvious that this kid in front of him was a supernatural being, and a very powerful one. Here, let me give you some good food. Chen Luo ignored everyone and threw the dead dog to one of the zombies. Roar. The zombie immediately caught the scent of fresh food and pounced on the dog, sinking its fangs into it. Soon, the calf-sized dog was drained of its blood. Roar. After the zombie finished eating the dog, it couldn't help but burp and then crawled into the truck to sleep. Seeing this, Chen Luo realized that this zombie was likely about to level up to a zombie king. Run. At the same time, seeing a large number of zombies pouring in at the entrance of the community, the group of people who had just been flaunting their power immediately scattered in fear. Song Hongyan clenched her fists tightly, staring intently at the scar-faced man, ready to avenge her cousin. Want to run? In your dreams. But before she could take action, Jiang Ming grabbed the scar-faced man's neck and threw him to the ground. Under the immense strength, the scar-faced man immediately suffered internal injuries. Blood streaming from his mouth and nose, and he was on the verge of dying. Roar. Seeing this, another advanced zombie rushed up. No, please, spare me. I have a lot of good food at home. I'll give it all to you. I beg you, spare my life. When the zombie pounced, the scar-faced man was terrified, but the others ignored his pleas for mercy and let the zombie bite his neck. Soon, the scar-faced man was dead. His flesh was quickly devoured by the zombies. I know you want to take revenge yourself, but their flesh is fresh, so killing them would be too easy. It's just right to feed the zombies to enhance their strength. Chen Luo said softly, holding Song Hongyan's hand. At this moment, Song Hongyan was trembling with anger. Her beautiful eyes filled with hatred and fury. Yes, I know. Chen Luo's words made Song Hongyan, who originally wanted to personally kill her enemies, abandon that thought. She then turned to look at her second aunt and uncle's family. Hongyan, you must not listen to the scar-faced man's nonsense. Your second aunt did not give Xiaoru to him. Cousin, my mom is right. It's all the scar-faced man's lies. Xiaoru is still at home. You can go check if you don't believe me. The second aunt had long been scared silly, and seeing Song Hongyan's cold gaze, she hurriedly started explaining. Her son, in order to save his life, nervously pointed to their house, trying to prove his innocence. Xiaoyan, don't talk nonsense. Why has Xiaoru been at home? The second uncle glared at his son and quickly stopped him. What is going on? Song Hongyan looked at the three of them and felt they seemed to be hiding some secret. Otherwise, why would one say Xiaoru was at home while the other hurriedly denied it? But just now, the scar-faced man said that the second aunt had given her cousin to him. For a moment, Song Hongyan was both angry and confused. Hongyan, for the sake of our family ties, considering how nice we were to you when you were young, please spare our family. The second uncle knelt down for you. After saying this, the second uncle suddenly knelt on the ground, bowing his head to his niece. I just want to know the truth. Song Hongyan's gaze was icy as she kicked her second uncle, sending him into the horde of zombies. The horde of zombies that had just rushed and had frightened many community residents away, and now they saw a living person flying in. They immediately swarmed over, and soon only a skeleton was left of the second uncle. Ha! The horde of zombies, having no flesh to eat, suddenly turned their gaze toward Chen Luo and the others. But sensing the bloodline suppression from Chen Luo, they all obediently knelt down. What is this? The second aunt and cousin were dumbfounded at the sight. The zombies were actually kneeling to Song Hongyan. If they had known their relative was this powerful, they would never have offended her. Now, they had completely angered this relative and were likely to face death today. In an instant, both of them regretted deeply. Chapter 70. Lingqi execution. What the hell is going on? If you don't speak, you'll end up like him. After killing the second uncle, Song Hongyan's cold gaze turned to her cousin. At this moment, all she wanted was revenge and to kill. Thud, I'll tell you everything. Watching her father being eaten by zombies until only a skeleton remained, Her cousin directly knelt on the ground. Moreover, although her father was old, he still weighed over 100 pounds, yet he was easily kicked away by his cousin and thrown into the horde of zombies. It's easy to imagine how great that strength was. Being kicked like that, he would definitely die on the spot. So, to survive and not die a miserable death in the mouths of zombies, he had no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy. In fact, what was given to Scarface wasn't Xiaoru, but Xiao Wei. On the day the apocalypse broke out, my cousin Xiao Wei happened to be playing at my house. My mom disliked her for wasting food, so she voluntarily gave her to Scarface in exchange for a bucket of instant noodles. The noodles were quickly eaten, and we had nothing left to eat, which was when my mom turned her attention to Xiaoru. She personally killed Xiaoru and cooked her to eat. My parents didn't let you go up because there was still Xiaoru's blood and flesh in the fridge. This has nothing to do with me, cousin. You know I can't even kill a chicken. How could I kill someone? It was all my mom. By the way, the money you transferred to my mom before the apocalypse, she didn't give it to Xiaoru, but saved it to buy me a car. Also, on the third day after the apocalypse broke out, my mom stopped giving Xiaoru food. By the time my mom acted, Xiaoru was already too weak to move. She begged my mom not to kill her, saying she had food and could help us. But my mom was afraid Xiaoru would report her, so she still killed her. I couldn't bear it at the time, and even advised my mom to let Xiaoru go. But my mom said Xiaoru already knew she was going to kill her, and keeping her would only lead to resentment against us. Cousin, I really didn't want to kill Xiaoru. It was all my mom, and I couldn't stop her. I've told you everything. Cousin, please spare my life. Bang, bang, bang. After her cousin finished speaking, he kept bowing. You ungrateful thing. Didn't you eat Xiaoru's flesh? I did all this for your own good. You ungrateful wolf. Your mother did everything for you, and you turned around and sold her out. I can't kill you, beast. The second aunt, upon hearing her son expose all her deeds, immediately went mad and started hitting and scolding him by the hair. Hearing their words, Song Hongyan was so angry that she almost fainted. Fortunately, Chen Luo was quick and caught her in his arms. Soon, Song Hongyan regained consciousness. At that moment, she seemed like a different person, her eyes blood red, and her beautiful face filled with cold, murderous intent. Whoosh! Just as Song Hongyan clenched her fists and tried to stand up from Chen Luo's embrace, a miraculous scene occurred. A whirlwind suddenly appeared, swirling around her. The wind grew stronger, quickly lifting the surrounding grass and fallen leaves, and the sky darkened in an instant. Has she awakened wind elemental powers? Seeing this, Chen Luo understood what ability Song Hongyan had awakened. He didn't expect her to unleash her powers in a fit of rage. Hongyan, calm down. Chen Luo thought for a moment and embraced Song Hongyan again, softly saying, if you kill them, wouldn't that be too easy for them? I have a great plan that can let you vent your anger. Chen Luo whispered in Song Hongyan's ear, and upon hearing this, she quickly calmed down from her rage. In an instant, the whirlwind around them vanished without a trace. You don't want to die? After calming Song Hongyan, Chen Luo kicked the fat old woman away and then asked his cousin, I don't want to. Of course I don't want to. If you can spare my life, I could do anything you say. His cousin nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. All right, you go back and get a knife, the one used to kill Xiaoru. Then find some disinfectant alcohol and gauze. As long as you kill your mother, I'll spare your life. Chen Luo smiled calmly and stated the condition for sparing him. Song Hongyan, beside him, nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Yes, rather than killing them easily, it would be better to let the mother and son kill each other, which could better relieve the hatred in her heart. Okay, I'll go get the knife now. Hearing this, his cousin hurriedly scrambled up from the ground and rolled upstairs. Chen Luo worried he might escape, so he followed him. His home was on the second floor, just in the unit behind him, so he quickly took out the knife. Xiaoyong, I am your real mother. You can't kill me. The fat old woman trembled in fear as she saw her son charging at her with a knife, crying and pleading. I saved money for you to buy a car, and I cooked meat for you by killing Xiaoru, all for your good. As her son approached with a knife in a menacing manner, the old woman cried out, Mom, you can't blame your son. If you don't die, I will. For the sake of your good son, just sacrifice yourself once more. You're already old, and I'm still young. I want to live well. After saying this, Xiaoyong raised the knife and swung it at his mother. Wait, however, just as Xiaoyong raised the knife, he was called to stop by Chen Luo. Killing her with one stroke is too boring. First, you have to cut off her hands and feet, then disinfect with alcohol and bandage to stop the bleeding. After that, slice the flesh off your mother's body piece by piece. Remember, my requirement is that she must receive at least 100 cuts before she can die. To take revenge for Song Hongyan, Chen Luo planned to have Xiao Yong execute a slow, slicing death. Okay, I promise to do it. Xiao Yong was slightly stunned. But when he saw Chen Luo's fierce gaze, he hurriedly agreed. Then, amid the horrific screams of Xiao Yong's mother, Song Hongyan's second aunt had her hands and feet severed. Then, her own son sliced the flesh from her body cut by cut. After cutting over 100 times, Xiao Yong finally dealt the fatal blow and killed his own mother. Chen Luo, having long gotten used to such scenes, felt no discomfort at all. The hatred that had once filled Song Hongyan's heart dissipated significantly as she watched her second aunt's tragic fate. Are you satisfied now? Hee. Xiao Yong wiped the blood from his face and quickly looked at Chen Luo, asking. Chapter 71. Other people killing you is none of my business. Very good. Don't be afraid. Since I promised not to kill you, I definitely won't kill you. Chen Luo said with a smile, expressing his satisfaction. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, brother-in-law. Hearing this, Xiao Yong was overjoyed, nodding and bowing in gratitude. By the way, I only promised not to kill you, but if someone else kills you, that's none of my business. While speaking, Chen Luo glanced at Song Hongyan in his arms. Your whole family is not good people. If you don't die, how can you appease the souls of Xiao Ru and Xiao Wei? What pleased Chen Luo even more was that Song Hongyan showed no mercy and directly threw Xiao Yong into the horde of zombies. Ah, you old six. Along with a furious curse, before she could finish scolding, the surrounding zombies pounced on him. Soon, a living person was completely devoured by the zombies. You three, each lead a group of little brothers to smash the doors. I don't want to see any living people in this neighborhood. Chen Luo then issued orders to the three zombies. Having gained intelligence, they excitedly nodded after receiving Chen Luo's orders and led groups of little brothers to crash into houses one by one. Soon, the sound of doors being smashed open echoed. The four zombies that Chen Luo had brought out included one that was advancing to become a zombie king. The other three had also upgraded to the strength of the previous Dezhuang. Therefore, not only had they gained intelligence, but their physical defenses had also significantly improved. Although they couldn't match Dezhuang, they were not far off. Subsequently, the three zombies crashed through doors like bulldozers, then followed the sounds and scent of the living to find the homeowners. They spared not a single living person they encountered. Ordinary zombies relied on sound to find the living, while high-level zombies could not only hear sounds but also smell the scent of the living. After more than an hour, under the leadership of the three high-level zombies, all the survivors in the neighborhood were consumed. After feeding, the three zombies seemed to have evolved a bit more. Their bodies were slightly larger, and their skin had taken on a faint bronze color. If only there were ability users. Looking at the three high-level zombies before him, Chen Luo began to ponder again. Based on their current situation, they should only need one ability user to allow two of the zombies to advance to zombie kings. Even all three could do so. After all, they were just a step away from evolving into zombie kings. Go to the small hill in the southern suburbs. After letting the three zombies enter the vehicle, Chen Luo continued on with Song Hongyan. As for the food they had previously moved down, it had long been stored in Chen Luo's personal space. Dragon brother, that small truck is coming out. At that moment, a little brother hurriedly reported after seeing Chen Luo's small truck emerge from storefront. Follow them. Keep your distance. Don't let them notice. Damn. So many zombies rushed in just now, and they were still able to escape? This is really unbelievable. Dragon brother glanced at the small truck that was about to disappear and quickly instructed. Just now, many zombies rushed into the neighborhood, and they were so scared they didn't dare to approach, so they had no idea what happened inside the neighborhood. Just when they thought Chen Luo was undoubtedly doomed, they didn't expect the small truck to come out again. Although they couldn't see the driver's seat, it was highly likely still that same man and woman. Therefore, Dragon Brother became even more interested in Chen Luo and Song Hongyan. Dragon Brother, it seems their direction is towards that unnamed small hill in the southern suburbs. A little brother beside him said curiously as he watched the small truck leave. It's really strange. The southern suburbs are a barren mountain. What are they going there for? Dragon Brother was also puzzled. Should we continue to follow them? Of course we should follow. This kid seems quite extraordinary. Who knows? Maybe our brothers will hit the jackpot this time. Hee, I don't care about making money. As long as I can get that beautiful woman, I'll be satisfied. All right, everyone. Follow them for now and see what they're up to. As soon as we figure out their details, we will act immediately. Dragon Brother, You're too cautious. If you ask me, with so many guns among us brothers, we should just charge in. You know nothing. In the apocalypse, if you don't even understand your opponent's strength, you dare to act? That's just looking for death. Dragon Brother is right. Brothers, we will listen to you. Someone is following us. In the driver's seat. Chen Luo glanced at the rearview mirror and said calmly, maybe it's a coincidence? Song Hongyan glanced at the rearview mirror, but didn't take it to heart. Those who dare to drive around in the apocalypse are either like us with something to do or people who are tracking us, who would be willing to take the risk of their lives to play outside the city. Chen Luo smiled and said, what should we do then? There's a turn at the foot of the small hill in the southern suburbs. Let us wait for them there. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he stepped on the gas and began to accelerate. Soon, he arrived at the foot of the small hill, jumped out of the car, and after giving a warning to the zombies in the cargo box, he pulled Song Hongyan to hide in a patch of bushes. Not long after, the tracking small truck arrived. They have guns. Song Hongyan, hiding in the bushes, became nervous when she saw that everyone in the small truck was armed. Don't be scared. Let us see what they want to do first. Chen Luo patted Song Hongyan on the shoulder and smiled calmly. With his physical fitness, bullets wouldn't hurt him at all. Moreover, any bullets fired within a range of 7 or 8 meters would slow down like they were in slow motion. So even if they had guns, Chen Luo was not afraid at all. Let us get out and take a look. In the van, Long Ge saw that there was no one in the driver's seat of the small truck, so he ordered the younger brother in the passenger seat. Go check it out. Yes, Long Ge. The younger brother dared not disobey the order, holding a rifle, and cautiously approached the small truck. Soon, he reached the side of the small truck. At the same time, everyone in the van jumped down and went on high alert. Jiu and Long, hiding in the bushes. Chen Luo was slightly taken aback when he saw the man called Long Ge. He was somewhat familiar with this guy. Before the apocalypse broke out, he was a leader involved in the illegal sale of firearms and ammunition. He even set up a lathe in a secret factory to manufacture simple firearms and ammunition and sold them on the black market. Chen Luo didn't expect that this guy would be tracking him. Chapter 72. Coincidence unexpectedly, I ran into this guy here. Chen Luo watched Jiu when Long jump out of the car, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This guy's real name is Luo Tianhao, but on the streets, he is known as Jiu and Long, so everyone calls him Long Ge. In his previous life, after the apocalypse broke out, Luo Tianhao fled here in search of food and found a fruit. After eating it, he awakened the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast Tengsha. Moreover, this Tengsha bloodline could suppress almost all mutated beasts. Chen Luo came to the small hill in the southern suburbs today to seize Luo Tianhao's opportunity. But he didn't expect Luo Tianhao to track him here as well. He was not a kind-hearted guy, but a notorious criminal. Before the apocalypse broke out, the police had just raided his gang that manufactured and sold firearms when a zombie virus suddenly erupted. This guy took advantage of the chaos in the detention center that day to escape. Afterward, he offended someone, and after more than 10 days into the apocalypse, couldn't he survive anymore, fleeing to the small hill in the southern suburbs to hide. By chance, he ate that fruit and awakened the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast Tengsha. From then on, Luo Tianhao and his companion, Sang Kuan, became the two great devils of Shen City. Whenever they saw beautiful women, they would capture them for their enjoyment. Countless military and police superpowers died at their hands. Later, they colluded with Maibang Biological Company and completely controlled half of Shen City. Even the Ice Queen Lin Ruobing could not kill them. In this life, Chen Luo would not let this guy go, whether personally or professionally. He was ready to kill them. Chen Luo smiled lightly and said to Song Hongyan, it was as if he were ordering the killing of not humans, but chickens and ducks, without a hint of tension or cruelty. But they have guns. Song Hongyan instinctively grabbed his arm, fearing that Chen Luo would be at a disadvantage. Although they had awakened their powers, superpowers were still afraid of hot weapons. Especially for Song Hongyan, even though she had awakened her abilities, it was as if she hadn't awakened at all. She didn't even know how to use her powers. So rushing out recklessly would surely get her shot to pieces. Have you forgotten that I caught bullets with my bare hands yesterday? Don't worry. Until the bullets get close to me, no bullets can hit me. When they prepare to escape later, you just focus on intercepting. Leave the bullets to me. If you really can't use your powers, just use your strength. With your skills in bed, a single punch can kill an ordinary person. But remember, don't stray too far from me. Chen Luo knew that Song Hongyan was worried about him, so he openly shared his abilities. Upon hearing this, Song Hongyan, who was initially worried, felt completely at ease. Long good, there's no one in the driver's seat, and there's no one around. I suspect they ran into the mountains. Not far away. The younger brother searched around the small truck and then called out to Luo Tianhao. Did they run away? Luo Tianhao was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit surprised, then waved to the younger brothers. Let us go take a look together. Immediately, more than a dozen people, armed and tense, walked over. Sure enough, after searching around, they didn't see a single shadow. They even checked under the car and found nothing. Could they really have gone up the mountain? The younger brother looked at the forest and said suspiciously, "Forget it. Let us see what food is in the cargo box first." Luo Tianhao glanced at the flattened tires and then instructed the younger brothers. The tires are flattened, so the cargo box must be filled with a lot of things. If it's all food, then this trip will be a huge profit. That's right. Let us open the cargo box in the back and see what's inside. More than a dozen younger brothers quickly ran to the back of the small truck and successfully opened the cargo box door. However, when the door of the cargo box was opened and they saw the situation inside, they were instantly dumbfounded. Because there was nothing to eat inside, but instead, there were 4 large zombies. Roar! As soon as the cargo door was opened, the zombie that had evolved into a zombie king lunged out immediately. Originally, it was in a dormant state, about to complete its final transformation. However, the constant bumping on the road woke it up, and, at that moment, it also leveled up to the zombie king rank. Seeing the cargo door opened, it immediately charged out with 3 advanced zombies. Roar! The zombie king grabbed 2 people, knocked them unconscious by smashing their heads together, and then tossed them into the back of the truck. These living people were all delicious food to the zombies. However, after evolving into a zombie king, it lost interest in ordinary people. Not only did it have no appetite, but even eating them wouldn't significantly help its evolution. Therefore, it stored these foods, planning to give them to other zombies. What the hell? It's actually filled with zombies. Retreat. Quick retreat. Open fire. Tat tat tat. Luo Tianhao saw the situation was bad, hurriedly fired 2 shots, and then turned to run towards the van. As for these subordinates, he didn't care about them anymore. Ding ding ding. However, the bullets they fired struck the corpse king's body as if hitting a steel plate, producing a sound like the clash of metal. With the corpse king drawing fire, the 3 high-level zombies suddenly felt much more at ease. Although some bullets hit them, the damage was not significant. Moreover, these firearms and bullets were semi-manufactured, far inferior to the power produced by military factories. Thus, the 4 zombies seemed to be in a no-man's land, swiftly dispatching 7 or 8 of their underlings in the blink of an eye. It was our turn to strike. Chen Luo saw the remaining underlings preparing to escape in their vehicle and immediately dashed out from the bushes. Song Hongyan hesitated for a moment, but followed him. Get in the car. Luo Tianhao rushed to the van, hurriedly opened the door, and shouted loudly to the underlings behind him. However, those underlings suddenly stopped, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost, all wide-eyed and staring behind him. Bang! Want to run? Dream on. Just as Luo Tianhao was confused, a large foot suddenly kicked from behind, forcefully shutting the car door. Turning around, he saw the man and woman, who had appeared behind him without him noticing. In an instant, Luo Tianhao was so frightened that he trembled. In his panic, he raised his gun to shoot. Crack! But before he could pull the trigger, his wrist was seized by the young man in front of him, who then forcefully crushed the bones. Crack! 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 Chen Luo showed no mercy and, in the blink of an eye, kicked apart his legs and the other arm, then grabbed Luo Tianhao by the collar and tossed him directly to the zombies. He merely incapacitated Luo Tianhao without killing him, because for zombies, fresh living humans are the most delicious. Chapter 73. Enemies meet on a narrow road, Brother Long. Brother Long. Rat-a-tat-tat. Seeing their boss incapacitated, the remaining underlings were scared stiff. Once they regained their senses, they all turned their guns towards the zombies and began shooting at Chen Luo and Song Hongyan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, bullets flew like raindrops, startling Song Hongyan. In her urgency, she activated her abilities once more. Suddenly, a whirlwind appeared out of nowhere around her. This was the second time Song Hongyan had used her powers. The first time was in anger. The second time was an instinctive reaction to facing danger. Uft, uft, uft. However, her abilities had no effect against the bullets. Chen Luo's figure flickered, leaving behind an afterimage in front of Song Hongyan. All the bullets that came flying were caught in Chen Luo's hand. This bizarre scene left Song Hongyan dumbfounded. She never expected Chen Luo to be this fast. If the speed of the bullets could be likened to lightning, then Chen Luo's speed was even more than 10 times that of lightning. Although she had seen Chen Luo catch a bullet barehanded yesterday, witnessing it again today was astonishing. Yesterday, it was just one bullet, but today, it was a dense rain of bullets, and he managed to catch every single one without missing a beat. It was nothing short of a miracle. Roar! Not far away, seeing its master being attacked, the zombie that had evolved into a corpse king immediately flew into a rage. It leaped and appeared behind the remaining underlings. Then, with one punch per underling, it quickly smashed all their heads to pieces. Hurry and eat them while they're still warm. We can't waste this. After finishing off the last few underlings, the corpse king, with a hoarse voice, instructed the other 3 high-level zombies. Heh. The 3 high-level zombies understood the command and immediately began to act. Master. After giving the order, the corpse king knelt on one knee before Chen Luo and bowed. Faced with this solemn gesture, Chen Luo felt somewhat surprised. It was known that after De Zhuang had advanced to the corpse king, he had been respectful but had never knelt. Yet this corpse king knelt and performed an ancient ritual of respect. Other than that, the two were almost identical, both having tough, resilient bodies. And it seemed like a vocal cord issue made their voices very hoarse. If it weren't for the mutated beast bestowed by the master, I would have found it hard to evolve. Therefore, all my strength is granted by the master. Just as Chen Luo was puzzled, the zombie spoke again in a hoarse voice. Hearing this, Chen Luo understood that the kneeling was due to the mutated dog he had given it earlier. It was clear that the zombie had evolved intelligence and understood gratitude. Get up. Do you have a name? After realizing this reason, Chen Luo tentatively asked. In his previous life, he knew that zombies would gain new intelligence after evolving into a corpse king, and the obsessions left from their living days would become part of their memories. Chen Luo was unsure if this zombie had memories from its past life, so he inquired, "What's my name?" Upon hearing Chen Luo's question, the corpse king immediately looked confused, scratching its head and pondering for a long time without recalling anything. However, moments later, its eyes suddenly lit up, and in a hoarse voice, it said, "Criminal police? Criminal police?" Chen Luo was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Could it be that this corpse king was a criminal police officer before it mutated into a zombie? If that's the case, it was indeed a coincidence that the two newly acquired corpse kings were one a soldier and the other a police officer. Chen Luo scrutinized the corpse king as crew-cut and capable demeanor, and it seemed likely that it really was a police officer. All right, from now on, you'll be called De Chong. After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo gave a new name. Yes, thank you, master, for the name. I have a name now. The corpse king seemed to be very fond of the name Chen Luo bestowed and joyfully accepted it. Let the 3 of them quickly finish eating, then stay here to watch the car. You come with me into the mountains. Following that, Chen Luo began assigning tasks to the 4 zombies. Yes. De Chong respectfully accepted the order and then approached the 3 zombies who were devouring flesh, relaying Chen Luo's command. The 3 zombies, having gained initial intelligence, hurriedly sped up their eating upon realizing it was an order from the master. After finishing, they began to walk towards Luo Tianhao. No, don't come over. Please spare me. Spare me. Luo Tianhao, seeing the 3 giant zombies approaching him, turned pale with fear, but with his limbs incapacitated, he could only plead, unable to make any escape attempts. First tell me what the secret is. If it's useful, I want to kill you. Chen Luo waved his hand, signaling the 3 zombies to pause their feeding, then asked playfully, I guess you awakened some ancient bloodline, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was very surprised, as Luo Tianhao had nearly guessed correctly. This made him, who had been indifferent, slightly frown. The awakened bloodline that I discovered has even attracted the attention of a lowly thug. At this moment, Chen Luo was unaware of the strange phenomenon that occurred in the sky while he was asleep that day. So how do you know about this? Chen Luo asked calmly on purpose. Do you know about the Maibang Biological Company? They are offering a high reward for 20 vials of gene medicine to find an awakened individual with an ancient bloodline. It is said that this bloodline can control zombies. If I'm not mistaken, you are the person they're looking for. Luo Tianhao, in a bid to save his life, hurriedly revealed his earlier speculation. In fact, he was initially unaware that Chen Luo was the person Ard was searching for. It was until he saw the 4 powerful zombies that he deduced the bloodline that Chen Luo had awakened. No wonder he dared to drive around in a perilous apocalypse. It turns out he could control zombies. At that moment, Luo Tianhao regretted provoking such a formidable figure. Maibang Biological Company? Chen Luo frowned again upon hearing this. The Maibang Biological Company is the largest biochemical research company in the world. Although they appear to be just a commercial enterprise on the surface, they have been secretly serving the U.S. military. Inard, through bribery, established a factory and a research lab in Longhua. After the apocalypse broke out, they became the most powerful force in East China, relying on the gene medicines they developed. Countless survivor bases willingly became their subordinates and slaves for the gene medicines and food they possessed. Powerful figures like Zombie King and Luo Tianhao were among them. Chapter 74. Last night, if the secret you mentioned is just this, then I'm sorry. Go die. Seeing that Luo Tianhao had finished speaking, Chen Luo prepared to kill him. In his previous life, Inard was able to develop in Longhua entirely thanks to the contributions of these traitors. Chen Luo, having been reborn, initially thought he would turn a blind eye to these guys as long as they didn't bully him. However, since Inard had come looking for him first, there was no need for him to be polite. In fact, the most concerning aspect was not Maibang Biological Company, but the Inard family that controlled it. The Inard family has a long-standing heritage in the West and was one of the largest families in Europe several hundred years ago. This family has established hundreds of biochemical laboratories worldwide and possesses powerful armed forces. Chen Luo was not worried about the threat from Inard, but took the family very seriously. Wait, I have another secret. Big brother, I heard that a dragon egg appeared on a small hill in the southern suburbs. If we find and hatch this dragon egg, we might be able to cultivate a powerful mutated beast that obeys us. Moreover, using dragon blood can create even more powerful gene medicines. Now, not only are military personnel involved, but even Maibang Biological Company sent people up the mountain early this morning. Various forces have offered high rewards for any clues, promising endless food in return. Seeing that Chen Luo still intended to kill him, Luo Tianhao hurriedly revealed another secret. In the past 2 days, he had seen online that a group of supernatural beings had established a supernatural alliance in the city. So, yesterday he took a group of little brothers to a pharmaceutical factory on the outskirts of the city. Luo Tianhao originally planned to join the alliance first to see the situation inside the factory. If there weren't many people and the supplies were abundant, he intended to raid the factory for its resources. However, he did not expect that the people there also had guns, and more terrifyingly, there were 4 supernatural beings stationed there. Thus, the robbery plan failed, and he had to pretend to apply to join the supernatural alliance. But when they learned he hadn't awakened, the 4 leaders didn't want him, but took his little brothers instead. They also informed Luo Tianhao about some bounty missions from Inard, stating that any clues should be reported to them immediately. That is how Luo Tianhao learned about all this. Dragon egg? Do you think I'm a fool? Chen Luo sneered upon hearing this and almost threw him to the zombies. After all, he was someone who had been reborn. No one knew more about the apocalypse than he did. In his previous life, Chen Luo had never heard of any dragon egg in this area. Besides, how did Inard and the military find out about it? Big brother, I'm not lying to you. Every word I say is the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go up the mountain right now. Maybe you'll still see their helicopters parked there. Seeing that Chen Luo didn't believe him, Luo Tianhao became anxious and hurriedly promised. Fine, then let me ask you, how did Inard and the military find out about this? Moreover, since they already know, they could send people to search directly. Why offer a high reward instead? Don't you think that sounds contradictory? Seeing Luo Tianhao's panicked expression and urgent tone, which didn't seem like he was lying, Chen Luo voiced his doubts. This is because on the day the zombie virus broke out, someone happened to be hiking on that small hill. As a result, all his companions mutated into zombies, and he was terrified and hid everywhere. Then, by coincidence, he discovered a giant egg in a cave. There was a dragon pattern on the eggshell, and he thought it was some kind of artwork, so he wanted to take it. But as soon as he picked up the giant egg, a little dragon engraved on the shell came to life. They immediately soared into the air, and their bodies became enormous, scaring the man into dropping the dragon egg and fleeing. The giant dragon then replicated itself on the giant egg, and besides that, the man also heard some kind of animal squeaking from inside the eggshell. So he filmed a video and then left the small hill. He hid on the mountain for several days before escaping, then posted the video online, along with a written description of what happened. However, the man later seemed to have disappeared, but through the analysis of the video, both Inard and the military believe this was an ancient dragon egg. So they sent people to search the mountain and offered a high reward for information about the dragon egg. The Supernatural Alliance asked me to gather information on this matter. As long as I can provide clues and confirm their value, I could receive 10 vials of gene medicine. Luo Tianhao detailed everything about the dragon egg. Chen Luo was very surprised to hear this. In his previous life, legends about dragons indeed existed, and it seemed the zombie virus had awakened many ancient creatures. Even the fierce beasts mentioned in the Shan Hai Jing appeared. However, his strength was not sufficient, so he had limited knowledge on this topic. Therefore, he was not surprised that Luo Tianhao claimed there was a dragon egg. Is that all? Nothing more? Chen Luo looked at Luo Tianhao with lingering curiosity, hoping he had more secrets. Big brother, I really told you everything, Luo Tianhao said with a mournful face. All right, then you can go on your way. As soon as Chen Luo's words fell, the 3 zombies immediately pounced on him. After a scream, Luo Tianhao was completely devoured. Watching Luo Tianhao die, Chen Luo then took Song Hongyan and to Chong up the mountain. He wasn't very interested in the dragon egg, only wanted to find that fruit. As long as he ate that fruit, he would awaken the bloodline of the ancient Tengshe and could use that bloodline to suppress other mutated beasts. Luo Ge, do dragons really exist in this world? On the way, Song Hongyan asked curiously. Of course they do, and I've even been served by one. Ugh, I meant the legendary true dragon. I don't know if there's a true dragon, but I definitely know there is a Huanglong. Really? Of course it's true. How could I possibly lie to you? Moreover, I even went straight to the Huanglong last night. But this is a wild mountain area. Can we? This is the information you need. Whether or not we can eliminate them depends on you. Additionally, according to the Intelligence Department's reports, it seems the higher-ups are planning to take action against you. So, you must move immediately. At the headquarters of Maibang Bio Company in Longhua, Supervisor Yuri was conducting a video call. On the computer screen appeared a bald, chubby man. Minister Sun, as expected, is straightforward. I've prepared all the gene serum, and you can send someone to pick it up at any time. While speaking, Yuri picked up a temperature control box next to him and showcased it to the camera. Very good. I hope we cooperate happily. Chapter 75. The mutated flower don't do that. There's zombies watching nearby. Don't. On a small hill in the southern suburbs. As Song Hongyan listened, she suddenly noticed Chen Luo's hand wandering on her slim waist. Song Hongyan couldn't help but blush and instinctively pushed Chen Luo away. However, her alluring voice only made Chen Luo's desire burn even more. You go down the mountain first and be responsible for picking us up. Take this. Chen Luo took out a rifle from his space and handed it to Da Qiang, sending him down the mountain. The weapons and ammunition were naturally the spoils after eliminating Luo Tianhao and his group. Although these weapons were poorly made, they were still effective against ordinary ability users. Yes, Master. Da Qiang took the rifle and turned to walk down the mountain. All right, now there are no zombies watching. After sending Da Qiang away, Chen Luo pulled Song Hongyan into his embrace, and as his hand continued to roam, Song Hongyan couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. At the same time, her eyes, like autumn water, became hazy. We haven't had outdoor fun yet. It feels quite exciting. Initially shy, Song Hongyan soon changed her demeanor and even actively responded. Chen Luo forcefully pulled off her clothes. Before long, moans of pain echoed from the small hilltop. After an unknown amount of time, lost in love and frantically moving, Chen Luo and Song Hongyan suddenly heard the laughter of children not far away. Chen Luo, who was in a state of excitement, immediately became alert upon hearing the child's voice. After coming to his senses, Chen Luo had a bad premonition. Now that he was physically strong and very fond of beautiful women, he wouldn't reach the point of wanting it at any time and place. But just now, he inexplicably lost control over the primal force, and his head got hot, causing the evil fire within him to surge up. Upon reflection, this was clearly abnormal. Hey, wake up! Chen Luo slapped Song Hongyan's smooth, white, curvy rear, trying to wake her. Just now, Chen Luo was startled awake by the children's laughter. But Song Hongyan remained lost in her passionate frenzy, still holding on to Chen Luo's neck and desperately twisting her body. What's going on? It wasn't until Chen Luo exerted some strength that he finally woke Song Hongyan. Something's not right. We've both been affected. Chen Luo put Song Hongyan down and took out a set of clothes from his spatial storage. Her previous clothes had been violently torn off by Chen Luo, so she couldn't wear them. Not right. Upon hearing this, Song Hongyan instantly realized the problem. She originally didn't have such a strong desire, but for some reason, she suddenly felt hot all over. It was as if she were being burned by a blazing fire, and she unconsciously leaned in to kiss Chen Luo, even desperately seeking him. Now that she thought about it, it really seemed like there was an issue. Realizing the severity of the problem, Song Hongyan hurriedly put on her clothes and then looked around. The mountains and forests were shrouded in mist at some point, and places just dozens of meters away had become unclear. Chen Luo also remained vigilant, watching the surroundings. However, he didn't see anyone either, not even the source of the earlier laughter. "Who are you? Come out." Chen Luo suddenly focused his energy and shouted in a stern voice toward a certain direction. However, there was only silence around, and no one emerged or responded. "Something's not right. Luo, have you noticed? It's too quiet in the mountains." Song Hongyan frowned slightly, her expression serious. As the saying goes, when things are out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. Without hesitation, Chen Luo pulled out a rifle. "Since you're hiding in the dark, I'll smoke you out." After saying that, he climbed to a high point and immediately pulled the trigger, sweeping the area with gunfire. Ah! Ouch! After emptying a magazine, there was suddenly movement in the northern bushes, first a piercing scream, then a childish voice. Seeing this, Chen Luo ran toward the direction of the sound with his gun. However, when Chen Luo got there, he only saw the large leaves he had shot through, but no figures were visible. After thinking for a moment, he didn't hesitate much and continued to chase forward. Soon, he saw a very strange little girl. The girl appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old, wearing a red belly wrap on her upper body, barefoot, and with 2 pigtails on her head tied with red ribbons, looking very much like dragon horns. "Kid, you're really ungrateful. I just saved you, and instead of being grateful, you even attacked me." Upon seeing Chen Luo, the little girl showed no fear at all. Instead, she angrily pointed at him and scolded him. Her mature demeanor was both amusing and perplexing. "Oh my, whose child is this? She's so cute." Song Hongyan, chasing from behind, couldn't help but want to reach out and hug the little girl, but was stopped by Chen Luo. "Are you saying you reminded me? I was just in the heat of passion with her, and I needed you to save me?" Chen Luo pretended not to know, trying to extract information. "In the heat of passion? If I hadn't reminded you in time, you too would have been enchanted by that lewd flower long ago." While speaking, the little girl pointed angrily at a red flower in the distance, about the size of a human face. "Oh, are you saying we were feeling dizzy because of it?" Chen Luo held his gun and walked toward that flower. He had passed by it earlier, thinking it was just an ordinary mutated plant and hadn't paid it any mind. Hearing the little girl's warning now made him alert. "I mean no harm. Big brother, please spare me. I was just curious about my illusion, so I released a little pollen to you all." Before Chen Luo could get close, this red flower actually started to speak human language. It even used its leaves to shield the flower, looking quite scared. Its voice sounded just like that of a little girl. "Oh, you didn't do it on purpose?" Seeing the flower speak and act so human-like, Chen Luo didn't find it strange. After all, in his previous life, he had lived for 5 years and had seen all sorts of bizarre things. However, Song Hongyan behind him was instantly stunned, gaping at the talking flower. Yes, yes, yes." Hearing this, the red flower nodded repeatedly. "Brother Luo, why don't we just forget it? It doesn't look like it did it on purpose." Seeing the flower's voice and its pitiful appearance, Song Hongyan felt a bit reluctant and took the initiative to plead for it. Chapter 76. I also want to do that kind of exercise with Big Brother. I can spare your life, but you must come with me. I will dig you out and plant you in my own yard." After Chen Luo finished speaking, he prepared to take a shovel from his personal space. A flower that can speak and has illusionary powers is quite impressive. It would be a shame not to take it away. "Big brother, please don't. My growing conditions are very harsh. This is a dragon vein, and if I leave the dragon vein, I won't be able to survive. Big brother, please spare me." Seeing Chen Luo preparing to dig it out, the red flower pleaded pitifully. It kept waving its leaves, and even the flower shrank back, looking genuinely frightened. "Oh, dragon vein?" Hearing this, Chen Luo immediately became interested. He had come here to seize Luo Tianhao's opportunity. However, the small hill in the southern suburbs was neither big nor small, and trying to find that fruit here was like searching for a needle in a haystack. If he could find the dragon vein through this magical flower and then search along the vein, he might find that cave. After hearing the flower's words, the little girl bounced over. "Yes, yes." The red flower nodded in fear. "Do you know where the dragon vein is? By the way, is there a cave in this mountain that you know of?" Chen Luo asked eagerly. The dragon vein is located 1,000 meters below the ridge. I've grown here for 5,000 years and only now have my roots settled on the dragon vein. Just a few days ago, I suddenly gained spiritual intelligence. As for the cave you mentioned, there are several in the whole mountain, so I'm not quite sure. But I can help you ask. The red flower briefly explained its background and then shook its head. Hearing their conversation, the little girl in the belly band blinked her eyes, looking mischievous and deep in thought. You can ask other flowers? Song Hongyan asked curiously. Of course I can. I am the flower king here, and we can communicate through pollen to obtain useful information. The red flower was very straightforward, almost answering every question. Then you should go ask where there are magical fruits on the mountain. By the way, there's a small pond inside that cave, and next to the pond grows a small tree. It only bears a single red fruit. After learning about the flower's abilities, Chen Luo immediately urged it and recounted the characteristics of the cave from his previous life, causing the little girl in the red belly band's eyes to widen in surprise. Her chubby little face filled with astonishment. Moments later, she turned and disappeared into the dense forest. Why is this little brat so familiar with my home? After a short while, she sat on a broken eggshell, muttering angrily to herself. Next to the eggshell was a pond, and beside the pond grew a small tree with a single red fruit. This was the dragon fruit that grew in the dragon vein, and it couldn't be taken by that little brat. Snap, snap! The little girl propped her chin in her hands, and not long after, she plucked the red fruit and started eating it, not even sparing the branches and leaves of the small tree. She left nothing behind. Burp! After eating, she let out a satisfied burp and then left the cave while hugging the eggshell. Originally, she planned to wait until the fruit matured before eating it. But now that her nest had been discovered, she could only eat it early. Sigh, what a pity. The little girl, with her little belly sticking out, wandered through the forest while sighing. This fruit was nurtured from the dragon vein and was her companion fruit. Only when it matured and was eaten would it have magical effects. So, eating it early, she didn't know if it would have any effect. Thus, she felt a bit resentful inside. Not knowing how long she had walked, the little girl suddenly became sleepy and yawned several times in a row, unable to resist. She found a cave and hid inside to sleep. What the little girl didn't know was that wherever she appeared, all the bird calls and insect chirps would instantly vanish. It seemed that all the insects, birds, and wild beasts in the mountains were too afraid to make a sound. Hey, where did that little girl go? After the little girl left, Chen Luo began to search. However, after looking around, he couldn't find her figure. Big brother, I found it. The cave you told me about is just ahead. At that moment, the red flower, through the information relay, pointed in a direction and said, All right, since you helped me today, I will spare you. But before I leave, let me kindly remind you that unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to use illusion on people. Not everyone is as kind-hearted as I am to let you off so easily. Wait until you've grown up before using your abilities. When you're weak, it's best to hide and survive. That way, you won't attract attention from others. Before leaving, Chen Luo gave the red flower a few pieces of advice. This little guy had just gained spiritual intelligence, but its intelligence wasn't very high. If it encountered bad people, like those from the Maibang biological company, it would be a disaster for her. Therefore, Chen Luo reminded her a bit. In fact, he really wanted to dig this flower back to plant. But without the dragon vein, she wouldn't be able to grow at all. So it was better to leave her here to grow slowly. After all, Chen Luo knew the location, and he could find a way to help her after the flower grew up and was able to leave the dragon vein. Little darling, you must remember Brother Luo's words. There are many bad people down the mountain. If they discover you, you'll have a hard time. Song Hongyan looked at the flower petals, feeling a bit reluctant. This flower spoke so cutely, she really liked it, but unfortunately, she couldn't take it back. So she could only say a vague goodbye. Big sister, I understand. Big brother, big sister, goodbye. The pink flower waved its leaves to bid farewell to the two. Watching Chen Luo and Song Hongyan disappear into the forest, it let out a sigh of disappointment. Sigh, I'm going to be alone here again. When can I transform? Then I can go out for a walk. The game that Big Brother and Big Sister played just now was so much fun. To think they can go crazy for so long, I also really want to play with the Big Brother. Oh no, it seems like a group of people is following the Big Brother and Big Sister. What should we do? After Song Hongyan and Chen Luo left, the red flower began to mutter to itself out of boredom. At that moment, other flowers sent messages, telling her that a group of people had discovered Chen Luo and were following them. Suddenly, the red flower became anxious. Chapter 77, The Sweet. Silly girl in the apocalypse, what's going on? Why is there a couple here? Aren't they afraid of danger? At the top of the small mountain, several female soldiers appeared, with the leader observing Chen Luo and the others through binoculars. They might be scared of the zombies in the city and want to hide in the mountains for refuge, said another female soldier with a sigh. But although there are no zombies on the mountain, there are those mutated plants and beasts. The mountain is probably even more dangerous than the city. Another female soldier shook her head, looking sympathetic. It's hard to say, although the mountain is dangerous. At least you can find food. In the city, not only is it unsafe, but food is also scarce. If this goes on, we'll only starve to death. Captain Yun, what should we do now? Should we help them? We are all fellow citizens of Long Country. We can't just watch them die, right? Why don't we give them some of our food and water and let them go down the mountain? But we don't have much food either. If we give them half of what we have, what will we eat? If we can't find dragon eggs within a day, we'll all be hungry. Let us be hungry then. Don't forget our identity. Our duty is to protect the people. Yes, Captain. Following the orders, several female soldiers took their guns and rushed towards Chen Luo and the others. Haven't we found the dragon cave yet? We've been walking for over half an hour, right? Deep in the forest, Song Hongyan looked at the endless forest with a frown and said, although the small mountain isn't big, as the saying goes. The mountain looks far, but the horse runs out of breath. Even though they followed the direction pointed by the red flower, they still hadn't found it after a long time. Their physical strength wasn't an issue, but the mountain path was difficult, making their progress hard. It shouldn't be far now. Look, at this moment, Chen Luo suddenly stopped and pointed to a giant python at the entrance of a cave ahead. In places where rare and exotic plants grow, there are usually strong creatures guarding them. Song Hongyan screamed upon seeing the giant python. This giant python was colorful and as thick as a bucket. At that moment, it raised its head and flicked its tongue, its crimson eyes fixed on Chen Luo and Song Hongyan. Don't be afraid. It's not our opponent. Chen Luo comforted as he wrapped his arm around Song Hongyan's waist. The giant python in front of them must have mutated, as it was hard to find a python that thick in this area. However, with Chen Luo's current strength, even a mutated giant python would be hard-pressed to be his opponent. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Chen Luo was about to take out his rifle, a sudden gunfire erupted from behind. Immediately, the giant python's head was turned into a sieve by bullets. The python's body thrashed on the ground in pain for a moment before going still. Soon, under the astonished gaze of Chen Luo and Song Hongyan, a fully armed team of female soldiers walked over. Do you know how dangerous it is on the mountain? There are poisonous insects and ferocious beasts everywhere. Without powerful firepower, you can't survive in the mountains. You saw what just happened. If we hadn't arrived in time, that mutated giant python would have swallowed you whole. One of the female soldiers scolded as she approached Chen Luo. Who are you? Chen Luo asked tentatively, looking at their attire. Before heading up the mountain, Luo Tianhao had mentioned that my Bang Bio company and the military had sent people over, and their goals were the same. However, even though these female soldiers were in military uniforms, Chen Luo couldn't be sure who they were. After all, my Bang Bio company had cultivated too many traitors and lackeys in Long Country. If these people were from my Bang Bio company, then Chen Luo would have to take action. Don't be afraid. We won't harm you. We are members of the East China Military Region's Special Forces. The mountain is very dangerous. You should hurry down. The team leader said, then looked at her companions, give them half of the food and water. Yes. One female soldier immediately took off her backpack and took out half of the water and military rations inside. Hurry and take this back. It's more dangerous up the mountain than down here. Without anyone to protect you, you won't survive a day. Save these. They're enough for both of you for a month. Though reluctant, they still followed the captain's orders and gave half of the water and food to Chen Luo. Chen Luo was dumbfounded by their actions. The food in his storage space could last him for 10,000 years, so he didn't need any food. However, judging by their manner, Chen Luo believed they were indeed from the military, because only the soldiers of Long Country would still do such foolish things in a brutal apocalypse. In a last life, after the apocalypse broke out, the military always wanted to protect more survivors, but unfortunately, there were too many lackeys and traitors, making it impossible to manage. Thus, various forces occupied different territories, becoming local tyrants. Some survivors who were protected by the military, after awakening their abilities, immediately broke free from the military base's control. Some even turned against the military for power. The greed and selfishness of the survivors completely undermined the military's power. And the ultimate result of this was that those brutal forces dominated the area, committing numerous crimes without punishment. So, to put it bluntly, it was the selfish survivors who destroyed their own umbrella of protection. By the way, here's a gun for you. There are 5 fully loaded magazines. There are too many dangers on this road. Take it for self-defense. The captain seemed to remember something and handed over her rifle. Sigh, in this apocalypse, such fools have become rare creatures. Seeing the female soldiers giving him food and a gun, Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh. Although the country still has an army, many people have awakened their abilities inside. But it won't be long before they sacrifice half of their numbers to deal with mutated beasts and protect survivors. The loss of ability users directly weakened the military strength, which is one of the reasons those brutal forces grew stronger. If the military had ignored the survivors' lives from the beginning and preserved its own strength, it wouldn't have declined so quickly. Let's go. After dropping off the supplies, the female soldiers hurriedly left. Chen Luo didn't stop or refuse, but waved his hand to collect everything into his storage space. The most important thing now was to find that fruit. He couldn't delay any longer. With so many people on the small hill now, it was very likely that someone would find it before them. This is a fruit that can awaken the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast, tongue snake. If missed, not only will one lose the opportunity to control mutated beasts, but they may also create a strong rival for themselves. In the rules of survival in the apocalypse, the most important thing is self-preservation, followed by helping those who can be helped. Chapter 78 Dragon Clan, What is your name? Although Chen Luo accepted the goodwill of the group of female soldiers, Song Hongyan was still very touched and loudly asked the female captain as she watched her back. Yin Luo Bing. The captain stopped and replied, then led her team to quickly disappear into the jungle. I can see that they don't have much food left themselves, yet they are willing to give us half. We shouldn't accept it. Sigh. Song Hongyan said with emotion. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, what she has seen most of the time has been greed and selfishness. This kind of selfless good person is something she has never seen before. In an instant, Song Hongyan felt quite uncomfortable. If we don't take this food, they will worry about us even more. All right, now is not the time to be sentimental. Let us go find the divine fruit first. Chen Luo understood Song Hongyan's thoughts and comforted her by wrapping his arm around her slim waist. Song Hongyan sighed and then followed Chen Luo forward. They hadn't walked long when the two suddenly saw that the flowers and grass ahead were much more vigorous than in other places. Moreover, there was mist swirling around here, making it look like they had entered a fairyland. Chen Luo and Song Hongyan walked over and indeed found a cave. Upon entering, they also saw a small pool. But what puzzled Chen Luo was that there was nothing next to the small pool. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. Was someone here first? Chen Luo observed carefully and couldn't help but frown. There were obviously signs of plant growth next to the small pool. Looking at the fresh soil that had been uprooted, it should have been pulled out not long ago. Therefore, just a moment ago, someone had beaten them to it and picked the fruit that could awaken the bloodline of the ancient tongue snake. What is this? At that moment, Song Hongyan discovered a few fragments in the shallow water. These fragments were very small, about the size of a fingernail, and it was hard to notice them without a close look. This is an eggshell. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the shell of that dragon egg. Chen Luo picked up the fragments from the water and, after looking at them a few times, suddenly thought of a possibility. The eggshell of a dragon egg? Hearing this, Song Hongyan's beautiful eyes widened, and her delicate face was filled with astonishment. Look, although this break is hard and sharp, very much like porcelain, both sides are very rough, more like an eggshell. And look here, there are traces of dragon patterns. All the signs are basically consistent with what Luo Tianhao said about that dragon egg. It should be that this dragon egg has hatched, and that fruit was probably eaten by the creature inside the dragon egg. Chen Luo expressed his guess and analysis, and Song Hongyan felt even more astonished after hearing it. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that the legendary dragon really exists? Let's go back. Since the opportunity has been taken by someone else, there is no need to stay here any longer. Chen Luo put the fragments of the eggshell into his space and turned to walk out. Big brother, big sister. We meet again. Are you all right? You scared Huahua to death just now. After walking for half an hour, a familiar voice sounded again. They saw that the red flower was waving its leaves, happily greeting Chen Luo and Song Hongyan. Your name is Huahua? By the way, how'd you get such a fright? Upon hearing Huahua's soft voice, Song Hongyan immediately stopped. She really liked this adorable flower. I just discovered that you were being followed, but I didn't know how to notify you. Hua said to Song Hongyan with a concerned tone. Oh, so you know everything about the situation on the mountain? The speaker was unintentional, but the listener took it to heart. Chen Luo was immediately attracted by Hua's words. Hua's ability can only know the situation within a radius of 5 kilometers. I've run out of pollen now, and I can only passively receive information sent by other flowers. Sigh, Hua said with a hint of helplessness. In that case, do you know where that dragon egg went after hatched? Chen Luo asked with a try-it-out mentality. If they could find the whereabouts of the dragon egg, then today wouldn't be in vain. After eating that divine fruit, she went northwest. By the way, this little girl is the little dragon girl who hatched from the dragon egg. Hua told Chen Luo all the information she knew. She hatched from the dragon egg? Song Hongyan was surprised and said, I was just curious why a little old-looking baby suddenly appeared in the mountains. So that fruit must have been eaten by her. Chen Luo was not surprised at all and only wanted to know the whereabouts of that fruit. Yes, Hua nodded. Chen Luo then asked a few more questions until he had squeezed all the information Hua knew before turning to leave. He then brought along 4 high-level zombies and headed deeper into the mountains. That little baby, who is about 3 or 4 years old, is a real Dragon Clan member. If he could tame her, her strength as she grows would definitely be terrifying. Thus, Chen Luo planned to find this little girl before Enard and the military. But unfortunately, Hua only knew the direction the little girl had left, nothing else. Are you sure you're not lying? Inside the cave? A foreigner pointed a gun at a man and questioned him in a deep voice. Chen Luo had only left the cave for a short while when they followed in. However, the cave was empty, which made this foreigner extremely angry. It was really here, you can check for yourselves, the man said with a mournful face, then took out his phone to play a video. The video was the one he had uploaded online, related to the dragon egg. Compare the environment. It must be here. As for why the dragon egg is gone, I'm not sure. The man pointed to the video with a helpless expression and pleaded, Mr. Aiden, I've brought you here. Can I have the food you promised me? I'm starving to death. You dog from the Dragon Kingdom. You still want food? Go die. Bang. The foreigner named Aiden not only didn't he give him food, but shot him in the head. This made the surrounding people from the Dragon Kingdom very dissatisfied. But for the sake of food, they ultimately chose to remain silent. Mr. Liang, it's your turn to take action. Let us see what happened here before. At this time, Aiden waved to a Chinese man. All right, Mr. Aiden. A man in his 20s walked out from the crowd and then used his abilities on the small pool. After 2 or 3 minutes, he became weak. How is it? Did you see who took the dragon egg? Seeing this, Aiden asked impatiently. Chapter 79, no effort required. It was a man and a woman. Yes, just a man and a woman. The man took a deep breath and then hesitated as he spoke. In fact, he only saw a man and a woman walk in here with his ability, but there was no dragon egg at all. However, to cover up, he lied and reported that the dragon egg was taken by them. His awaken ability is time reversal, which allows him to rewind time in a certain place and see what happened before. However, when using this ability, he can only see events that occurred within half an hour in that location. He cannot go further back, and even so, it consumes a lot of energy. After using it once, he almost passed out. Did you see where they went? Aiden's eyes lit up at the words, feeling hopeful, and he excitedly asked. The two had not been in for long, so the man and woman must still be on the mountain. Where did they go? The man glanced at Aiden, thought for a moment, and then randomly pointed in a direction, preparing to brush it off. What he could see was the man and woman standing by a small pond. But after that, his ability ran out of energy. So, he had no idea where the man and woman went. However, to show off his ability, he casually pointed in a direction. Anyway, if they couldn't catch them later, he would just shift the blame onto that man and woman. Moreover, if Aiden discovered that his ability was dispensable, it wouldn't matter much for Enard, and the next outcome might be the same as that of the previous man. Heaven knows when he might get shot in the head. Here, quickly recover your energy and keep up. You guys follow me to chase. Aiden tossed him some food and then led his subordinates in the direction the man pointed. Mr. Aiden, look, not far into the chase. A black mercenary holding a thermal imager suddenly shouted excitedly. Aiden leaned over to take a look, and sure enough, 2 red figures appeared on the screen. Mr. Liang, your ability is excellent. I didn't expect to find this pair in such a short time. Seeing that he was about to find the people he wanted, Aiden visibly relaxed and praised the man. Under my eyes, no prey can escape, Mr. Liang said proudly. However, while he appeared very pleased on the surface, Inside, he was cursing in disbelief. He didn't expect that randomly pointing in a direction would actually turn out to be correct. Here, this is your reward. Having regained his ability, he prepared to work. Aiden threw him a vacuum-packed chicken leg as a reward for this time. The others looked on with envy. Although they were all ability users, being able to fill their stomachs was already quite good, and it was impossible to have meat. In fact, after such a long time, they had almost forgotten the taste of meat. Speed up and catch up. Don't make too much noise. Follow them quietly. Don't alert them. Aiden took a sip of water and then issued orders to everyone. Now, those who dared to go up the mountain were probably all ability users. And some ability users were very terrifying, while others were weak, almost like ordinary people. Therefore, without understanding the true strength of the prey, he would not choose to act rashly. Whoosh! Aiden led the team quickly forward, chasing after the figures on the thermal imager. Before long, they indeed saw a man and a woman. However, what puzzled everyone was that besides this pair, there were also 4 giant zombies following behind them. One of them must have awakened the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. It was even possible that it was the bloodline of the blood ancestor. Aiden was slightly stunned when he saw the 4 giant zombies, and then he became extremely excited. Inard had been offering a high price for clues to find someone with the bloodline of the blood ancestor, but days had passed with no news. He didn't expect to encounter them here. Being able to suppress and control zombies with bloodlines was likely the awakened bloodline of the blood ancestor. Of course, it could also be other bloodlines, but they were all treasures for the Maibang Biological Company. Mr. Aiden, it's them. Mr. Liang also came over and said, as if taking credit, listen carefully, find a way to capture them alive. No one fires without my command. Aiden ignored him and excitedly issued another command. He didn't know who these 2 were that awakened the ancient bloodline, so until it was confirmed, they absolutely could not open fire. If they truly awakened the ancient blood ancestor bloodline, it would be extremely important for Inard. For the Inard family, it would be an invaluable treasure. Therefore, if they could capture the other party alive, they could use his blood to develop a serum and then mass-produce ability users who could control zombies. Thus, whether or not they had awakened the blood ancestor bloodline became unimportant. As long as they could control zombies, it was enough. Once they could control zombies, wouldn't the Inard family have an army of billions of zombies? The dragon egg was indeed important, but it couldn't be compared to this bloodline at all. Moreover, the dragon egg was already in their hands. So as long as they captured them, both the dragon egg and this rare bloodline would be theirs. This was a double blessing, and Aiden was naturally extremely excited. Mr. Aiden, I think it might be very difficult to capture them alive. Although the 2 of them are unarmed, those 4 giant zombies should be hard to deal with. Also, we don't know what abilities they have awakened. Just then, a fat man stepped out of the crowd and said, how about this? You 2 pretend to be survivors fleeing and go test them. If there's a chance, it's best to use your abilities to control them. Upon hearing this, Aiden thought for a moment and then looked at the 2 young men and women in their 20s behind him. We should go test them? The 2 clearly seemed a bit unwilling. After all, those 4 giant zombies were obviously not easy to deal with, and it could easily be a death sentence. What? Are you going to disobey orders? Seeing this, Aiden glared, revealing a hint of murderous intent. For him, it didn't matter how many yellow-skinned Dragon Country people died. And no, we don't dare. We'll go over together now. Faced with Aiden's murderous intent, the 2 hurriedly waved their hands in agreement. They then hid their handguns on their bodies and pretended to be fleeing survivors as they chased after them. Master, 500 meters away, I smell the scent of living people. As Chen Luo and Song Hongyan were crossing the mountains, they suddenly heard Da Qiang, who had already upgraded to a zombie king, speak. The scent of living people? You can smell it from so far away? Chen Luo asked, surprised, as he stopped in his tracks. After a zombie upgrades to a zombie king, its sense of smell does indeed become much stronger. But being able to smell living people 500 meters away was beyond his expectations. That's right, Master. Can you tell how many people there are? There are 12 in total, and 2 of them are coming in our direction. Tell the 3 of them that if they dare to get close, eat them immediately. Yes, Master. Da Qiang nodded in response, and then instructed the 3 giant zombies behind him. Help! Chen Luo had just made arrangements when a cry for help suddenly came from not far away. He soon saw a man and a woman running over in panic. A snake! A huge snake! It's right in front of us. Please save us. The couple ran over, planning to use their state of panic as a cover to grab Chen Luo and Song Hongyan's arms. Roar! However, as soon as they got close, they were knocked down by 2 zombies and before they could react, their necks were bitten. Damn it, you didn't say a word and let the zombies eat people. The man was furious and was about to curse. But before he could finish, his voice abruptly stopped. Chapter 80. Don't waste such good flesh, Minister's son. We found the dragon egg. In front of a cave on a small hill. Chen Luo looked at the sleeping little girl in front of her and immediately dialed the satellite phone. Just a moment ago, while they were searching, they suddenly realized that there were no sounds of insects or birds around, and immediately guessed that the dragon egg was nearby because the dragon's bloodline could suppress all animals. Thus, Chen Luo began to order a search around the area. However, after searching for a long time, they didn't find the dragon egg, but instead found a little girl in the cave. The little girl looked about 3 years old, wearing a red belly band and with pigtails that looked like dragon horns. Just as everyone was curious about how a little girl appeared on the small hill, they saw 2 remaining fragments of eggshell. When they picked up the eggshell fragments and took a look, they were immediately shocked, because those 2 pieces of eggshell were almost identical to the dragon egg in the video online. At once, Chen Luo deduced the identity of the little girl. Therefore, she immediately called the commander in charge of this operation via satellite phone and prepared to evacuate. The little girl, for some reason, was sleeping very soundly at that moment, allowing their team to approach and even move her without waking up. Very well. I will arrange for a helicopter to pick you up for evacuation now. The helicopter will land at the same spot where we sent you in the morning. After a moment, Minister's son on the satellite phone said, Yes, but the dragon egg has already hatched. Chen Luo thought for a moment and decided to mention the situation of the dragon egg hatching. But unexpectedly, before she finished speaking, Minister's son hurriedly hung up the phone. At that moment, she didn't know that right after hanging up, Minister's son immediately dialed another number. Mr. Yuri, the dragon egg has been found by our people. The helicopter will arrive at the small hill in the southern suburbs in 40 minutes. I am sending you the coordinates now. After saying that, Minister's son sent a location. So brutal? Aiden was stunned when he saw the gruesomely dead couple. He had originally planned to send these 2 Dragon Kingdom people to test the waters, and if he could find an opportunity, he would directly control them. He didn't expect that the 2 people he sent over were immediately eaten by zombies as soon as they got close. Such brutal methods shocked even him. At that moment, not only Aiden, but also the people behind him all widened their eyes, looking incredulous. How could such a ruthless killer not resemble an ordinary person who had just awakened their abilities at all? Hey, Aiden, it's David. The dragon egg has been found by us. Gather your people at the small hill in the 1 o'clock direction. Just then, a call came from Aiden's walkie-talkie. David, since you've found the dragon egg, you can take your people to get it. Don't worry, I won't steal your credit. I have more important things to do. Aiden simply replied and was about to turn off the walkie-talkie. Aiden, listen to me carefully. This is an order from Lord Yuri. If you dare to disobey Lord Yuri's command, you know what will happen next. David immediately brought up their superior without a moment's hesitation. Damn it, Aiden cursed angrily, then looked at Chen Luo and Song Hongyan not far away. Follow my orders, prepare to act. You 4, take care of those 4 giant zombies. The rest of the ability users, follow me to catch that couple. Remember, I want them alive. If anyone dares to kill them, I will make them pay. Aiden didn't dare to disobey Yuri's orders, but he also couldn't bear to let go of this awakened special bloodline ability user. So, reluctantly, he could only act now. He let the 4 foreign mercenaries deal with the 4 giant zombies while he led the Dragon Kingdom's ability users to capture Chen Luo and Song Hongyan. Mr. Aiden, those 2 zombies seem to have disappeared. However, at that moment, one of the mercenaries suddenly stopped and said with a serious expression, Isn't it better that they disappeared? You can deal with 2 fewer zombies. Aiden glanced ahead and then impatiently urged, Don't waste time. Hurry up and act. They are actually ability users. Chen Luo watched as the 2 zombies finished eating flesh and blood and were about to enter hibernation to level up, and he immediately felt happy. After all, this meant they now had 2 more zombie kings as handymen. With such a powerful lineup, Chen Luo was not afraid of this small team, let alone the regular army. Master, the others are charging over. Just as the 2 zombies were about to level up and burrow into the dense forest, Zombie King Daqiang came over to report. Chen Luo ordered him to hide and prepare for battle, pointing at another zombie. Those 2 guys were ability users and were armed, so these people probably also have guns. Although this zombie's level is high, it hasn't reached the stage of becoming a zombie king and can't withstand a barrage of bullets. If it gets hit in the body, that's fine, but if its head explodes, it will die immediately. Cultivating a high-level zombie is really not easy. I don't want to lose any of them. Therefore, he ordered to hide first. Yes, master. Daqiang turned around and led the high-level zombie to burrow into the dense forest. Stop. Hands on your heads. Kneel down. Just as the high-level zombie had just hidden, the remaining people charged over. Among them, 4 fully armed foreign mercenaries immediately opened fire, aiming at the zombie king's head. The other 6 raised their guns, aiming at Chen Luo and Song Hongyan. Faced with the encirclement of these guys, Chen Luo not only didn't panic at all, but instead looked at everyone with a playful smile. That gaze was like looking at dead people. In an instant, Aiden felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Roar. Puff puff. Just as Aiden was feeling cold, the bullets from the 4 mercenaries all hit Daqiang's head, making a clanging sound as if hitting steel. The next second, Daqiang leaped up, jumped in front of them, and then raised his hands, striking left and right, instantly smashing the heads of the 4 mercenaries. The force must be controlled. Don't kill them. These are all your flesh and blood. Seeing 3 foreign mercenaries being slapped to death, Chen Luo said with a bit of heartache, "There are still 4 zombies at home that haven't been fed. We can't waste them." "Yes, master," Daqiang replied respectfully, then pounced on Aiden and his group of 6. This time, after capturing a person, it didn't directly slap their heads, but instead broke their arms and legs. Bang! Bang! Quickly! Use your abilities. Aiden, seeing the giant zombie, so ferocious, was terrified and randomly fired a few shots, then ordered the remaining 4 to shoot. One of them had awakened wood-type abilities, capable of controlling vines to bind enemies. However, as soon as Aiden finished speaking, he felt 4 shadows flash by. It turned out that the 4 ability users from the Dragon Kingdom had already fled. Chapter 81. Since that's the case, let's all not live. Bastard. Seeing all the ability users hired by the company flee, Aiden cursed angrily. He then raised his gun, aiming at Chen Luo and Song Hongyan, wanting to pull the trigger. But after hesitating for a moment, he didn't dare to shoot and turned to escape instead. Because among the 2 in front of him, one had awakened the bloodline of the ancient blood ancestor. This was a very important figure for the Maibang biological company and the Enard family, especially for the Enard family. It was said that they were descendants of the blood ancestor, and this time they had spent countless resources and manpower to find someone awakened with the bloodline of the ancient blood ancestor. If he killed the other party, the Enard family would definitely make him wish he was dead. So after weighing the options, Aiden turned and ran without daring to fire. Roar! But he hadn't run far when a zombie King Daqiang leaped and appeared behind him. Almost at the same time, a palm the size of a fan came crashing down on him. Seeing this, Aiden hurriedly used his abilities. Immediately, he saw his whole body wrapped in a layer of scales. Crash! However, when the giant hand landed on him, it suddenly changed course and grabbed the scales on his body, then forcefully tore one off. Aiden let out a terrible scream, but before he could react, in a series of tragic cries, his hands and legs were broken. He was thrown on the ground half dead, and his abilities also disappeared. Don't kill me. Please spare my life." Seeing the zombie lift him up, Aiden screamed in terror. However, the zombie did not kill him immediately, but threw him into the group of ability users whose limbs had been broken. Damn, this is too terrifying. Luckily, I ran fast. This zombie is so powerful that even bullets can't kill it? Damn, I really lost big this time. I almost lost my life for a few boxes of instant noodles and beer. Who says it's not? Let's run. The 4 ability users who were escaping glanced back and saw that Aiden's hands and legs had also been broken. While scared, they couldn't help but feel relieved. They were merely hired thugs from the Maibang biological company and were not Aiden's subordinates. The reward for this mission was 3 boxes of instant noodles and a box of beer. They originally thought it would be an easy task with mercenaries to protect them and a large number of people. They didn't expect that they would run into a brick wall so soon after heading up the mountain. At this moment, they didn't care about instant noodles and beer. They just wanted to escape. Roar! But contrary to their wishes, just as they were feeling relieved, the zombie king Daqiang caught up. Daqiang's jumping ability was extraordinarily terrifying, and before long, he appeared behind them. Xiaozhong, quickly use your abilities to entangle it with vines. Otherwise, we will all die today. Seeing that the zombie king was about to catch up to them, a man named Mr. Liang hurriedly said, "Shut up. You expect me to deal with the zombie king and buy time for you to escape? Dream on. If we die, we die together." Xiaozhong sneered, then ran desperately. wishing at that moment that his parents had given him an extra pair of legs. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. However, just as the young Xiao Zhang had pulled a few steps ahead, a giant hand reached out from behind, grabbed the back of his collar, and violently flung him back towards the zombie king. Old Liang, you dare to scheme against me. You won't have a good death. Seeing the other party playing tricks, Xiao Zhang immediately cursed. But at this moment, no amount of cursing would help. His body was directly flying towards the zombie. Damn it, if I can't live, then let's die together. Xiao Zhang was schemed against, and, in a fit of anger, activated his abilities. The next second, the legs of the three people frantically running suddenly became entangled with vines, and then they fell to the ground with a thud. Xiao Zhang, I curse your 18 generations of ancestors. The three, whose feet were entangled, immediately began to curse angrily. This bastard not only didn't help them escape, but also planned to drag them down with him. All right, now none of us can think of escaping. Can it be like this? Not far away, Chen Luo was almost amused by the antics of the four. He didn't expect that by catching one, the one who got caught would also help drag down the other three. Crack, 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 accompanied by a few tragic wails. The zombie king Daqiang broke their arms and legs, then dragged them back as if they were dead dogs. Master, these guys are all ability users. Daqiang came in front of Chen Luo, already drooling with desire. As the zombie king, it had lost interest in ordinary people, but found ability users particularly tempting. Give one to the zombie that just hid. Take the rest back. Chen Luo thought for a moment and made a decision. Currently, among the 4 giant zombies he brought, one had advanced to the zombie king level, and 2 were in the process of advancing. There was only one left. Chen Luo didn't want to be unfair and planned to let them all advance, taking the remaining ones back for the other 4 zombies in the base to advance. In this way, he would have 9 zombie kings in hand, which could be said to sweep across the entire Shuncheng. Yes, master. Although Daqiang was a bit disappointed not to eat ability users, it still strictly followed Chen Luo's orders. It let out a loud roar, and soon, the zombie came running over. These 6 are all ability users. You can eat one. Chen Luo looked at this advanced zombie and conveyed the order to it. After understanding Chen Luo's meaning, the zombie's eyes immediately lit up, appearing very excited. Hey, hey, hey. The zombies circled around the 6, seemingly too excited to know which one to eat first. No, don't eat me. Big brother, please spare me. By the way, big brother, I have a secret. I can exchange it for you. They had already found the dragon egg, just at the little hill at 1 o'clock. Yes. Aiden's partner just said on the walkie-talkie to gather there. Our mission this time up the mountain is to search for dragon eggs. Mybang Biological Company has dispatched more than 30 people, and the 12 led by Aiden are just one small team. That small team has over 20 people, and the leader is a guy named David. I know where they are gathering. I can take you there. I can also lead the way. The terrain is flat and very suitable for helicopter takeoffs and landings. By the way, the military has also sent people over to search for the dragon eggs, and their helicopters are also there. The zombie hasn't T-acted yet, and the 6 ability users are clamoring to speak up. At first, they were just pleading for mercy. But when one mentioned searching for the dragon eggs, the other 5 immediately spilled what Aiden and David were saying on the walkie-talkie to curry favor. Chen Luo, upon hearing this, analyzed the situation. The military of Longhua must have found the dragon eggs ahead of time, and Mybang Biological Company intends to go there to rob them. Let's eat him first. Chen Luo thought for a moment and then pointed at Aiden. Chapter 82, Betrayal Roar. At Chen Luo's command, the zombie immediately pounced on Aiden. No, don't. Accompanied by Aiden's screams, he was soon bitten on the neck by the zombie and struggled to breathe. Seeing the zombie happily feasting on Aiden's flesh and blood, the 5 people trembled in fear and collapsed to the ground. They were lucky. Not only did they survive the outbreak, but they also awakened their abilities. They originally thought they would become the protagonists of a novel, becoming superior to others. But with the emergence of the Shuncheng Ability Users Alliance, that fantasy was shattered. Thus, they clung to the Ability Users Alliance, seeking to ride on the coattails of Mybang Biological Company, living indulgently. However, they did not expect to hit a brick wall on their first mission. Had they known this would happen, they would never have joined the Shuncheng Ability Users Alliance. Although food was gradually running out, there were the big shots controlling the lives and deaths of everyone in their base. Now, they had failed to cling to the thigh they sought and were about to lose their lives. Hey. At that moment, 2 other evolved zombies hidden in the dense forest also approached. With their bronze-colored physiques, They had likely evolved into corpse kings. Master. They walked up to Chen Luo and, to everyone's astonishment, suddenly knelt on one knee and performed a grand gesture. They too had gained intelligence. Although their voices were hoarse, they could speak just like normal people. Do you know what your names are? Chen Luo asked to test their memories from when they were alive. Some zombies, upon regaining their intelligence through thought, might recall certain things from their past lives. Names? The two corpse kings, just having gained intelligence, looked confused upon hearing Chen Luo's question. Starved to death. I'm called Bulldozer. After thinking for a long time, Chen Luo couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing their names. If he wasn't mistaken, the names they mentioned were likely their professions before they died, not their actual names. When zombies evolve into corpse kings, they regain intelligence. But some of their past obsessions remain in their brain's memory. The obsession of these two corpse kings should also be their professions. Starved to death probably referred to someone who delivered takeout. Bulldozer should have been a bulldozer driver. All right, from now on, you'll be called Errand Boy. You'll be called Bulldozer. Chen Luo couldn't be bothered to come up with names and directly use their professions as names. Yes, master. The two corpse kings happily accepted Chen Luo's bestowed names. Brother Luo, the little dragon girl, is probably being taken away by those foreigners. Let's go check it out? Nearby, Song Hung Yin said anxiously, thinking that Yin Luo Bing and the little dragon girl might be ambushed. Based on the information provided by these people, she was certain that Yin Luo Bing might have been betrayed. Thus, she hurriedly suggested that they go rescue her under the pretext of finding the hatching little dragon girl. Otherwise, it would be too late if they arrived late. You four, each take one and seal the other one. Chen Luo glanced at the 5 people who were collapsed on the ground and then spoke to the 4 zombies. Originally, he planned to take the 5 back, but it was very inconvenient to bring them along, so he could only let the 4 corpse kings benefit. Thank you, master. The 4 corpse kings' faces lit up with joy and immediately pounced on the 5 people lying on the ground. They were all ability users, and their flesh was sweeter than ordinary people's. Roar. The zombie that had just eaten Aiden originally wanted to enter a dormant evolution state, but upon hearing that it could eat ability users, it immediately became energetic. Captain Yin, the little girl is sleeping so soundly. No matter how we play with her, she wants to wake up. Luckily, we encountered her. If there were ill intentions, she would be in trouble. In the forest, Xiao Yun said, holding a little girl and teasing her for a while, then helplessly added, she had jostled the little dragon girl for over an hour. But the little girl was still sound asleep. Look quickly. At that moment, Yin Luo Bing, with a worried expression, suddenly pointed to the sky above. Only then did the others notice that they had been covered by a large cloud without knowing when. It's about to rain. We need to hurry up, otherwise. If it rains, the roads will be even harder to navigate. A slightly older female soldier urged. Something's not right. Didn't you notice that since coming out of that cave, this cloud has been following us closely? If I'm not mistaken, this cloud should be related to the little dragon girl. After all, she is of the dragon race. It's not surprising if she attracts some ominous clouds after hatching. But if this continues, we will be in big trouble, as our whereabouts have already been exposed. Yin Luo Bing said with a serious expression, worried. Captain Yun, do you have a premonition of something? Seeing the captain's grave expression, a female Special Forces member seemed to think of something and asked. Yin Luo Bing's awakened ability was to foresee danger. She could sense impending threats in advance. So when they saw her serious expression, everyone's faces immediately tensed up. That's right. Our current situation is very dangerous. Yin Luo Bing glanced at everyone and then nodded. Originally, she didn't want to say it out loud, so early for fear of affecting everyone's morale. But just now, when she used her ability to sense, she realized that danger was imminent. Therefore, she had no choice but to reveal the truth. Crack, crack. Upon hearing this, all members of the female Special Forces immediately pulled back their gun bolts, loading their bullets and preparing for battle at any moment. If it really comes to it, let us find a place to hide the little dragon girl. Otherwise, we'll just be living targets. And Enard has also sent a large number of people into the mountains. No, our mission this time is to find the dragon eggs and bring them back. If we abandon the little dragon girl, that would be violating military orders. Everyone, stop arguing. The helicopter is coming. Let us evacuate quickly. Perhaps my earlier premonition was not accurate. Seeing the helicopter land on a small hill not far away, Yin Luo Bing stopped their quarrel and then ordered a rapid march. A few minutes later, the female special forces arrived at the small hill. A helicopter was parked on the top of the hill, where the dragon eggs. Seeing Chen Luo and others, a middle-aged man jumped down from the helicopter. Behind him were two burly bodyguards. The special forces member holding the little dragon girl was about to speak, but was interrupted by Chen Luo. The people who brought them here are from the aviation brigade. Under normal circumstances, the military would arrange for the aviation brigade to evacuate them as well. However, the three men who jumped down from the helicopter were not soldiers at all. The aviation brigade had gone to execute other missions. Seeing Chen Luo's guarded expression, the leading man said, "If you don't believe us, you can call Minister Sun to confirm." "Okay, please wait a moment." Chen Luo held her gun warily in one hand and took out a satellite phone to make the call. Throughout the entire process, she was ready for battle. As long as the three men in front of her made any sudden moves, she would immediately open fire. "You found the dragon egg, right?" As soon as the call connected, Minister Sun immediately asked, "We found it, but why isn't it the aviation brigade coming to pick us up?" Chen Luo thought for a moment and tentatively inquired. "The aviation brigade has other missions to execute. The dragon egg was handed over to them. This is an order." Minister Sun said seriously after a brief silence. "I'm sorry, Minister Sun. Our women's special forces mission is to find the dragon egg and ensure it is brought back intact. We did not receive any orders to hand it over to others before departure." Chen Luo felt something was off and directly refused Minister Sun's order. "Impudent. I am the overall commander of this operation, and the dragon egg can only be handed over to logistics personnel for safety. The mountain is fraught with danger. Execute the order immediately." Minister Sun's tone grew harsher as he issued the command again. "Yes." Chen Luo thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. The logistics personnel mostly wore plain clothes while executing special tasks. However, even with Minister Sun's order, Chen Luo remained vigilant. "Hand over the dragon egg to them." After hanging up the phone, Chen Luo waved her hand to Xiaoyan behind her. "She is the dragon egg. Hold her tight." Xiaoyan reluctantly handed the little dragon girl to the leading man, and seeing his puzzled expression, she took out 2 pieces of eggshell. "When we found her, she had already hatched from the dragon egg and was sleeping on the eggshell." "Really?" The leading man glanced at the little girl and then at the 2 pieces of eggshell, looking at Xiaoyan with some suspicion. "If you don't believe it, that's fine. Didn't you notice that where the little dragon girl appeared, the sounds of insects and birds disappeared? So, we speculate that she must be the dragon that hatched from the dragon egg." Xiaoyan explained impatiently. "All right, thank you. Now you can set off at ease." Upon hearing this, the leading man immediately pulled out a handgun and opened fire while retreating towards the helicopter. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaoyan, standing in front of him, was instantly hit and fell to the ground dead. Xiaoyan, seeing this, Chen Luo was filled with grief and anger, immediately regretting listening to Minister Sun's words and handing over the little dragon girl. It was clear that Minister Sun and the 3 men in front of her had a problem. Despite her anger, Chen Luo did not hesitate to shoot. Just as the 3 were about to retreat to the helicopter, the bullets hit them, killing them. Almost simultaneously, gunfire erupted from the dense forest surrounding them. Before long, more than 20 people launched an attack. "We've been ambushed. Retreat." Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately issued a retreat order. However, they were surrounded by hidden enemies, leaving no place to retreat. Moreover, they stood on a small hill with a very open field of vision, like sitting ducks. Chen Luo watched helplessly as her comrades fell one after another. Her heart felt like it was being cut. At this moment, she also understood that she had been betrayed by Minister Sunday. But it was too late to realize this, as the women's special forces had already suffered heavy casualties. The remaining team members probably wouldn't last much longer. Damn it, these 3 guys are simply fools. They opened fire before getting the dragon egg? Down the mountain. David saw the situation through binoculars and cursed angrily. They had originally agreed to open fire only after obtaining the dragon egg. The gunfire would signal them to launch an attack up the mountain. However, upon closer inspection, he saw no sign of the dragon egg at all. "Cease fire, surround them, and leave a few alive." David reluctantly issued the ceasefire order. These people were already fish in a barrel and posed no threat to them. So he planned to capture a few alive to clarify the whereabouts of the dragon egg. In an instant, the previously noisy mountaintop fell silent. "Mr. Chow, can you use your special ability now?" With the gunfire stopped, David looked at a man behind him and asked. "It's a bit far." The man tried to reach out, then shook his head and said, "It would be best to move forward 30 meters. There are no obstacles ahead. You can move forward from the back." We'll attract their attention. David's gun was pointed threateningly at him, speaking in an uncompromising tone. Yes, facing the dark muzzle of the gun. The middle-aged man had no choice but to obey the order and quietly moved forward from the back. Just as he got closer, the guns in the hands of the women's special forces all flew out into the air, including their daggers. It was as if an invisible giant hand had crushed these guns and daggers into a ball. Metal ability user. Seeing the scene, Chen Luo and the others were filled with shock. Without firearms, they were like lambs to the slaughter. Although some of them had awakened special abilities, they were generally not very powerful, and some even did not know how to use them. Charge! Seeing all the guns destroyed, David immediately led his men forward. Hand over the dragon egg. Surrounding Chen Luo and the others, David immediately demanded. Hearing this, Chen Luo and the others were taken aback. Wasn't the dragon egg taken by you? It's sleeping on the grass under the helicopter right now. However, Chen Luo and the others quickly realized that the 3 men who had taken the dragon egg had been killed before they could report that the dragon egg had hatched. And this was precisely their chance to survive. Has there been gunfire already? Chen Luo, who was on his way, frowned upon hearing the gunfire. Behind him were 4 corpse kings. After they had eaten the ability users, even the last zombie successfully leveled up. However, perhaps due to eating 2 ability users, it did not go into hibernation, but directly leveled up. Like the other 3 corpse kings, Chen Luo inquired about its name and learned that it was a teacher in its past life. So Chen Luo called it teacher. He did not expect that it would take only a little over 10 minutes for the gunfire to break out here. Not good. Captain Yin and the others are in danger. Hearing the gunfire, Song Hongyan immediately became worried. According to the abilities users who were just captured, Aiden's companions are preparing to ambush the female Special Forces team. These female soldiers have helped them without hesitation, and even though she and Chen Luo don't need it, it's still a kindness. Therefore, Song Hongyan does not want to see anything happen to them. Let's hurry over. As the gunfire became more intense, Chen Luo quickened his pace toward the small hill. With his incredibly strong physique, he didn't have to worry about stamina. In about 10 minutes, Chen Luo, along with Song Hongyan and the 4 corpse kings, arrived nearby. Bang! At the small hill, David directly opened fire, blowing the head off one of the female Special Forces team members. If I don't say anything, I will continue to kill. After blowing the head off that Special Forces member, David aimed his gun at another person. Chapter 84. Is he a monster? Eat them all. Seeing David shooting the female Special Forces members, Chen Luo immediately issued orders to the 4 corpse kings. How dare a biochemicals research group from the beautiful country act wantonly on the land of Long Country? It's simply a disgrace. In the last life, after the apocalypse broke out, Maibang Bio Company controlled several provinces of Long Country in just a year and a half. The dignified Long Country nearly became a colony of a biochemicals research company from the beautiful country. The cause of this result was the numerous traitors. Therefore, in this reincarnation, even if it weren't for the little dragon girl, Chen Luo would not stand by and do nothing. Roar. Annoying bullets. First, break their hands and feet. Then take them back to enjoy slowly. Just as Chen Luo and the others were searching for the little dragon girl, one of the corpse kings suddenly spoke human words. However, the voice of the speaking corpse was hoarse. Following that, to the astonished gaze of the female Special Forces members, the 4 corpse kings pounced on the ones who were shooting. Anyone caught by them would have their hands and feet broken and then be casually tossed aside to continue capturing others. Just like that, before long, David and the others were left with only 6 or 7 people. Retreat. Seeing the 4 corpse kings moving through the hail of bullets, as if in a no-man's land, David was completely panicked. He immediately shouted loudly and then turned to run away. But just a few steps later, he ran into a man and a woman. Seeing their calm expressions, it was obvious they were not ordinary people. David didn't care whether they were enemies or friends and directly raised his gun to shoot. Rat-a-tat-tat. While shooting and running, he originally thought the 2 blocking his way would be killed immediately. Whoosh. However, to David's disbelief, the speed of the bullets was actually slower than that of the young man, who easily caught the bullets he shot. How'd they get here? At the small hill, Chen Luo, who was preparing to retreat, saw Chen Luo and Song Hongyan and immediately stopped. She originally thought of giving Chen Luo some food, believing they would obediently come down the mountain. Unexpectedly, not only did they not come down, but they also ran here. Is this looking for death? Hurry up and save them. Yin Luo Bing thought Chen Luo and Song Hongyan had accidentally barged in, so she immediately ordered the retreat to be cancelled. Then she rolled on the ground, picked up a gun, and prepared to rescue. However, before she could shoot, something astonishing happened. She saw all the bullets fired by the foreigner being effortlessly caught by the young man. At that moment, all the female Special Forces members were shocked beyond measure. Catching bullets with bare hands? Is this something a human can do? He is simply a monster. Could he also be an abilities user? Bang, bang, bang. Just as all the members of the female Special Forces were in shock, David and the others rushed in front of Chen Luo, only to be kicked away by Song Hongyan, flying to the small hill. Song Hongyan's strength was immense, and those who fell on the small hill immediately spat out blood and began to wail in pain. Crack, crack. Before they could react, the four corpse kings pounced on them, breaking their hands and feet. In the blink of an eye, all of David's team members were lying on the ground, howling in pain. Yin Luo Bing stared in shock at the scene before her. More than 20 people who had been shooting at them just a second ago were suddenly dead or injured, with no one escaping. This scene was so shocking that it felt unreal. Captain Yin, slap me to see. A team member leaned her face close to Yin Luo Bing's, clearly feeling like she was dreaming. Yin Luo Bing also wanted to confirm, so she slapped her. Slap. So painful. It's real. What is happening in front of me is real. The girl cried out in pain, then covered her face and shouted excitedly. It seems that everything is real. They are saved. Master. Just as Yin Luo Bing and the others confirmed the truth, they saw the four giant corpses respectfully approaching Chen Luo. Master? These four powerful corpses are his subordinates? Seeing this, Yin Luo Bing and the others were once again extremely surprised. It turns out both of them are experts, and the previous help was just unnecessary. In an instant, while the women were excited, their gazes towards Chen Luo also became filled with awe. Possessing the ability to control four terrifying corpses and being able to catch bullets with bare hands. Such a powerful abilities user would even make the military think twice before provoking him. While they're still fresh, hurry up and eat. Chen Luo glanced at the four corpse kings and then instructed. Yes, master. The four-headed corpse king received the command and began to devour voraciously. Those who had not awakened were naturally tossed aside, intended to be taken back as a treat for the little brothers. Sigh, we arrived too late. At this moment, when Song Hongyan saw the bodies of the female soldiers all over the ground, she sighed with deep guilt. These female soldiers were very kind and had even helped her today. In just a blink, over a dozen of them had died, which made Song Hongyan feel extremely regretful. Chapter 85. He is a traitor. Thank you. By the way, how did you find this place? Recovering from her shock, Yin Luo Bing quickly expressed her gratitude and then curiously asked. The My Bang biological company sent people up the mountain to search for the dragon egg. Just an hour ago, I encountered one of their teams and took them out. According to their report, another team was supposed to ambush you on this small hill, claiming they had found the dragon egg. Upon hearing this news, I intended to come and take a look. I didn't expect to arrive and find you captured. Jiang Ming briefly recounted the situation of the captives, and Yin Luo Bing's expression grew even more serious. How did the My Bang biological company know we found the dragon egg? One of the Special Forces team members furrowed her brow and asked, somewhat puzzled. Is it because we always have a cloud of doom overhead wherever we go? Did our movements get leaked that way? Another female Special Forces team member speculated. No, not long ago. I reported the situation here to Minister Sun. They should have arrived here long ago to set up an ambush. So if it was based on a cloud for positioning, they should have already started ambushing us. Yin Luo Bing dismissed her speculation. At the same time, a trace of coldness appeared in her beautiful eyes. Captain, are you implying that Minister Sun sold us out? All the female soldiers in the Special Forces were smart and perceptive. They could easily pick up on the implications in Yin Luo Bing's words. At that moment, they were all shocked. You all know that when I saw the people coming to greet us were not from the Airborne Brigade, I immediately called to inquire. However, he insisted on ordering me to hand over the dragon egg to those people. As soon as we handed over the dragon egg, they shot and killed Xiao Yun. So I suspect Minister Sun must have a problem. Yin Luo Bing said through gritted teeth as she looked at the bodies of her fallen comrades. Minister Sun? What is his full name? Sun Yufu. Yin Luo Bing said through gritted teeth. So it's that fat Sun. He is a lackey of Inard. Before the apocalypse broke out, he had already been developed into a traitor by the intelligence agency of the beautiful country. Chen Luo couldn't help but sneer upon hearing this. In a previous life, A year after the apocalypse began, Fat Sun publicly issued a statement pledging loyalty to the Enard family. Moreover, this guy somehow awakened 3 types of superpowers, whether through some means or sheer luck. With his powerful abilities, Fat Sun nearly wiped out all the superpowered individuals in East China's justice forces. Even the Ice Queen, Lin Ruobing, almost died under his schemes. Unexpectedly, this Sun Youfu turned out to be the direct superior of the Women's Special Forces team. No wonder their movements were exposed. With such a traitorous superior, it would be a miracle if they managed to return alive. How do you know this? Chen Luo's words shocked the female Special Forces team members. And indeed, Minister Sun does have a nickname called Fat Sunday. Of course, only those of equal rank or higher dare to call him by that nickname, so very few people know it. However, that wasn't what surprised them the most. What shocked them the most was that Minister Sun had actually betrayed the country. That's my secret. Chen Luo didn't want to explain, so he brushed it off and then asked about the main issue. Where is the dragon egg? Is it that little girl? Where is she? Oh, you also know that the dragon egg has hatched. Yin Luobing, who had been frowning in thought, looked up and asked, I not only know, but I have also seen her, but she managed to escape. Chen Luo nodded and said, the main purpose of coming to the small hill in the southern suburbs this time was to search for that magical fruit. As a result, the fruit was taken by the little dragon girl, and now, helplessly, he could only think of getting the little dragon girl. Are you looking for me? Just as Chen Luo finished speaking, a soft and cute voice suddenly came from behind. Although the voice sounded childish, it was trying to feign an air of maturity, giving people a sense of both amusement and exasperation. Chen Luo turned to look and saw a little girl in a red belly band riding on a giant bird, flying towards them. Behind the little girl, there were numerous wild beasts following closely. Many of these beasts had mutated, such as ants the size of cats and dogs, upright walking wild boars, and python snakes as thick as barrels. In the sky, there were also various mutated birds. Before long, these beasts and birds surrounded the top of the small hill, continuously roaring at the crowd. Roar! Upon seeing so many mutated beasts, the 4-headed corpse king was overjoyed, drooling in excitement. However, the excitement quickly faded as there were simply too many mutated beasts. At this moment, realizing that their master, Chen Luo, was in danger, they hurriedly abandoned their food and protected him behind them. No need, you all continue to eat. Seeing the 4-headed corpse king come to protect him, Chen Luo waved his hand, signaling them to step aside. Right now, Chen Luo found it difficult to be harmed by bullets or other attacks, because these attacks slowed down significantly within a range of 7 or 8 meters. At that point, any mutated beast would be like a lamb to the slaughter. Unfortunately, while Chen Luo wasn't too afraid of these mutated beasts and birds, taking the little dragon girl away was nearly impossible. Oof. Big bad guy, I kindly saved you. And you want to steal my accompanying fruit. You came to find me. You don't plan to make a move against my sister, do you? The little girl, sitting on the giant bird, looked at Chen Luo and said in a pretentious tone. Hearing this, Chen Luo almost couldn't help but laugh. A tiny child, not knowing from whom she learned to call him sister, was just too cute and made one want to chuckle. Don't hurt him. He saved us. He's a good person. Yun Luobing, seeing the little dragon girl as strong hostility towards Chen Luo, hurriedly pleaded. The small hill was surrounded by mutated beasts on all sides, and there were mutated birds in the sky. If a fight broke out, even if Chen Luo was powerful, he would likely be doomed. Although the 4-headed corpse king was formidable, 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. Therefore, Yin Luobing and the others wanted to mediate, knowing that their lives were saved by Chen Luo. If those mutated beasts and fierce birds launch an attack, they would definitely help Chen Luo. All right, since you all are sisters, I'll spare you this once. Oof. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Yin Luobing's words, the little dragon girl readily agreed and even called them sisters. At this, the hearts of Yin Luobing and the others, which had been hanging in the balance, finally relaxed, but they were also somewhat puzzled. Why was the little dragon girl so friendly towards them and so accommodating? Chapter 86. Want to recruit me as a little brother? Dream on. Do you call them sisters? Chen Luo felt very strange, seeing how Xialong referred to Yin Luobing and the others. When did she become so close to these women from the Special Operations team? Yes, I do call them sisters. Xialong, lying on the back of a giant bird, nodded proudly. In fact, Although she was in a state of hibernation and evolution, she was very aware of the outside world. The female soldiers were holding her all the way without any intention of harming her. Furthermore, when those bad guys were interrogating her about her whereabouts, these sisters remained unyielding and refused to divulge any secrets. This deeply moved Xylong, and after she woke up, she wiped her tears and descended the mountain, summoning all the wild beasts and birds from within the mountain. However, she arrived a bit late and was saved by Chen Luo beforehand. As for causing trouble for Chen Luo, Xylong was just trying to scare him. Xylong was originally from the Dragon Clan. After consuming the companion fruit, her innate abilities awakened, and the bloodline of the Dragon Clan also awakened. With the powerful bloodline suppression, all the wild beasts and birds in the mountain dared not disobey her commands. Xylong made such a big show to intimidate Chen Luo so that this big bad guy wouldn't have any thoughts about her in the future. Are you very familiar with him? Chen Luo asked curiously while looking at Xylong. No, Xylong instinctively shook her head, but then nodded. What happened between you? Chen Luo turned to Yin Luobing and whispered. He planned to learn from Yin Luobing and the others to win Xylong over. This girl was from the Dragon Clan and could control mutated beasts and birds. So whoever got Xylong would effectively gain control over those mutated beasts and birds. We all think Xylong is very cute, so we carried her all the way. After thinking for a moment, Yin Luobing said, in fact, they didn't deliberately try to please her, so they couldn't be certain why Xylong called them sisters. All right, Chen Luo shook his head, feeling like he had asked a pointless question. He then looked at Xylong and thought for a moment before flipping his right hand and taking out a bag of way-long spicy strips from his storage space. Xylong, come here. Uncle has spicy strips for you. It's Weilong's. As he spoke, Chen Luo tore open the bag of spicy strips. Oomph. You big bad guy are really trying to get something from sister. Want to trick sister? Dream on. Xylong rolled her eyes at Chen Luo, acting as if she had seen through everything. Do I need to trick you? If I wanted to get something from you, I would have tied you up already. Come here, big brother has spicy strips for you. While speaking, Chen Luo lightly jumped, and in the astonished gazes of everyone, he stuffed the spicy strips into Xylong's mouth, then floated back. To everyone, it seemed that Chen Luo's leap and return happened in the blink of an eye. Even Xylong and her giant bird didn't react in time. Caw-caw. It wasn't until Chen Luo returned that the giant bird reacted, panicking and carrying the dazed Xylong into the sky. It was only then that everyone realized the mutated bird Xylong was riding was actually a crow. However, this crow was enormous, with wings spread wide enough to rival a rock. Silly bird, what's there to run from? Didn't you see that if you wanted to kill me, we would have been dead long ago? Land first. Xylong came to her senses, chewed a bit, and found the spicy strips quite tasty. So she urged the crow to descend. Yeah, the crow, regaining its senses, hurriedly landed on the mountaintop. How did you do that just now? After returning, Xylong, while eating a lollipop, asked angrily. She hadn't seen anything clearly. The spicy strips were just shoved into her mouth. Fortunately, this guy didn't want to kill her. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly been dead. The time domain, which means all objects near me can be slowed down in time. But I'm not affected myself. So, you should be very grateful that those mutated beasts did not attack me just now. Otherwise, none of you would have survived. Chen Luo thought for a moment and said a rather impressive name, intending to scare Xylong. In fact, although the name of the ability was made up, the effect displayed was similar. What? Time domain. It seemed that Chen Luo's fabrication really existed. Xylong blinked her big eyes and looked at Chen Luo in shock. At this moment, Chen Luo not only stunned Xylong, but also Yin Luobing and the others. So powerful, no wonder he dared to wander around the mountains with a woman. No wonder he showed no fear in the face of the overwhelming mutated beasts. It turns out his ability is so abnormal. The time ability could be said to be invincible. Anyone who dared to approach would surely die. Just recently, they thought Chen Luo relied on the 4 zombies. Now it seemed that was not the case at all. In an instant, Chen Luo's image in their minds grew tall and imposing. Isn't it impressive? How about following me? I guarantee you'll have spicy strips to eat every day. After intimidating Xylong, Chen Luo extended an olive branch. You want to take me as your little brother? Wishful thinking. Oomph. Xylong saw through Chen Luo's thoughts at a glance and disdainfully curled her lips. However, she quickly changed her tune and said, it definitely won't work to be your little brother, but we can be friends. Friends? Chen Luo forced a smile. He didn't expect this little dragon girl to be so perceptive and see through his intentions immediately. Clearly, Her mentality was not that of child. All right, then we'll be friends. Chen Luo nodded, then took out a large bag of spicy strips from his storage space. Here, this is a gift for you. Okay, then wait a moment. Xialong took the spicy strips and flew off on her crow, soon returning while holding a pair of red fruits. These fruits grow on the dragon vein. They're also a gift for you. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Xialong handed the fruits to Chen Luo. The fruits emitted a rich fragrance, and just smelling them gave a refreshing feeling. This made Yin Luo Bing and the others drool. Oh no, I feel sleepy again. I'm going back now. From now on, I will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, come find me. Xialong suddenly lost her energy and hurriedly rode her crow away. She had not gone far before she fell asleep on the back of the crow. Clearly, for some reason, Xialong would enter hibernation every once in a while. Chen Luo really wanted to chase after her and take advantage of her deep sleep to snatch her away. However, looking at the overwhelming mutated beasts and ferocious birds, he gave up on that idea. Chapter 87. My base only accepts beautiful women after watching Xialong leave. Chen Luo collected the fruits and then looked at Yin Luo Bing and the others. All right, we have all helped each other. From now on, we owe each other nothing. If fate allows, we will meet again. After saying this, he prepared to leave with the 4 satisfied zombie kings. Wait. At that moment, Yin Luo Bing called out to him. What is it? Chen Luo stopped and turned back to ask. Can you take us with you? Sun Fatty definitely won't let us live to go back. So even if we call to request evacuation, he will definitely send someone to kill us and silence us. Since that's the case, we might as well pretend to be dead and wait for the opportunity to take revenge, Yin Luo Bing said, looking at the fallen comrades on the ground. Her eyes filled with rage. Just now, the remaining 7 team members discussed together, since there was no way to go back. They might as well find a way to survive first. If Sun Fatty finds out they're not dead, he will definitely try everything to eliminate them. After all, Sun Fatty is the temporary commander of this operation, and as long as he makes a satellite call, he will definitely know. Therefore, Yin Luo Bing and the others plan to hide first, and then wait for the opportunity to take revenge. Besides, Chen Luo's strength not only impressed them, but also gave them an inexplicable sense of security. If they could find such a backing, it would make revenge much easier in the future. You don't seem too stupid. Going back now is indeed a death sentence. Chen Luo smiled teasingly, then looked at the 7 women's proud figures and nodded in satisfaction. I could take you in, but my rules are my rules. I don't keep idle people, nor do I accept disobedient ones. Don't worry, we won't be idle, and we won't be disobedient. Yin Luo Bing assured Chen Luo with a serious face. Since they were going to follow someone else in the future, it was only natural to work hard and listen. Besides, with Chen Luo's strength, did they dare to be disobedient? In that case, you should bury your comrades' bodies first, and then come back with me. Seeing this, Chen Luo finally felt relieved. In fact, although Yin Luo Bing and the others were special forces, their figures and appearances, even if not top-notch, were still above average. Otherwise, if they didn't look good, even if they were obedient, Chen Luo wouldn't take them in. Because Chen Luo's base only accepts beautiful women. Yes, Yin Luo Bing habitually saluted Chen Luo. Then they buried their comrades' bodies, picked up the firearms and ammunition left on the ground, and returned to the base with Chen Luo. Your people are missing? At a military base in East China, Minister Sun was stunned when he received Yuri's call. That's right. In this operation, not only did they fail to obtain the dragon egg, but Aiden and David also went missing. Is the information you provided incorrect? Yuri's tone contained a hint of anger. Absolutely impossible. As soon as I received the satellite call from the Women's Special Forces, I told you the coordinates. Is it possible that their communication temporarily encountered a problem? Because we were also trying to contact the Special Forces personnel, but after 2 hours, we still haven't made contact. They should have been taken out by your people. Minister Sun directly denied it, and then explained the situation on his side. That's strange, Yuri said with a puzzled expression. Well, then I'll wait a bit longer. If they haven't returned by tomorrow, I'll send someone to search the mountain. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Minister Sun cursed and then thought for a moment before dialing Liao Lei's number. How is the situation progressing? When the call connected, Minister Sun asked with a gloomy face. I've joined the alliance with Chong Hong Yu, but a few more people have awakened their abilities in the company these days. I plan to bring them in too. In addition, I've secretly contacted other ability users. At that time, I believe we will have the numbers to seize the position of the leader of the Ability User Alliance. Inside the Guanjie building, Liao Lei avoided his colleagues and secretly spoke on the phone with Sun Youfu. Good job, you can go ahead and do it. If you need anything, just let me know. The military will support you. Hearing Liao Lei's report, Sun Youfu praised him with great satisfaction. If he could control the ability user alliance in Shunsheng, he would have the bargaining chip to negotiate with Maibang Biological Company. What I'm most worried about now is Chen Luo and General Lin. Chen Luo has given us a death order that no one is allowed to join the ability user alliance. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. If he finds out that we have secretly joined the ability user alliance, he will probably cause us trouble. Liao Lei said worriedly, "Don't be afraid. I'll let this kid join the alliance, but if he dares to disobey my orders, he won't be willing. In that case, the military can look for others to join. Why does he have to stop us? Moreover, by then, you'll be the leader, commanding over 100 ability users. Are you still afraid of Chen Luo and Lin Ruobing? As long as you give the order, they will have to listen to you." Sun Youfu said dismissively. "But there's no but. When the alliance is established, I will personally go over. I want to see which blind guy dares to oppose the military." Sun Youfu remembered that he had not yet received the box of genetic serum that Ina had given him and prepared to come in person. At the same time, he would help Liao Lei establish his authority. Minister Sun coming in person will make it secure. Liao Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Hearing footsteps not far away in the corridor, he quickly hung up the phone. "Xiao Lei, it's time to eat." The person approaching was from the technical department. Liao Lei hurriedly put away his phone and followed. "Have you heard? More than 100 ability users have joined the Xincheng Ability User Alliance. This is a rare opportunity for exchange and learning, but President Chen won't let us join." Sigh. During the meal, someone couldn't help but complain. He's just afraid that if we join the alliance, we won't listen to him anymore, so he's doing this. President Chen has only awakened space abilities, which, as far as I know, are not very useful. He's just a walking warehouse. That's right. If it weren't for General Lin backing him up, he wouldn't even be able to survive in the apocalypse. Don't say that. President Chen treats us pretty well. If it weren't for President Chen, would you have such good food? That was food we didn't have before. Now we have more than a dozen ability users. And we can't finish the supplies we gather every day. At most, we can just repay what we owe him. And it would be like redeeming ourselves, right? Exactly. I don't want to listen to this useless guy for the rest of my life. Sure. Don't say anything. General Lin is coming. Chapter 88. Rebellion during this time. Almost all beasts and birds have mutated, and even some plants have as well. Starting tomorrow, unless necessary, do not go out of the city. Even in the city, you must be extra careful. I saw online that someone went to the vegetable market looking for food and ended up getting eaten by a giant rat. So everyone, when going out to act in the future, not only do you have to guard against zombies, but also against mutated animals and creatures. Just as everyone was eating, Lin Ruobing walked in with 8 ability users from the security department. Their clothes were tattered, and their skin was covered with wounds, looking very disheveled. Clearly, they had experienced a fierce battle. General Lin was right. Today, when we were looking for supplies in the supermarket, we encountered a mantis and a cat. They had both mutated, and if it weren't for General Lin's intervention, we would have probably all been done for in the supermarket. Sigh. After Lin Ruobing finished speaking, Yuan Yu, who was appointed as the captain of the security team, sighed along with him. The mantis and the cat had become so powerful. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. The mantis had grown to nearly the size of Tiger, and its pincers could easily cut through an armored vehicle. We had no choice but to retreat on foot and encountered a mutated cat whose claws could effortlessly swat us away. I have a bad feeling that if the animals continue to mutate, guns and artillery will soon become ineffective. The deputy captain, Liang Chong, said with a serious expression, causing everyone present to feel alarmed. Currently, there are more than 30 survivors in the Guanjia building, most of whom have awakened their abilities. Among them, Lin Ruobing, the captain of the security department Yuan Yu, and deputy captain Liang Chong are the strongest. Even they suffered significant losses when encountering mutated animals, which clearly indicates that the situation outside is becoming increasingly severe. It's not just in Shunxing. I've heard that large-scale mutated animals and creatures have appeared all over the world. In some places, there have even been beast tides. The combination of zombie tides and beast tides has nearly wiped out the survivors in many cities. The only way to deal with the zombie and beast tides is through awakened humans. Therefore, starting tomorrow, in addition to going out to search for supplies, everyone must strengthen their training and their abilities during the rest of the time. Only by continuously improving our strength can we survive in this apocalypse. Lin Ruobing looked around at everyone and then issued the order. President Lin, we also want to improve our strength, but we have no experience in training. Are we supposed to rely on just a dozen of us to figure it out? That would take forever. President Lin, I've heard that many people applied to join the Awaken Alliance today, and so far, there are already over 400 members. I believe that the more difficult it gets, the more we, the Awakened, need to unite. Only by doing so can we quickly improve our strength through mutual exchange and sparring. I agree. Why not apply to join the Awaken Alliance under the name of Guanja Group? I also agree with Xiao Lei's opinion. I agree. After Lin Ruobing finished speaking, Liao Lei, Chong Hongyu, and others took the lead. With their initiative, many awakened individuals raised their hands in response. No, Chen Luo has already instructed that none of us are allowed to join the Awaken Alliance. Since he has spoken, we must strictly adhere to it. Seeing so many people wanting to join the Awaken Alliance, Yuan Yu immediately voiced his strong opposition. Have you forgotten that when we were on the brink of starvation, it was President Chen who sent us food? At that time, you all promised to obey President Chen from then on. One must not be untrustworthy. If we promise to do something, we must follow through. Therefore, since President Chen does not want us to join, we absolutely cannot join. Deputy Captain Liang Chong cast a dark glance at everyone. Captain Yuan, Deputy Captain Liang, what do you mean? How are we being untrustworthy? Do you think joining the Awaken Alliance is for our own benefit? We are also trying to help everyone improve their strength quickly. There are only a dozen of us awakened. If a zombie tide or beast tide occurs, we wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps for those zombies and mutated beasts. But joining the Awaken Alliance would be different. With over 400 awakened individuals, we wouldn't have to be afraid, even if powerful zombies and mutated beasts appeared. President Chen helped us, but that doesn't mean we should blindly follow him just because he helped us. Are we going to let his selfishness delay our plans to become stronger? Without anyone to help us or communicate with, how long will it take for us to proficiently use our abilities by just figuring it out ourselves? But joining the alliance would be different. With 300 to 400 people researching together, wouldn't that be faster than just a dozen of us? Liao laced it up, indignantly arguing back. That's right. The reason Chen Luo doesn't want us to join the alliance is that he is afraid we won't listen to him. A selfish person like him. If we continue to execute orders, that would be blind loyalty. He is delaying our training progress. He is harming us. Chong Hongyu slammed his bowl down on the table, angrily speaking up. Have you lost your conscience? If it weren't for President Chen bringing us food back then, you would have starved to death long ago, and you think you would have had the chance to awaken your abilities? Liao Lei, Chong Hongyu, you two are just ungrateful. President Chen has saved our lives. Don't think that just because you have gained strength, you can forget this kindness. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yu and Liang Chong couldn't help but start scolding. It's true he brought us food, but does that mean we owe him our lives forever for that little bit of food? Besides, even if he hadn't brought us food, we could have gone out to search for it ourselves. At that time, the zombie virus had just broken out, and we were all scared. That's why we didn't dare to go out. Exactly. If he hadn't brought us food, would we have starved to death? I say Chen Luo is taking advantage of our situation and using it to coerce us, morally binding us to serve him. If you want to be fools, we don't. Liao Lei and Chong Hongyu argued fiercely with Yuan Yu and Liang Chong. Now that their strength was considerable, they were not afraid of the captain and deputy captain, so they spoke quite boldly. You guys. Yuan Yu pointed at the two, so furious he couldn't find words. Having been a soldier, he detested such ungrateful people the most. However, he had no way to deal with them. After all, if there was internal strife, the awakened individuals led by them could easily confront the security team's awakened members. Chapter 89, Cleansing. Wait for me to go over. I support Xiao, Lei, and Hongyu. The living environment is becoming increasingly dangerous. Relying solely on the dozen of us will eventually lead to us being eaten by zombies or mutated beasts. Even if that doesn't happen, we will be swallowed up by other forces. Rather than that, we might as well join the Awaken Alliance now. With our current strength, we might even become the leaders on the day the Awaken Alliance is established. President Chen has helped us before, and we are grateful. But once we join the Awaken Alliance and become stronger, we can help him again. If he encounters danger, we certainly won't stand by and do nothing. Just because we join the Awaken Alliance does not mean we are being ungrateful. One thing does not conflict with the other. Therefore, I firmly agree with Xiao Lei's opinion to join the alliance under the collective name of Guanjia Group. At that moment, the manager of the publicity department, Zhang Xiaofan, suddenly stood up and spoke at length to everyone. She had not yet awakened her abilities, and if she applied as an individual, she would surely be rejected by the alliance. Therefore, she could only join under the name of Guanjia Group to have even a slight chance. By becoming a member of the Awaken Alliance, she would naturally receive the alliance's protection. This was why Zhang Xiaofan stood up to support Liao Lei and Chang Hongyu. In this hellish apocalypse, finding a strong backing is the only way to survive more safely. Exactly. If he really thinks we are ungrateful, then he can just take back the supplies he gave us. I don't think anyone should feel guilty about this. Let's vote together. Anyone willing to join the Survivor Alliance? Please raise your hand. After Zhang Xiaofan finished speaking, Su Lan from the accounting department also stood up and encouraged everyone to vote. I support it. Since ancient times, it has been survival of the fittest. Anyway, I would never work for someone less capable than me. Whoever wants to do such foolish things can go ahead. Han Ming from the network technology department quickly raised his hand to vote as well. He had also awakened his abilities and had a good relationship with Liao Lei and Chang Hongyu in the company. If you want to serve him, I can't stop you. But don't obstruct us from joining the alliance. As for the supplies sent over initially, I can just return them. Another person also raised his hand. His name was Wang Jiaxiang, originally just an ordinary salesperson in the company who never voiced any opinions. However, after awakening his abilities yesterday, he became dissatisfied with the current situation. He felt that since he was now an ability user, he didn't want to be subordinate to anyone or serve others. Moreover, his awakened ability was lightning, which would be highly valued at any base. At that time, he could even enjoy more beautiful women and rare food. So he firmly stood with Liao Lei and Chang Hongyu. I support it. I also support it. I also support it. As they finished speaking, Chang Hongyu, Liao Lei, Zhang Xiaofan, Su Lan, and others all raised their hands to vote. Soon, more than 20 of the 30 survivors from Guanjia Group had raised their hands in agreement. All the employees who had not awakened their abilities raised their hands as well. For a moment, only Lin Ruobing and the retired soldiers from the security department did not raise their hands in agreement. Everyone has their own aspirations. Since you want to leave, I'll call Chen Luo now. If he agrees, I'll let you go. Seeing this, Lin Ruobing did not oppose but sighed quietly, then took out her phone and dialed Chen Luo's number, putting it on speakerphone. Little kitty, are you craving my body again? Just as the call connected, Chen Luo's teasing voice came through. Cough, don't talk nonsense. I have serious business to discuss with you. Lin Ruobing's face turned red, and she hurriedly said seriously, talk to me later tonight. I'm coming over this evening. Remember to clean up and wait for me. What drove Lin Ruobing crazy was that Chen Luo showed no seriousness and continued to speak nonsense. These private whispers could be said in private. Don't you feel embarrassed in front of so many people? My phone is on speaker, and the company's employees are all here. The usually calm and composed Lin Ruobing, under the peculiar gazes of all employees, became furious and lost her composure, then shouted at the phone. Why didn't you say so earlier? What's the matter? Chen Luo quickly pretended to be serious upon hearing this. It's like this, out of more than 30 survivors in our company, 18 have awakened their abilities. Among them, now I want to join the Survivor Alliance. They just held a collective vote, and including me, a total of 10 people disagree. The rest want to join the Xinjiang Survivor Alliance. Lin Ruobing detailed the situation to Chen Luo. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's expression gradually darkened. Did you not convey my words? Anyone is strictly prohibited from joining the Xinjiang Ability User Alliance. Those who disobey orders will be killed without mercy. Do they take my words as wind passing by their ears? Chen Luo's cold voice echoed from the phone. What are you? Just a mobile warehouse? And you dare to make us listen to you? Do you really think of yourself as the boss? Chen Luo's words caused Liao Lei, Chang Hongyu, and others to murmur disdainfully. Now that they had awakened their abilities, they felt no fear in front of Chen Luo, who was seen as an ability waste. Therefore, they looked down on Chen Luo. All right, I got it. However, what surprised them was that Lin Ruobing, who possessed terrifying strength, actually obeyed Chen Luo's words. She did not refute anything and hung up the phone. This left everyone feeling dissatisfied and somewhat puzzled. You clearly awakened a terrifying ice and snow ability. Why do you willingly obey a waste's words? Is this what they call being love-struck? You all heard what President Chen said, right? From now on, I will only say this once abandon the thought of joining the ability user alliance. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. Just as Liao Lei and the others were confused, Lin Ruobing put away her phone and said coldly. She changed her usual demeanor, making a strong statement that left everyone frozen in place and somewhat afraid. Lin Ruobing then turned and went upstairs. Yuan Yu and Liang Chong glanced at everyone, then left with the security department people. What is he? Just a waste. What right does he have to command us? He still wants us to continue serving him? Dream on. Seeing everyone leave, Han Ming's previously gloomy face showed a hint of viciousness. He took out a butterfly knife to play with, and suddenly with a light flick of his finger, the butterfly knife flew out of his hand, deeply embedding itself in the wall, where a fly happened to be. Chapter 90. Plotting the dark, are you really willing to be a dog for a waste? Liao Lei saw Han Ming's murderous intent, and quickly seized the opportunity to stir up trouble. Anyway, I don't want to be a dog for a waste. With our strength, we are above others no matter where we go. Look, Chan Hongyu said with a fierce gaze, then took out his phone and opened a video to play. I am Chao Hongzhong from the Shangjiang base. Currently, our base has over 5,000 survivors. The 9 nearby communities are all our Shangjiang base's territory. We are now recruiting ability users to join us. As long as you have awakened an ability, no matter what it is, you can eat well and live well after joining us. Besides that, there are beautiful women serving you in turn. You guys stop crying. Smile for the camera. Don't. We'll laugh right now. That's right. Throw out one of you and you'll listen obediently. I thought you were going to resist. Brothers, are these beautiful women pretty? There are even 2 internet celebrities. As long as you want to play, join our Shangjiang base. And you can pick any of these women. I'm willing to give anything. As long as you're an ability user, hurry up and join us. After Chang Hongyu finished playing the video, he played several more, showing everyone a total of over 10 videos. All were recruitment videos from various bases. Each base offered high rewards, with beautiful women, food, and other perks as standard. Many bases even showcased braised pork and a table full of drinks to attract ability users to join. Of course, what kind of meat the braised pork was made from remained unknown. Now do you understand? We ability users are superior wherever we go. We can not only play with women at will, but we can also enjoy food and drinks. You look at us here, bound by all sorts of rules. This can't be done, that can't be done. Even those women in the company who haven't awakened can't play. We are all superpowered beings. So why can others live a superior life? Today, I'm laying it all out. Even if I don't join the superpowered alliance, I will join another base. After the video finished playing, Chang Hongyu sneered. At the same time, he glanced at Su Lan, Zhang Xiaofan, and other female colleagues. That lewd look made the few women present feel uneasy. Are you suggesting you want to rely on another base? Are you stupid? Joining another base is just living under someone else's roof. It's just becoming someone else's dog. Isn't it better to be the boss here? There's food, drink, and women here. After Chan Hongyu finished speaking, Han Ming started to chuckle sinisterly. Want to be the boss here? I think you're the stupid one. Do you think President Lin would agree? And would Yuan Yu and Liang Chong from the security department agree? Chan Hongyu looked at him as if he were a fool, then sneered. What if they don't agree? Whoever doesn't agree, we'll take care of them. That's all there is to it. As long as they are dead, we will have the final say here, and we will be the bosses. Moreover, don't forget that Chen Luo awakened his space abilities before the apocalypse broke out. He started stockpiling supplies back then. The meat he sent us last time was only a drop in the bucket. I found out that before the apocalypse, he stockpiled several hundred million in supplies. The slaughterhouses and meat processing plants in Shunsheng have been bought out by him. On the day of the apocalypse, he drove an armored vehicle to the fruit and vegetable wholesale market outside the city and cleaned it out. As long as we control Lin Ruobing and then trick this kid over, we have no worries about food and drink for the rest of our lives. Once we become the bosses, these nearby places will all be our territory. At that time, will we still worry about finding women? Han Ming seemed to have a plan, speaking confidently. Hearing this, Han Ming, Wang Jiaxiang, and the other men on the scene all lit up with excitement. Only Liao Lei calmly observed the expressions on everyone's faces. When he saw the several female colleagues looking nervous, he quietly slipped his right hand into his pocket. Inside the pocket was a sharp dagger. Have you all thought it through? Are you daring enough to take the plunge? Chang Hongyu looked around at the superpowered beings present and asked with a sneer. What is there to think about? Just do it directly. As long as we trick the one with the surname Chen over, we can feast every day for the rest of our lives. Brother Chang, just tell us how to do it. Han Ming extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and asked excitedly, guarding such a huge treasure, why should we join someone else's base? I didn't realize Chen Luo was such a big fat sheep. As long as we take down Lin, Ruobing, and the others, we can have any women we want in the future, free and unrestrained without anyone daring to control us. Count me in. Once Chang Hongyu finished speaking, Wang Jiaxiang immediately expressed his agreement. Not only that, but he and Han Ming were both very excited. In the past, we worked for Lin Ruobing and were afraid of her for the sake of that little salary. Now we are all superpowered beings. In the future, it will be based on strength. So what do we have to be afraid of? Since that's the case, why not act today, catch them off guard, and then trick the one with the surname Chen over? By the way, didn't that kid just say he would come to find Lin Ruobing tonight? Perfect. We won't even need to trick him. I have a suggestion. If we can avoid killing Lin Ruobing, we should just control her. Such a beautiful woman. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill her? I dream of sleeping with her every day. I never expected that my old dream could come true today, hee. But her ice ability is too powerful. Letting her live is like a ticking time bomb. That's not a concern. The Maibang Bio Company has developed a gene serum that can eliminate the abilities of superpowered beings. This thing can be bought online with food. As long as Lin Ruobing loses her powers, won't it be easy for the brothers to play with her? Hee. Who among you would dare to say you don't want to play with Lin Ruobing? Nonsense. She is known as the first beauty president of Shenzhen, the ice goddess in countless men's hearts. Unless that thing doesn't work, otherwise, who wouldn't covet her body? After Chang Hongyu, Han Ming, and Wang Jiaxiang finished speaking, the other male, superpowered beings all raised their hands in agreement. Chapter 91. Let us discuss it again tonight, haha. But after controlling Lin Ruobing, I want to go first. Why? I want to go first. All right, stop arguing. When the time comes, everyone will pool money together, and it'll depend on luck. President Lin has always been my dream lover. I wanted to pin her down and ravage her for a long time, and now I can finally do it, hee. Yes, President Lin is fair-skinned and beautiful, curvy. Being able to play with such a beauty, even if it means living 10 years less, I'd be willing. She is so aloof. Everyone used to be afraid of her, but now that the apocalypse has come, even the most aloof president has to call me daddy under my waist. Everyone imagined pinning the ice beauty down and ravaging her, and they were all very excited. However, those female employees who in awaken their powers felt a chill run down their spines. If even Lin Ruobing wouldn't be spared, what would their fate be? At that time, they would definitely become their playthings. At that moment, the female employees felt uneasy, their hearts filled with nervousness and worry. They also regretted supporting them earlier. Under Lin Ruobing's jurisdiction, although there were many rules, as women, they at least could live with dignity. Without Lin Ruobing's restraint, not to mention dignity, even their lives might not be guaranteed. All right, since everyone is willing, let us discuss the specific actions. Seeing everyone's emotions stirred up, Liao Lei finally spoke. In fact, he and Chang Hongyu had long wanted to target Chen Luo. But at that time, they were weak and feared they were no match for Lin Ruobing, Yuan Yu, Liang Chong, and others, which is why they had been enduring. Today, seeing that most people were dissatisfied with Lin Ruobing, Chang Hongyu took the opportunity to reveal the plan. Brother Lei, brother Yu, did you already have a plan? If you have a plan, just tell us. We all listen to you. Han Ming said impatiently. At this moment, anyone could see that Liao Lei and Chang Hongyu had long harbored rebellious intentions. But they had only now spoken out after enduring until today. You all chat first. I'll go to the bathroom. Just then, a female employee suddenly stood up and said, wanting to take the opportunity to leave. I'll also go to the bathroom. Wait for me. It seems the food we've been eating is a bit unhygienic. My stomach isn't feeling well either. As the two of them spoke, Su Lan and Zhang Xiaofan also stood up to follow. Going to the bathroom? I think you're trying to warn Lin Ruobing. But just as the four of them reached the door, Chang Hongyu, who had been guarding the entrance, reached out to stop them. In his hand, there was also a sharp dagger. Xiao Chang, we really just went to the bathroom, don't misunderstand. Exactly. We all raised our hands to support you just now. How could we possibly tip off Lin Ruobing? The three of them exchanged a look of panic and hurriedly defended themselves. Hand over all your phones, and we'll return them to you after we deal with Yuan Yu and the others. Also, no one is allowed to leave here until we have dealt with Lin Ruobing. Liao Lei scanned everyone present and continued, Sister, don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't trust you all, but if this matter leaks out, let alone playing with the beautiful CEO Lin, We might not even survive. Brother Lei is right. Everyone hurry up and hand in your phones. Han Ming and the others. Instead of getting angry, were very proactive and supportive. The success or failure of this operation was a matter of life and death, and they dared not be careless in the slightest. I'll say it again, those who don't want to die hand over their phones and stay here honestly. Seeing that the others had no objections, Liao Lei glared fiercely at the 4 female colleagues. If it weren't for their decent looks, he would have killed them already. Xiao Lei, I really need to go to the bathroom. I can't hold it anymore, we're all colleagues. This female employee pretended to look anxious, holding her stomach, trying to get away with it. However, before she could finish her words, Liao Lei directly slit her throat. The female employee desperately clutched her neck, her face full of pain and regret. Su Lan and Zhang Xiaofan screamed in fright. They never expected Liao Lei would kill someone on the spot. At this moment, the two dared not use the bathroom excuse anymore and hurriedly handed over their phones, squatting obediently in the corner. Okay, let's discuss how to proceed next. First of all, no matter what method we use, trying to gather Lin Ruobing and the others will raise their suspicions. So, the only opportunity is during dinner. Our action is tonight. At that time, I will put drugs in the wine, and when the effect kicks in, everyone will act immediately to take out Yuan Yu and Liang Chong first. Liao Lei intimidated the whole room and then laid out the plan. But what if Lin Ruobing usually eats upstairs and doesn't come down tonight? Han Ming thought for a moment and then asked, That's simple. If she doesn't come down, we'll go up. Once we deal with Yuan Yu and Liang Chong, what else is there to fear from Lin Ruobing? Manager Lin, they're getting more and more excessive. They're simply a bunch of ungrateful wolves. It's clear they're no longer on the same side as us, and if this continues, something will go wrong. In Lin Ruobing's office, Yuan Yu said with a worried expression, How about this? Shall we expel them from Guanjia building right now? Otherwise, keeping them is like having a ticking time bomb. Liang Chong beside him also suggested. Behind the two stood colleagues from the security department, all of whom had not raised their hands in agreement earlier. After leaving, they would discuss how to resolve the conflict. Let's not rush. Let's see how it goes tomorrow. Lin Ruobing thought for a moment and then waved her hand. She had a similar idea to Liang Chong. Since they didn't want to stay, they should part ways. If they wanted to join the Ability User Alliance, then let them go. However, Lin Ruobing understood Chen Luo's temperament and knew it would be difficult to persuade him to agree. Therefore, she didn't bring it up earlier. She planned to have a good discussion with Chen Luo when he came over tonight. Thus, Lin Ruobing postponed dealing with Liao Lei and the others until tomorrow. First, let's talk about your control over abilities. Then, Lin Ruobing changed the subject and discussed the issue of ability cultivation. The only way they could enhance their abilities was to gather together and research slowly. Therefore, every time they went on an outing, Lin Ruobing would gather these people together to summarize their experiences. This way, they could avoid a lot of detours. According to past practices, Lin Ruobing would summon all the awakened ones. However, the earlier performance completely eroded her confidence in Liao Lei and the others. Therefore, she excluded them tonight. Chapter 92. Drawing lots to decide who goes first. Why Haven T. Su Lan and Zhang Xiaofan come? During dinner, Lin Ruobing noticed that many people were absent and asked in confusion. They are resting in their rooms. It looks like they are about to awaken their abilities. I've sent some food over, so they won't go hungry. Liao Lei opened a bottle of red wine and explained with a smile. He hadn't expected Lin Ruobing to come down and have dinner with them tonight. However, this made the plan even easier to succeed. As for those women, Liao Lei was worried they would ruin his good plans, so he ordered them to be locked up and closely monitored. Manager Lin, we reflected well this afternoon. We indeed made a mistake at noon. After all, most of what we are using now was provided by President Chen. Without President Chen, even if we could search for supplies, we probably wouldn't be able to eat warm meals. And as for the meat, don't even think about it. I estimate that other bases are eating instant noodles or biscuits every day, or just those dried goods. So we discussed it and all felt that we should be grateful. Everyone has now made up their minds, not to mention joining the Ability User Alliance again. We will always obey President Chen's orders. Manager Lin, to express our apologies. We toast to you. Liao Lei enthusiastically poured each person a glass of wine and then raised his glass with a smile. Manager Lin, we toast to you, and to Brother Yuan and Brother Liang. Let's drink together. Yuan Hongyu, Han Ming, Wang Jiaxiang, and the others all stood up with their glasses raised, toasting to the few. Recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is a good thing. Remember, we're not just colleagues, but brothers. Yuan Yu was a straightforward person. Seeing their eager apologies, he immediately felt relieved and happily raised his glass. That's right. Who hasn't made mistakes? Who doesn't have some emotions after being suppressed for too long? As long as everyone doesn't do ungrateful things, that's fine. Liang Chong nodded, also letting go of his grievances and raising his glass generously. Lin Ruobing frowned, always feeling something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint why. So, she suspiciously raised her glass and took a small sip. This wine is what we found while searching for supplies yesterday. How is it? Does it taste okay? Looking at Lin Ruobing, Yuan Yu and Liang Chong had already drunk the wine, and Liao Lei immediately put down his glass with a sinister smile and asked, "Red wine tastes like sweet water. Not satisfying. Let us drink white wine instead," Yuan Yu said with no suspicion, smiling. "Wait, why does this wine taste strange? It seems like..." Liang Chong examined his glass and then smacked his lips, suddenly feeling dizzy and almost falling to the ground. "Is there a strange taste of anesthetic?" "Haha, you're right. The anesthetic in the wine was also something we found in the hospital, so we brought it back. The wine you just drank has been laced with anesthetic." Liao Lei looked at Liang Chong swaying and completely tore off the mask of disguise. You heard this, and everyone was shocked, but before they could take action, their heads spun and they fainted on the ground. "You bunch of bastards." Lin Ruobing saw Yuan Yu and Liang Chong and others fall unconscious and felt that something was wrong. She immediately wanted to activate her supernatural ability. However, before she could unleash her power, she felt dizzy and then also fainted on the ground. Furthermore, she had just fought a fierce battle with the mutated beast today, and her supernatural energy was almost exhausted. So even if she hadn't fainted, she wouldn't be able to defeat Liao Lei and the others. It's resolved. They could be released now. Liao Lei watched as Lin Ruobing and others fell one after another and finally let out a sigh of relief. He then took out a handgun and instructed the people beside him. Soon, Su Lan and Zhang Xiaofan and others were brought over. When they saw Lin Ruobing, Yuan Yu, and Liang Chong unconscious on the ground, their faces were filled with despair. Because with Lin Ruobing and the others finished, their fate would definitely be miserable as well. Bang bang. "See, this is the outcome of daring to go against me." Liao Lei showed no mercy, shooting Yuan Yu and the others in the head. Then viciously told the group of women. He wanted to use the blood of Yuan Yu and the others to serve as a warning to intimidate everyone. "From now on, the Guanjia building is our territory. We will be the local emperors here." After eliminating the security personnel, Han Ming laughed proudly. Jumping from a little brother to the boss made him exceptionally excited. "That's right. From now on, these women can be played with however we want. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." As Liao Lei spoke, his gaze fell on Su Lan and Zhang Xiaofan and other female colleagues. The reason he brought these women over was to let them witness him shooting Yuan Yu and the others in the head, just to establish his authority. As long as these women are afraid, they will obediently listen in the future and let him play as he wishes. "Xiao Lei, oh no, Brother Lei. The sisters will rely on you to support us in the future, so of course, we will listen to you." Su Lan, who was stunned with fear, came to her senses and hurriedly flattered Liao Lei. She even took the initiative to grab Liao Lei's arm, throwing him flirtatious glances and acting cute. "Get out of the way." Liao Lei showed no mercy, pushing Su Lan away, then looked at Lin Ruobing. Compared to Lin Ruobing, Su Lan and the others looked like country chickens. "Brother Lei, just now we said that whoever goes first will be decided by drawing lots." Seeing that Liao Lei was about to drool, Han Ming hurriedly said, "Of course, I keep my word. We will draw lots to decide the order." Liao Lei suppressed the lust in his belly and spoke. There was no way around it. Chong Hong Yu, Han Ming, Wang, Jiaxiang, and those supernatural beings were all staring at him. If he dared to act on his own now, his fate would surely be death. So, he could only endure for a while. If he couldn't go first later, he would find Su Lan and the others to relieve himself first. "I have a deck of playing cards. Everyone draws one card, and whoever has the highest card goes first." Han Ming took out a deck of playing cards, shuffled them, and placed them on the table. Everyone nodded in agreement, so they each drew one. "Damn, my luck is too bad." Chong Hong Yu glanced at the card he drew, frustrated, and threw it away. He drew a 1, the smallest card. Slap. "I can't wait any longer." Chong Hong Yu slapped Su Lan hard on the chest, and then carried her away. "I have a K. Is there anyone bigger than me?" "Haha, I have an A. That's bigger than yours." "Sorry, I drew an A too, haha. I have a J, Sai." "Damn it, I need to find someone to relieve myself first. Han Ming looked at his card, also annoyed, and threw it away, then picked up Zhang Xiaofan and left. There are still 10 animals in front. Who knows how long it will take for them to finish queuing. After holding in for so long, he couldn't hold back anymore. So he decided to find a woman to relieve himself first. Chapter 93. Lin Ruobing in danger. Since we all drew A, let's decide the winner with rock, paper, scissors. 1 round to determine the winner. Whoever wins goes first. Liao Lei said to Han Ming. Just now, Han Ming drew an A, which he directly snatched away. He knew Han Ming would definitely not be honest, and had done something during the shuffling since the opponent also drew an A. However, Liao Lei did not expose him. After all, the biggest A was in his hands, and he would definitely be the first to go. As a result, Han Ming unexpectedly drew another A, the largest. Helpless, he could only use this method to decide who would go first. As for continuing to draw cards, unless he was a fool, Han Ming casually drew 2 cards. Both A, so he definitely did something with the cards. Fine, Han Ming replied with a gloomy face. Originally, he would have gone first, but he was seen through by Liao Lei. So even if Liao Lei snatched his card, he couldn't argue. There was no way, he could only draw another card. The good thing was ruined by this bastard, making Han Ming extremely angry. Boom! Just as Liao Lei and Han Ming were about to start, a small cargo van suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Guanjia building. Hearing the roar of the engine, the two could no longer care about winning or losing and hurriedly ran over. Arriving at the entrance, they saw Chen Luo just opening the driver's door and jumping down. Just in time, Liao Lei saw that it was Chen Luo, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Not only him, but the others felt the same, because Chen Luo was like a walking warehouse in their eyes, and the warehouse contained supplies worth hundreds of millions. As long as they could control this kid, they could eat and drink well for the rest of their lives. Remember, this kid is a human-shaped warehouse. Make sure to catch him alive. Don't let him die, understand? Liao Lei whispered to the crowd. He couldn't be sure if the awakened spatial ability user would die, whether the things in the space would disappear as well. So they had to capture Chen Luo alive first. After all, a spatial ability user was no different from trash. They had no combat power at all. Clang! Just as they were discussing, the back door of the cargo van opened, and 2 tall, strong men jumped down from inside. They were wearing sunglasses, long coats, and baseball caps. Damn, wearing a coat in such hot weather? Are they out of their minds? Han Ming looked at the two and couldn't help but curse. No one expected that Chen Luo would come out at night to pick up girls, bringing along 2 neurotics. I heard that the combat robot dogs and armored vehicles at Guanjia Mall were destroyed. I originally thought this kid would be alone when going out in the future, but I didn't expect him to bring 2 men. Bringing men while picking up girls, what a freak. Liao Lei looked at the tall, strong men and felt a bit of a headache, but also found it amusing. Brother Lei, when do we act? One of the supernatural beings beside Liao Lei asked anxiously. Wait for them to come in, then take out those 2 bodyguards immediately. Then capture this kid alive. Even if the ability users are powerful, a bullet to the head will still kill them. Liao Lei said as he pulled out a handgun and chambered a bullet. Master, there's a strong smell of blood inside the building. It's the blood of ability users. At the entrance of Guanjia building, Dazhuang licked his lips and said in a hoarse voice, Oh, you mean there's the smell of ability users' blood inside? Chen Luo frowned upon hearing this. He glanced at his phone. Before coming here, he had sent Lin Ruobing a message asking her to clean up and wait for him. But he hadn't received a reply yet. That is right, Master. And this isn't just one ability user's blood, but several. Based on the freshness of the blood, I could determine they all just died not long ago. Dazhuang sniffed hard and said confidently. Since he evolved into a corpse king, both his sense of smell and hearing had become extremely sensitive. He could smell blood from a distance, and even hear sounds clearly. Could it be that Lin Ruobing is in trouble? Quick, break down the door and charge in. Chen Luo frowned, his expression changing drastically as he gave orders to Dazhuang and Bulldozer with a wave of his hand. Today, after returning from the southern suburbs, Chen Luo had dressed up Dazhuang, Bulldozer, Runner, and Daqiang, all 4 corpse kings, meticulously. He had even managed to get them a military coat and sunglasses. If they didn't lift their clothes, it would be hard for others to tell they were zombies. When they first came out, Chen Luo brought Dazhuang and Bulldozer along to act as his bodyguards. Although he was very strong and didn't worry about safety at all, he preferred not to get his hands dirty if he didn't have to. Yes, Master. Receiving the order, Dajwang and Bulldozer respectfully accepted and then charged towards the entrance of the building like human tanks. Boom! Crash! With just one charge. They knocked all the obstacles piled at the entrance of the building flying. Behind the door, Liao Lei and the others, who were just about to act, were caught off guard and were hit by the flying debris. The awakened ability users were okay, just sustaining minor injuries. But those ordinary people who hadn't awakened were either severely injured or had their bodies crushed. There was no way around it. The force of the Corpse King's charge was simply too powerful, and those things they knocked away moved as fast as bullets. Bang, bang, bang. When Liao Lei saw the two figures in military coats rush in, he immediately raised his gun and shot. In his view, even if they were powerful ability users, they could still be shot dead by bullets. But what stunned Liao Lei was that the bullets hit their foreheads with a sound like metal clashing against metal, causing no harm whatsoever. Quick, use your abilities to attack. The bullets were ineffective, and Liao Lei immediately dropped his handgun, preparing to unleash his powers. Roar! However, the bullets he fired had provoked the Corpse King, which let out an angry roar and lunged at him. Crack! 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 Bulldozer pounced on him, and without a word, restrained Liao Lei before breaking his arms and legs. This was the consensus reached by the four Corpse Kings. First, break the delicious hands and feet of these people, then finish them off before enjoying their meal. The intense pain made Liao Lei emit a series of miserable screams. But this was just the beginning. Soon, the building echoed with heart-wrenching screams, because the two Corpse Kings continued to attack the others. Chapter 94, I just took off my pants. And you're already crying for help? Lightning, Gale, Ice Blade, Han Ming, and the other ability users, seeing that bullets couldn't harm the two Hulks, quickly activated their abilities. In an instant, lightning, gales, ice blades, and other powers struck the Corpse Kings. The charging Dajwang and Bulldozer suddenly halted. However, their abilities only slightly impeded them for a moment, and soon the Corpse Kings resumed their actions. These abilities didn't inflict much damage on them. Crack! Crack! The two Corpse Kings, whose intelligence was close to that of humans, knew they had to first incapacitate these awakened ones. Their methods were simple and brutal. They charged in and directly broke the opponent's arms and legs, then moved on to the next. Is it you? Chen Luo walked into the Guanjia building and was taken aback. He originally thought it was other ability users who had attacked and killed the people of Guanjia Group. He didn't expect that the attackers were actually Lin Ruobing's subordinates. Chen Luo was very familiar with Liao Lei and the others. He had met them all when he recruited them with food. Break their hands and feet, leave them alive. Chen Luo feared that the two Corpse Kings wouldn't be able to resist eating these people, so he immediately gave the order. Yes, master. Dajwang and Bulldozer accepted the command and then pounced on the next ability user. These two guys are actually zombies. Hearing the hoarse voices of Dajwang and Bulldozer, and seeing their pale faces, Liao Lei and Han Ming, who had their limbs broken, were shocked. They never expected that Chen Luo would have recruited zombies as his subordinates. Moreover, they were impervious to bullets and extremely fierce. At that moment, they regretted it deeply. They regretted betraying Chen Luo and thinking of plotting against him. It was easy to imagine that offending this ruthless figure was like lighting a lamp in a toilet, seeking death. But now it was too late to regret. They had killed so many people from Lin Ruobing, and this kid would definitely not spare them. Soon, the two Corpse Kings finished off the people inside the building and returned respectfully to report. Master, the task is complete. The entire fight from when they started to when they finished lasted no more than 8 minutes. From the very beginning, the battle was one-sided. For the two Corpse Kings, there was no challenge at all in fighting them. Where's Lin Ruobing? Chen Luo nodded, then looked at a survivor and asked. The most urgent matter now was to rescue her. As for what had happened, he could interrogate them later. In the office of the sales department on the second floor, the ability user endured the pain of his broken limbs and then told Chen Luo the location where she was held. Crack! Chen Luo took out a rifle from his space, released the safety, and ran towards the second floor. After taking a look inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this office had been converted into a dining room, and Lin Ruobing was lying on the ground unconscious, with no injuries on her. However, there were several corpses lying around the dining table, all of whom had been shot in the head. Wake up! Chen Luo confirmed that Lin Ruobing was fine and shook her vigorously. However, Lin Ruobing showed no response. Chen Luo had no choice but to carry her back to the lobby on the first floor. Did you betray us? After returning, Chen Luo asked in a low tone. Director Chen, it has nothing to do with me. The anesthetic was released by Liao Lei and Han Ming. They also incited us to rebel. They said you were just a walking storage warehouse, and as long as they controlled Director Lin and killed Yuan Yu and the others, they could trick you into coming over, and then they would be able to enjoy a life of luxury. They're all ability users, killing without blinking. I'm just an ordinary person. I was forced by them. Otherwise, I would never betray you, Mr. Lin and Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, please spare me. I really don't want to betray you. A regular employee suddenly pleaded with tears in his eyes, wanting to distance himself from Liao Lei and the others. These ordinary people only came out when they heard the sound of fighting. Therefore, when De Zhuang and the bulldozer crashed through the door, they narrowly escaped disaster. Those who came out at the beginning almost all died during the first wave of the door crash. It turned out to be a group of ungrateful wolves. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo basically understood the reason behind it. It should be Liao Lei, Chang Hongyu, and Han Ming, who wanted to rob him of the resources in his space and then repay kindness with enmity by trying to capture him alive. Just as in the previous life, when faced with such huge benefits, most people become selfish and greedy. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly. Gather them all up and take them back to feed the zombies, Chen Luo ordered De Zhuang and the bulldozer. Just now, he saw that among the more than 20 people, several were awakeners. You must know that awakeners are like elixirs to zombies. Now De Zhuang, Gunner, Runner, and Bulldozer have evolved 4 zombies into zombie kings, but there are still 5 high-level zombies that haven't leveled up. With these awakeners, at least 3 zombie kings can be cultivated. So Chen Luo couldn't bear to kill them, nor let De Zhuang and the bulldozer eat them. After these 2 zombie kings evolve, eating these ordinary ability users would no longer have much effect. Therefore, Chen Luo planned to take them back and let the 5 high-level zombies level up. Yes, master. Although De Zhuang and the bulldozer were eager, they strictly followed Chen Luo's orders. They stared at the food on the ground, but dared not move an inch. Damn it, what are you doing down there? I just took off my pants, and there's a cacophony of wailing. What am I supposed to do? Just as De Zhuang and the bulldozer were moving the food, the elevator door suddenly opened. A carefree young man appeared, angrily cursing. Behind him was another man. But as soon as his curse fell, he was dumbfounded, because they saw Liao Lei and Han Ming, all with their hands and feet broken, crying out in pain. How long has it been? And so many ability users have been crippled? It's not hard to imagine how terrifying the strength of the people who came this time is. They also knew the strength of Liao Lei and Han Ming. Even without using drugs, if they fought head-on with Lin Ruobing, Yuan Yu, and Liang Chong, they might not lose. However, in just over 10 minutes, they were all lying on the ground, crying for mercy, showing just how powerful the attackers must be to incapacitate them in such a short time. In an instant, the 2 who had just come out were so scared that their legs went weak. They were Chang Hongyu and Wang Jiaxiang, who had lost in a card game and brought Su Lan and Zhang Xiaofan upstairs to vent their anger. Chapter 95, Koma Hongyu, Wang Jiaxiang, help me. Seeing them, Liao Lei grabbed onto them like a drowning man clutching at a straw, urgently pleading for help. Although they knew the strength disparity in a desperate situation, they still held onto a glimmer of hope. I'll help you, old man. Hearing Liao Lei's cry, Chang Hongyu was terrified and angrily cursed, then turned to enter the elevator. De Zhuang and the bulldozer, who had already gained intelligence, rushed towards the elevator without needing Chen Luo's command. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Why is it so slow? Hurry up and close the door. As they saw the 2 giant zombies charging over, Chang Hongyu trembled in fear, frantically pressing the closed door button, trying to escape to the upper floor. However, the more anxious he became, the slower the elevator door closed. Just as the zombies were about to rush in, the elevator door was still slowly closing. At that moment, not only Chang Hongyu, but even Wang Jiaxiang behind him was trembling in fear. If those 2 zombies got in, they would definitely die. Get out of the way. Wang Jiaxiang glanced at Chang Hongyu in front of him and suddenly kicked out. As an ability user, his strength had become enormous. So this kick sent Chang Hongyu crashing towards De Zhuang and the bulldozer. Bang! With a muffled sound, 1 person and 2 zombies collided. De Zhuang and the bulldozer, who were originally rushing towards the elevator, were instantly knocked down. At that instant, the elevator door closed. As the elevator rose quickly, Wang Jiaxiang finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he could not care about Wang Xiaofan, who was waiting for him in the room to spread seeds. After reaching the top floor, he leaped to the adjacent building. With his agile skills, he soon disappeared. Damn it. I really didn't expect that Chen would find such two powerful experts. After fleeing for more than 10 minutes, Wang Jiaxiang finally slowed down. He then hid in an empty house, relieved as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He thought that Liao Lei and Han Ming being captured was done by the experts Chen Luo hired. After all, a person who has only awakened a spatial ability is just a walking warehouse and has no combat ability. So it is impossible to incapacitate those ability users in just over 10 minutes. Let me rest for a while, and tomorrow I will see which base to join. Wang Jiaxiang sneaked into the room and lay down to recover. He had used his abilities while escaping, and now that his abilities were depleted, if he recklessly went out and encountered zombies, he would have no ability to fight back. What a pity. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Just load the truck and go back. Watching Wang Jiaxiang escape, Chen Luo did not let the Zhuang and the bulldozer pursue him, but instead broke Chang Hongyu's hands and feet and loaded him along with those ability users into the truck. Lin Ruobing was still unconscious, and he didn't want to cause any more trouble. Master! Upon returning to the base, De Chang and the two zombie kings hurried over to greet him. Now, these zombie kings have taken over the duties of the combat robot dogs, responsible for guarding the house. Although there are only two of them, their combat power can rival that of hundreds or thousands of combat robot dogs. Because they're zombie kings, with just one call, they can summon all nearby zombie hordes. So, anyone daring to attack his base will soon be surrounded by a tide of zombies. There are ability users in the cargo hold. Let them eat those 5 until they evolve. Chen Luo pointed at the 5 high-level zombies and then carried Lin Ruobing back to his bedroom. Along the way, he saw Yun Luobing and her team installing solar panels. They were very afraid that Chen Luo would say they were just freeloading here. So after finishing a delicious lunch, they proactively started working. As members of a special operations team, they were naturally very familiar with these electronic products. So they took on the task of installing the solar power generator. Moreover, with the instruction manual, it became even simpler. What's going on with Mr. Lin? While cleaning the room, Song Hongyan saw Chen Luo carrying a beautiful woman, first stunned for a moment, and then recognized her. This is exactly the beautiful president of the Guanjia group who often appeared in the media before the apocalypse broke out. She was drugged to call Yi Qiuyu. Chen Luo placed Lin Ruobing on the bed and then instructed her. Yi Qiuyu was a doctor and the hospital's flower, so she naturally knew how to handle it. All right, I'll go now. Song Hongyan knew about Chen Luo and Lin Ruobing's relationship, and even that Lin Ruobing could awaken ice and snow abilities because she had been with Chen Luo. All of this was told to her by Chen Luo. He not only told her, but also informed Xiaoning, Tang Xiaoan, and Yi Qiuyu. Moreover, he revealed that he had awakened space abilities and a golden bloodline, and that as long as a woman was with him, she could awaken her abilities. Furthermore, the more times a woman was with him, the stronger her awakened abilities would be. At first, the 4 women didn't believe it, but after all being with Chen Luo, they became convinced. After being with Chen Luo, Song Hongyan immediately became incredibly strong, and even her physique increased dozens of times. Now, Song Hongyan, Xiaoning, Tang Xiaoan, and Yi Qiuyu were all thinking about being with Chen Luo, especially Yi Qiuyu and Song Hongyan, who flaunted their voluptuous figures, would often dress provocatively in front of him, clearly trying to tempt him. Although everyone felt a bit jealous, they thought of themselves as distressed sisters who struggled to survive in the apocalypse. Finding a reliable person to protect them was not easy. Therefore, I didn't mind much. In fact, Song Hongyan even secretly shared the positions that Chen Luo liked in bed. As fellow sufferers, she wanted to help her sisters. Moreover, Chen Luo's strong physique couldn't be served by just her alone. Luoga, did you call me? Soon, Yi Qiuyu arrived at the bedroom. Xiaoning, Tang Xiaoan, and Song Hongyan were a bit curious and followed. She was drugged. See how you can wake her up. Chen Luo briefly explained what happened at Guanjia building, and Yi Qiuyu frowned after listening. It shouldn't be. The anesthetics used in hospitals are metabolized very quickly. She should wake up soon after stopping the medication. After being unconscious for such a long time, it shouldn't be an issue with the anesthetics. Yi Qiuyu then provided an explanation. Chapter 96. Do some exercise to warm up. Not related to anesthetics? Chen Luo was immediately puzzled. If Lin Ruobing's coma was not related to anesthetics, then why hadn't she woken up yet? I'm a professional doctor and have a good understanding of anesthetics. Seeing Chen Luo's puzzled expression, Yi Qiuyu said seriously, have you noticed it's really cold? Even if the air conditioner is cooling, it shouldn't be this cold, right? At that moment, Song Hongyin crossed her arms and glanced at the air conditioner on the wall. But upon seeing the temperature display, she couldn't help but be stunned. The air conditioner's temperature was showing normal. So what was causing the sudden drop in temperature? At this time, not only Song Hongyin, but also Xiaoning, Yi Chuyu, Tang Xiaoan, Fang Qian, and Chen Luo all realized this, and they were all astonished. The air conditioner's temperature is a bit abnormal. What's going on? Chen Luo felt the abnormal temperature and was very puzzled. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ruobing lying on the bed and immediately thought of something, his eyes flashing with shock. Get back. Chen Luo hurriedly wrapped Lin Ruobing in a quilt and then ran downstairs with her. If he guessed correctly, Lin Ruobing's ice and snow abilities were about to upgrade. He remembered very clearly that the day she awakened her ice and snow abilities, the entire room was affected and turned into an ice and snow world. If he hadn't stopped it back then, the entire Guanju building would probably have been frozen. Therefore, Chen Luo realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly left Guanju Mall with Lin Ruobing. Otherwise, the base he had painstakingly built would likely be destroyed by Lin Ruobing. Wake up! Wake up! Chen Luo held Lin Ruobing and shook her while running. However, this time, as she was about to upgrade, Lin Ruobing seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, and no matter how he called her, she couldn't wake up. Chen Luo had no choice but to carry Lin Ruobing and run to the Qing Shui garden community. He didn't dare stay in Guanju Mall for even a moment. If the entire mall froze, the people inside would be frozen to death, and leaving her on the street was not an option either. So he had no choice but to return to this nearby community. Since Ji Chun Yao had come to rob his supplies, the entire community was now deserted. So even if the entire community turned into an ice and snow world, Chen Luo didn't have to worry about freezing his own people. Wake up, wake up! Back at home, Chen Luo rushed to the bedroom, placed Lin Ruobing on the bed, and then shook her desperately. Crack! The cold air emanating from Lin Ruobing became stronger, and soon the entire room was covered with a layer of frost. The electronics, after being frozen, emitted a series of cracking sounds. This won't do. It seems I can only use the same trick again. Since he couldn't wake her, he suddenly kissed her fiercely. The day Lin Ruobing had just awakened her abilities. She was also unresponsive, and in the end, it was Chen Luo's kiss that woke her up. Sure enough, under Chen Luo's passionate kiss, Lin Ruobing, who had been in deep sleep, groaned softly. However, this time, Lin Ruobing just turned her body and continued to sleep soundly. Seeing this, Chen Luo breathed a slight sigh of relief. His guess was not wrong. Lin Ruobing was upgrading, which was why she was in hibernation. And it was very likely that the anesthetics from Liao Lei and Han Ming played a guiding role. Therefore, although the drug effect had passed, she remained in deep sleep. Still not awake? Seeing this, Chen Luo kissed her several more times, but Lin Ruobing still did not wake up, and instead, the frost in the room increased. Chen Luo was a bit anxious. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized that as long as he got close to Lin Ruobing's body, he wouldn't feel cold. Discovering this wonder, he was delighted. Without thinking much, he took off Lin Ruobing's clothes, then stripped himself, and they pressed tightly against each other, thinking that since they were already in this situation, they might as well move around to keep warm. Indeed, although the room was an ice and snow world, Lin Ruobing's body was not cold. At most, it was just a bit chilly. If they stayed like this, Chen Luo estimated that no matter how powerful his abilities were, he would eventually end up frozen into an ice sculpture. However, being pressed against Lin Ruobing's body, he was unafraid of the severe cold. Perhaps the movement had an effect, as Lin Ruobing let out a series of soft gasps. At the same time, the cold air emanating from her gradually stopped. Keep going. Lin Ruobing seemed to feel very happy. When she opened her eyes and saw it was Chen Luo, she then closed her eyes and actively responded. Not long after, the cold air in the room completely dissipated, turning into a charming spring scene. Chen Luo and Lin Ruobing were unaware that while they were passionately exercising, strands of colorful light flew in from around them and finally entered their bodies. The two continued until the next day. To Chen Luo and Lin Ruobing's surprise, even after a whole night of turmoil, neither of them felt the slightest bit tired. Instead, they felt refreshed, even more energetic than the night before. Indeed, I never expected Brother Wang to have awakened a water ability. Our Xiangjiang base needs someone like you, brother. You two come over and take good care of Brother Wang. The next day, at the Xiangjiang base, Chao Hongzhong was exceptionally delighted after seeing the abilities displayed by Wang Jiaxiang. He immediately gifted him 2 beautiful women from a base. Thank you, Brother Chao. Wang Jiaxiang was not polite at all and reached out to wrap his arms around the waists of the 2 beauties. By the way, Brother Chao, I brought a big gift this time when I came to seek refuge. Wang Jiaxiang suddenly remembered something and boasted. Haha, Brother Wang coming here is the biggest gift. Chao Hongzhong casually replied. He is currently recruiting ability users widely to strengthen the Xiangjiang base's power, and then look for opportunities to unify the entire Shunsheng and become its king. This way, he can enjoy endless food and countless beautiful women. Brother Chao, do you remember the Guanjue shopping mall? Seeing Chao Hongzhong's doubtful expression, Wang Jiaxiang got straight to the point. Of course I know. I heard they did a massive advertising campaign before opening. How could I not know? Chao Hongzhong nodded with a smile, then suddenly thought of something, his eyes brightening. However, since the shopping mall hasn't opened yet, it must have encountered the apocalypse, and they must have stockpiled a lot of supplies, right? Exactly. Brother Chao, as far as I know, before the apocalypse broke out, Guanjue shopping mall stockpiled materials worth billions. Several slaughterhouses and meat processing plants in the entire Shunsheng had their supplies bought by them. Every day, dozens of trucks would come to deliver goods. Wang Jiaxiang told Chao Hongzhong all the information he knew, embellishing it as he went. Chapter 97. He is a walking warehouse, what? Stockpiled over 100 billion worth of supplies? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? I've passed by Guanzhou Mall a few times. Even if their warehouse is big, it can't possibly hold that much, right? Chao Hongzhong thought Wang Jiaxiang was talking nonsense and questioned him. It's true. Guanjue shopping mall was originally a property under the Guanjue Group. Later, a person named Chen Luo helped the president of Guanjue find an internal trader. Therefore, the president of Guanjue Group gifted this soon-to-open shopping mall to him. And half a month before the apocalypse broke out, Chen Luo had someone build tall walls around the mall. In addition, he crazily stockpiled supplies. It is said that dozens of large trucks come to deliver goods every day, which means the mall really can't hold all of it. But what others don't know is this kid awakened spatial abilities before the apocalypse broke out. So all these billions worth of supplies were stored in his space. Therefore, all these supplies are now in the hands of the Chun family. Wang Jiaxiang revealed all of Chen Luo's secrets. As long as one is not a fool, they wouldn't share such secrets with others, right? Where did you find out about this? Chao Hongzhong stroked his chin, looking at Wang Jiaxiang with some suspicion, clearly not fully convinced. Originally, he thought Wang Jiaxiang's water ability could control the water from rivers, and if that base dared not to submit, he could directly flood them with the river water. But this kid was getting more outrageous with his words. He now even doubted whether Wang Jiaxiang was coming to seek refuge for some ulterior motive. Brother Chao, let me be honest with you. I was originally an employee of the Guanjue Group, responsible for the group's network security. Before the apocalypse broke out, I saw the internal situation of Guanjue Mall through surveillance, so I knew dozens of trucks came every day to deliver supplies. At first, I thought this kid was preparing for the mall's opening, but later I found out that the Chun guy already knew the apocalypse would break out. So he stockpiled supplies in advance. After the apocalypse broke out, the survivors of our group used the Guanjue building as a base. Later, when we were trapped in the building with no food or drink, Chen, who was very familiar with our manager Lin, sent us a lot of food. When he came to deliver food that day, in front of all of us, it was like a magic trick. He pulled out a lot of fresh meat, even cooking gas tanks, pots, bowls, and other utensils. I can only say he is too young and likes to show off, especially in front of beautiful women. At that time, this Chun guy wanted to impress manager Lin, so he directly revealed that he had awakened spatial abilities in front of everyone. He also told us that he had stockpiled a lot of supplies before the apocalypse, enough to last for dozens of lifetimes. He even told us that as long as we listened to him in the future, he would promise we could eat well and live comfortably. This indeed stunned everyone. Since then, everyone called him Manager Chun. Even Manager Lin got into his bed. But then, our Manager Lin awakened ice abilities first, followed by more than 20 employees of the group awakening abilities. After our strength increased, we began to search for supplies outside. One day, we saw online that someone initiated and established the Shunxing Ability User Alliance. Everyone thought it would be good to join and stick together for warmth, to deal with zombies in the city and mutated beasts outside the city. But unexpectedly, this Chun guy not only disagreed, but also threatened us not to join. He was afraid we would not listen to his orders anymore if we joined the alliance. To be honest, this kid just wants us to keep being his dogs and obey him. Later, we held a vote, and more than 20 out of 30 people agreed to join the alliance. This kid, fearing we would break free from his control, drugged us during dinner last night. As a result, more than 30 people in the group, except for me and manager Lin, were all killed by him. I happened to enter the elevator, which allowed me to escape a disaster. Lin Ruobing was knocked out and taken back to the mall. Sai Wang Jiaxiang recounted the affairs of the Guanjue group. Half-truths and half-lies, then pretended to sigh in frustration. I see. Joining our base is indeed the right choice. To be honest, with you included, there are now 9 ability users at the Xiangjiang base. I was planning to join the Shunqing Ability User Alliance in the name of the base. Although the alliance was initiated by those few kids, who knows who will be the leader in the end? You don't have to worry. As long as I become the leader, I will definitely not treat you poorly. Hearing Wang Jiaxiang's detailed explanation, Chao Hongzhong finally believed him a bit more. He patted Wang Jiaxiang on the shoulder and began to paint a big picture. Thank you, Brother Wang. Wang Jiaxiang pretended to express joy and then changed the subject. Continuing to instigate, that Shun guy is a spatial ability user with no combat power. In simple terms, he is just a walking warehouse. As long as we control him, our Xiangjiang base will have no worries about food and drink. All right, I'll send someone to investigate. After all, surviving from the outbreak until now is not just luck. Only by knowing ourselves and our enemies can we win every battle, right? Chao Hongzhong thought for a moment and casually responded. He had never heard of Chen Luo and knew nothing about his strength. Besides hoarding tens of billions of supplies, he couldn't possibly take Wang Jiaxiang's word for it. What if Chen Luo didn't hoard so many supplies and was still very powerful? Even if he took them all, he would suffer heavy losses. At that point, it would not be worth it. He is currently recruiting ability users everywhere to continuously strengthen his power and become the king of Shunqing. If the Ability User Alliance Conference has not yet been held and his ability users are wiped out, how will he compete for the position of leader with other forces? Therefore, he will definitely not act lightly until he understands Chen Luo's strength. Wang Ge is right. Caution brings longevity. By the way, as far as I know, this Chen guy has 2 very strong subordinates. Without their protection, he would be useless. I could crush him with just a finger. As long as we have guns, we can take out those 2 guys in advance, and then dealing with him would be easy. Also, Lin Zong is in his hands. Lin Zong is the most beautiful president in Shunqiang, a dream lover for all the men in the city, both in figure and appearance. Sai, such a big beauty, is actually being messed with by this guy. Seeing that Chao Hongzhong was not interested, Wang Jiaxiang was unwilling and continued to incite him. Chapter 98. Get to the bottom of Chen Luo's situation, by the way. More and more people now know that this guy has hoarded tens of billions of supplies. It won't be long before even more people find out. If we act late, this fat sheep will be taken by someone else. Wang Jiaxiang kept fanning the flames, urging Chao Hongzhong to take action. He was doing this to use the power of the Xiangjiang base to eliminate Chen Luo, and then find a way to get Lin Ruobing for himself. Lin Ruobing is his dream lover, and he has fantasized countless times late at night about one day being able to dominate her. For this, he doesn't even know how many times he has relieved himself, almost to the point of exhaustion. Now that the apocalypse has arrived and there are no legal constraints, he can finally get his goddess. Therefore, Wang Jiaxiang is determined to obtain Lin Ruobing. Have you told anyone else about these things? Chao Hongzhong frowned and quickly asked. If what Wang Jiaxiang said is true, and Chen Luo has hoarded tens of billions of supplies, then those supplies absolutely cannot fall into someone else's hands. Not really, but there are too many people who know about her hoarding supplies. Besides the workers who unloaded for that guy, there are also dozens of suppliers. Among those people, there must be survivors. So I estimate that this matter will spread quickly. Chao Ge, think about it carefully. That Shun guy has bought up most of the slaughterhouses and meat processing plants in Shunqing. Pork, beef, lamb, chicken, goose, etc. are almost all bought out. How much meat is that? He has hoarded so many supplies. Who wouldn't be tempted? As the survival environment in the apocalypse becomes increasingly difficult, it may even become a luxury to eat a sausage, let alone lamb or beef. So if we act late, we will be giving others a chance. Wang Jiaxiang shook his head and reiterated the details of Chen Luo's hoarding of supplies. The crowd around, hearing this, couldn't help but swallow hard. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, they have not been able to eat meat, let alone fill their stomachs. Besides the leaders of the base and those ability users, who among these people is not living from hand to mouth? But what can be done? Surviving is already quite good. As for filling their stomachs compared to their lives, it's not worth mentioning. Xiao Kuan, you take some people to investigate this guy's background. Also, find out how much stuff the Guanjia shopping mall has hoarded. Upon hearing this, Qiao Hongzhong was also somewhat tempted and immediately instructed his capable subordinates to gather intelligence. He did not plan to act recklessly, but intended to understand Chen Luo's background first. If he is powerful, or if he hasn't hoarded any supplies at all, then the risk is not worth taking. After all, ability users are too precious now. Losing them over some supplies would not be worth it. Yes, Chao Ge, a man with a face full of pimples, responded. Then called a group of younger brothers and prepared to leave. Chao Ge, I have some understanding of Guanjia shopping mall. Just then, a man in his 40s suddenly spoke up. You know, Qiao Hongzhong glanced at him and asked curiously. The departing Xiao Kuan also stopped in his tracks. That's right, Chao Ge, I was one of the unloading workers at that time. The man said with a simple smile, walking cautiously up to Qiao Hongzhong. Did this Chen guy really hoard a lot of supplies? Upon hearing this, Qiao Hongzhong's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked. I only worked for 4 days and earned over 3,000 yuan. Later, a thug saw how much money we were making and drove us away with a group of younger brothers. In those 4 days, even on the least busy day, we had to unload goods from more than 70 trucks, and sometimes over 100. Moreover, they were all big trucks filled with freshly slaughtered beef, lamb, etc. At that time, we were puzzled. We unloaded so many goods at the mall entrance, but they all disappeared overnight. However, we didn't think much of it because we wanted to make more money. Now that I think about it, this guy's words must be right. That Chen guy must have awakened space abilities. That's why he can store those supplies. The man detailed his observations, making Qiao Hongzhong's heart burn with excitement. In just 4 days, he had hoarded thousands of tons of meat. In those 10 days, wouldn't it be over 10,000 tons? If we could seize those supplies, we could eat lamb hot pot and beef hot pot every day in the future. Although he's the boss of the Xiangjiang base, he can't eat meat every day. Occasionally being able to eat some jerky is already quite good. Even if he occasionally gathers some meat, he can't eat much. After all, there are too many brothers, and he needs to use this meat to win their hearts. Therefore, whenever he finds meat, he always shares it with his subordinates. Otherwise, if he eats alone, wouldn't his subordinates rebel? Chao Ge, I wasn't lying to you, right? Wang Jiaxiang, seeing someone come forward to testify, said proudly, then continued to incite. That Chun guy is a moving giant warehouse. We must act early, or we will be outpaced by others. Since you know the situation there, why the hell didn't you say it sooner? You waited several days to bring it up? Smack! As Wang Jiaxiang finished speaking, Xiao Kuan angrily walked up to the man and slapped him. Chao Ge, I wanted to tell you as soon as I came, but I was worried you wouldn't believe me. After all, being able to predict the apocalypse is too unbelievable, so I didn't dare to say anything. The man covered his face and trembled as he explained. All right, Xiao Kuan, let him go this time. Remember, from now on, whoever comes to seek refuge must reveal the secrets. Otherwise, death. Qiao Hongzhong waved his hand when he saw that his intimidation had worked. Yes, Chao Ge. Just a moment ago, the arrogant Xiao Kuan, upon hearing Qiao Hongzhong's words, immediately nodded respectfully. He then left the base with a group of subordinates. Seeing his attitude, Wang Jiaxiang began to speculate in his heart. Xiao Kuan was clearly also an ability user, yet in front of Qiao Hongzhong, he was as respectful as a lackey. Therefore, this seemingly harmless Qiao Hongzhong must be an even more terrifying ability user. Otherwise, Xiao Kuan would not be so afraid of him. It seems that if one wants to live in the Xiangjiang base in the future, they must act submissively. If they provoke this guy, Qiao Hongzhong, they could end up with no place to be buried. Thinking of this, Wang Jiaxiang hurriedly removed his hands from the two beautiful women's backsides. Although these two beauties were given to him by Qiao Hongzhong, who knows if he was just being polite or if he really intended to give them. If it was just politeness and he accepted them, wouldn't that mean he was being targeted? Chapter 99. Dual Cultivation Method. Are you hungry? Not hungry, how about you? Not hungry? Then let's continue, don't stop. Damn, are you addicted to this? Come on, just a little longer. In the bedroom. Who would dare to imagine that the once aloof female CEO Lin Ruobing was now like a charming vixen, entwined around Chen Luo, unwilling to let go? For some reason, while exercising with Chen Luo, Lin Ruobing felt extremely refreshed. This refreshment was not only physical, but also mental. She felt as if she were lying on a cloud, her entire body filled with indescribable mysteries and pleasures. Compared to the last time, this time she not only did not feel tired but even experienced a rapid recharge of energy. Lin Ruobing did not expect that the more she exercised, the stronger she became, and her spirit was very abundant. She felt that if this continued, it would be no problem to go on for 10 days or half a month. I feel like we're doing dual cultivation like in novels. Chen Luo naturally felt something unusual. After the intense exercise, he carefully sensed his body and exclaimed in surprise. After such vigorous activity, it seemed that besides Lin Ruobing's increasingly enchanting cries, he did not feel any fatigue. On the contrary, his physical strength continued to increase. Although this feeling was hard to detect, he still captured it. Moreover, Chen Luo felt that his strength had increased significantly. These signs indicated that exercising with Lin Ruobing seemed to have inadvertently activated the dual cultivation technique. Otherwise, it would be impossible to engage in double exercises for an entire night without feeling fatigued. The only regret was that the longer the dual cultivation lasted, the less effective it became. From the rapid growth starting last night to the barely noticeable improvement by this morning, if he did not carefully sense it, he might not even feel it. Dual cultivation? Lin Ruobing pondered and realized that it really seemed to be the case. She had been seeking the exchange, feeling waves of pleasure like a tide, one after another. If she were too tired, wouldn't she have collapsed and fallen asleep long ago? Yet, she indeed felt more energetic the more they did. I'm a bit hungry. Let's wait until the next time to cultivate. Chen Luo, not feeling the increase in strength, forcibly ended the dual exercise, then got out of bed to get dressed. Although his strength had increased significantly, he still needed to eat. Continuing to starve like this would probably lead to a serious lack of nourishment. Sigh. Lin Ruobing, still feeling unsatisfied, sighed as she reluctantly got up. For some reason, every time she thought of that feeling of spiritual and physical unity, she couldn't help but want it. It was as if exercising with Chen Luo was a perfect match. The experience was simply indescribably wonderful. At this moment, Lin Ruobing completely believed Chen Luo's earlier claim that as long as she was with him, she could awaken her abilities. After all, she had only been with him for 2 nights, and not only had she awakened her abilities, but her strength had also significantly advanced. You little glutton, why do you think about those things between men and women every day? After Chen Luo finished washing up, he took out hot meals from his space and pretended to be serious while chiding Lin Ruobing. This made the usually calm and composed Lin Ruobing, who liked to present herself with seriousness, unable to help but blush. Just now, she was lost in that enchanting and mysterious state, constantly wanting more. If she were completely sober, how could she be so reckless? Fortunately, after Chen Luo's teasing, he began to fill his stomach, avoiding the awkwardness. Because Lin Ruobing needed to familiarize herself with her ice skills, she chose to stay in the Qing Shui garden community for the past 2 days. The entire community was large, and since no one lived there, even if she froze the whole area, it wouldn't matter. The 3-headed corpse king saluted Chen Luo respectfully as soon as he returned to them all. Damn, why do your names sound like street thugs? Looking at the newly promoted corpse kings, Chen Luo seriously suspected that they were street thugs in their previous lives. The 3-headed corpse king was at a loss for words in response to Chen Luo. With so many ability users, were only you 3 promoted? Chen Luo did not care about their names, but suddenly thought of a serious question. The errand runner and bulldozer evolved into corpse kings after eating just 1 ability user. Yet this time, the 5 advanced zombies ate several, but only 3 were promoted to corpse kings? Master, their levels were originally very low, and it would be great if 8 or 9 ability users could promote 3 of them. Fortunately, the other 2 are also close to becoming corpse kings. Daqiang stepped forward and explained hoarsely. That's right, with just 2 more ability users, they can completely evolve into corpse kings. The bulldozer added, Master, although the effectiveness of our consumption of ability users has decreased significantly, it can still help our power grow. So, when can we get more for us to eat? The errand runner licked his lips and said awkwardly. However, his stiff facial expression made his awkward smile look worse than crying. There's such an effect? Chen Luo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. If the strength of the corpse kings continues to rise, who knows how terrifying it could become? In his previous life, Chen Luo only knew that the strength of corpse kings was incredibly terrifying, but he had no idea about those above them. not even having heard of them. If he could enhance the strength of the Corpse Kings, he wondered what they would become, but the problem was, where could he find more ability users? Chen Luo felt a bit troubled. Now, all 7 of you Corpse Kings leave and go outside to recruit subordinates for me. Strive to gather all the zombies in Shunsheng in the shortest time possible. Chen Luo thought for a moment and quickly devised a plan. The best way to solve the food problem for the Corpse Kings was to gather the zombies in Shunsheng and then take the initiative to hunt ability users. Chen Luo remembered that the Maibang Biological Company raised many ability users. The ability users serving them were ruthless and vicious characters. Since that was the case, why not use them to feed the Corpse Kings? Understood, Master. The 7 Corpse Kings received their orders and then left the base. Brother Cohen, this is the Guanjie shopping mall. Just as the 7 Corpse Kings left, a group of people appeared outside the base, watching the large iron gate from a distance without approaching. Just as that person named Wang said, they actually built such a high wall. It seems they were well prepared. The man with a pockmarked face frowned and said in a deep voice. He was Lu Zhengkuan, a subordinate of Chao Hongzhong. Brother Kuan, it seems the main gate has a crack open. Should I go over and test it? At this moment, a subordinate volunteered. No need. That would easily alert the snake. Let's find a tall building and go up to see the situation inside. Lu Zhengkuan began to look for a vantage point with binoculars and quickly selected a target. Chapter 100. We also want to be awakened by a slap. Hee. In the Guanjie shopping mall, 2 high-level zombies in military coats hurriedly greeted Chen Luo respectfully upon his return. Because they were about to evolve into Corpse Kings, they couldn't speak yet, but they already had some intelligence. Chen Luo had dressed the Chong and the other zombies in military coats when he returned yesterday. Since they were tall, they could only wear extra-large military coats. With sunglasses and baseball caps on top, it would be impossible to identify them as non-humans without getting close. Chen Luo, their strength is quite great. Why not let them help move the machines? Yin Luobing was busy installing a high-power generator and suggested when she saw Chen Luo return. They were worried that Chen Luo might think they were slacking off, so the 7 female soldiers didn't dare to take a break. They had just finished installing the solar panels yesterday and started on the diesel generator today. However, because the generator's equipment was too heavy and the mall had no lifting equipment, they could only bring in these 2 high-level zombies to do the heavy lifting. Surprisingly, these 2 zombies understood human speech and were very obedient in helping. In fact, when Yin Luobing and the others saw the 4 zombies eating, they were not surprised at all, nor did they feel nauseous. After the apocalypse broke out, as surviving special forces, Huan Ti fought against zombies. Yin Luobing herself had killed hundreds of zombies. Therefore, even seeing zombies devouring survivors or coexisting with them didn't scare any of them. Moreover, they knew these zombies were Chen Luo's underlings. No problem. By the way, has Fatty Sun contacted you? Chen Luo casually nodded, then seemed to think of something and stopped to ask. Don't worry, to avoid being tracked, we turned off the satellite phone yesterday. Now, unless we actively contact the outside world, it will remain off. Yin Luobing explained to Chen Luo. That's good, you all carry on. Seeing that there was no news about Fatty Sun, Chen Luo turned and went upstairs. The reason these 7 well-built female soldiers were willing to ally with him was simply to avenge their fallen comrades. Thus, Chen Luo was worried that upon receiving news from Fatty Sun, they might act rashly, which was why he brought it up. When Chen Luo returned to the bedroom on the 2nd floor, he immediately felt his blood rush at the sight before him. If he hadn't played all night with dual cultivation yesterday, he would definitely be ready for action at this moment. He saw Yi Qiuyu bending over to sweep the floor. That wasn't the problem. The key was that she was wearing a super short skirt and black stockings. Her round, perky backside and long, beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings were incredibly tempting as she bent down. She was called the campus beauty in the hospital, naturally because she was beautiful and had a hot figure. Now, dressed in black stockings and a super short skirt, and making such alluring movements, any normal man would find it hard to resist. In addition to Yi Qiuyu, there was also teacher Fang Qian. At this moment, Fang Qian was wearing yoga clothes, practicing yoga on a mat, revealing her long legs with every movement. Is this a seduction? Chen Luo looked at the 2 sexy beauties competing for attention in his room and immediately stopped in his tracks, watching with great interest. He wanted to see which of these 2 gorgeous women was more perky and round. Brother Luo, hearing the noise at the door, Yi Qiuyu and Fang Qian pretended to casually notice and greeted him simultaneously. In fact, After learning that Song Hongyan only had to sleep with him once to awaken her powers, they were both envious. Now, Song Hongyan's strength was very powerful. She could smash a sandbag to pieces with a punch and lift hundreds of kilograms of dumbbells with one hand. Seeing the changes in Song Hongyan, both of them also wanted to have that kind of power. So, they inquired about Chen Luo's preferences through Song Hongyan, which led to today's seductive act. They learned from Song Hongyan that Brother Luo liked them perky and round and enjoyed being teased. Therefore, one wore a black stockings super short skirt, while the other wore yoga clothes, making themselves incredibly sexy and alluring. When Yi Qiuyu and Fang Qian saw Chen Luo return, they hurriedly swept the floor or spread their legs to perform yoga poses. Their movements were all extremely sexy, completely showcasing their hot figures. Very nice, I really enjoy watching. Chen Luo smiled, then sat directly on the sofa, lit a cigarette for himself, and said to them, Brother Luo, seeing their little thoughts exposed. Yi Qiuyu and Fang Qian's pretty faces turned red, feeling somewhat embarrassed and at a loss. Honestly, are you also craving my body? No, it's my golden bloodline. Chen Luo comfortably crossed his legs, teasing the two beauties. After a slight hesitation, the two girls awkwardly admitted, their flower-like faces already flushed with shame. Brother Luo, we heard you awakened the golden bloodline, and just by being with you, we can awaken our powers. Initially, we didn't really believe it. But after Sister Hongyan was with you once, she awakened her powers. Now she is like a celestial being, immensely strong. After the apocalypse broke out, there are dangers everywhere, and it's really hard to survive. So, we also want to awaken our powers. Yi Qiuyu and Fang Qian didn't hide their thoughts and directly confessed. This kind of honesty was, in fact, a disguised confession, wanting to see Chen Luo's reaction. If Chen Luo was interested in them, then awakening powers wouldn't be a wishful thinking. If not, they would have to consider other methods. Is it because of this? Chen Luo was somewhat amused upon hearing this. In fact, he hadn't gotten to the two of them, yet mainly because he had been too busy lately and simply had no time. If he had time, would he still need them to take the initiative to seduce him? He could just take them forcefully. All right, come over and drink with me. Whoever passes out tonight stays to accompany me. Chen Luo directly took out steaming food and wine from his space, inviting the two over. Really? Yi Qiuyu and Fang Qian's eyes lit up, excitedly walking over. Wow, this guy's so damn lucky. And look, that's a whole table of fresh seafood. Where on earth did he get so many sumptuous dishes and fine wine? In a tall building not far from them all, Lu Jinquan observed everything through a telescope. At this moment, Chen Luo was surrounded by beauties, just like an emperor, having them feed him wine. To his astonishment, the seafood feast on the table was steaming hot. Chapter 101. I also want to live a life of being surrounded by beauties. This kid's life is too comfortable, isn't it? Lu Jinquan couldn't believe his eyes as he watched the table filled with seafood and fine wine, drooling uncontrollably. Ever since the apocalypse broke out, it was a luxury just to have a warm meal, let alone a seafood feast. Yet this kid had managed to gather a table full of delicacies. In a Hong Kong base, even cooking a small pot of braised pork would require a dozen people to fight over it. No one could even get a piece. But this guy, on the other hand, could enjoy so much alone, clearly having plenty more seafood feasts. Damn, he must have hoarded a lot of good stuff. Lu Jinquan increasingly believed what Wang Jiaxiang had said. If he hadn't hoarded tens of billions of supplies, he wouldn't dare to waste so extravagantly. And those two beautiful women, truly exquisite. After observing for a while, Lu Jinquan looked at Yi Qiuyu and Fang Qian. One was dressed in yoga clothes, and the other in a super short black skirt, showcasing their sexy figures completely. This guy must be Chen Luo. Young as he was, he actually had such good fortune with women. Lu Jinquan watched Chen Luo surrounded by beauties, gritting his teeth in jealousy. A kid in his 20s had managed to create such a sanctuary and even had a golden house for his beauties. Moreover, the two women were more beautiful and hotter than the other. While feeling envious, he also experienced intense jealousy and hatred. It was the apocalypse now, and everyone was fighting for food, barely surviving after days of life and death struggles, becoming Chao Hongzhong's little brother. Although they couldn't have delicacies, at least they wouldn't go hungry. In this apocalypse, such a life could be considered living like a king. But compared to Chen Luo, his own life was worse than that of pigs or dogs. Chen Luo's life was truly that of an emperor. He had to take down them all, and then have his way with those two beauties. Lu Zhenkuan looked at Yi Qiuyu and Fang Qian's chests, licking his lips as he spoke. Brother Kuan, have you observed well? How many people are inside the mall? Just as Lu Zhenkuan was lost in thought, a skinny guy next to him asked curiously. Lu Zhenkuan recalled that the task this time was to investigate the mall situation, not to admire beautiful women. So, he began observing the entire mall. What? It didn't matter if he didn't look, but once he did, he was overjoyed. Because in the vast square, there were only two burly men in military coats patrolling. On the first floor, a few women were coming in and out doing their work. It seemed that there was no one on the third and fourth floors, and someone was hanging clothes on the fifth floor. In such a large mall, there were so many women and only 3 men. Without a doubt, one was Chen Luo, and the two in military coats were the bodyguards Wang Jiaxiang mentioned. Guarding such a large stash of supplies, a golden house for beauties, and not recruiting any little brothers? This kid is really bold. How has he survived all this time in the apocalypse? Lu Zhenkuan observed repeatedly, feeling puzzled. But soon he realized, because the entire mall was blocked by tall walls, and the door was made of heavy steel. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhenkuan seemed to understand. This kid Chen Luo likely relied on this wall to survive so far. However, for ability users, even if the wall was 10 meters high, it couldn't stop them. There were too many ways to get in. You keep an eye on it. I'll call my brother. After observing for a moment and confirming that there were only 3 men in the entire mall, Lu Zhenkuan handed the telescope to the skinny guy. Then he took out his phone and dialed Chao Hongzhong's number. Brother Chao, I figured it out. I can be sure this kid has hoarded a lot of good stuff. I used the telescope to observe. He is enjoying a seafood feast and fine wine right now. And it's all expensive seafood. He's filled a whole table just for himself. So Wang Jiaxiang must not have lied to us. Chen Luo must also have hoarded a lot of beef, lamb, and other supplies. Once the call connected, Lu Zhenkuan spoke excitedly. What? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? On the other end, Chao Hongzhong was a bit incredulous. In these times, let alone having an expensive seafood feast, being able to eat a bowl of steaming noodles was already a luxury. After all, many people had nothing to eat and were on the brink of starvation. Brother, I definitely didn't see it wrong. If you don't believe me, ask the skinny guy. He's watching the other side and drooling. Lu Zhenkuan glanced at the skinny guy, who was observing with the telescope, and assured him. At this moment, the skinny guy's eyes were glazed over, and drool was flowing like a stream. Clearly, he was also watching the second floor of the mall. What nonsense are you talking? You're my brother. Of course, I believe you. I just find it a bit unbelievable. Chao Hongzhong felt a bit incredulous. By the way, how many people are there on the mall side? What's their strength like? Is the defense easy to attack? To win over people's hearts, Chao Hongzhong changed the subject. There are about 10 people in the mall, but only 3 men. One of them is in his 20s and should be Chen Luo. The other 2 in military coats are patrolling around the square. The rest are all women, and several of them have really good figures and are increasingly beautiful. Brother Chao, I'm not exaggerating. If you saw them, you'd definitely like them. Lu Zhenkuan lit a cigarette, speaking excitedly. Nonsense. No matter how beautiful that kid's women are, can they compare to mine? The nearby several communities are all our territory. How many young and beautiful women do we have? Chao Hongzhong was somewhat skeptical, but he couldn't show disbelief in his subordinate's words, so he praised the women around him indirectly. Brother Chao, I knew you wouldn't believe it. Let me put it this way. If the few women here are phoenixes, then the women we have are just chickens. It's a bit far to take pictures, or else I'd snap a couple and send them to you. Lu Zhenkuan looked at them all, feeling regretful as he spoke. Now, he wanted to take action even more than Wang Jiaxiang to bring down the mall. When the time comes, not only could he enjoy delicious food, but there would also be so many beauties to play with. In fact, Lu Zhenkuan had already firmly memorized the appearances of the 2 beauties beside Chen Luo. As long as he took down the mall, he would immediately find these 2 beauties for a good time. You continue to observe here. You must find out how many people this kid has. Many bases send people out to look for supplies during the day and only return at night. Get a clear understanding of the situation at night before coming back. It's essential to know both yourself and your enemy to win every battle. Chapter 102. The more miserable you are, the more excited he becomes. By the way, besides the number of people, it's best to find out if that kid has any ability users around him. Some bases have very few people, but they're all awaken ones. Chao Hongzhong was very tempted by what was said and immediately reminded Lu Zhenkuan. Although he appeared generous on the surface, he was actually very lecherous, and the beautiful women in the territory he controlled had almost all been played several times. The women he gave to his subordinates or newly joined ability users were all women that Xiao Hongzhong had grown tired of. Therefore, when Lu Jinkuan said that there were several beautiful women in the mall, Xiao Hongzhong finally made up his mind to take down the Guanzhou Mall first. However, caution is key. Xiao Hongzhong did not recklessly lead a strong attack, but asked Lu Jinkuan to gather intelligence before taking action. After all, the current world is a time of war among heroes. If too many of his ability users were killed or injured, how could he dominate Xinqiang later? Before the apocalypse broke out, he had racked his brains to rise to power, wanting to become the top leader of Xinqiang. However, despite all his schemes, he never managed to climb up. Little did he expect that the apocalypse would come, and he would become one of the first batch of awaken ability users. Since he couldn't become a leader in peaceful times, he would become the king of Xinqiang in this chaotic world. Thus, Xiao Hongzhong had always been conserving his strength and acted very cautiously. If he sensed any disturbance, he would either back down or hide away. This is also why Xiao Hongzhong was very strong, yet no one dared to provoke him. Yes, Brother Qiao. Lu Jinkuan felt that Xiao Hongzhong was right. So he hung up the phone, planning to monitor until dark. To understand more clearly, they would have to wait until night. Thin Monkey, let me get a good look. Don't rush, I haven't seen enough yet, wait a bit. I can't wait, hurry up. No way, these two ladies' figures are just too stunning. Get out of the way. On the rooftop, Lu Jinkuan's little brothers started fighting for the binoculars, seemingly all wanting to get a glimpse first. Enough. Look at your little ambitions. Do you only think about watching? Once I take down the place across, you can play as you like. Lu Jinkuan glared at them, his face dark as he spoke. Brother Kuan, is it true? The boss is willing to attack them all? Hearing this, all the little brothers were stunned, then showed excited expressions. They had just looked over at the opposite side, and whether it was food or beautiful women, it made everyone salivate, especially those two big beauties. Their figures were so sexy and hot that they all wanted to have a go on the spot. Originally, everyone thought they could only get a glimpse, but they didn't expect there could be a chance to play. It was agreed, but the boss meant to know both himself and the enemy, to first figure out the strength of that kid on the opposite side. Lu Jinkuan took a puff of his cigarette and nodded in response. How can we figure this out? ISNT, they're just 3 men and several women over at the mall. The boss is being too cautious. ISNT, Brother Kuan, if it's really not possible, should we just go over and kill them today? If we wait for the boss, even if we bring people over to take it down, those 2 beauties will definitely be played out by the boss and then tossed to us. Those 2 beauties are top-notch. The boss would definitely want to play with them for 10 days or half a month. Playing for so long, the brothers can't wait. Exactly. Why don't we just go over now, kill those 3 men, and then those beauties are ours to play with. Once we've had enough fun, we can take them back to the boss. Brother Kuan, let us do it. The little brothers urged Lu Jinkuan to take action immediately. Just now, under the gaze of the binoculars, they were all bloodthirsty, eager to rush in and kill Chen Luo, then have their way with those 2 top beauties. Lu Jinkuan took several hard puffs of his cigarette, seemingly not hearing what his little brothers said. But in reality, he was weighing the pros and cons, hesitating. Brother Kuan, let us do it. If we take down them all, that's a great achievement for the base. It's just a matter of playing with a few women a bit earlier. Will the boss really blame us? Exactly, Brother Kuan, with your strength. Dealing with those 3 men is a piece of cake, right? As long as we take out those 3 men, the brothers can freely play with those women. Seeing Lu Jinkuan hesitating, Thin Monkey and the other little brothers quickly persuaded him. Everyone shut up and do as the boss instructed. Finally, after finishing a cigarette, Lu Jinkuan fiercely tossed away the cigarette, and shouted in frustration. As Xiao Hongzhong's trusted little brother, he knew the best about Xiao Hongzhong's character and that terrifying ability. Thinking of this, Lu Jinkuan felt a chill. If he acted on his own accord, he would definitely incur Xiao Hongzhong's displeasure. This guy may seem generous and open, but in reality, he holds grudges and is ruthless. If he disobeys orders today, he would surely provoke Xiao Hongzhong's resentment, and in the future, he wouldn't even know how he died. So after thinking it over, Lu Jinkuan had no choice but to suppress the fire in his belly and let his subordinates continue monitoring. Damn it, I'll just use you to relieve some stress for now. Suddenly, Lu Jinkuan thought of the couple downstairs. The man was in his 50s, and the woman was around 45 or 46. Although they were a bit older, they were still decent looking. Since the 2 top beauties in the mall were temporarily unavailable, He might as well find a woman to make do with for now. Lu Jinquan led his men to break in, and without saying a word, he first beat the man half to death. Seeing this, the woman, despite being scared, still tried to resist. But how could she be a match for Lu Jinquan? He picked her up and headed toward the bedroom. Let go of me. Let go of me. Bastard. No. Help. The woman was terrified and struggled desperately, not realizing that the more she resisted, the more excited Lu Jinquan became. Ha ha ha. Before long, screams of despair from the woman and Lu Jinquan's maniacal laughter echoed from bedroom. The more miserable the woman cried, the more excited he laughed. Whoa. The man lying on the ground, bruised and battered, was in pain but dared not stand up and rush into the bedroom. The little brothers were already used to this. After Lu Jinquan finished, they would also go in and take their turns. Until it was dark, everyone finished, and after killing the two, they finally left. Did you investigate clearly? How many people does that kid have under him? Are there any ability users? At the Xiangjiang base, Chao Hongzhong hurriedly asked when he saw Lu Jinquan and the others. Brother, it's confirmed. There are only 3 men inside. We monitored until dark and didn't see a single person return. Before Lu Jinquan could speak, Thin Monkey excitedly jumped in first. Really only 3? Chao Hongzhong suspiciously rubbed his chin, feeling a bit surprised. If the other side had a dozen people, he might still believe it, because some bases have very few survivors. But many of them are ability users. But there are only 3 men in Guanjimal? It's very likely that Lu Jinquan and the others overlooked something. Chapter 103. No one survived, just landed on that little hill. In the southern suburbs, a transport helicopter was hovering in the sky, carrying 10 western-faced mercenaries. The blue-eyed commander at the front glanced at the coordinates, then pointed to a nearby flat-topped hill and said to the pilot, "Boss, last time more than 30 people we sent were wiped out, and now there are only 10 of us. Is there really no danger?" A black team member beside the blue-eyed commander said with a worried expression, "Just 2 days ago, over 30 people sent by Mybang Biotech came here to search for dragon eggs. Later, they learned that the dragon eggs have been found by the Dragon Nation's women's special forces, and they brought people to ambush them. As a result, 2 days passed, and those people seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Even the satellite phone lost signal. Yuri, the supervisor at the Dragon Nation headquarters, had anxiously waited for 2 days without any news. He then sent them to investigate the situation and see what had happened. This team headed straight for the top of the hill based on the disappearing coordinates. Don't worry, Mr. Yuri just wants us to confirm whether they are alive or dead. As long as we find out the reason, we'll return immediately, the blue-eyed commander said nonchalantly. Boss, I just don't understand. Are dragon eggs really that important? They sacrificed over 30 people, and the headquarters still wants to look for them? Another mercenary asked with some resentment. Of course, it's very important. As far as I know, dragon eggs are related to whether the Innard family can control the Dragon Nation, or even the whole world. The blue-eyed commander nodded and explained. I've heard that the politicians in Europe and North America are basically puppets put forward by the Innard family. The entire West is almost under the control of the Innard family. They control the most developed economy and technology in the world. So it's not much different from controlling the whole world, right? I think even without the dragon eggs, it wouldn't have much impact on them. The black team member interjected, confused. Before the apocalypse broke out, the elite class in the West almost all knew that the Innard family was a mysterious and terrifying family. Although they had always stayed behind the scenes, they controlled the entire West by supporting politicians. Therefore, the Innard family was like a taboo existence. Any politician who opposed this family would either lose in elections or meet with unexpected deaths. There was once a journalist who tried to expose this dark family, only to be killed by a car while walking down the street. Thus, the entire West was almost under the control of the Innard family. People didn't understand why such a powerful and mysterious family would want to find a dragon egg from the East, even though the Innard family controlled the West. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, South America, Asia, and many remote areas quickly broke away from their control. This dragon egg is one of the key materials for creating genetic serums. You may not know, but in the East, dragons are the kings of beasts, and their pressure can effectively suppress all beasts. If the Innard family could use the bloodline of the Eastern dragon to create mutated beasts or superhumans, wouldn't they be able to easily control the world? Recently, a large number of mutated beasts have appeared all over the globe. If so many mutated beasts are not under the control of the Innard family, it is like a dangerous bomb that could explode at any moment. Therefore, The Enard family must obtain the dragon egg. Let me tell you, don't say 30 people died. Even if it were 300,000 or 3 million, they would be willing to do it, as long as they could get the dragon egg. The blue-eyed commander casually shared the insider information he knew with his subordinates. Boss, look, what is that? At this moment, one of the mercenaries looked outside and suddenly shouted in shock, pointing into the distance. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction he was pointing and saw an incredibly large blackbird suddenly diving towards them from the sky. Is that a crow? Oh my god. How can there be such a big crow in the world? Even if birds mutate, it can't be this exaggerated, right? Everyone exclaimed in surprise after seeing the appearance of the giant bird. They estimated that the massive crow had a wingspan of nearly 20 meters. Even the size of an eagle couldn't compare. Not good. It's coming straight for us. Immediately, they saw the giant crow soaring and then diving straight towards the helicopter. Boss, it looks like we can't land according to the coordinates. We must leave the helicopter immediately. The pilot, seeing this, immediately turned the helicopter around to escape without waiting for the blue-eyed commander's order. Mr. Yuri, this is made. We are facing a very urgent situation and cannot land at the coordinates. I request immediate return. The blue-eyed commander quickly grabbed the helicopter's microphone to make a request. In fact, the helicopter had already turned back. What happened? At the headquarters of Mybang Biotech in the Dragon Nation, Yuri, sitting in his office chair, suddenly frowned when he heard Maid's request. A couple of days ago, he received news from Minister Sun that the military of the Dragon Nation was going to take action against Mybang Biotech. So he evacuated overnight. There are giant birds. Oh god, there are 2, no, 3, no, over a dozen surrounding us from all sides. Boss, it's bad. A giant python has come out of the forest and is attacking us. Boom. In the office, while Yuri was still confused, there was suddenly a loud crash, an explosion, then silence. Clearly, the search and rescue team sent out this time had been completely wiped out. Giant birds? Giant pythons? Yuri recalled Maid's words before the incident, and his expression gradually became extremely serious. It was evident that the initial team of over 30 people had likely encountered enormous mutated beasts, leading to their complete annihilation. Thinking of this, Yuri picked up the pen on the table, walked to the wall map, drew a circle on it, and wrote restricted area beside it. And this place was precisely the southern suburbs hilltop. Ding, ding, ding. After Yuri finished all this, the phone on the table rang, and he walked over to answer it. Have the team members you sent out a couple of days ago not returned yet? As soon as the call connected, Minister Sun's voice came through. No, their satellite phone signal has completely disappeared on the hilltop. And just now, the search and rescue team I sent out encountered an ambush and was completely wiped out. Yuri said somewhat exasperatedly, and then recounted what had just happened. Got it. I contacted you this time to tell you a secret. This secret has already endangered your life. Minister Sun seemed uninterested in what Yuri was saying, interrupting him before he could finish. A secret that threatens my life? What secret? Yuri asked curiously upon hearing Minister Sun's words. That day, the female Special Forces team we sent out likely still has survivors. The military high command has already begun to suspect me and is conducting a covert investigation. I initially thought it was just a corruption case, but a secretary from a confidential office informed me that someone reported him. They said a satellite phone was directly connected to a high-ranking military leader, but I haven't figured out who it is yet. However, she heard the words Shuncheng from the commander's mouth. I suspect the informant is likely a member of that female Special Forces team. Therefore, I deduce that there are survivors from the female Special Forces, and they're in Shuncheng. I now demand that you eliminate them at all costs. Otherwise, if I am investigated, you will also be doomed, Minister Sun said anxiously. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly hung up the phone before Yuri could respond. It was evident that Minister Sun was in a situation where he couldn't speak freely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so rushed. Those Special Forces still have survivors? Yuri's eyes flickered with a cold, ruthless light as he frowned in contemplation. If what Minister Sun said is true, and this group of Special Forces still has survivors, then he would undoubtedly be doomed. If Minister Sun were to fall, then he and the Mybang Biotechnology Company's headquarters in Longwa would likely be completely destroyed as well, because Minister Sun knows where they are. So no matter where the Mybang Biotechnology Company's headquarters is hidden, Minister Sun could find it. After some thought, Yuri immediately made a phone call. Mr. Yuri, how can I serve you? A respectful voice came through as soon as the call connected. Help me find a group of women. They are members of the Longhua Female Special Forces and are likely hiding in Xinjiang. I will send you their information shortly. Listen carefully. Whoever finds these female soldiers first and eliminates them will take control of the Xinjiang Ability Users Alliance, Yuri said in a commanding tone. He then hung up the phone and dialed another number. Are you sure there are only 3 men? At the Xianjiang base, Chao Hongzhong hurriedly inquired about the situation in the mall when Lu Jinkuan and others returned. When he heard that there were only 3 men in the mall, he immediately became puzzled. Brother Wang, there are really only 3 men. The rest are all women. And those women are all beauties. Even more beautiful and sexy than the women in our base. Lu Jinkuan quickly nodded and emphasized his praise for the women in the mall, trying to tempt Chao Hongzhong and urge him to take action quickly. Think carefully, could it be that most of these women are ability awakeners? Chao Hongzhong frowned and pondered for a moment before continuing to ask. The apocalypse had been going on for more than 10 days now, and he knew better than anyone how difficult and brutal it was to survive in these days. First, one had to evade the zombie attacks on the day of the outbreak, followed by a long period of hunger, and then the awakening of abilities. After awakening abilities, one still needed to establish a shelter while leading teammates to hunt zombies and search for supplies. Even if many food supplies were stored in advance, there was still a need to guard against zombie attacks, especially from other survivors. During that time, killing for food was not uncommon. Therefore, without sufficient strength, it would be incredibly difficult to survive these 10 days after the outbreak, especially for those who had stored a lot of supplies and were surrounded by several beautiful women. It was even more so. After the outbreak, morals declined, and without the constraint of law, food and beautiful women became hot commodities. Impossible. Lu Jinkuan shook his head firmly. According to Wang Jiaxiang, this kid is just a walking warehouse with no combat ability. So, it's almost impossible for him to attract so many sexy and beautiful female ability users. That's right, we observed for half a day, and this kid is surrounded by women. The 2 women are dressed very sexy, looking like they are trying their best to curry favor with him. If they were ability users, how could they possibly flatter a useless man like him? It must be the other way around. He should be the one trying to please the women. Yes, this kid is just a ways to awaken a spatial ability. Any ability user can easily kill him. But these women are clearly just toys collected by him. They cannot possibly be ability users. Big brother, there really are only 3 men. Even if they're all ability users, we have more than 10 ability users. And with so many guns in hand, we could close our eyes and kill them easily. As Lu Jinkuan's words fell, the group of younger brothers behind him immediately chimed in. Chao Ge, I think Kuan Gu is right. That Shun guy taking in so many beauties is just for fun. They are definitely not ability users. Moreover, I've known him for a long time and have never seen him take action. So, the spatial ability he awakened can only deceive those clueless, silly women. Wang Jiaxiang also followed up with advice. Big brother, if you're still not at ease, how about this? Our base doesn't need to send out a single ability user. I will personally lead my brothers to take him down. With the more than 10 guns we have, we are not afraid of those 3 ability users. Seeing Chao Hongzhong still hesitating, Shouho volunteered to take the lead. Today, he had been watching beautiful women through a telescope for most of the day and was already dry-mouthed. Even though he had vented with other women at the time, how could that old woman compare to the 2 sexy beauties in the mall? On the way back, scenes of how to overpower and ravage those 2 beauties seemed to fill his mind. Therefore, Shouho just wanted to quickly conquer them all and then taste the pleasure of the exquisite beauties. Just then, Chao Hongzhong's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, he hurriedly answered. Mr. Yuri, what brings you to call me today? Chao Hongzhong asked respectfully. Mr. Chao, I need your help. Immediately help me find a group of women. They are members of the Longhua Female Special Forces. Find them and eliminate them. I will send you the Special Forces members' information shortly. By the way, once this is accomplished, I will make you the leader of the Xinjiang Ability Users Alliance. Yuri spoke directly and straightforwardly. No way. They're all soldiers of our Longhua. I absolutely cannot betray my country. Chao Hongzhong put away his respectful smile and said sternly, You need to pay more. Indeed, it's still you, Director Chao. Tell me, what kind of price would it take for you to betray them? Yuri was amused by the response. However, in order to quickly find and eliminate this group of female soldiers, he was willing to pay some price. Chapter 105. Let's compare who has the bigger T. 58 of the most advanced automatic rifles, 10 RGPs, 20,000 rounds of ammunition, 100 rounds of shells. Additionally, 100 bottles of gene serum. Chao Hongzhong boldly stated his conditions. Although the mutated beasts and advanced zombies were gradually becoming less afraid of firearms, guns and ammunition were still effective against ordinary people and those newly awakened superpowered individuals. Chao Hongzhong had been dealing with MyBang Biotech for a long time. He understood that he could not fully trust Westerners. Otherwise, if he really eliminated those female soldiers, they might very well resort to the act of killing the donkey after the grindstone has been removed. It was uncertain who would end up as the leader of the alliance. Rather than risk that, he preferred to acquire some weapons first. Even if he couldn't get help from MyBang Biotech when the alliance was formed, he could still seize the position of leader relying on the weapons in hand. It should be noted that when MyBang Biotech's vaccine was able to be sold to the Dragon Country, their branch's establishment there was closely related to his position as a director in the Shunxing city government. Chao Hongzhong himself was despicable and shameless, but he also knew that Westerners were equally despicable and realistic. Therefore, he would absolutely not agree until the benefits were secured. Sorry, this is not Europe or America. You know the gun control in the Dragon Country, so I don't have the amount you want from all my assets. However, I can promise you 50 rifles and 5,000 rounds of ammunition. I can provide 10 RPGs and 30 rounds of shells. This is my limit. If you don't agree, I'll have to look for someone else. As for the gene serum, I can give you 5 bottles after you eliminate those female soldiers. Seeing Chao Hongzhong's bold demands, Yuri directly stated his bottom line. The reason he sought out someone from the Dragon Country was that dealing with them would be faster. If he had known this earlier, he would have sent mercenaries instead of looking for the old fox, Chao Hongzhong. It should be noted that MyBang Biotech had recently cultivated a large number of mutated beasts and genetically modified individuals. If he wanted, he could easily wipe out any survivor base in Shunxing. All right, deal. But I must see the weapons and equipment now. Chao Hongzhong, not wanting to jeopardize the business deal, quickly agreed. After all, once he had the weapons, even if he didn't eliminate those female soldiers, he wouldn't return them. Therefore, this batch of weapons was essentially a windfall for him. The current firearms and ammunition in his possession were obtained from the police station, totaling only 8 or 9 firearms. And the bullets were pitifully few. Once they ran out, the guns would be no different from fire sticks. Okay, I'll send someone to deliver the weapons to you tomorrow. After Yuri finished speaking, he hung up the phone, clearly not wanting to engage in further conversation with Chao Hongzhong. Chao Hongzhong, of course, didn't care about his attitude. He immediately opened the document on his phone and reviewed the information Yuri sent. Listen up. Go find those female soldiers right away and eliminate them. Their bodies can be exchanged for 5 bottles of gene serum, in addition to the position of the leader of the Shunxing Superpowered Alliance. Chao Hongzhong showed the information to his subordinates, saying casually, regardless, as long as he got the equipment, that was enough for him. As for the task of eliminating the female soldiers, he had no hope at all. After all, even a large force like MyBang Biotech found it difficult to locate them, let alone him. The reason he showed the information to his subordinates was merely to test his luck. If someone happened to find them, that would be great. If not, it didn't matter. At this moment, he was most interested in how to take down the Guanjia shopping mall. After hearing what Lu Zhenkuan and others said, he had already made up his mind to get his hands on those women. He also wanted to find a way to acquire Chen Luo's giant space warehouse. Hey, these women look a bit familiar. Lu Zhenkuan glanced at a few of the photos and began to ponder. There are so many people in Shunxing. Where are we supposed to find these women? The skinny monkey looked at the information and felt they were just pretty with no other impressions. Moreover, although they were monitoring Guanjia Mall today, most of the time was spent focusing on beautiful women. They merely glanced downstairs and didn't pay attention to anything else. Chen Luo has a lot of women around him. Could it be that he has taken in these female soldiers? Wang Jiaxiang glanced at the information and, for some reason, suddenly had a whimsical thought. I just remembered. I saw 2 female soldiers in Guanjia Mall. After Wang Jiaxiang's reminder, Wang Zhenkuan suddenly recalled. Today, he did see 2 women with short hair and camouflage vests through binoculars. Although he only saw them from the side, their short hair looked very much like those female soldiers. Besides, only soldiers would wear camouflage vests like that, right? Are you sure? Chao Hongzhong, who had originally lost hope, suddenly brightened at the words. I can't be sure. I just feel they look a bit similar. Lu Zhenkuan hesitated, thinking it was merely a coincidence. All right, everyone, don't worry about that. As long as we capture those women tomorrow, we can interrogate them one by one. Seeing this, Chao Hongzhong waved his hand dismissively. Big brother, are you saying we will attack Guanjimal tomorrow? Hearing this, the skinny monkey's eyes widened in excitement. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. As long as they could take down Guanjimal, wouldn't the beautiful women inside be theirs to enjoy? Although those top ones should be left for the big brother first. There would come a day when the big brother would tire of them, and he could take his turn. The wait would only be for a short time. Moreover, there seemed to be several decent women in the mall. If the big brother managed to acquire a lot of supplies, he might even reward a few to them in his delight. Exactly. Tomorrow, my Bang Biotech's people will deliver the guns, and then you'll lead the team over. Remember to bring more people. Chen Luo and those women must be captured alive. The two men should be eliminated directly. Luo, who has a better alcohol tolerance? Me or Sister Chiyoyu? Who can stay tonight? Of course, my alcohol tolerance is better. No, it's mine. On the second floor of Guanjimal, Yi Chiyu and Fong Qian leaned against Chen Luo, each on one side, starting to compete for his affection with drunken eyes. They had been drinking from the afternoon until now, and the dining table was already a mess, filled with dozens of empty wine bottles. You both have about the same alcohol tolerance. How about this? I'll hold one of you by the waist and slide down slowly, then touch your butts. Whoever has a bigger and rounder but will stay tonight to serve me. Hey, that's a good idea. Let us do it. Come on. Let us take off our pants and compare. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Yi Chiyu and Fong Qian immediately agreed. Roar. At this crucial moment, a series of howling sounds suddenly came from outside, waking them up. Chapter 106. How do I feed 3 million zombies? Why so fast? Chen Luo felt a bit strange upon hearing the howls of the zombies outside. The sound was coming from the 7 corpse kings under his command, and the signal they were conveying was that they wanted to see him. Chen Luo had originally only accepted 1 Dechang, and then under his orders, Dechang had taken in 8 high-level zombies. Just yesterday, these 8 zombies finally evolved into 6 corpse kings, with the remaining 2 on the verge of breaking through to the corpse king level. Early this morning, Chen Luo sent Dechang and the other 6 corpse kings out, hoping to gather all the zombies in Shin City. He initially thought that it would take at least 10 days to accomplish this task. After all, Shin City was not small, and the number of zombies could reach several million. It would definitely take some time to bring them all under his command. However, just 1 day had passed, and these corpse kings had completed the task and returned. Clap, clap. Chen Luo reached out and slapped the 2 women, Yi Chiyu and Fong Qian, on their perky behinds, then stood up and said, I'll go down and take a look. You two wait here. After speaking, Chen Luo went downstairs, opened the iron door, and walked out. Master, master, master. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Dechang, along with the 6 corpse kings, respectfully approached to pay their respects. Behind them stood a dense crowd of zombies, at least 500 in number by visual estimation. However, what was strange was that Chen Luo suddenly felt he could sense the aura of these zombies. Perhaps it was because he had awakened the bloodline of the ancient hero. He could clearly feel that all of them were high-level zombies. Is the task completed so quickly? By the way, what do you need to see me for? Chen Luo asked, frowning slightly as he looked at Dechang and the other zombies. Master, please do not worry. We would never dare to return if we had not completed the task. Dechang stepped forward and explained, pointing to the group of high-level zombies behind him. They are all high-level zombies from various regions of Shun City, the kings of each area. As long as we subdue them, it means we control all the zombies in Shin City. We sought an audience with you so late because we discovered some abnormal situations. Yes, Master. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, we definitely would not have disturbed your rest. The bulldozer added, looking extremely serious. Oh, what have you discovered? Chen Luo became even more curious upon hearing this. There were increasingly more mutated creatures in the city. Even pets had mutated and awakened various abilities. In addition, cockroaches, rats, ants, and so on had mutated to sizes comparable to chickens, ducks, and even cats and dogs. We encountered a giant rat whose body was the size of tiger. The situation outside the city is even more dire, with a large number of wild beasts rapidly evolving. Even the poultry have started to mutate. They are constantly running into the city for food, competing with us zombies for territory. Moreover, the strength of human ability users is also continuously increasing. To unleash their potential, they are forming groups to hunt our kind, including those mutated creatures. The situation is becoming increasingly severe, and the blood and flesh available for our kind to consume are becoming scarcer. Even some of these high-level zombies have gone days without feeding on blood and flesh. The Corpse Kings detailed the current environment. When they went out on their mission today, they discovered that the high-level zombies in the city had already started to claim territory. Clearly, they wanted to establish their own domains, since they had all evolved into Corpse Kings and possessed powerful bloodlines. These high-level zombies trembled in fear upon seeing them and immediately knelt down to show their submission. That was why Chong and the other Corpse Kings did not take too much time to subdue all the high-level zombies in Shin City. They then communicated with these high-level zombies to learn that the situation inside and outside the city had undergone a drastic change without anyone realizing it. Consequently, the environment in which the zombies lived had also worsened. However, this was also the reason why these high-level zombies, even without the suppression of a bloodline, were willing to become their subordinates. After all, being too weak and constantly being beaten by human ability users, encountering Corpse Kings as a backing was naturally something they sought. Master, to prevent mutated beasts from attacking the base, we have mobilized all the zombies in the city to the vicinity. If the shelter encounters any issues, they will provide immediate support, Chong added. All the zombies in the city? How many in total? Chen Luo curiously asked while stroking his chin. He remembered that in his previous life, various creatures underwent large-scale mutations 6 months after the apocalypse broke out. He never expected that in this life, it would happen 6 months earlier. This isn't many, only a little over 3 million. Originally, there were actually many more zombies in the city, but with continuous hunting, we have already lost over 2 million, Chong said, shaking his head with some regret. What? That's not many? All the zombies have been brought here? Chen Luo said with a wry smile. If 3 million zombies were all arranged around the mall, wouldn't the entire mall be completely surrounded by zombies? Even though the base was absolutely safe, where would he get so much blood food to nourish 3 million zombies? However, when Chen Luo glanced around, he found that aside from more than 500 high-level zombies in front of him, there were no other zombies. That's right, Master. I thought they might disturb you. So I scattered them around the abandoned neighborhoods and uninhabited areas. As long as they don't come out on their own, it's hard for anyone to discover them. Chong continued to explain. The base currently does not need to gather so many zombies. How about this? Leave 2,000 or 3,000 nearby. The rest can be divided into 10 small teams to establish 10 large bases. Each base will be led by a Corpse King, and then take the zombies to hunt for food. You 6 each go to one base to lead them, and for the remaining 4, Chong, you will lead them for now. By the way, there is also a task. One of the bases must cultivate at least 1 Corpse King within a month. Jiangming thought for a moment and then added the command. Understood, Master. The Corpse Kings looked at each other upon receiving the order and quickly accepted their commands. Chapter 107. Adults never make choices. Don't rush. Besides cultivating a Corpse King, those low-level zombies still need you to take care of them. To put simply, in a month with 30 days, they should at least have 1 day of blood food. Just as the Corpse Kings were about to leave, Chen Luo called them back. He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, ordinary zombies would rot and die if they didn't consume flesh within a month. Only after zombies evolved to level C could they sustain themselves for a long time without food. The classification of zombie levels is as follows: D level, C level, A level, S level. And then the Corpse Kings, Corpse Emperors, and Corpse Sovereigns. Now, with 3 million zombies under his command, he didn't want to see their numbers drastically decrease due to lack of food. Shin City was a large city, with a population of over 7 million before the apocalypse broke out, including permanent residents. After the outbreak, about 60% of the population mutated into zombies. This meant that initially, there were around 4 million zombies. Now only over 3 million remain, related to the hunting of ability users and mutated creatures. In his previous life, the reason the Corpse Kings unleashed a zombie tide was that the human ability users had hunted too many, prompting the Corpse Kings to make a desperate move and engage in a major battle with human survivors. The final outcome was that both zombies and human survivors suffered heavy losses, and countless hard-built bases turned into ruins. After the zombie tide came the beast tide. Under the impact of the beast tide, human ability users again faced significant losses. Fortunately, despite the heavy losses, many strong individuals emerged through continuous battles. In this hellish apocalypse, in order for ability users to become stronger, they had to fight every day to unleash their potential. Chen Luo adopted the suggestion of Chong. allowing the zombies to learn from human survivors. He instructed the corpse kings, or high-level zombies, to lead teams to actively hunt ability users and mutated beasts. In this way, he addressed the issue of how to enhance the strength of the zombies. Master, we have a total of 3 million zombie troops. 10 squads would be 300,000 in each squad. With over 300,000 zombies, ensuring they eat flesh once a month will be very difficult. One of the corpse kings said, "You also know that there are fewer and fewer living people, and ability users are not only rare, but also hard to kill. We really can't find any." Seeing that Chen Luo wanted to cultivate a corpse king every month and also provide 30,000 ordinary zombies with a meal of meat, the corpse kings felt a bit troubled. In fact, it wouldn't be difficult to cultivate just one corpse king. They could focus on that. But the problem was that they also needed to feed 300,000 ordinary zombies, which was no small challenge. It doesn't necessarily have to be living people. There are also mutated beasts. Besides, I can tell you a secret. Mutated beasts not only provide great nourishment, but can also accelerate the evolution of zombies. The heads of mutated beasts contain crystals, which are valuable. These crystals are elemental property condensates created by mutated beasts. One crystal from a mutated beast is equivalent to the blood and flesh of 20 mutated beasts. Now that there are so many mutated beasts outside, if we find a way to hunt more, we can easily sustain 300,000 ordinary zombies, Chen Luo said. This task was not assigned blindly. In his previous life, survivors discovered crystals in the heads of mutated beasts, which contained energy that could enhance the abilities of ability users. This discovery was made about 6 months after the apocalypse began. At that time, some ability users saw that many corpse kings, after killing mutated beasts, did not eat the corpses but instead opened the heads of the mutated beasts to extract and consume the crystals. The ability users then dug out a few crystals to study and found that the crystals contained powerful energy. Later, scientists named these crystals energy crystals. Ability users who consumed the crystals not only enhanced their abilities, but also had a certain chance to master some elemental skills. Of course, this method also carried certain risks. Long-term use could lead to beastification of the body, and in severe cases, the ability could be directly lost. However, zombies seemed to face no such risks. Their direct consumption of the crystals had better effects than humans. Understood, Master. The corpse kings were instantly overjoyed upon hearing this. Not to mention the outskirts. Even within the city, there were now many mutated creatures, such as domesticated pets, cockroaches, ants, and rats. With their current strength as corpse kings, exterminating these small creatures was quite easy. Even hunting mutated beasts outside the city would be a breeze. Go execute my orders. Chen Luo sent off the corpse kings and then turned to go upstairs. He had just been measuring the sizes of the 2 women's bottoms when the corpse kings interrupted him. However, Yi Qiuyu and Fang Qian were still upstairs, sticking there but up and waiting. Lo Ge, which one of us do you want to keep tonight? Yi Qiuyu asked, twisting her waist and lifting her rounded buttocks. Lo Ge, look, she can't drink as much as I can, and her figure isn't as good as mine. So please keep me tonight. Fang Qian said, her eyes hazy, drunkenly throwing flirtatious glances at Chen Luo. Really? Let me feel for myself. Chen Luo sat down between the 2 women, wrapped his arms around their waists, and then his hands roamed over their bodies, meticulously measuring. Hey, they seem to be the same size. After measuring by feel, Chen Luo said teasingly, "Huh, then what do we do tonight?" Seeing that it was a tie, Yi Qiuyu and Fang Qian both looked troubled. Now that Song Hongyan had awakened her abilities, she had become like a cultivator in novels, while they were still ordinary people. This made the 2 women anxious. Moreover, in the past few days, they had seen online how the situation was becoming increasingly brutal. If they didn't even have abilities, they would only end up doing housework. They feared that over time, Chen Luo might consider them useless and one day grow to dislike them. Thus, Yi Qiuyu and Fang Qian were eager to awaken their abilities. It's simple. Both of you can stay tonight, Chen Luo said, seeing their worried expressions. In fact, he had never intended to keep just one. He was merely playing a game. Adults never make choices. They want it all. Really? The 2 women brightened at his words. Here, take one of these 2 fruits each. They might help you awaken your abilities. Chen Luo nodded slightly and then took out 2 fragrant fruits from his space. These were the gifts given to him by the little dragon girl. After eating 2 himself and finding no side effects apart from the sweetness, he decided to give them away. In his previous life, Chen Luo had heard some rumors about spiritual fruits. These fruits not only helped ordinary people awaken abilities, but also assisted ability users in enhancing their strength. However, whether the so-called spiritual fruit was the same as the one he had was unknown. Regardless, since there were no side effects from eating them, Chen Luo planned to experiment with the two women. Thank you, Logo. Yi Qiuyu and Fang Qian joyfully accepted the fruits. Just by smelling it, I felt refreshed, and I couldn't wait to start eating. Chapter 108. So this is how you get strong. Wow, so sweet. So much water. Yi Qiuyu and Fang Qian took a bite, their beautiful eyes widening instantly. They felt their lips and teeth salivating, enveloped by an intoxicating fragrance that filled their mouths. The two girls, who were originally dazed, became much more alert under this fragrance. Soon, they started to devour the fruit, and in no time, the peach-sized fruit was completely eaten. Then the two girls licked their rosy lips, looking at Chen Luo with lingering desire. Understood. Chen Luo immediately nodded, giving a knowing look, and then began to prepare. Yi Qiuyu and Fang Qian really wanted to say, "You misunderstood." However, the words almost came out, but were swallowed back down. After all, Brother Luo has a golden bloodline, and becoming close to him would awaken superpowers. Therefore, with such a great opportunity before them, refusing would be foolish. Moreover, the reason they dressed so sexily and showcased their figures in front of him was precisely for this moment. So, before they could finish their thoughts, the two immediately shut their mouths. Smack! Fang Qian, a bit shy, got up to turn off the bedroom light. But not long after, she began to regret it. In the pitch-black bedroom, it was impossible to see anything. The next morning, Chen Luo lay on the floor, while Yi Qiuyu and Fang Qian were fast asleep. Suddenly, Chen Luo sat up, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Domain? Just a moment ago, he suddenly realized he could sense everything within 100 meters. It felt like he had activated a god's perspective. Even though he was in the bedroom, he was fully aware of everything happening outside. He could even clearly sense a few ants crawling beneath the wall. This feeling was very similar to the legendary domain from his previous life. However, in his past life, only a handful of powerful beings possessed such domain abilities. He never expected to gain such abilities in this rebirth. Chen Luo stroked his chin, feeling that the previous ability to slow down time was the embryonic form of the domain ability. Back then, within an 8 or 9 meter range, even bullets seemed to move in slow motion, and he could catch them barehanded. Now, it had expanded to 100 meters. Anything that entered that range could be sensed by him immediately. At the same time, the ability to slow down had not changed. All living beings within that 100-meter range would immediately slow down. At once, Chen Luo was both amazed and puzzled. He wondered how this ability had awakened. Could it be because of being intimate with women? Chen Luo thought for a moment and then boldly speculated. It seemed that this ability had appeared for the first time. After fighting for 2 consecutive nights, he suddenly gained the domain ability. So, Chen Luo believed it must be closely related to women. How ridiculous! While others had to engage in life-and-death battles every day to hone their abilities, he only needed to rely on women. Suddenly, Chen Luo noticed a group of people heading in their direction, more than 30 of them carrying guns, while the others wielded various weapons. Oh, food is actually coming to us? After sensing this group, Chen Luo felt no fear at all. Instead, he was quite pleased. There were still 2 high-level zombies that hadn't evolved into zombie kings, but they were just a step away from it. So, having over 100 people was like a timely gift. If he could use them to feed those 2 high-level zombies, they might just evolve into zombie kings. Chen Luo did not wake Yi Qiuyu and Fang Qian. He dressed and went upstairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he bumped directly into Yin Luo, feeling her ample chest, which made his heart itch a little. Brother Luo, I found out that there are nearly 100 criminals approaching the mall. Yin Luo rubbed her chest and then informed Chen Luo of her discovery. Yes, I already know. Prepare for battle. Remember, do not fire unless I give the order. As soon as Yin Luo finished speaking, Chen Luo issued the command. He had come to find Yin Luo and the others precisely because he was worried that this group of female special forces would accidentally shoot and kill the people. After all, in the eyes of zombies, only the flesh and blood of the living could be more effective.